Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Became the Master of Multicolored Magic. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure. To subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Ginny uncensored spicy version, link in description. Azkaban prison. Chilling wind blew through Azkaban, bringing unbearable cold to the inmates and jailers. It did not matter, though. The jailers of the wizard prison thrived in the cold, and most of the inmates were too far gone to notice the weather. But not all of them. In a dank cell in one of the prisons near the basement, lay a nearly 14-year-old boy shivering as the Dementors prowled outside his cell. This was the worst place for Harry Potter, who had nothing but misery in his life. He shivered even more, feeling an odd stinging in his eyes. And he dreamt of the past and his memories. He lay in his hospital bed, triumphant after rescuing Sirius. His godfather was free. He gave Hermione an elated look, which she returned happily. He couldn't believe that their audacity had actually borne fruit. Writing a hippogriff to rescue Sirius. He was a magnet for the strangest occurrences, not to mention trouble. The doors of the hospital wing suddenly slammed open, revealing Snape, Dumbledore, and the minister himself. Cornelius Fudge. Harry mentally cringed as he spied the utter fury on Snape's face. The greasy-haired potions professor walked up to him and shook him awake, hard. "Out with it, Potter. It was you. I know it was you. What did you do?" he roared, causing Madame Pomfrey to come barreling into the ward. "Professor, please, quiet, woman," shouted Snape, not even looking at the matron. He stared directly at Harry and shook him hard. "I know you helped Black escape, Potter. You and your filthy friends. Now tell me, what did you do?" he asked icily. Dumbledore and Fudge came up to the infuriated potions master, the latter looking at the greasy-haired man as if he were unhinged. "Severus, calm down. Indeed, we need the truth from these children. It is a matter of alarm that Black escaped once more, that too from Hogwarts containment. Cornelius, do I have your approval for the administration of Veritaserum?" Hermione shot up from her bed, horror written upon her face. They were going to administer Veritaserum to a minor? What was Dumbledore doing? If Harry swallowed that potion, he would implicate them all. "Professor Dumbledore, you cannot, Veritaserum cannot be administered to minors without the approval of," she trailed off, looking at Fudge with fear. Dumbledore shot a sad look at the betrayed Hermione, before turning back to Snape, who seemed to have mixed emotions in him. The potions master showed a considerable amount of happiness and, was that regret? Harry sat stunned through these proceedings. What was Dumbledore up to? He could hardly think. Ron was as usual, asleep. "Cornelius, can you please get us Amelia? Severus, get the potion. I will stay here." The two nodded, Snape staring at Dumbledore a moment longer before leaving, his cloak billowing around him. Dumbledore dismissed Pomfrey, and turned back to the trio. He raised his wand and pointed it at Harry, who could not move. Hermione was watching with wide eyes. Suprimere et memoriam horum. Harry glowed gold, and he felt woozy. He suddenly felt something wrong with his mind. There was something in with him in his head, restraining, guarding. "Quiesco," murmured Dumbledore, raising his wand at Hermione, who promptly fell asleep. Her breathing became relaxed. "Professor, what are you doing?" asked Harry, who could not hide his extreme anxiety. Dumbledore looked him in the eyes, causing Harry to gasp. The headmaster showed emotions Harry had never seen before in the man. Fear, self-loathing, regret, all mixed into something reprehensible. It was causing Harry's fear to rise. "Harry, remember this carefully. I always endeavor to help you. I am doing this for you, to protect you. Follow my lead, and do not interrupt." Harry only stared dumbly. The Minister for Magic came with a stately-looking yet stern woman. Snape came back with a bottle of clear liquid. "Get on with it, Dumbledore," said the woman, looking at Harry sharply. Snape walked to Harry, and roughly tipped the liquid in his mouth. The woman came up to stand in front of him. Harry felt as if he was floating in the clouds, felt blank and obedient, and as if the entirety of Harry Potter was on display for the world to see. But the Force, the thing Dumbledore had put in his mind, was still there. "Is your name Harry Potter?" "Yes." "Tell us what happened yesterday with Black." Harry woke up. the pain in his eyes getting too much. The horrible effect of the Dementors was taking its toll on him. He could not even summon anger for what Dumbledore had done to him. He could not even feel sadness as he remembered his friends, who cried that he was innocent. Hermione and Ron had yelled and screamed, shouting his innocence to the minister to no avail. Harry could feel the Dementors gathering outside his cell, and their coldness washed over him. The moment he felt even a shred of emotion return, they gathered around to lap it up like starved dogs. Harry Potter was broken. Broken beyond recognition. He could feel whatever love he had for his friends leaving. He was cold, both in body and mind, cold and empty. The pain in his eyes was now becoming unbearable. It felt as if they were being gouged out, burned from the inside. The Dementors were all gathering outside his cell door. Harry could not stand the effect of so many Dementors together and the pain of his eyes. Inexplicably, it happened. He felt it returning. His anger, his hatred. More than he could have ever imagined. More than the malice even his scar exuded. His scar pulsed painfully, throbbing in beat with his eyes. His brain felt like it was on fire. The hatred in him grew, as he remembered how Dumbledore and Fudge had just chucked him into prison, no trial, nothing. It was as if they had wanted him there. The magic ran through his body like magma through a volcano. His scar felt like someone had branded him where it lay. He could dimly feel something drifting out of his scar. They had asked no one, told no one. Not even the other Hogwarts staff or the media. They had termed it a secret incarceration, and just thrown him in. Hermione and Ron were sworn to secrecy, he did not know how. Men in black robes and hoods had taken him, and thrown him in this cell. Pure clear hatred. That was what filled him to the brim, and the Dementors could not consume it. It was as if someone had lit a bright fire in him, a conflagration before which the Dementors' effects just paled. Fire exploded from the young Potter as he screamed, turning the meager furniture in the cell into ashes. The Dementors began to screech outside, unable to stand the fire that filled the cell completely. Harry began to lose consciousness, the world blacking out. He felt his eyes throb one last time, the pain in them receding mercifully. He fell down hard, fully unconscious. It was clear. The world was clear. So clear. He could see the individual dust particles floating in the wind, the texture of the burnt prison cell. He could see. He could see everything. Azkaban. That was where he was. As he remembered how he got here, he felt no raging hatred and unbalancing sadness. No, he felt cold and in control, like he could see himself the way he now saw the world. His hatred felt like a sharp blade, not a raging fire. His mind felt fluid and clear. Something was different. Very different. He could not feel the Dementors. Oh, he felt them crowding around as usual, but he did not accept the misery they forced upon him. It was like he could cast that away. Something was different with his eyes. And his body. He could feel the magic running through it like a torrent. It was the same feeling he had gotten when he had cast the Patronus to drive 100 Dementors away. But now he had the feeling without his wand. The doors of his cell banged open, and a dozen Dementors flooded in. He stared at them and saw the black voids that they were. He could see the foreign magic that flowed through their body, and he saw through their despair to what made their very fabric. Their despair did not affect him, he could see through it. His eyes, "You look ridiculous," he said. The Dementor nearest to him floated and lowered its head. Harry felt no alarm, it was only a fact registered. He had to drive them out or get his soul ed. He raised his pale and thin hand, palm outwards. Expecto Patronum. White light exploded out of his palm, drenching the Dementors. They screeched in unison and fled out of the room back to the bleakness of Azkaban, shrieking in agony. Intriguing. I do not need a wand anymore, as if my body itself embodies my magic. But I feel tired. Very much so. The Patronus, it felt different. I did not need happiness to create it anymore, only intent. Harry sat down tiredly on the floor, considering. Too many things had happened too fast. He looked down at his body, seeing properly for the first time the abhorrent state of his body. He was basically a stick, pale and sickly and dirty, but the magic was there. He stared around the room, and removed his glasses. Perfect, his vision was perfect. He doubted even a hawk could see better than he did now. It was as if a switch had been thrown in his brain, giving him this preternatural clarity and sense. The way he now thought stunned him. Dumbledore and Fudge were not relevant until he got out of here, and it should not be as a fugitive. He had no intention of living a life like Sirius. His mind went back to when Dumbledore and Fudge saw him off at the gates of Azkaban. "Harry, I know you hate me. Understand, the law is to be followed and cannot be broken for anybody. Not even you. This is your punishment." Dumbledore had a small tear flowing down his face. "I thought you did not throw minors into Azkaban, Fudge?" Harry asked in a dead voice. Fudge looked as if he had aged 100 years. Then he suddenly seemed to bloat up in anger. "I am the Minister of Magic, boy. You need to be taught a little lesson. You will stay in Azkaban till the next school term. Happy summer break, Potter, take him away." Dementors came and dragged away a defeated Harry Potter. As Harry looked back, he saw Dumbledore freely shedding tears, and Fudge looked like he was about to. Their actions against him were forced, he mused. They had chucked him into prison for a reason, and knew it was not for aiding and abetting Sirius. Dumbledore had suppressed his own involvement in the affair by making it seem as if it was all Harry's idea. He could not utter Dumbledore's involvement even after drinking the Veritaserum. Why was he here only for the summer? That seemed odd. 8 weeks of wrongful imprisonment. Why would they do that? Even if they knew that once he was out, they would be implicated. He laid himself on the floor, looking at the ceiling. Azkaban was a dreary place. But it was no longer horrifying and cold. Not to him. The Dementors did not affect him anymore for some reason, and it had to do with his eyes. They felt powerful, as if the magic that his body now contained emanated from them. Something had changed his eyes. If only he had a mirror. Too bad he did not know conjuration yet. He sat back up and began thinking. He had 4 more weeks in this place, then he would take care of everything. "It has happened, Albus. He has awakened them. Should we get him out?" asked a hooded man who had just gotten out of the flow. Dumbledore sat behind his desk in his beautiful office, looking at the man pensively. "We have 4 more weeks, describe his eyes, now." The man looked at the headmaster, his face a study in wonder. "Albus, his eyes are no longer emerald like his mother, but they are black. Shining coal black. And when he channels magic to them." Albus beckoned the man to continue, a desperate look upon his face. "They turn red. A blazing red with single commas in them. Why doesn't he have all 3? That is how it should be." Dumbledore felt relieved beyond measure. Harry had done it. He had done it at last. In Azkaban, there is enough misery to accelerate its maturing. To awaken those legendary eyes after so many centuries. "Albus, you do not understand. He has magic running through his very veins, and can use it wandlessly. The Dementors have little effect on him, now. We have to do it." Dumbledore looked as if he had aged another 100 years, the pain was apparent in his face. I suppose it cannot be helped. He is the one. Alert the department, Bode. They have my authorization. And it is time to recall them," he said meaningfully. Bode nodded. "It will be done, Albus. How do you intend to explain yourself to Potter?" Albus Dumbledore stood and walked to the window. "I will tell him the truth. He would never forgive me, Bode. But he won't turn out like Tom. Sometimes I wonder if I am the monster for taking away so much from Harry and causing him such pain, if I am just another Tom Riddle." Bode nodded again. They were monsters indeed, Albus and the department. But if that was what they needed to be to save magical Britain, then so be it. Harry stood in his cell. Today was the day. He felt pure. He owed Dumbledore pain. The way those hooded men had tortured him, he had gained a pain tolerance that was alarming. He had learned to look through the pain, to disregard it at will. It was after the day he had driven out the Dementors with no wand. They had slipped a tray of food in, and he had eaten readily. And promptly fell asleep. When next he woke, it was in a dark cell. He had found that if he stopped channeling magic to his eyes, his extreme perception and immunity to Dementors would lessen considerably. He was shackled, and felt a wand tip at his forehead. He could still use magic, but it was of no use, it was only a trickle. He activated his eyes again, trying to look through the darkness. He could see a tall man open his mouth, and he could see the bright strands of magic that poured out of the wand tip at his forehead. "Crucio!" Harry screamed and screamed, trying to break out of his shackles. White-hot knives tearing at his body. His mind pierced by 1,000 poisoned needles, he felt it all. He screamed until his throat was sore, then screamed even more. The pain was all-consuming, absolute. The pain suddenly stopped, and Harry looked up dimly from his shackled position. He was hurting, everywhere. He cursed his parents for bringing him into this world. He saw his torturer raise his wand, and he could observe the minute changes in his body language. The man was clearly not used to this. His eyes could pick out every fluctuation in his emotions through his actions. The wand pointed at him again. Crucio. The world went red once more, and he resumed his screaming. They had tortured him 2 hours a day, until he could clearly see how the strands of magic were molded. He could see how the curse affected him, and he tried to use his own magic to lessen its coherence. He had managed to bring down the pain he felt by corrupting the magic of the curse with his own. After torturing him with curses for about 15 days, they threw him into a room where 5 hooded figures beat him physically. The first 5 days, he was a mess of broken bones and bloodied, but he was always healed by them for the next day. He stopped caring about his situation. His mind gained only one prerogative: react and survive. Never trust. The notion was burned in his brain. Never ever would he trust or assume again. The 8th day of his beatings, it was different. He could clearly see how the magic flowed through each person, and how they moved. He could copy the way they moved, and predict their moves by the minute tensions in their muscles. They had pounced on him seeking to beat him down again, but it was in vain. Their moves were obvious. Their punches were dodged and they attacked him swiftly. He could tell these were professionals, highly trained. They attacked with elegance and grace, and he copied air grace and movements, adapting at the speed of lightning. Those 5 were paralyzed or dead. He had broken every single bone in their limbs and damaged their spines with the precision of a surgeon. The tortures had stopped after that. It was then he knew. His eyes were more powerful than should be possible. With them, he had no need for a wand. He had been forged into something, he did not know what. It had occurred to him that conspicuously after every torture session, his perception with his eyes had grown clearer. Now, it was unbelievable. To see everything and understand it rapidly, to copy it. His mind had made the connections fast, and he had long since concluded that this summer's imprisonment had to do with him awakening his eyes. Along with his eyes came a state of mind he had felt only twice. Once when he had fought to death against Quirrell, and once when he faced the basilisk. It was raging instinct and absolute control at the same time. He was the master of his emotions, not the other way around. The doors to his cell opened. Harry Potter, inmate number 300. You have served your sentence diligently and are now about to be freed. Sign this paper, and accompany us to the edge of the island. There will be someone to collect you. Oh, it was his final day of imprisonment. Odd, he found that he did not care anymore. He was not peaceful, but cold and hard. But most of all he felt clarity. His imprisonment had taught him one thing. He was weak, weak beyond measure. He was disgusted by his former self, how he used to be. Lazy, procrastinating, and a slave to his own whims and desires. Pathetic. Anyway, he signed the document stating his freedom and walked with the man, leaving his cell once and for all. He would burn the world to ashes before he returned here. The man led him through the melancholy corridors of Azkaban. Before stopping at a door, he turned to him. Before you go, know that I am sorry what you have endured here. This is no place for children, no matter their crime. You have my sincerest apologies. Harry nodded to him. Truly, he felt no malice for this place, except for the certain knowledge that he would burn it. It had turned him into someone unique. He saw the uselessness of unnecessary emotion. Do not feel emotion, only use it. He opened the door and walked through it. Waiting in front of him were the 2 people responsible, Dumbledore and Fudge. They only looked at him, obviously unable to speak. Harry had changed too much from his short imprisonment. The boy who was once short, had grown several inches taller. His hair had lengthened and he now sported a mane of black hair that fell down to his shoulders. But Dumbledore was struck to the core by the boy's eyes. True, they were black naturally now, not the emerald green. But they gave away nothing, no emotions or fluctuation. Nothing. It was as if his mind was a void. That was all his legilimency picked up. He could penetrate further, but he did not. "Hello, Professor. Minister. I liked my accommodations and entertainment for this summer. I will make sure you enjoy the same, someday. You have my word on that," smiled Harry. Dumbledore grimaced, as did Fudge. They did not know what the department had done to accelerate the process, and they did not want to know. All Dumbledore could do was explain completely, and hope that Harry would understand. Oh, he did not expect forgiveness. He did not deserve it. None of them did. But they would save their people at any cost, even one as high as this. "Harry. As you have no doubt deduced, you were thrown in here for a reason. It is not on record. Except for your friends and some select people, the world thinks you were in private drive. Allow me to explain why this was done to you, and then you can do what you wish to me. I dare say I have earned it." Harry was still smiling. Amusing. The old traitor obviously had some more lies to tell him. No matter. He was hardly strong enough to take on Dumbledore and Fudge. Not yet, but he would be. "Let's go, Professor." Dumbledore nodded, and grasped his arm, causing them to disapparate. Fudge looked on sadly. He cursed the day he had taken this job, and he cursed the department for concocting this plan, and disapparated. The headmaster's office was the same as usual. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old man had seated himself in his chair, and looked at Harry. "Do you hate me?" Harry considered the question. It may sound stupid, but it was really not. Dumbledore could glean everything important about his state of mind from this conversation. "No, I do not hate you, but I think you should die painfully, screaming your agony." Dumbledore flinched at the casual way in which the young boy said those words. "Would you kill me that way right now, if I allowed you?" Harry shook his head, and activated his eyes. Dumbledore gasped, and conjured a mirror for Harry's benefit. The boy's eyes widened. Staring back at him were eyes of blazing red, 3 black commas marking them at equal intervals. The pupils were the normal white. The prophecies were being fulfilled. "You're a traitor. The death of people like you should benefit me, not harm me. That, and I can see your magic. It is practically leaking off you, saturating the air. You're too strong for me as of now, traitor," Harry said calmly. Dumbledore looked sad as the boy he thought of as a grandson called him traitor, with good reason, of course. "I will explain everything, Harry. I know the utter pain you have experienced in your life, and it is all down to me. Me and the department, and some others who you will meet shortly." Harry looked at the old man in interest. He might be a traitor, but he could be used. No one could fool him anymore with the eyes he possessed. "Department?" Harry asked. "The Department of Mysteries. The most secret department in the entire ministry. I lead it, along with 2 of my friends. Those eyes you have awakened are special, and they have been awakened only once in recorded history. Their origins are lost in time. They have a name." "What is their name?" Harry asked. Dumbledore would be useful until Harry got strong enough to kill him. He would extract every drop of knowledge about his eyes, by whatever means necessary. "Sharingan. One of your ancestors awakened these eyes, Arcturus Potter. He recorded that it was a dormant trait in the Potter line, and was a gift of magic itself. Before you hear more of it, I would have you meet some people who by all rights should have been with you since your birth." Harry looked at Dumbledore, his Sharingan picking up minute fluctuations in the man's body language. The headmaster was tense, and anticipatory. He braced himself. The door opened to reveal 2 figures. One was quite tall and the other was shorter. Both wore hooded robes. "Did you bring them?" asked Dumbledore. The 2 nodded, taking off their hoods. Harry could not believe it. He concentrated with his eyes, channeling every bit of his magic, hoping beyond hope that this was a joke. It was not. Standing in front of him were 2 people who should by all rights be dead. The male had the same dark mop of hair as him, and hazel eyes. More importantly, he looked like a carbon copy of Harry. James Potter, his father. Next to him stood a very beautiful woman with flowing red hair. She had the same emerald eyes he himself used to have. Lily Potter, mother. Harry's mind, which had become cold as ice during his incarceration, now froze even more. Hatred beyond hatred surged through his veins as he picked up the guilt the 2 figures obviously felt. They could never hide from his eyes. "Harry," said Lily softly. James just watched the scene with mixed emotions along with Dumbledore. Harry could practically smell the stifling guilt in the room. He hated them all. Oh, how he hated them. He wanted to torture them with that Cruciatus curse till they went insane. The way he nearly went insane due to Dumbledore. Do you hate me that much, Dumbledore? You get me abused for 10 years, get me imprisoned for 8 weeks and then tortured, and after all this reproduce my parents from nothing. Lily GSPED with James, and looked at Harry with pity in her eyes. James shook his head as if he could not believe what he was hearing. Harry too cried. Not normal tears, no, he cried tears of blood. Great fat tears of the red liquid rolled down his cheeks and his magic exploded. It's happening, Dumbledore, they're changing, we need to do it now, shouted James. Yes, wait for it, James. He is still conscious. They watched as Harry's Sharingan changed to a new shape. 3 small circles with arcs connecting them in a triangular shape now sat in the center of his red pupils. Harry fell unconscious. The last thing he saw was James taking out a sealed cylindrical jar of liquid, and Lily and Dumbledore drawing their wands. Oddly enough, the jar contained 2 eyeballs in them. Harry woke up to the soft feel of the hospital wing's fluffy pillows. He felt great. He opened his eyes, but found he could not see beyond the white cloth that blindfolded him. His eyes felt strong, so much stronger than before that it was like comparing a pebble to a mountain. He doubted he would even understand their potential. Curiosity overwhelmed him. Why were his eyes so special? Dumbledore had said. Dumbledore, James, Lily. His rage exploded, causing the scrap of cloth to fall off, burning with black flames. It did not extinguish till ashes. The door opened violently, letting in the 3 figures he hated more than Voldemort himself. Lily Potter rushed to him, and took his head in her palms. Harry stared into his mother's eyes with an anger that was so pure that she flinched violently. Images flashed through his mind of how he wanted them all to die screaming at his hands, rip them apart, souls eaten, bones broken, tear asunder. Lily was unable to look away from her son's eyes. Then she screamed, losing every bit of air in her lungs. She screamed as she saw in her mind what Harry wanted to do to them, to his own parents. But that was nothing compared to Dumbledore's imagined fate. Dumbledore immediately cast a silencing charm. Those eyes. It is those eyes. James, get her to break eye contact, now. James pulled the screaming Lily away, all the time looking regretfully at Harry. Lily stopped screaming, and started retching in the sink nearby. Harry stared at them all, gaining a new epiphany. He did not care for their reasons. They were alive all this time, and had let him suffer to an extent no one should. He did not hate them, he realized. He would not waste emotion on them. No, he wanted to hurt them. And he could not do that like this. He calmed his anger from a raging inferno to a sharp crystal knife. He would laugh while they burned. Lily stared at him, avoiding his eyes studiously. His perception had increased 100-fold. He could see even the individual pores on their skin, see it breathing. He could predict their actions to such a scale that it would seem like he could read the future. And he could see the magic permeating the air, and the people, to its lowest detail. It was beautiful. The castle was a hue of multiple shining colors. His so-called parents were not as strong as Dumbledore, who practically oozed magic, but they were still very strong. But these eyes he had now. He got up slowly, walking to the mirror at his bedside. His eyes had changed from the 3 Sharingan to a Sharingan of a complex shape. It had a triangle-like shape, with arcs as sides and small circles as vertices. The circles were connected to the circumference of his pupil by lines. He felt them, and knew that to master these eyes would take a long time. He could feel their potential and the unfathomable depth of their power. His own body's magic had increased considerably. He felt he could control it a lot better, and his reserves were also increased by a good amount. Oh, he had forgotten his traitorous kin. Turning back to the 3 people he said. Explain. Dumbledore came up to Harry, his wise old face showing infinite remorse. Your trials are at an end, Harry. The department will bother you no longer, except to help you in mastering those eyes of yours. Harry had enough. He had no wish to hear these people's voices, unless they screamed in agony. Quiet. I said explain, Harry said coldly, causing the magic of the room to vibrate. Better, I can show you. Look into this basin, Harry. It is called a pensieve. It contains past memories. You will understand after this. Dumbledore, you disgust me. Why should I trust you, you filthy traitor? Or those pathetic dregs who call themselves my parents? Dumbledore looked pained as he raised his wand. Lily and James looked like they had been stabbed in the gut. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, swear in front of these witnesses and magic itself that I hold no ill will for Harry Potter and that my actions were intended to help him. The pensieve is trustworthy. So mote it be. Golden light settled around Dumbledore, and Harry's parents also made the same oath. Harry could see the magic of their oaths binding them tightly. Now will you look? I promise you will understand my actions and those of your parents, please Harry. Harry stopped channeling magic into his eyes, and felt it return back to its black. He knelt over and looked into the pensieve. Suddenly, he was standing in a large oval room with 3 people in them. Dumbledore had said they were memories only. Lily, James, my congratulations to you. I hear you will have a child. A much younger and happier Lily looked at the man who spoke. He looked hale and young, but his eyes spoke of experience and wisdom. Yes, we will have a boy, Croaker. A boy. Isabel will have a brother, she said, a smile lighting her face. James encircled her with a one-armed hug. I am so happy for you, Lily and James. So happy indeed, said the old man, whom Lily had called Croaker. He had a disconcerting look of contemplation on his face. The scene dissolved, forming a new environment. It was a new memory. James stood over Lily's bed, his wife holding a baby in her arms. Harry recognized Sirius, Professor Lupin and Peter Pettigrew looking with wonder at the infants. Hello, Howie, I am your sister, Isabel, said a tiny girl with blonde hair. She was cute. Dumbledore appeared with a soft crack, looking happily at the infants. It was a family of utter love and happiness. Harry teared up despite himself. He had an older sister. All this time, his heart was breaking as he saw a life he was denied. Lily, James. Voldemort has ears everywhere, and has heard the prophecy. Move into Hogwarts with the children, immediately. The entire posse disappeared with expert apparition. The scene reformed into a new memory once more. Lily and James stood opposite Dumbledore with Sirius and Remus. Dumbledore pointed his hand at the pensieve and a figure rose out of it. An unpleasantly familiar figure with large round glasses, looking like a beetle. Sybil Trelawney's spectre started reciting, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born when the 7th month dies, born to those who have thrice defied him. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he shall have the power the Dark Lord knows not, eyes of power and perception, through misery reawakened, eternal and unsurpassed, born through love destroyed, born again to drive the darkness away. Dumbledore looked at the horrified parents with a somber look. You know of the Arcturus legend, James. You know of the lost eyes. It was awakened only once in known history and evolved once. If your son can awaken it as well, then we can transplant the eyes of Arcturus left in the Potter vault onto him. We know that the blindness would not take him, then. Eternal and unsurpassed. James looked at Dumbledore with a horrified expression. Lily and the others looked desperately puzzled. What do you mean? How can we make him experience misery, our own son? Do you know what it is you are asking? Croaker appeared behind them. Dumbledore must have given him access. Lily, James, Britain is falling. Voldemort knows of the prophecy. Me and Albus, we think you should leave England immediately as Voldemort will attack you any time now, please. We cannot. Harry and Isabel are too young to be on the run, they will be in danger. Which is why you will be leaving Harry in the department's care. We will see to it that he will awaken those eyes. There was absolute silence in the office as the group contemplated the horrifying notion. How can you suggest us leaving our own baby son, to misery? Where would we go, anyway? She asked coldly. Our French division. You will begin to hypothesize the contents of the Arcturus tablet, James. It has to be done. Voldemort will come after you no matter what. So, save what you can, and leave little Harry to us. We know too well not to disregard prophecy, Croaker said calmly. What will happen to Harry? Asked James, thinking deeply. We will let him live with department operatives polyjuiced as you. But you must leave immediately and take Isabel with you. Our French operatives will take you with them via Portkey once you have said your goodbyes. Sirius and Remus looked as if they could not believe what was happening. James looked like he wanted to break something. But Lily had a look of resolve on her face. "Do you swear, Croaker, by everything you hold dear that my son will be protected by the department no matter the cost? That Voldemort will not touch him? That we will be reunited once it is safe again?" Croaker and Dumbledore raised their wands. "We so swear." A brilliant tongue of fire erupted from their wand tips, binding all the occupants of the room together. Harry was suddenly expelled out of the pensieve, his mind processing the memories and their implications fast. He turned to James and Lily. "Who were the operatives, then, who gave their lives for me when Voldemort attacked? I want their names." "We do not know," Harry. "They were deep undercover. I am so sorry, we both are, more than words can say, but we were the ones who deciphered the information about the eyes you currently possess," James said to Harry, as if that would assuage him. Harry's eyes morphed to their evolved form and the magic in the air began rising once more. "So, you were the ones responsible for my torture and incarceration at Azkaban?" Lily gasped and started sobbing quietly, and James rounded on Dumbledore, but Harry scoffed. "Save your act, James Potter. I know you feel extreme guilt for my suffering, but I can see clearly that you had something to do with the torture. It wasn't your idea, was it?" James went pale, and then knelt in front of Harry and looked him in the eye. "I forgot, you do not just have a Mangekyo Sharingan. Your eyes became eternal after the transplant of our ancestors' eyes. Harry, the only way you could be safe was to get the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. We feel, Harry, that your misery is worth the long life you will have. How can you be happy when you are dead? Thus, your life was the priority." Harry looked at him, his eyes still not changing from their eternal state. "You speak the truth. If only you knew the misery I went through, but you would know, wouldn't you?" Lily knelt with James, facing their son. Their grown-up son. The son who had awakened the legendary eyes in their ultimate form, albeit with help. "Harry, my baby, we are so sorry. I know we can never atone for your suffering, but please let us try. Please?" asked Lily with her heart in her eyes. Harry considered. There were too many details left out of their explanation. Casting them away in a fit of childish anger would be casting away an important resource. The old him would have done that, but now, things were different. He would use and throw them away if necessary. "What of that girl, Isabel?" he asked coldly. Lily looked pained. "Harry, she is enrolled in Beauxbatons and she is currently 16. You can see her soon, she will be here at Hogwarts this year. She doesn't know of you, though. It would be too painful." Lily and James saw immediately that this was the wrong thing to say to Harry. Harry scoffed. They were no longer family to him. Family, no matter what the reason, did not abandon their only son to misery. "I have no wish to see her. I have no wish to see you, either, except when I deem it fit. You sacrificed my childhood for reasons you think are acceptable. I will do the same with my filial bonds, Potter," Harry said coldly, watching his parents' faces crumble as he chose his hurtful words. "Let them hurt. In fact, they should hurt as much as possible and then more." He turned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, however, deserved to burn. "Professor Dumbledore, I know we have a little more than a week till term starts again. I would like to stay with the Weasley family till that time. And find out the names of the couple that sacrificed themselves for me. I want those names. Could I float to the Weasleys?" Dumbledore, who looked sad beyond words, nodded. Harry made to move towards the fireplace, but James laid a hand on his shoulder. His parents were shedding tears freely at the tragic reunion. "Harry, I know you hate us more than you can say, we deserve it and more. But please take this. It is the reason our family is in such a state. It is the compilation of my entire research on the Sharingan, and the partial contents of the Arcturus tablet. Please read it, it will help you master those eyes eventually." Harry took the thick volume, bound in white skin. "Goodbye, Dumbledore, Potters." Saying that, Harry disappeared with a burst of green fire through the fireplace. The last thing he saw was the utter misery on the faces of his parents. Like he cared. He needed no one, now. His life had taught him that well. He had his eyes and his magic, running through him like a blazing fire. He would never trust again, he thought, as he gracefully stepped out of the Weasley fireplace, surprising himself. Trust was suffering. He saw Molly Weasley look at him with absolute dismay, But no surprise, it seemed they were expecting him. "Harry, you look so thin and pale. What have those muggles been doing to you? And that hair like Bill's," she began ranting her displeasure at the muggles' mistreatment of Harry. If only she knew. The stairs echoed with the sound of multiple people flying down them. The family was here, thought Harry sardonically. Never trust. Never. Sharingan. The origin of the name is unknown, as is the name Mangekyo Sharingan. The eyes that were awakened by Arcturus Potter during the 13th century is considered to be a fable in the wizarding world, like the Deathly Hallows, or Merlin Emrys. These eyes made Arcturus Potter a wizard so exceptional that he was hailed as the second coming of Emrys himself. The fabled Sharingan gives its possessor an ability to see magic itself, along with an ability to see through suggestions and illusory magic. The most feared known ability of these legendary eyes, however, is its ability to comprehend and copy the flow of magic, as well as the actions of the human. It gives a powerful edge in battle with its near precognition, as well as a way to counter spells by picking apart strands of magic, an ability that requires years of study even with those eyes. Arcturus Potter is documented to have found a tablet that describes the eyes and its attributes. Extreme feelings of loss catapult the Sharingan to its next stage of evolution, Mangekyo Sharingan, whose abilities are unique to the user. Arcturus Potter's abilities with those eyes are forgotten, but it is recorded that he was able to wipe out legions of attacking soldiers with them. Their abilities are not known, as no one who fought Arcturus when he activated those eyes lived to tell the tale. Arcturus Potter is recorded to have gone blind with the excessive use of his Mangekyo and died eventually. The goblins of Gringotts however uncovered letters of Arcturus addressed to his friend, and later the Goblin King Ragnarok I, which hypothesized that blindness from the Mangekyo can be avoided with the transplant of another pair of Sharingan eyes to the Mangekyo user. It is not known how Arcturus uncovered this, but it is assumed that it was known to him through the contents of the lost tablet. The power and abilities of these new eyes are unknown, but Arcturus calls them eternal. Whatever these eyes are, their potential and powers would be frightening in the extreme. It is fact that besides its own fearsome techniques, the basic abilities of the Sharingan would be amplified many times in these eyes. It is also extrapolated by department researchers that the bearer of these eternal eyes, or even Sharingan, would be able to use wandless magic effortlessly due to the high concentration of magic in their bodies. Much is unknown about the eternal Mangekyo. From Arcturus' life we hypothesize that the ability with the eyes grows with the skill of the wizard. These eyes are said to be a gift of magic itself, and the eternal eye's strength has been debated for centuries among magical scholars and recently by department researchers. Arcturus documented in his secret writings, currently at the Department of Mysteries, the powers of the Mangekyo. These writings, whose existence is known only within the department, and is actually read only by the highest echelons of the department, might provide clues to the nature of those fabled eyes. Arcturus, whose name is synonymous with extreme power. "Harry," came Hermione's whispered voice, causing Harry to close the book with a sigh. Staying with the Weasleys was better than the Dursleys, or worse, the traitors. They were in the Quidditch World Cup campsite, in a quaint tent set up by. Harry had immersed himself in the book James Potter had given him. It was useful information. Harry did not even look like Harry anymore. With black eyes, a mane of hair framing his face and descending to his shoulders. He was as tall as Ron, as lean as Percy, and strong despite his appearance. But it was the way he spoke and acted that alarmed them. It was deliberate, cold and calculating, something that was as out of place in the Weasley family as Dumbledore in a Death Eater cabal. Harry had made no attempt to mask his changes. No, he would devote time to mastering his eyes and magic. There was so much to his eyes, he was making good progress through the book. He knew what James was up to. He was dangling information in front of Harry, trying to reunite him with his family. Harry wouldn't fall for it, not now. His mind was too mature and saw too deep. He would accomplish his goals by himself. No Potter would be associated with him again, except being his victims. But that day was a long time off. He needed to gather strength first. "Harry, it's time to sleep. Asked us all to go to sleep," Hermione said in a hushed voice. Of all his friends, only Hermione had remained by his side. Harry knew her to be trustworthy. He knew her to be fiercely loyal, even without the Sharingan. Ron appeared to be hesitant to converse with this greatly changed Harry, even though he knew the truth that he had been imprisoned. Harry did not begrudge Ron his distance, he knew Ron was quite slow to adapt. "I cannot sleep, Hermione. I cannot. Too many bad dreams," said Harry honestly. A person could not go through life trusting no one, he knew that well. He could begin to trust Hermione, who had stayed by him always. He would trust only her, though. Ron was too wild for his goals, too enslaved to personal whims. He was inadequate, in other words. Hermione was everything Ron was not. "Do you want to go for a walk?" asked Hermione. "Yes, I would like that." The two friends got out of the tent, informing who asked them to return soon. They got out into the stunning campsite, adorned with shamrocks and thousands of tents. Bulgaria against Ireland. Harry felt no inclination to play or see Quidditch. Power was paramount in the world. The strong would trample the weak, play with them, torture them. It was all about the strongest. He had learned that in Azkaban. He would become the most powerful sorcerer ever seen, more than even Merlin Emrys or Arcturus Potter. "There is only power in those too weak to see it," he whispered. He understood what Voldemort had tried to tell him, he understood to his bones. Hermione had gone pale. "Harry, what was that you said?" "Hermione, can I trust you?" he asked, activating his Sharingan. He was behind Hermione, examining her body's reaction to her thoughts. She was admiring the moon with her back to him, and he could see no hesitation or deception in her. He took his risk, and his eyes morphed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "With your life, Harry," she said with resolve plain in her voice. Harry sighed with relief. Still no deception, even with these eyes on her. His eyes went back to normal. She was good. "I believe you. To answer your question, I said that power is the most absolute thing in this world. It knows no bias or emotion, it is pure. It is unambiguous. Voldemort was right in my first year." Hermione turned abruptly, and dragged an amused Harry through the campsite and a good distance into the surrounding woods. The chirp of the nocturnal creatures was enough to cover their conversation. She whirled and faced him, her hands shaking. "What did they do to you? The Dementors would never drive you to this. You have become like a cold assassin. Like a warrior from what I have seen of you. You look worse than Sirius did when he returned," she said in a distraught voice. Harry looked at Hermione closely. If he had to trust anyone, it would be her. He could never accomplish his goals alone, however powerful he became. "What do you know of the Cruciatus Curse, Hermione?" Hermione gasped, tears falling down her face. How could they? Hadn't he suffered enough? "They didn't," she whispered. She couldn't think, she didn't want to. "They did. 15 days of it, 2 hours each day. Then they beat me nearly to death for another 10 days. I was fed well, though." Anguish and pain tore through Hermione as she heard the truth of his imprisonment. She flung herself onto Harry, sobbing her heart out. "Harry, I am so sorry," she cried, cringing at the thought of what he must have undergone. Anger filled her, she wanted to kill Dumbledore and Fudge. For the first time in her life, she steadily began losing her faith in authority. Harry patted her back, and disengaged. It seemed Hermione could see things his way, if he tried to make her. "Hermione, do you want to reach your fullest potential? Be all you can be?" I do, Harry. But there are lines I won't cross." "Yes, the lines. Who drew them, Hermione? It all comes down to protecting your precious and loved ones, does it not? But what if those very people betray you?" Hermione wiped her eyes, anger in her eyes. "You mean Dumbledore?" she hissed. "Not only him, but some other people too. They sacrificed my happiness to give me power, arguing that to be alive I needed that power. They were the ones who are responsible for my miseries in life, and no, I cannot tell you who. I need to accept it myself first." Hermione was getting too angry, he could tell. They were wrong. "I would choose for a child to die happy than to push him into a long existence of misery and scars. They deserve to suffer." "And how are you so calm?" she asked incredulously. "I am calm because I need to be so. I need to become the strongest wizard ever, and that cannot happen with a conflicted mind. And I agree with you about those people," said Harry. "What was that about you agreeing with Voldemort? He said there is only power in those too weak to see it, in my first year. And do not worry, I do not plan to become like him. I am too different." But I do agree with him that certain beliefs limit my potential. I plan to bring change to the wizarding world. I will change it into a world where there is no misery or suffering, no matter the cost. I swear it by the sanctity of magic." Hermione stared at him, his silhouette outlined by the moonlight. It occurred to her that she might be witnessing the making of history as Harry resolved to remake the world. She knew what Harry was going to ask her, and made her decision. "I do not agree with you about power being everything, but I will never judge you, Harry. I don't need to agree with you to help you, do I? Anyway, if the Ministry could cruciate you." Here tears started flowing again. Harry smiled, snaking an arm around her waist. She laid her head on his shoulder and they watched the beautiful and silent campsite together. He had found his first true ally. It was Quidditch as Harry had never seen it played before. Even Hermione, who had been solemn since their conversation the other night, was consumed by the sheer adrenaline of the 100,000-strong crowd. The players were just blurs, invisible to the naked eye. "Volkov Volchanov Dmitri, oh I say," shouted Ludo Bagman, the procurer of tickets for the Weasley family. The Weasleys were on the edge of their seats. Ron and the twins were practically dancing on theirs. Rooting for Bulgaria one moment and Ireland the other. They needed omnioculars to follow the game. But Harry did not. He sat stoically, not sharing in the adulation of the crowd. The Weasleys did not even look at his oddity, drinking in the high of the game. The game itself mattered little to Harry, who instead activated the Sharingan and registered the way the players flew. Especially Krum and Lynch. He could not believe the grace and speed with which they used the firebolt. So he copied their grace. He copied their moves and their styles. Krum was aggressive and relied on reflexes. Lynch was cautious and strategic, making unexpected yet complex moves. Harry could see clearly their extreme conditioning of body. A lesson for him. To use the Sharingan to its fullest extent in a duel, he would have to master not the eyes but the body as well. He had to eat better, and push himself to his limits magically and physically. It was worth coming to this thing. He had picked up ways of flying that were incredible. With considerable practice, he could be as good as Krum. He could not believe the potential of his eyes, and to think he was scratching only the barest surface. He could feel Fudge staring at him regretfully from the front row, and he stared back coldly. The minister gasped, seeing the Sharingan activated within everyone's view. Harry could feel the hatred rising within him like a volcano. He met Fudge's eyes with his own, willing the traitorous minister to feel pain. The pain he had felt with the Cruciatus curse, 10 times over. Fudge started screaming his lungs out, feeling pain like he had been stabbed 1,000 times with white-hot knives, his bones crushed to powder, his eyes being gouged out. "Krum is diving," roared Ludo Bagman. Harry sighed, taking his eyes off Fudge. He did not want to miss any of Krum's extraordinary flying. Fudge gasped huge breaths, steadying himself with a counter spell. No one had noticed his screaming, caught up in the match. Harry, his mind already off Fudge, stared up at Krum with his Sharingan, predicting his moves clearly. He could easily anticipate Krum now, after observing him for this much time. Krum was fainting, and Lynch was taking the bait. "They're going to fall," shouted Hermione. Ron and the twins shouted in denial. Bill, Charlie and Arthur just watched from the edge of their seats. As Harry had expected, Krum expertly barreled upwards inches shy of the ground, but Lynch crashed. "Wronski faint," shouted the crowd and Bagman. Ron was dancing in his seat as were Fred and George. Bill shook his head with Charlie. "Idiot, Krum was fainting." Harry stared back at Fudge, who was clearly back to normal after that little session and looking regretful. He frowned. Clearly he needed more practice, if his illusion magic was thrown off that easily. The journal described that the Sharingan's illusions could be thrown off with effort and skill, but it hinted that the Mangekyo Sharingan's illusory power was absolute. Fudge was back to normal, and was staring at the game with trepidation. Suddenly Harry felt something dip into his back pocket. He turned and saw an outline of a figure weave through the crowd. His Sharingan picked up traces of his wand with the figure. He had to follow before he lost that wand. It was not needed, but he could not reveal that he did not need wands yet. He made to follow the figure which was trying to make its way out of the stadium with his wand held at its side. Invisibility cloak. It had an invisibility cloak. He could see that the man possessed strong magic, but his details were shrouded even to his eyes. They got out of the stadium after a lot of jostling, coming out into the empty campsite. The figure made his way into the woods, and Harry followed, intrigued. He tailed some distance behind the thief, using the trees as his cover. After 20 minutes of ambling through the woods, he suddenly heard an explosion of cheers through the stadium. The Weasleys would be on edge, looking for him. He could not draw attention to himself yet, not in this way. He raised his hand and pointed it at the retreating figure. Expelliarmus! A jet of scarlet light blasted from his raised hand towards the cloaked figure. Suddenly, what appeared to be a house elf materialized in front of the now rapidly fleeing cloaked figure, and slapped his spell away. "You shall not hurt master," shouted the clearly female house elf. Harry was furious. That stupid elf had caused him to lose his wand. His eyes morphed to the eternal Mangekyo, searching this way and that for the thief. He didn't give two hoots about the elf. "Accursed eyes! Accursed eyes!" wailed little elf with fear, disapparating with a loud crack. Harry swore, his anger rising by the second. He did not know enough dueling spells to beat anyone, nor had he mastered the Mangekyo enough to be a threat. Incendio! He roared the strongest fire spell he knew. A huge ball of fire blasted out of his hand towards the former location of the thief, much larger than the normal effect of the spell. The trees caught fire, spreading rapidly. The forest fire began taking form in earnest, causing Harry to smile and bolt in the other direction. That should make it difficult for the thief to remain undetected. Add to that the officials that would come to investigate the fire, it was perfect. The thief was done for. He calmly ran back to their tent, his smile not fading. "Harry!" screamed Ron. The Weasleys seemed frantic. Hermione was in hysterics. "Where the heck were you, Harry? The match is over. Bulgaria lost." Crumb caught the snitch. "Enough, Ron. Harry, you scared the living daylights out of us. Where did you run off to?" asked Charlie angrily. Harry looked at him. "My wand is lost, and I tried to find it." "Merlin, Dad, we need to register a complaint with DMLE. Who knows what they could do with the thing?" said Bill, causing Arthur to look at them seriously. "Harry, you should have told us." "No matter, we shall inform DMLE straight away. You three go directly to the tents and stay there, it's getting dark. We might be a while before we return. Don't wait up for Fred and George, though, they are with Bagman. Go." The trio nodded and walked back in the direction of the tents, Ron and Hermione looking at Harry inquisitively. They reached the tents and once they were in, Ron accosted him. "What's up with you, Harry? Do you understand how worried we were when you just up and left? I know you went through some bad things, but that doesn't mean." Hermione, who was staring open-mouthed at his last remark, just shut him up with an elbow to his rib. "Don't listen to him, Harry." Harry just stared at Ron, who began to squirm under his gaze. Some bad things? He was tempted to use Sharingan to give him a little taste. But he just stared more at him, and nodded to Hermione. Then he proceeded to his bed where he could actually do something useful, like learn more of his eyes. He dimly heard Hermione and Ron go into one of their bickering rants. Harry stood outside the tent, thinking. It was already dark, and the Weasleys were still due. He knew that the thief of his wand could be anywhere. That wand was hardly important. He could always buy another. The campsite was empty, all the people in their tents. Apparently, Crumb had caught the snick to finish the game early, to finish it on his own terms. He could understand what the Bulgarian seeker had tried to do. It was a matter of control. Controlling the situation was sometimes more important than loss or win. Hermione had gone to sleep, as had Ron. He was waiting outside for news. If the Weasleys alerted the DMLE, then Dumbledore would know as well. He respected Dumbledore, even if he wanted to utterly destroy the man. The leader of the light was not really the benevolent man everyone thought him to be. He was willing to go dark to save the light. He had consigned Harry to hell, thinking to give weapons, no, to turn him into a weapon. Hatred rose in Harry like a poison. Before he tamed it, emotions were weakness. His face turned emotionless, as he surveyed the camp for any signs of the Weasleys. He had his eternal Mangekyo activated. There. He recognized the magical signatures of 4 people, 3 wanted and 1 not wanted. Dumbledore was here again. "Harry, nice to see you again," said Dumbledore. Harry just stared back at the man, his eternal Mangekyo blazing. Dumbledore stiffened and blocked Harry from the Weasleys' view. "Arthur, let me tell Harry what happened. You go back to the tent." Arthur nodded to Harry. "We'll be in the tent, Harry. Oh, and we leave at first light tomorrow. Be prepared to rise early." Bill, Charlie and Arthur departed to the tent with a wave to Harry, who did not respond. He just kept on staring at Dumbledore, no expressions showing on his face. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the air around them grew still. Harry registered the flow of magic and its effects. A privacy spell. He too raised his hand, and the air grew even more still. He had copied what Dumbledore had done, and had mimicked the spell to a certain degree. "Well done, Harry. The Sharingan is truly marvelous. To learn spells so instantaneously is great. But you will have to master them with work, if you want to use them in all their versatility." Harry stared at Dumbledore. "Well, Professor, I am sure you want something from me. Why are you here?" Dumbledore sighed. It was frightening how Harry had leashed his emotions. "I know it is too much to ask for you to forgive me, Harry, but can you at least make amends with your parents? James did not have anything to do with your torture, it was all my idea." The hesitation you sensed when you asked him that question was simply him thinking about his role in the research for those eyes. To a parent, losing a child is worse than anything else. You can never understand. "All right, Dumbledore. I will forgive them, when they have experienced every single shred of the pain they caused me. They are vermin. Less than vermin," he said in a glacial hiss. Dumbledore sighed. "I should have expected that. I know you set fire to the forest, Harry. And that you tortured Cornelius with visions of the Cruciatus. May I ask why you did those things?" Harry was amused. "What, no Azkaban this time, Dumbledore? As for your question, it was because I felt like it. Fudge deserves much more, and you will pay in agony what no human has ever done until now. You killed the love in me, Albus. The very love you claim is the most powerful magic on earth." Dumbledore's eyes were shining with unshed tears. "It was, for your good, and the greater good, Harry. The magical people suffered too much in the First War, you have no idea. If I have to sacrifice my soul to keep them happy, it was still in me to do it. You cannot know how much I regret all this happening to you, Harry. But there was no other way. The eyes you have should be awakened through betrayal and pain. You don't understand." Harry shook his head, amusement still on his face. "You were alarmed by that fraud's prophecy, weren't you? That was why I was thrown into Azkaban. So you could have a weapon ready for Voldemort's return. Wily, Albus. You have turned me into something like yourself. That is why I will not denounce you yet. I will first get ready for Voldemort, and then you will pay." Dumbledore looked resigned and old. "If my death will bring you peace, then so be it. But as you say, you are not yet strong enough. I can teach you, Harry. I can teach you how to truly use magic, and with my expertise and those eyes of yours I dare say you can become stronger than me in a couple years. It is all I can do to make it up to you. Your parents and I desire you to live, Harry. We want you to live. This is all we can say for ourselves. We are ready to die by your hand if it brings you peace, but I know you will not do that." Rage rose in Harry, more than he had ever known before. He fixed his eternal eyes upon the headmaster's own blue ones. Dumbledore did not look away. They made their own child suffer to see him live? I hate them, I hate you. He wanted his parents and Dumbledore to suffer. He wanted them to suffer so much that they would be in a psych ward for the rest of their lives. He shuddered, feeling something burning in his eternal Mangekyo. It became stronger by the second, and a word came unbidden to his mind. It was something he knew would satisfy his wish. He heard the word clearly in his mind. The burning stopped, and his eyes felt different. He knew a little more about them. Dumbledore was waving his wand, muttering healing spells at Harry to no avail. He stopped and stared as Harry fixed him with a maniacal grin, the eternal Mangekyo blazing. Tsukuyomi. Dumbledore found himself strapped to a cross in a red world with racing white clouds. He could still feel his magic, and he knew he was trapped in an illusion spell. The illusion of the eternal Mangekyo. Something rumored to be so strong that not even the strongest wizard could break through it. "I feel great, in control," said Harry. He stared at Dumbledore strapped onto the cross, looking helpless. He felt at home in this world, like it was his own mind creating a place of control for him. He grinned. The old traitor's mind was his plaything in this world. He materialized a sword in his hand and appeared in front of Dumbledore. These eyes of mine can beat even you, Dumbledore. My magic may not be as strong as yours yet, but my eyes. He stabbed Dumbledore, causing him to scream. I feel I am God in here. This is my world, and I can torture you for a long time here, Crucio. Dumbledore screamed at the top of his voice. Harry was grinning madly now. Seeing Dumbledore in the throes of the same pain he had felt, he felt good. He stabbed Dumbledore again, causing him to yell out loudly. The old man slumped on his cross, breathing heavily. Dumbledore began lighting up like a matchstick, feeling the pain of fire consuming him alive. The traitor was helpless in the face of this illusion, Harry thought. Dumbledore's eyes were rolling in his head, tears streaming down continuously. Harry laughed. And laughed. His parents would be next. He would torture them with the very eyes they abandoned him for. The very eyes they had given him. Suddenly, soothing Phoenix song ran through his mind, causing his illusion to waver. Dumbledore was barely conscious now. Feelings he had thought were buried came surging inside Harry. Why am I becoming like Voldemort? This world does not need another Dark Lord. Am I going to cause someone else the same misery these cretins caused me? That thought caused a wellspring of emotion in his chest, and he let go of Dumbledore. Tsukuyomi dissipated, leaving Dumbledore unconscious on the ground. Harry stared at his watch, seeing what had been half an hour in the illusionary world was only a second in the real world. Amazing, I really am God in my illusion. What other powers do these eyes have? Phoenix song continued, soothing Harry's hate. He felt at peace as he listened to its song. Fawkes materialized over Dumbledore in a burst of fire, and shed healing tears over the fallen wizard. Dumbledore stirred and opened his eyes, then he slowly stood up. I deserved that and more, but did that make you happy, Harry? He asked tiredly. It did. But I am an Avenger, not darkness. I am not light either. I am like you. To change this world into one of happiness, I will sacrifice anything. Even you, Dumbledore, if you stand in my way. Even those vermin parents of mine. You owe me, and I intend to collect. Are we clear? Dumbledore nodded, the pain of the torture still in his eyes. Harry smiled. He had not even begun to tap into his eternal Mangekyo's strength, and he could still incapacitate Dumbledore. He had a feeling Dumbledore was only taken by surprise, but to trap someone of his strength, his satisfaction was rising. Once he mastered these eyes, not even Fawkes would be able to break his power. That thought sent warm satisfaction flowing through him. Only then would he move against the current ministry. Killing Dumbledore in cold blood like this would be foolish even if he had the rare element of surprise for once. Time to use Dumbledore's emotions against him. So you will consider my offer of apprenticeship? Asked the old wizard. Harry laughed. No, I won't. I will never trust you. I hate you, and don't even consider the Potters. I will discover and master magic's mysteries alone. I wish for you and the head of the Department of Mysteries to take an unbreakable oath not to manipulate or coerce me anymore. Anything I require, any help, I will ask you. Clear? I understand. Thank you for not killing me in your illusion. And to hear our oath, you can accompany me to Hogwarts in the morning. Croaker and I will say the words there on behalf of the department. Our only intention was for you to get to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Harry did not respond. Suddenly there was screaming on the campsite. Eternal Mangekyo active. Harry looked towards the source of the commotion. Multiple masked men were going through the tents, setting them on fire. He observed the magic they were casting and disappointedly sighed. It was the basic fire spell. Nothing new. He had to fight one of them if he wanted newer and more powerful spells. Death Eaters were good duelists. Harry, shouted Hermione and Ron, rushing out of the tent towards him and Dumbledore. They sighed in relief as they saw Dumbledore. They were safe if the Light Lord himself was here. Dumbledore raised his wand and pointed it at Harry. I cannot let the dark find out about your eyes yet, Harry. I will send you deep into the woods with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. Before Harry could object, he waved his wand. The Eternal Mangekyo observed and copied the magic Dumbledore cast. The next thing Harry knew, He was standing in woods with a bewildered Hermione and Ron. He looked about with the Mangekyo and saw something that made his heart beat faster. Dumbledore had sent him directly where the thief of his wand was located. The thief was still not visible as he had cast some kind of charm on himself. Harry had to take him by surprise and draw out the fight if he had to have any chance of learning true and deadly dueling magic. It was a golden chance. But first, Ron and Hermione. The two were looking around trying to gauge where they were. Ron, Hermione. I know the spell Dumbledore cast on us. I have not mastered it, but I can do it. I can send you back to somewhere in the campsite. Once you go there, tell Dumbledore of what I did. He will get me himself, understand? Hermione and Ron stared at him, freaked by his calmness. How will you do that without a wand? Hermione looked worried and afraid, presumably for him. Harry raised his hand, molding magic the way Dumbledore had done. Hermione had opened her mouth in denial, but she and Ron disappeared in a flash of light. Harry sighed with relief. Hermione was not strong enough, yet. She might be strong with magic, but she was still soft. He had lost that in Azkaban. Hermione would be his anchor to what he was once. An anchor to ensure he was gray, neither light nor dark. Somehow he felt Hermione was too good for the world. He did not want her to sully herself with the sins he would commit. Your tortures made me hate and want to kill only you, Dumbledore. And you, Potters. I am not fully broken yet, it seems. He ran hard towards the thief, who had just muttered a spell at a twig, making it glow blue. The thief touched the twig and began to dematerialize. Harry dived and caught him. A portkey. He felt the familiar jerk behind his navel and felt a flying sensation. Suddenly he was upon his foot, a little dizzy. He looked around and saw they were just a ways off from the burning campsite. The tents were on fire, and spells flew everywhere. The Ministry wizards were trying to subdue the malcontents. The still invisible thief ran from Harry to the edge of the clearing and pointed the phoenix feather wand at the sky. Mors Mordra. A huge shining green skull, with a serpent coming out of its mouth, materialized in the sky. There was dead silence from the campsite for a moment, and the Ministry wizards were suddenly pushing the black-robed wizards back. Harry turned on his eternal Mangekyo, copying the spell. This one was simple enough, and the thief had even said the incantation. He stayed a good distance from the thief, not wanting to reveal his eyes yet. He made sure his eyes were shrouded in the darkness of the clearing. He pointed his hand toward the thief. Expelliarmus. Protega. The thief countered and Harry neatly dodged his own spell sent back at him. He observed closely how his opponent cast that shielding spell. Sharingan eyes recorded it perfectly. Time for some learning. He had to push the thief to using more spells. He slashed his hand through the air. This was a spell he was intimately familiar with. Crucio. The attacker's eyes widened and he dove out of the way frantically. Harry's curse hit a tree branch, causing it to spin off forcefully into the distance. He raised Harry's wand, pointing it directly at what he could see of his head. Harry could see large amounts of magic twisting into shape at the tip of his wand. It was menacing. It was felt like death. Still he looked, not wanting to miss the spell. This was what he was waiting for. Avada Kedavra. Green light blasted from the tip of Harry's wand, but Harry saw it coming from a mile away with his eternal Mangekyo active. He twisted to the side, letting the green light pass him by harmlessly. Avada Kedavra, he said, responding with the same curse with his right hand raised. The thief did not realize he was giving his opponent weapons, and was unprepared for a boy to cast that curse. It struck him right in the chest, and he flew back into a tree. Harry walked forward in relief, going to take his wand back. He had learnt strong curses today. It was a productive fight. A strong wave of magic burst from the supine thief, whose features were still invisible. Harry noted with surprise that he was still conscious. The thief woke up groggily, and Harry saw that his magic was boiling in its anger. The thief was bleeding thoroughly, most of it from his nose. Harry watched calmly. That last curse needed some practice. You dared to cast the killing curse on me, boy? The thief shouted, raising Harry's wand in anger. Harry watched calmly, not betraying his eagerness. He had learnt the killing curse. He observed closely with the Sharingan as the thief gathered large amounts of magic with the wand once more. He could see the magic taking the shape of animals everywhere. The eternal Mangekyo suddenly shone, but the thief was caught up in his spell, making complex wand movements. Harry watched with fascination as the thief thrust his wand into the air and yelled, "Fiendfire!" A low rumbling fire was born on the tip of the wand and suddenly exploded into a column of fire. To Harry's fascinated and eternal eyes, the magic that had taken the form of animals suddenly burst into fire. The fire was growing at an alarming rate, consuming the entire clearing. Harry did not care, memorizing how the magic was cast. The thief stood there, and his happiness was evident to Harry. Massive phoenixes, chimeras, and basilisks of fire in their multitudes took form all around the clearing and began consuming the forest in all directions. A phoenix and a basilisk of unbelievably hot fire rushed towards Harry, vaporizing everything in their path. Harry's skin was burning. He had no option but to mimic the same spell. The eternal Mangekyo shone red as he stood in the epicenter of the fiendfire, and prepared to defend himself with the same curse. "Finite Incantatem," shouted 30 voices, trying to suppress the flames. Harry turned towards them, but even his eternal Mangekyo could not see through the flames. What was this spell? Was it dark magic? Is this the power of dark magic? The thief made to run once more as he could not hold the fire spell against 30 wizards actively suppressing it. He let the flames die out slowly. Expelliarmus! Harry caught his wand deftly, disarming the distracted thief. He could see the magic building beyond the destroyed area of the forest, and knew that the wizards were preparing their own spells. Suddenly he felt something pull him by his navel. He felt himself flying, it was curiously like a portkey. He landed on familiar ground, deactivating his eyes and stowing his wand back into his robes. He allowed himself a small smile as Hermione flung herself into his arms, and Ron patted his back. Dumbledore looked at the trio with relief, and Harry returned a cold look. The traitor had done something right at last, thought the young Potter. He was not even close to holding off 30 wizards by himself, and he had spied the magic of 2 of them. They were strong, very strong. One was as strong as Lily Potter, and that was strong indeed. "Good time to bring me back, Dumbledore." Tsukuyomi. The illusion technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The most powerful illusory magic of the Mangekyo, nigh unbreakable. It is hypothesized that in the eternal eyes this illusion is ultimate. The user controls the space and time of the illusory world to an extent that can be called godlike. One day in the illusory world can be 1 second in the real world. It is assumed that this control is increased to monstrous levels in the eternal eyes. Excessive use of this technique accelerates the blindness of a Mangekyo user. But the eternal Mangekyo bearer is safe from harm. If 1 second were 1 month in the illusory world, the damage that could be wrought on the victim's mind by the user of the eternal eyes could be horrifying and irreversible. The Cruciatus curse would be preferable to the potential agony of that illusion, whose pain, records Arcturus, was so absolute that it could change a person's deepest beliefs and convictions if used with skill. Skill with this technique is honed through practice and imagination. What an eternal Mangekyo user could potentially do with this technique is only speculation. Harry smiled calmly. This was the only Mangekyo technique that was explained in the book. He would have to either request permission into the department archives for more information, or he would have to learn on his own. He had decided to explore it on his own. Learning magic would be easy enough for him with the Sharingan. Mastering it would take time. Same with the Tsukuyomi. It would require time and practice for him to achieve the godlike control over the illusory world. Eventually, the illusion would be so powerful that not even Dumbledore could break through, even with Fawkes' help. "Goodbye, children. Stay out of trouble, will you?" asked Molly, tearing up as usual. They were about to board the train. Harry snorted. They were too coddled. Ron was a prime example. He shook hands with Bill and Charlie, who seemed to have gained a measure of respect for him. Molly hugged him. "I know you have changed a lot, Harry, but try to keep yourself safe. It will really ease my mind." Harry simply nodded. The last week in the Weasley household had been rather uneventful, except when Dumbledore had called him to make his oath of non-manipulation. That, and there was some hue and cry about some ex-Auror called Alistair Moody who had created a false alarm. Had to go and do damage control and was in action for most of the week. Arthur patted him on his shoulder, and they got on the train waving at the Weasley family. "I am going to find friends from my year, see you," said Ginny. Harry nodded to her. "Shall we go and find a compartment of our own?" Ron and Hermione nodded. They set off to find an empty compartment, waving to familiar faces. Ron pulled open the door to an empty compartment and they stowed their trunks in, settling on the comfortable seats. Ron looked uncomfortable as he spied Harry and Hermione just examining the speeding scenery. "Who do you think will be the new Dada teacher?" asked Ron finally, unable to bear the silence. "With the Triwizard Tournament coming up, it will have to be an experienced and skilled person, Ron. Why they reinstated that tournament is beyond me. Honestly, is that the only way they could try for magical cooperation?" she huffed indignantly. Harry sighed. He had told them of the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts when Ron began to complain insufferably about the adults holding something over their heads. Hermione had been horrified at what she called barbarism. Apparently, the three schools had abandoned the tournament when a cockatrice killed one of the champions. Ridiculous. Ron and Hermione had begun one of their bickering trips over the merits of reinstating the tournament, Ron firmly maintaining that the money was good enough to risk one's life. So simple. So childish. Harry simply laid back and began to relax. Hogwarts would be frantic this year, and time to himself would be precious. The door opened, and the food trolley appeared. "Anything off the trolley, dears?" Harry nodded, taking his usual. Ron broke off his argument with Hermione to dive into their sweet pile. Harry's mind drifted to a question he had been wrestling with for some time. Should he or should he not tell Hermione of his eyes? She was certainly trustworthy. But could she handle it? She would certainly recognize the name. His internal debate was cut short when the doors slid open revealing three unpleasantly familiar faces. Draco Malfoy, Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe. "Hello Scarhead, Mudblood, Weasel," he greeted with mock solemnity. Crabbe and Goyle gave their customary grunts of laughter. "What do you want, Malfoy?" asked Ron angrily. Harry didn't even look up from his doze, and Hermione was deep in a book. Her Transfiguration book. Malfoy looked irritated that his arch-rival did not rise to his taunt. "Nothing, Weasley. Scarhead seems duller than usual, doesn't he? I wonder if he's going to enter?" Harry cracked an eyelid open and stared at Malfoy. "No, he went back to sleep." Malfoy looked insulted. "Of course, Weasley here would enter, wouldn't you, peasant? I guess he could do with some money." Ron was turning steadily redder. Malfoy continued gleefully. "Durmstrang is going to be fielding Victor Crumb, I hear. I spoke to him after the World Cup. Father's station was enough for that. Top box wasn't enough for you to give you the time of the day, was it, Weasley? Your father is, what is it he does? Muggle fraternization?" Ron pulled out his wand, but Draco was ready. "Expelliarmus," he said sharply, and Ron was disarmed. Hermione laid her book to the side with a sigh and looked at Malfoy. Harry too opened his eyes and sat up. "Draco, you irritate me." "Leave," said Harry, annoyed at his thoughts being interrupted. "Oh, all right Scarhead. I'll leave." With pieces of Weasley's wand. He stowed his wand in his robes and prepared to break Ron's wand. "Expelliarmus," shouted Hermione. Malfoy was blasted backwards, Ron's wand flying to Hermione. Ron accepted his wand from Hermione, glaring at Malfoy as if he wanted nothing better than to rip off his head. Malfoy looked infuriated. Then a cruel and calculating expression came over his face as he looked at Harry. "How was your summer, Potter? I hear you were screaming, as you were, you know, entertained. You cried, didn't you? Cried like a baby for his mother. For its mudblood whore of a mother." Ron looked horrified as he turned to Harry. Hermione looked furious, like she wanted to kill Malfoy on the spot. Harry however got up and walked to Malfoy with a calm expression on his face. Crabbe and Goyle rushed towards him, seeking to perform their bodyguard duties. Harry smoothly ducked under a slow punch from Goyle and struck his solar plexus. Goyle went down, his breath knocked out. He parried Crabbe's punch expertly, and kicked him in the face breaking the huge boy's nose. Blood sprayed everywhere. Malfoy whipped out his wand with alarm as he saw his guards taken down so effortlessly. Hermione and Ron stared dumbly as their friend took down Crabbe and Goyle effortlessly, incapacitating them in seconds. They watched as Harry shot forwards and caught Malfoy's wand hand and twisted, causing the wand to fall to the floor. Malfoy screamed. Harry raised his hand, and the air grew still. He slammed Draco on the walls of the compartment by his neck hard, the Ponce's wrist hanging limply. "Privacy charm, very strong," muttered Hermione. It was as if they were isolated within the compartment. They were safe from outsiders. Harry held Draco by his neck and stared into Malfoy's eyes, which looked dilated with fear, his bravado gone. Harry had his backs to Hermione and Ron, who seemed to be unable to move. His eyes morphed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Draco gasped in fear, looking at the red eyes. In it lay 3 circles connected by arcs, which in turn were connected to the circumference of Harry's red pupil by black lines. A combination of his and Arcturus Mangekyo, joined to his to form the first known eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "Tsukuyomi," whispered Harry and smiled as the world changed to a vast empty plain with racing clouds. Draco was chained to a cross, looking fearfully at the endless plain. He was afraid, more than afraid. He was literally close to wetting himself. Harry appeared in front of Draco. "How did you know of my imprisonment, Draco?" "Go to hell, Potter. What is this place? Release me at once or my father will make you pay. You can't hold me here forever, wherever this is." Harry smiled grimly. "This is my world, Draco, and I am God here. I can torture you for a month here, and it would only be half a minute in the real world. If your father attacks me, he will suffer a fate you cannot imagine. And this is hell for you, Malfoy. And I am ruler in this world. Now, how did you know of my imprisonment?" "Let me go," screamed Malfoy, shaking in his bounds. The cross rattled. A scythe materialized in Harry's hands, and he hacked off Malfoy's right arm at the elbow. Malfoy cried out in pain, tears rolling down his face. He kept yelling and screaming, cursing Harry. "Shall I hack off your other arm, Malfoy?" inquired Harry as he raised his scythe. Malfoy spat at him. Harry smiled and thrust the scythe through Malfoy's chest. The Slytherin was screaming louder than ever, convulsing upon the cross. "You will not die till I let you, nor will you lose consciousness. I told you, here I am God. Potter, once I tell, my father, you will scream again, in Azkaban," gasped out Malfoy faintly. Harry felt white-hot anger at the mention of his imprisonment. He would make Malfoy wish for death. "I saw your mother at the Quidditch World Cup, Malfoy. You seem to adore her, don't you? Let me show you what will happen to her if you in any way move against me. Now, I need you to be in full health to see this." Malfoy's arm grew back and his chest wound was healed. Narcissa Malfoy appeared in all her beautiful glory, causing Malfoy to gasp. Even though Malfoy knew she was an illusion, he gasped out. "Mother, she was so real." Harry grasped her by the hair and it began. He executed Narcissa in hundreds of ways, and all the Malfoy begged for him to stop. He shouted retribution against Harry, but after the first few visions he was begging. "Please stop, please, I will do anything, don't kill her. Please stop this, please." Harry just finished another execution, and let Narcissa dissipate back into his illusion. Malfoy was now crying continuously, unable to bear the anguish. He was broken. Harry went to Malfoy's cross and stared at the Slytherin. "How do you know of my imprisonment, my father? I think he heard from Fudge. I'm sorry, Potter, I am sorry, please, I know nothing else. Leave mother alone, please." Harry blinked, his eternal Mangekyo blazing. Malfoy was unstrapped from his cross. "Do you understand what will happen if you go against me?" Malfoy nodded frantically. "I swear, I will tell no one, I swear." "You are nothing in front of my eyes." Malfoy flinched as he looked at the blazing eternal eyes. Harry continued. "Now, I will send you back to your body and you won't feel the full backlash. Your wrist damage will be there, but I will spare you the physical pain you have experienced here. But I will let the fear stay. If you tell anyone of my secrets, I will make you experience the true power of this world. Understand?" Malfoy nodded weakly, terror contorting his face. He was beginning to understand just how inferior he was to the Potter. Harry's eternal eyes morphed back to their black, causing Tsukuyomi to dissipate. The train compartment came back, and it was only a second since he looked into Malfoy's eyes. He let Malfoy slide to the ground. The Slytherin stood with a great effort, utter terror in his eyes. Crabbe and Goyle had gotten up from their beating a second ago, and they looked angry. He gave a shake of his head to them, and exited the train compartment casting fearful glances at Harry. The two brutes were too stunned by the utter terror in Draco's eyes to do anything but follow dumbly. Scourgify. Harry's wandless spell cleaned up the train compartment and another spell lifted the privacy curtain. "Wake me when we get to Hogwarts," he said to Ron and Hermione, who seemed stunned to the core by his display of wandless magic and his easy takedown of the Slytherin trio. Harry unconcernedly closed his eyes, pondering the information he had gleaned from the Malfoy. If what he had learned was true, then the wrong people might know of his Sharingan. The Ministry was compromised. What to do? A few hours later Harry climbed into one of the carriages along with Ron and Hermione. The remaining trip on the train had been unremarkable. He had shown Malfoy power, and Slytherin House respected power. He did not need annoying idiots like Malfoy to interfere with his plans this year. He had blown off Ron's curiosity with vague answers. No one needed to know about Sharingan. Hermione just stared at him with scrutinizing eyes. She was an observant witch. Harry had no doubt that she would deduce what was happening if she got more clues like this, but there was no helping it. If Lucius Malfoy knew, then most of the people who mattered knew, but they would have no idea of his eyes having reached its current advanced stage of evolution. The carriage rattled along its path, and Harry again closed his eyes thinking of his life. The Triwizard Tournament, he had to enter it. It would be the best opportunity for him to test his eyes and magic. It would be his second trial. He was sure it would have nothing on Azkaban, though. They would have limits and controls over the entire affair. His mind then quested over to his sister, Isabel. Though she was blameless in the entire affair, he had no inclination to acknowledge her as family. Potters were an abomination. He himself would change his surname in a second, but couldn't do so as he was still a minor in the wizarding world. But come 17, that would change and he would be free. Emancipation wouldn't work either. If he were emancipated he would leave himself open to the law, and by extension the Ministry. He needed to lay low for his time at Hogwarts and master the eternal Mangekyo. Only then could he proceed. They passed through the village of Hogsmeade and were in front of the gates of Hogwarts. The trio got down, and began walking towards the Great Hall. The Triwizard, he had to find a way to enter. If he were to hone his power, it had to be in such extenuating circumstances. Azkaban gave him the power. Now he had to develop that power. Ron and Hermione had begun a new bout of bickering as the trio entered the entrance hall of Hogwarts. Harry turned on the Sharingan between instants, sampling the powerful magic of the school. It was literally steeped in the magic. He could feel a disturbance in the air behind him and turned. As if in slow motion, he could see Peeves bombarding the students with his water pellets. One headed straight towards Hermione. "Expelliarmus," he muttered, causing the water pellet to fly elsewhere. "Peeves," came a voice he knew well. Professor McGonagall briskly walked down the corridor glaring at the nuisance of a poltergeist. So focused was she on her object of irritation that she slipped and held Hermione's neck for support. "Sorry, Miss Granger," she said straightening. Hermione waved it off, looking thoughtful. "Peeves, I shall call the headmaster. Leave now," she yelled. The poltergeist blew a raspberry at her and floated away cackling. Harry though was on a new tangent. He wondered if the Sharingan would affect ghosts. He thought they would, as ghosts were constructs of magic and nothing was more magical than his eyes. McGonagall stared around at the students that were witnessing the spectacle and had stopped moving. "Well, get a move on, the feast is about to begin," she said sharply. The students resumed their beeline towards the Great Hall. She turned to face Harry, and gasped slightly. She shook herself out of her surprise and addressed him. "The headmaster requests a quick word with you. Granger, Weasley, you can move on. He will be back in time." Ron and Hermione shot worried glances at him and began walking again. Harry did not acknowledge anyone, and simply began walking towards the headmaster's office. McGonagall frowned, but walked by his side. They walked the corridors of Hogwarts in silence until McGonagall broke it. "I trust you had a good summer, Potter," Harry considered. "Good enough, Professor. I learned a great many things. I assure you my performance in this year's studies will be nothing short of extraordinary." McGonagall stared at him. It was not arrogance that the young man exuded. It was confidence and a deep sadness. What happened to him? Potter, you do not make such statements lightly. I hope you hold to your word, as it has been irritating for me to see potential such as yours wasted the past 3 years. The only reason you know what you do now is because of Miss Granger. That was another thing he was considering. Ron used to be his friend, but now Harry could see he was only constraining his potential. His plans to become the greatest would not be derailed by Ron. To reach the top, he needed to eliminate all obstacles. Ron was such a one. Hermione too was being railroaded by the lazy Weasley. We would be better off without Ron. Hermione seeks knowledge for its own sake, and I seek power, a significant part of which is knowledge. I need to find a way to cut Ron loose, but keep Hermione. She is a true asset unlike Ron. I can't even relate with him anymore. His thoughts were interrupted as McGonagall said the password to the gargoyle. They climbed the stairs to the headmaster's office. Come in, Minerva. McGonagall responded to Dumbledore's voice and allowed herself and Harry into the beautiful circular office. Not for the first time, Harry stared around at the assortment of artifacts Dumbledore had accumulated. The man himself stood up with a welcoming smile on his face. Thank you for coming, Harry. Minerva, that will be all. Tell the school that I will be joining them shortly. I need to address a matter with young Harry here. The Transfiguration professor stared a moment at Harry and then nodded. The moment she left, Harry's eyes morphed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It seemed Dumbledore had learned his lesson. He did not meet Harry's eyes as he stood up to face Harry across the diameter of the office. Harry, time is short, but I need to make something clear to you. You are not to attack the students of Hogwarts to release your anger. They cannot resist those eyes of yours. Harry snorted. Learned our lesson, have we, Dumbledore? I see you avoiding my face rather diligently. At least you are taking the trouble to defend someone from pain. Here I was, thinking you were worse than Voldemort. Looks like you have some conscience left in that scheming brain of yours. His Sharingan registered the hurt Dumbledore felt at his words. He smirked, satisfied. Words were better weapons to hurt a person than emotions. Dumbledore's magic suddenly spiked, and Harry saw in slow motion the old man reaching inside his pocket and draw his wand. Dumbledore's wand slashed through the air, and a golden yellow spell roared through the air at Harry. Harry's eternal eyes learnt the spell as Dumbledore performed it. He was just able to raise his hand and yell. Protega! The golden spell crashed through his shield and threw him back into the wall, hard. He slid down to the ground groaning in pain. Dumbledore walked calmly towards him. I understand your resentment towards me, and I deserve it. But I will not allow you to harm the innocent, Harry. That is not why you were given those eyes. You are a defender of the light. Harry started laughing weakly. He now began to understand the difference in strength between him and Dumbledore. The greatest wizard of all time did deserve his moniker. He had seen him draw his wand, had seen him cast the spell, but he was not fast enough to react. His eyes saw that Dumbledore only put a fraction of his strength in his spell and it still tore through his shield charm like paper. Power is no use till trained. He had enormous magic, flowing through his veins like a storm. Just like he saw it flow through Dumbledore. But Dumbledore had a lifetime of magical study and understanding, whereas Harry was a baby in comparison. The only edge he had was the Sharingan. I will become a true master of the Sharingan, he resolved. Defender of the light? You are insane, Dumbledore. I refuse to limit myself in such a manner. What makes you think you can tell me what to do after all you have done to me? Dumbledore's face seemed to show pity, before it hardened. Harry could see again the general of the First War, the one man Voldemort feared above all. I see you cannot be made to understand. I keep telling you, we did what had to be done. Your life is more important than your happiness, and not just because of the prophecy. Your parents let you get hurt because they wanted you to live. You have the eyes, and you can face Voldemort because of them. Fawkes materialized in a burst of fire on Dumbledore's shoulder. The old man began leaking magic. To Harry's eyes it was as if the old man began to shine like the sun. I have hardly shown you what it means to be a true master of the magical arts. You do not stand a chance against me. That is why I will warn you once and only once, do not attempt to use your eyes on the students unless under dire circumstances. Now Harry smiled a cold smile as he stood up to face Dumbledore once more. His eyes morphed back to its normal black. The true Albus Dumbledore comes out to play at last. Very well, Dumbledore. I see you have no choice but to agree. But be warned, the day will come when I will surpass you, and when that happens. Dumbledore nodded tiredly. It was as if every trace of the old Harry had burned away, leaving the too calculating and mature individual in front of him. Not that he expected anything else after what had happened. You will be surprised when that day arrives, I think, Harry. Now let us go. The feast is about to begin. The two of them disappeared in a blast of phoenix fire. Harry sat at the long Gryffindor table as his fellow Gryffindors devoured the sumptuous feast. The staff table was missing one person. The Dada teacher. He wondered who it would be, but it did not matter anyway. He would explore magic on his own. The library and the school were enough to do that. So, what did Dumbledore want, Harry? Asked Ron curiously, stuffing his face with pudding. Nothing, just told me not to beat up Malfoy anymore. Ron just snorted, happily thinking of how Harry had taken Malfoy down. He even forgot his food as he went to his happy place. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy was uncharacteristically silent. The Slytherins seemed to be really weirded out by this new and timid Malfoy. Harry smiled at Malfoy, causing the Slytherin to shudder and look away. The remaining Slytherins glared at him murderously. Snape is staring at you as if he wants to kill you, Harry, said Hermione in a low voice. Harry turned to look at Snape sitting at the staff table. The greasy-haired potions master seemed to be staring at him with a cold look, but still conveying his bottomless hate for his hated student. Harry too stared back at the man he had hated for 4 years. Suddenly he felt a stinging pain in his head and knew it to be Snape's work. He looked away from Snape's black eyes. That slimy bastard. Harry just wanted to rip him apart in Tsukuyomi, but he saw Dumbledore staring at him. After their recent altercation, Harry felt it would be unwise to push Dumbledore. Power? He was not yet powerful enough. The eagerness to learn and accumulate strength grew in him once more. It was unbearable. Magic had no limits, only the mind. He could push those limits even more with his Sharingan. He had to get started tonight. The library could not keep him out when he used the invisibility cloak. Dumbledore stood up and waved his wand, clearing the tables of its remaining food. Welcome. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we get to the important matters, let me introduce your Dada professor, Professor Alistair Moody. The doors of the Great Hall opened with a bang, and a man limped into the hall noisily. The students stared at him dumbly, noting his horribly scarred face, which seemed to be a parody of a human face. Harry flashed his Sharingan at the man for an instant, and noted with surprise that the magic that flowed through him seemed forced, as if he was straining to do some spell. Moody took a sip from a hip flask, and Harry was even more surprised. The draft also exuded magic faintly. Why was their professor drinking a potion? He turned his attention away from the man who occupied his seat at the staff table to lukewarm applause. This year, the Quidditch Cup will not be taking place, continued Dumbledore. The house tables erupted in protest, Ron staring at Harry sadly. Harry snorted inwardly. Quidditch. Dumbledore fired a blast from his wand, and silence ensued. This will be due to an event that will be held at Hogwarts for the full year, taking up much of the teacher's time and energy. This year, Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament. The students were dead silent. Then, you're joking. I assure you I am not joking, said Dumbledore amusedly to Fred. Though I did hear a good one over the summer about a troll, hag and leprechaun. McGonagall cleared her throat. Dumbledore looked sheepish before he continued. As I was saying, the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts. But this time, we shall be imposing age limits. No one below 16 years of age is to enter. The students once again exploded in protest, Ron actually shaking a fist at Dumbledore. Harry just stared coldly at the headmaster. Dumbledore waited for silence and then continued. This is for your own safety as the tasks are highly challenging. We recommend that you do not enter by cheating. Durmstrang School and Beauxbatons Academy will be arriving in a month's time. Here he looked at all the assembled houses with a solemn look. Now, it is time for all of you to prepare for another term of learning. Off you go to bed, pip pip. The usual scraping of benches happened and the students filed towards their respective common rooms. Harry walked quietly alongside Ron and Hermione. He would enter the tournament at any cost. No one deserved to enter more than him. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, facing 3 distraught people. The children were currently sleeping, but he knew one was not. Dumbledore knew Harry Potter was currently in the library of Hogwarts, presumably delving into the magical arts. He would let him do so. He owed Harry too much, and it seemed that the boy now respected power. But still he could see that Harry would not hurt innocents in his path. That was all he could hope for. I am afraid, Albus. The hate in him is making those eyes stronger than possible. The more he leashes those emotions, the more they fester. Then they grow and grow until it consumes him. We should never have given him the eternal eyes so soon. He is suffering, sobbed Lily Potter. This is your fault, said a beautiful young blonde girl, facing Dumbledore. Her hair descended to her waist in curly waves, and she had a perfect figure. Her beautiful face turned to Dumbledore, a scowl marring it. My brother should never have had his love destroyed so brutally. He could have awakened those eyes after he reached adulthood. I told you. I told you to let him be, to let him come back to us. You wouldn't listen, Albus. You wanted him to be strong. Now he will grow so strong that no one can stop him. I will have to enter the tournament to keep a check on him, said the young woman. Isabel, we had no choice. You're the most brilliant witch after Rowena Ravenclaw and Perenelle Flammel. We based our decisions on your research on the new prophecy. Voldemort will return soon, it is unavoidable. He will come for Harry, and when he does our boy will be able to hold his own. You have no idea what it has taken out of us to consign our own son to misery just so he will live. Isabel stood up and faced her parents. I told you 7 years ago to take him back. I begged you. You should have never left him in the first place. And letting him getting tortured at Azkaban with the Cruciatus, abominable. She shook her head with disgust, tears falling down her face. James looked like he was being ripped apart. Lily had stopped her tears and now had a broken look on her face. Dumbledore stood up and faced the Potter family regretfully. I have contained him with a show of my strength. For now, he is wary of me. We still have a chance that he opens up to Isabel. He has no idea it is her who hypothesized what we now know of Sherrington. He still believes it to be James. Foolish. Albus, all you have done is engender more drive and lust for power in him. Even I have no idea about the true power of those eyes. I am called the most brilliant since Rowena and Professor Flammel. But my little brother will be the strongest since Merlin, Gryffindor and Arcturus. If only I was allowed a life with him. You have to enter the Beauxbatons delegation, Isabel. Then you can meet him officially. I will get the department to discharge you for the next year. Isabel nodded sadly. Her family had given up too much for magical Britain and the department, and now it was torn apart. Harry won't harm anyone under my watch. Just take care of him till I get there, Albus. And you too, she faced her parents. You two have made a horrible mistake by ignoring my advice. You knew too little of the Sherrington when Harry was born, and when I researched it and gave you the details, you used them to accelerate its awakening. Your reasons were good, but your methods were disgusting. So, heed my advice now and stay away from him. You both are too late to be his parents anyway. Lily and James nodded, both looking absolutely crushed. Dumbledore looked at Isabel. Isabel, do not at any cost look into Harry's eternal Mangekyo. He cast me into an illusory world I couldn't break out of. He is God in that world and your mind will be his plaything. He will destroy you if he catches you with that illusion. Now Isabel had a look of absolute surprise on her face. Lily and James looked flabbergasted. Tsukuyomi. That is a power of Arcturus Mangekyo. No one can escape that illusion when he cast it with Mangekyo, but with the eternal eyes, it would be beyond terrible. You were lucky, Albus. Dumbledore nodded. I was. Fawkes saved me. Have you read about Arcturus' other powers? Do you think Harry will manifest them as well? Isabel looked at him solemnly. You had better hope not, though it is extremely likely. When he awakens and masters those 2 other powers, he will be unstoppable as it will be magnified to about 100 times of what Arcturus could do. And that is just the Mangekyo, the eternal eyes I am sure has much more to it. But it will need time, especially to master that 3rd power. Lily and James looked at Isabel quizzically. What are they called? Dumbledore made a quieting motion with his hands. Their names are entwined intimately with the magic of the Mangekyo. If we utter them in close proximity, the eyes will react and Harry will know that he is subject of a discussion. What about Tsukuyomi? He is already used to it, somewhat. But I assume his eyes reacted to that as well. Already I feel him coming towards my office, no doubt to spy on me. Isabel stared at Dumbledore. Is he still awake? What is he doing? He is in the library, answered Dumbledore. Anyway, it is getting late. You need to be back in Beauxbatons now, Isabel. Give my best to Perenelle and Nicholas when you next meet them. Isabel nodded and disappeared. Dumbledore looked stunned. She can pass through my wards and Hogwarts, he asked Lily and James with surprise. Now Lily and James looked proud. She could break even Perenelle's wards when she was 13. The department still can't believe what a catch they made with her. She is a genius of the highest order, the most talented mage in the history of the department, said Lily. Amazing. She developed dramatically in France, it seems. I need to meet with her more and share with her my magic. She has as much potential as Harry in a way. James and Lily nodded, looking unutterably sad as they thought of their youngest. Will he ever forgive us, Albus? I know we sent him to hell, but will he ever look past that and consider our reasons? Asked Lily with tears falling, as James put an arm around her shoulders. Dumbledore sat down with them, and looked every one of his 100 years. Would you? The three sat silent at that, cursing the circumstances and the prophecy. Above all, they cursed Voldemort for tearing their family apart in more ways than one. Harry Potter walked to the Great Hall for breakfast alone. He had decided not to involve Hermione for some time, as he had to find a way to enter the Triwizard Tournament. He sat down at the Gryffindor table alone, and began eating his porridge. Hiya, Harry. How is it going? Came a chipper voice. Colin Creevey, an annoying fanboy of his. He gave the boy a cold stare, projecting fear. Colin backed away slowly, sweating. Then he scampered back to his table. He could see Dumbledore looking at him disapprovingly out of the corner of his eyes, like he cared. McGonagall came towards him and handed him his timetable, just as Ron and Hermione joined him. Professor McGonagall, he said calmly. McGonagall stopped and turned, looking at him with surprise. Yes, Potter? I wish to drop a few subjects. 2 electives to be precise. Now McGonagall looked truly surprised. Indeed? Which subjects would you drop? Divination and care of magical creatures. Both subjects are impractical and useless. I would like to enroll for arithmancy instead. Ron spat out his porridge in shock, and Hermione looked at him with approval and disapproval mixed into a single glance. All the Gryffindors were staring at Harry. You are too far behind for arithmancy, Potter. You can drop care of magical creatures and divination, but you do not know the third-year syllabus for arithmancy, so I am afraid you cannot enroll for that class. Harry stared straight at her. I know the third-year syllabus, Professor. I finished the entire thing easily enough. When? Asked Hermione and the Transfiguration Mistress simultaneously. Ron was looking at him as if he'd grown 2 heads. Yesterday night. At this both of them looked stunned, but Harry continued. Give me a chance in that class, Professor. If my performance is unsatisfactory, you can do what you wish. McGonagall scrutinized him. Professor Vector will assess you before you are let into the 4th-year class. Is that acceptable? Harry nodded. Then your timetable will change. She waved her wand and the timetable changed. He now had the advantage of less Ron and more Hermione. McGonagall went on her way, and Harry, having finished his food, proceeded to herbology, Ron and Hermione tailing him. Harry, how could you drop divination and care of magical creatures? Hagrid will literally cry, said Ron in an outraged voice. Then let him cry. I will not indulge Hagrid anymore. I have my own aims, and I cannot coddle Hagrid's love for lethal monsters. Divination is just a fraudulent subject with a crazy teacher. It is useless, in other words. Ron looked almost too angry to speak, but Hermione gripped Harry's arm. Harry, isn't that a little harsh? How can you so easily cast Hagrid away? She questioned. You know the answer to that, Hermione, he said and quickened his pace towards the herbology classroom. You are more than qualified to enter my class, congratulations, said Septima Vector, the arithmancy professor. Harry just nodded to the young woman, and walked out of the empty classroom. Sharingan. It had allowed him to comprehend things faster than possible. He had picked up the entirety of third-year arithmancy in about 5 hours. After those studies, he really understood how magic worked much better. Why spells were needed at all, how they were constructed, how to modify them. It was an intriguing subject. He planned to finish off up to 7th-year arithmancy in a week, and then do the same to transfiguration and charms. His Sharingan was truly formidable. Now he began to understand why his eyes were so feared. He could read the entire library and comprehend it within a few years. Eternal Mangekyo granted him a more than perfect eidetic memory. Because they were eternal, he felt no strain from their long-term use. The knowledge he would gain, he shivered at the thought. He would increase his library sessions by a couple of hours. He had already begun his physical exercise routine, jogging around the lake. It had taken a lot out of him, but the body had to be trained as well. He had a free hour thanks to dropping care of magical creatures. He headed towards the library and immersed himself in a book about the nature of incantation. Currently he was reading through the effects of vocalization on spell work. It seemed that one did not need to shout out the incantation for a spell. Just thinking it was enough, apparently. It required strength of will. He did not doubt his strength of will. It was forged in the tortures of Azkaban after all. He smiled grimly as he raised his hand. Wingardium Leviosa, he thought, and the book levitated neatly. He smiled. Nonverbal spells came to him with startling ease. He had not even bothered to take out his wand. He rarely used it anymore except in classes. "What are you doing, Harry?" came Hermione's startled voice. Harry let go of the spell, causing the book to land on the table with a thud. Hermione came to him and took a look at the book. "Nature of incantation? Trying nonverbal spells, are we? I don't think you can." He looked at her and thought, "Ricta Sempra." She began laughing as he held the tickling spell for a few seconds. He let up and a still giggling Hermione stared at him with wonder. Wandless and now wordless. "How are you doing it, Harry?" she asked with suspicion in her voice. "I just can. Now, why did you seek me out? It's Ron. He is angry with you for ditching those subjects and he was being insufferable. Hagrid is angry as well." "What did Hagrid bring to class this time? Some bloodthirsty new monsters, I expect." Hermione frowned. "They aren't yet, but they will be. He calls them blast-ended scroots and they seem pretty dangerous." Harry snorted and went back to his work. Hermione looked at him and left the library thoughtfully. Harry sat calmly next to Hermione, listening to the lecture of Professor Vector. Yes. This was better than listening to a waste of space like Trelawney. This was actually of use to him. He listened as Vector described the contemporary the oi of spells with passion and expertise. She knew well what she taught. He spied Hermione taking notes diligently. He refused to take notes. Instead he paid close enough attention, flashing the eternal Mangekyo in short intervals to retain most of the lecture in a crystal clear manner. The bell rang. "That is it, class. Read up on Marshall Wise spell interpolation techniques tomorrow. It's important, and forms the basis of the theory for chaining spells to provide multiple effects with a short incantation." The class looked excited, and Harry was intrigued. He had to research on this topic tonight. The class proceeded to move out of the room, but Harry made a beeline towards the library followed closely by Hermione. They occupied their favorite seats in the library and began reading up on spell interpolation. He brought the invisibility cloak with him to study alone for the rest of the night, after dinner. Like a dump, Weasley, she could do with losing some weight. Ron took out his wand in a rage, and started raining spells on Malfoy who responded in light. The Gryffindors in the corridor looked angered with Malfoy's comments and began firing their own hexes at him, causing the Slytherins to respond in kind. It was this state of pandemonium that Harry arrived to with Hermione. To the side, he could see Moody leisurely leaning to the side and observing the general fight with a grin. Ron was sporting a tail and pig-like eyes, and Malfoy had the feathers of a chicken. But that was just the two of them. Jets of light flew everywhere as Slytherins and Gryffindors unleashed their long-cultivated mutual hatred. Harry just activated his eyes now and then to pick up a few spells. "Stupefy!" shouted Montague, the Slytherin chaser. He had sent the spell at Seamus, who flew back and hit the wall with a thud. He looked unconscious. Hermione, who seemed outraged, walked to Professor Moody. Harry hid behind a suit of armor and watched Moody with eternal Mangekyo. Moody took a swig of his potion, and Harry saw his magic changing. He cursed for not seeing it sooner. This bloke was an imposter. But there was no way he would give him to Dumbledore. His mind raced at the speed of light as Hermione demanded for Moody to stop the now escalating chaos, wand in her hand. If he was an imposter, then he had to have done something with the real Moody when the crazy old Auror was attacked in the summer. The only people with reason to attack Moody was Voldemort's supporters. He shall return, greater and more terrible than ever before. Trelawney's prophecy ran through his head. The facts fit. It was safe to assume that the imposter was a Death Eater. But Harry was really intrigued as to what the man would teach. Maybe some good dark curses, nothing to warrant attention probably, but enough to stoke the thirst for power in the right people. He would need to push the man to demonstrate and then copy the spells. He smiled faintly. Theodore Nott had separated himself from the brawl and had headed towards Harry. Moody watched amusedly, a grin marring his scarred face as he saw the students brawl like there was no tomorrow. Harry spied Nott out of the corner of his eyes as he took aim towards him and shouted out a bowel-loosening hex. Harry didn't even turn to see Nott as the grey hex shot towards him. Protega, he thought. He could feel the shield surrounding him instantly and repelling Nott's hex right back at him. The Slytherin closed his legs in shame as he felt the unpleasant effects, and shuffled back to the dormitory. Moody glanced at him with surprise and gave him an approving nod which he ignored. The Dada professor hefted his wand, Harry watching carefully behind his suit of armor. Eternal Mangekyo shone in the torchlight. He could see Hermione beside the professor with an indignant look on her face. Moody raised his wand and whirled it in a circle before pointing it at the ground. "Expulso," he said loudly. A shockwave blasted from his location, throwing the warring students to the ground violently. Harry's eyes copied the spell, and he deactivated it. Before long, he would have an arsenal of thousands of spells. He smiled at the thought. "What is going on here?" came the surprised voice of Minerva McGonagall. Harry watched for a few moments as she berated the students, and inquired as to what happened from Moody. Then he turned and walked back to the dormitories, and saw that Hermione was helping an animalistic Ron to get to the hospital wing. Weak. Ron was weak, unable to control his actions or his magic. At least he had to give it to Malfoy that he was always calculated in his insults, and knew dueling well. It seemed that the Malfoy heir read well between the lines, as he had deduced that Harry wouldn't come to Ron's help. Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak. Time for more magic. The library was beautiful in its quiet. The night was indeed the best time to study. No distractions, no annoying students. It allowed for complete concentration. He smiled as he activated the Sharingan, searching for any prowlers or stragglers. Tonight would be productive indeed. It was past midnight, and the halls of Hogwarts were eerily silent save for the occasional professor making their rounds. Harry made his way through the corridors, having finished memorizing approximately 100 books from the restricted section. This had been his goal for the past 5 days. Using Sharingan so heavily had led to a slight headache, causing him to retire early. Indeed, the books he had chosen had to be comprehended at leisure. They were much too complicated and involved to just understand on the fly. After uncovering the fact that the Sharingan granted him an eidetic memory, he had gone on to memorize as many books as possible. Time spent listening to boring lectures could now be spent pondering the contents of the books he had memorized perfectly. He had begun to study the arts of illusionary magic. Of course, he could cast illusions easily by his Sharingan. The Tsukuyomi was his absolute illusion. But he refused to fall into the trap of depending upon only the Sharingan when he saw the power Dumbledore possessed. With or without Sharingan, he would be hard-pressed to defeat Dumbledore. The time he had caught the old man in Tsukuyomi was just him catching him by surprise. Illusionary magic was an art that required great finesse and power, and 10 out of the 100 books he had memorized were on the subject. Of the 100, he had memorized 20 on transfiguration, 20 on the dark arts, 30 on elemental spells, 5 on the theory of apparition, and 15 on charms theory. Understanding them completely, well, that would take him quite a long time. He was halfway through the collection on illusionary magic. It was easy for him, that art. He supposed it had to do with his eyes. Illusions and the Sharingan went hand in hand, for some reason. As he trudged through the halls, he fished out the Marauder's map. Unfurling the map, he said the ritual phrase. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Lines began spidering around in the map, allowing him to look at the state of the school and its occupants. He received 2 shocks as he stared at the names in the map. Remaining stationary in Moody's office was a dot named Barty Crouch. Alistair Moody was nowhere to be found, and that was extremely suspicious. But of more immediate concern was the dot tailing him clandestinely. He decided it was better to confront the man and see why he was being followed. He could not have anyone knowing of his nighttime activities, except Dumbledore. The old traitor was obviously too canny not to keep any tabs on him. He turned on his Sharingan, the 3 eyes blazing red as he searched for Severus Snape. There. Snape was cloaked under a disillusionment charm, a basic piece of illusionary magic. He himself was cloaked in one. He could clearly see Snape under the spell, the Sharingan easily seeing through the layers of magic. "Why are you following me, Professor Snape?" he coldly asked the apparently empty corridor, releasing his own disillusionment. He kept his Sharingan activated as Snape became clearly visible. His eyes could clearly observe the absolute distress Snape was in. It looked like the man had been through hell. His face looked tear-streaked and his eyes bloodshot. It was a look Harry recognized well. He himself had worn that look in Azkaban for quite some time. He smiled slightly at Snape's anguish as the potions professor walked towards him. He faced the potions professor calmly as the man stood in front of him. "Sneaking in corridors after curfew, are we?" snarked Snape. Harry did not respond, observing Snape with the Sharingan. He had to fight down the urge to just tear Snape's mind apart with his Tsukuyomi. "Potter, accompany to my office immediately. Let us see if I can reduce your detention from a few months to a few weeks," said Snape in a cold voice as he strode towards the dungeons. Harry quietly followed behind him, mastering the urge to just kill the bat right there. There was a reason to all this, he assumed. Snape had taken great pains to catch him in this situation, and instead of reporting him to Dumbledore or assigning him a few detentions right there, he was taking Harry to his office. Obviously he needed a reason to talk. He followed Snape into his dank office. The specimen of various animal species floated in the jars stored in the dimly lit office. Harry was no longer spooked by the office. Sharingan could see through anything after all, be it light or dark. "Potter," said Snape slowly. Harry silently readied himself, his magic singing through his veins. His Sharingan could easily see the tension and danger in Snape's movements. He now constantly maintained an illusion to hide his Sharingan, and the subtlety of that illusion required concentration. He had the knowledge of a master of illusion magic, but none of his experience or skill. That would come with practice. Snape waved his wand, and Harry could see a warding charm for privacy settle all around the office. Harry waited for the inevitable attack. This was an excellent reason for him to finish Snape off. If Snape dared to attack him without provocation, he would definitely take the opportunity. But first he would have to leech some spells from this duel. Snape could be of some use now, at least. Snape slashed his wand through the air, sending a powerful stunner against him. Harry's Sharingan observed the stunner as if it were hurtling at him in slow motion. He didn't even bother to draw his wand as he surrounded himself with a shield charm by just a thought. The stunner hurtled back at Snape, who dodged it with a single movement. His anguish was replaced by utter surprise as he pointed his wand at Harry again. Reducto. This time, Harry looked into Snape's eyes as the spell hurtled toward him. It was a dark crimson curse, testifying to the amplified power of that reductor curse. He let the curse hit him head-on. Snape's eyes widened considerably as his spell impacted Harry, but was even more surprised as Harry dissolved into a murder of crows which reformed behind him. The boy had some talent, casting that illusion so rapidly and perfectly. "Illusions, Potter? Interesting that Azkaban left enough of your mind to cast them," sneered Snape. Harry did not respond, waiting for Snape to cast a more powerful spell. The days when Snape could goad him successfully were gone. His wishes were not answered as Snape proceeded to unleash at him a veritable torrent of just basic spells. Reductors, stunners, and disarmers hurtled at him at an unbelievable rate. Harry dodged them all neatly, his Sharingan flaring red. Stray spells from Snape's wand destroyed his office thoroughly, smashing jars and overturning tables. Harry observed the efficiency with which he was being attacked. Snape was indeed an extremely skilled fighter. It seemed that Snape had to be pushed as well. Harry flicked his fingers, and the golden spell Dumbledore had cast at him blasted towards Snape in full force. Sharingan eyes recorded Snape's instantaneous response. Octa V Clipium, shouted Snape, causing a wave of red magic to pulse outwards from him in a circle. The golden spell was deflected to the ceiling, causing it to crumble. The remaining jars in the office turned into serpents at a wave of Snape's wand. The 50 serpents slithered towards Harry, hissing and spitting. Harry smiled slightly. He knew how to counter this transfiguration. McGonagall had showed them how to do so in class the other day. Deveniendum est ad nativi, he said loudly, not having mastered the spell enough to use it nonverbally. The serpents turned back to jars. Harry frowned. Snape was hardly using his full repertoire. He was using at most fifth-year magic, which could only mean one thing. If Snape attacked him like this, then it only meant he was being tested. Snape and Harry circled each other in the trashed office. Harry was incensed by the potion's master's actions. He was being tested, of all things. He glanced at Snape, thinking his spells rapidly. Dozens of stunners materialized around Harry, hurtling at Snape from all directions. But the greasy potion's master blocked them all gracefully. The ground exploded around Harry in a circle as he used Moody's Expulso. Snape was thrown into a desk as the spell crushed the jars into pieces. The office was completely destroyed now, causing Harry to frown. He had been attacked by Snape too suddenly, and he had to find out why. He could not use Tsukuyomi as its effects would be obvious to Dumbledore. Accio Veritaserum, he said clearly. No effect. Oh, right. It was probably destroyed in the spell exchange. I need to repair this, first. Reparo. The entire office began reforming slowly as the spell took effect. Broken jars formed back, containing their appropriate creepy specimen. Desks joined back together, and books floated back to their appropriate stations. The floor healed. Not bad, came Snape's voice from behind him, not bad at all. Harry whirled to face the revolting professor, a spell upon his lips. Snape looked as unharmed as ever, though his face showed the same anguish that it had before. Harry stared as Snape raised his hands in a sign of peace. I have a proposal to make to you, Potter. I suggest we both sit down. Harry decided to find out what Snape wanted. Running around in a fit of anger would gain him little. Snape looked like something had happened to him and he needed to find out what. Information was everything. Harry faced Snape across the professor's desk. Snape was being uncharacteristically polite to him, and his eyes could see that it was mostly genuine. What do you want? He questioned coldly. He was consciously leashing his anger, analyzing the situation with clarity. It was good that he had learned the illusion spell to mask the Sharingan. Snape filled a goblet with wine, and handed another goblet of pumpkin juice to Harry. One scan with the Sharingan confirmed that the juice had no magical influences upon it. Harry sampled the juice, and found that it was rather exotically flavored. I received some disturbing news today, Potter. I was hoping I could talk to you about it. Snape's face became even more depressed, if possible. All right, Professor. Make it quick. Harry's sarcasm did not even seem to faze Snape as the potion's master gathered his thoughts. His Sharingan analyzed the older man, trying to find the source of his sudden switchover to cordiality. All he could deduce was that Snape had been through an emotional upheaval, a very deep one. His very actions spoke of an all-consuming depression. Harry wondered. If Snape was showing this much emotion, then something truly horrifying should have happened to him. Do you know your parents, he hissed the word with venom, are alive? Harry's eyes shone red, and their goblets burst into shards. Dumbledore had told Snape? The old man was plotting something, and Snape was involved. Yes. Now, why do you know of it? He questioned calmly. Snape looked slightly surprised, but composed himself quickly enough. Potter, whatever animosity I showed you during your time here, I had a reason for it. A very good reason," said Snape in a depressed voice. Harry blinked. An apologetic Snape? Something was wrong here. Very wrong. He did not say anything as the man continued his monologue. "I need to tell you a few things about myself, but just telling will not suffice. I will need to show you." Here he withdrew a rune inscribed pensive. "Join me on a trip down the memory lane." Snape withdrew a strand of silvery memory from his temple and put it into the basin. This has been an intriguing night, thought Harry as he was led into the pensive along with Snape. 2 hours later, Harry materialized back in the office again, Snape joining him. It was now very early in the morning, and the castle was as quiet as ever. He could not believe what he had just seen in the pensive. It was impossible. If it were true, then Snape was being as cruelly manipulated as he himself had been. Dumbledore was again showing his ruthlessness. People like Dumbledore, he shook his head slightly. They played with lives for their own reasons, played them, used them and abandoned them. It was worse that Dumbledore ignored the promptings of his so-called loving conscience and still caused this much suffering. One man's drive to correct his mistakes had caused this much pain. Pathetic. He sat silently with Snape in the office, his anger towards the man forgotten. If he played this right, the benefits would be great indeed. "So, Dumbledore used my parents' deaths to recruit you to his side, did he? He continues to surprise me. When did he reveal to you that my parents were actually alive?" asked Harry. "Firstly, I regretted only the death of Lily. Dumbledore made me believe that my actions had caused her death. And yes, I met Lily and Potter yesterday and Lily." Here his face became emotionless. "Lily had the gall to call me dark scum. She actually called me a traitor, a disgusting piece of filth." The entire room was shaking with the fury of their combined magics. Harry examined his steepled fingers before looking up. "It is ironic. You always told me that my father was filth, but you never said a thing about my mother. You loved her, and she betrayed you. Dumbledore is a real hypocrite, isn't he? Love does not exist. I learnt that in Azkaban as they cruciated me constantly. It is only the feeble mind's need to justify its existence. Power is all, power is everything," he whispered. Snape had whitened at the fact that Harry was tortured at Azkaban. "You were tortured?" he asked with a horrified voice. "Dumbledore actually authorized the torture of a minor? He told me you would be put in a cell with minimum Dementor influence?" Harry considered the situation. Snape could be a valuable ally if he just played the situation right. He would need to reveal some of his cards. Some, not all. "Oh yes. It was all for my good apparently. It was to awaken these eyes. That prophecy of his needed fulfillment after all." With that, Harry removed his illusion, causing Snape to gasp slightly. Potter's eyes were now red in color, with 3 commas decorating it equi-angularly. "This is the Sharingan, awakened through misery and pain. The blood of Arcturus runs strong enough in me to be gifted these eyes." For the first time in living memory, Snape was unable to speak. His mouth opened and closed as he looked at something thought to be just myth. "Sharingan. The Sharingan, so that was what he wanted all along. That was his game," whispered Snape as he sat down to digest this new fact. It was extremely unexpected for someone like his rival's son to have awakened a mythical ability. Harry sat calmly. Snape would require a few minutes to accept this fact. It was unexpected, after all. Sharingan. Extremely amplified magical capacity, ability to see through all magic, copy all magic and predict human actions instantaneously. No wonder the old traitor wanted that on his side, which brings me to my proposal. Here Snape leaned forward, observing Harry with his pitch-black eyes. "We were both played by Dumbledore, played and betrayed in the worst possible manner. The Dark Lord was the cause of much misery in my life, and Dumbledore has confirmed that he will return soon enough. He has also caused you enough pain. There is no need to mention the Potters who abandoned you to hell." "Your point?" asked Harry. Snape's reactions were definitely genuine. Harry knew that Snape must be a master of the mind arts to be so good at shelving emotions. "I wish to free myself from their shackles. The only thing Dumbledore had on me was my guilt over Lily, which is irrelevant now. You have the Sharingan, of all things." Here wonder seeped into Snape's voice. "With it you can become greater than both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. I can help you reach that greatness easily. All I say is, train with me for the remainder of your stay here and I will show you magics even Dumbledore has no knowledge of. I will teach you the true power of the magical arts. Consider it repayment for the suffering I have caused you." At the notion of becoming the greatest magician, Harry's mind began racing. But his mind began to make other connections, knowing that Dumbledore was not daft to simply alienate Snape. There was a reason for that as well. Ultimately, all Dumbledore wanted was the Sharingan under his control. A memory came to him unbidden. It was the one where Dumbledore had offered to train him in magic. It all clicked in his mind at once as he glanced at Snape. Even in this, Dumbledore was using people. Snape was being manipulated even now. "You disgust me, Dumbledore. You knew I would never accept help from you or the Dom, and definitely not from my so-called parents. So you engineered a situation with Snape that would make him want to train me. All this you did to Snape just so that I could train under him, someone who you know is firmly on the light side. You knew Snape would be murderously angry at my parents, and would want to train me in the dark arts to take revenge on them. It would be his ultimate way to hurt my parents. You are using him, just as you are using me." His Sharingan blazed as he considered. He was sure that Dumbledore would want him to just learn battle magic from Snape, obviously thinking that he would be angry enough to refuse anything else. Dumbledore underestimated him still, thinking he would only want to use Snape to learn to fight. It would all fit in for his plan for a Sharingan using human weapon. Too bad the insight the eternal Mangekyo granted him allowed him to see through Dumbledore's convoluted machinations. "I won't tell Snape my suspicions, but I will use him too. I am sure Dumbledore won't expect what I am about to do now." With difficulty he managed to force a modicum of respect towards Snape in his voice. If this worked, then they would be out of Dumbledore's jurisdiction while he mastered Sharingan and magic. "Sir, I have a proposal for you as well. It might interest you," said Harry leaning towards Snape. Snape too leaned forward slightly, interest apparent on his sallow face. "Oh, do tell." Hermione Granger sat at the Gryffindor table, silently eating her breakfast. It was apparently an important day as Dumbledore had requested the presence of the entire school. The four houses were in full attendance and the Great Hall reeked of formality. "Where's Harry, Hermione?" asked Ron, his mouth stuffed with toast. Hermione grimaced at him, but was worried at the question. Harry was withdrawing completely from everyone. The only one he gave the time of his day was her. It was just about a week since term started, and their entire group dynamic had changed. The so-called Golden Trio were non-existent, the only thing binding them even slightly being Hermione. Ron was too uncomfortable with Harry's situation and had become awkward and distant. The other Weasleys of course had no idea why Harry had changed so much. Only she made any effort to converse with or even understand Harry. He had become too reclusive and too silent. She felt proud at the fact that only she could reach him somewhat. She glanced at the staff table as Dumbledore stood up and waved his wand. The food cleared of all the tables simultaneously. Hermione noted the absence of Snape at the staff table. "Odd. If Snape is absent, it can't be for anything good. I couldn't find Harry either. What could have possibly happened?" Her anxiety increased as the headmaster requested for silence in the hall. The students eventually stopped their chattering as Dumbledore fired a few blasts from his wand. Hermione could see the unreadable expression on Dumbledore's face. "Thank you. We have convened here today to observe a tradition that has not been utilized for many years in Hogwarts. Indeed, the last time this happened was during the time of Phineas Nigellus Black, a former headmaster of Hogwarts a few hundred years ago. Today we have gathered to witness as a professor of Hogwarts chooses an apprentice to carry on his legacy." Dumbledore surveyed the stunned faces of the students. Hermione had a growing pit of anxiety and fear in her stomach. What was Harry up to? It definitely was something to do with Harry, she just knew. The teachers looked extremely uncomfortable. McGonagall's lips were thin to the point of disappearing. Flitwick and Sprout looked unnaturally somber. Hagrid had a shocked expression on his shaggy face, and Hermione suspected he had been wearing it for a long time. Whatever was coming, it was big. Professor Severus Snape is an acclaimed master of defensive and offensive magic, an acclaimed master in the art of potion making, and an acclaimed master in the theories of spell creation and magical flow. His prodigious magical talents are appreciated the world over. In the arts of dueling, he has little competition and his potions are coveted. Hermione could hardly believe what she was hearing. Snape was choosing an apprentice. The Gryffindor table had gone dead silent, as had all the other tables. The Slytherins looked at Dumbledore expectantly. Professor Snape has found himself a worthy student, and has decided to take him on as an apprentice under the Hogwarts banner. Let us begin the ceremony. A column of fire appeared behind Dumbledore, causing the students to gasp in surprise. The fire receded, revealing Snape and Harry Potter. The hall went as silent as the grave for a second, and then started clamoring at their loudest. Hermione could see Ron opening and closing his mouth like a fish. Ginny had her mouth open in an "oh," and the Weasley twins were just staring. The Gryffindors were abjuring Harry for getting apprenticed to their most hated professor. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were talking excitedly and the Slytherins were yelling in outrage at a Gryffindor getting apprenticed to their beloved professor. Hermione though stared at Harry as he stood behind Snape. In the full light of the Great Hall, Hermione could appreciate the changes in Harry's body. He wore black robes, exactly like Snape. He seemed relaxed as he took in the protesting students of the hall. Snape himself was smiling slightly as he saw the reaction. Hermione herself was amazed by how alike Snape and Harry looked. Oh, Harry's features were the same as the James Potter she had seen in pictures, but this was different. Snape and Harry wore their robes in the same style. Both their thin faces were framed by black hair that went onto their shoulders, and both their faces were expressionless. They really did look like master and apprentice. Hermione wondered what Harry was playing at. "Silence," said Dumbledore, his face giving away nothing either. Hermione got the sense that the headmaster disapproved of this arrangement, but she knew well that he had no say in the matter of apprenticeships. Every professor was entitled by law to take on an apprentice to pass on his knowledge. The tradition was just considered archaic these days as Hogwarts was enough for anyone. That is what Harry wants, she thought with wonder. Now he is answerable to Snape only and Dumbledore can control him only through Snape. And I do not think Snape will bend so easily to Dumbledore. I think Harry has made a prior arrangement with Snape. Well played, Harry, she thought with pride. She could not express in words how proud she felt of Harry. Even when he was thrown back and forth into various hells, her friend was able to think calmly and control the situation. Dumbledore and the Ministry were monsters, and Harry still thought clearly enough to outwit them. Professor Snape will initiate the bond now, and I will be the bonder. Professor Snape, if you please. Harry and Snape stood to face each other, black eyes meeting black eyes. Dumbledore stood between them and raised his wand. Hermione knew that they were being bound by a powerful binding magic. Hogwarts. A history did not say what, though. Will you, Harry James Potter, dedicate yourself wholly as an apprentice and learn my teachings with diligent care and reverence? Questioned Snape. I will, answered Harry firmly. A bright lasso of fire sprouted from Dumbledore's wand, encircling both master and apprentice. Will you, Severus Tobias Snape, protect me as my master and teach me to the best of your capability? Questioned Harry. I will. A second ring of golden fire encircled the duo. And do you, Harry James Potter, swear to carry my legacy and teachings with honor befitting them and pass them to an apprentice of your own choosing at a later date? Questioned Snape. I will, answered Harry, a smirk playing on his lips. The three rings of fire coalesced into one, and disappeared in a bright flash of light. You both are bound, as master and apprentice. Mr. Potter will be deemed as a master of the magical arts when the professor thinks it fit. Our business here is done for the day. Let us adjourn to our duties, said Dumbledore briskly as he disappeared in a blast of phoenix fire. Hermione saw Harry descending towards the Gryffindor table and she began readying the hundreds of questions she had for her friend. Ron and the others refused to even look at him. Hermione frowned. Harry would definitely be an outcast at Gryffindor House for a long time after this. The students were all muttering in low voices, pointing periodically at Harry. Damn Gryffindor prejudices. Harry walked briskly down the corridor towards Moody's class and grimaced as Hermione assaulted him with a barrage of questions. Why Snape? Why an apprenticeship? Do you know how angry the house will be? Do you want to be outcast? Don't you think Snape is a dark wizard? You do, don't you? she fired off frantically. "Calm down, Hermione," said Harry, cutting her off mid-tirade. He strode forward calmly, his black robes remaining curiously still. Hermione took a deep breath as she ceased the torrent of questions. "Don't worry. I have just freed and given myself access to privileged magical education. Snape understands the situation, so you don't need to worry about him mistreating me. And the house matters not. Their anger with me suits my purposes," said Harry quietly as they pushed open the door into Moody's class. Hermione stared at him. Every move he made was now calculated. It was almost as if he was born to be. "Harry, did the hat perchance want to put you in Slytherin?" The first vestiges of a small smile appeared on Harry's face as he looked at Hermione. If only she knew. These days he wondered if Slytherin House would truly have served him better than Gryffindor ever had. He did get good friends in Gryffindor, but in the end it was all ultimately worthless. "I'll tell you later, Hermione." She nodded. The class were all settled down, and were opening their defense books to the correct page. Harry waited patiently for the dramatic entrance of the Dada professor. Something did not sit well with him about Moody. Sharingan told him that there was something seriously wrong with the man. Sure enough, the doors banged open, startling quite a few students. In strode Professor Moody, carrying a jar containing what appeared to be 3 spiders in it. Harry wondered what would require 3 spiders. Most likely some gruesome demonstration of curses. "Put those away," snarled Moody, indicating the textbooks that were open. "You won't need the books when I am here. Let us begin with a review of your previous year. I got a letter from Lupin that said you were well grounded in the theory of dark creatures. But you were all behind, very behind on how to deal with curses." Moody violently strode to the board and waved his wand, causing 3 words to appear upon it. The unforgivable curses. Harry's magic began boiling in anger. So that was what the spiders were for. Moody was going to demonstrate those curses on the arachnids. Hermione was looking near to tears as she stared at Harry. No doubt she had deduced that this would be traumatic in the extreme for the Potter. She only knew her friend was tortured by the Cruciatus, but she had no idea of its effects. Harry had adopted his new cold expression, his face giving away nothing as he stared at the Dada professor. Curses, they come in many forms. But of them all, the darkest are the unforgivable curses. Of course, there exist many more dangerous curses, but these are called the darkest for a very specific reason. Now, can anyone name an unforgivable? Ron lifted up his hand uncertainly. Moody pointed to him. "My dad told me of one, the Imperious Curse? Arthur Weasley's son, E.H.?" A nod from Ron was the response. "Good man, your father." "Yes, the Imperious. Total control. Watch carefully." Harry activated Sharingan as Moody cast the curse on the hapless spider. Amazingly, the spider cartwheeled and tap danced to the amusement of the class. "Think it funny, do you? Would it be funny if I did it to you?" growled Moody. The class fell absolutely silent at his threat. Harry watched on unblinkingly as Moody asked for someone to name another curse. Neville lifted up his hand. Moody slowly looked at him and nodded his permission. "The Cruciatus curse?" he mumbled. Moody stared even longer at him, and Harry's Sharingan observed Neville's reactions. Obviously, Neville had also suffered by the Cruciatus. Harry found himself curious. Exactly how had the timid Longbottom suffered under that unforgivable? "Frank and Alice's son?" Neville nodded tremulously, looking unutterably sad at the mention of his parents. It was his parents, deduced Harry. His face showed great sadness at the mention of his parents. Moody fished out another spider. "Crucio." The spider began to writhe uncontrollably in what were obviously the throes of pain. Harry's hands tightened slightly upon the edges of his bench as he saw a repeat of what was done to him. His magic began leaking out, causing the room to shake violently. The ceiling began to rip up and the torches exploded into flames. Moody immediately stopped his curse as the class looked at the powerful magical reaction in alarm. "It's all right, Harry, it's all right, it's all right," soothed Hermione continuously. She was rubbing his arm soothingly in an attempt to calm him. Harry leashed his magic consciously, ashamed of himself for losing control so easily. He remembered the one thing Snape had taught him before he accepted apprenticeship. Always remember. Those who wear their hearts proudly on their sleeves. Those who cannot restrain themselves or their emotions, they become easy prey for their enemies. Learn this well from me. I know, for I have spent years behind enemy lines. It was advice he had sworn to try his best to adhere to. Harry knew Snape was no angel, but he knew whereof he spoke. Whether or not Snape was on the side of the light, Harry was sure that the man was a master of controlling his emotions. Hermione became alarmed at how fast Harry's face returned to calmness. Neville was shaking like a wind in the leaf. Pain. One does not need thumbscrews or knives to torture if they know the Cruciatus Curse, a truly monstrous spell. Now, anyone know any others? He questioned grimly. Harry's Sharingan flashed as he prepared the intent required to cast that curse. His magic sang darkly in his veins as he answered. Avada Kedavra, he whispered audibly. The classroom shuddered as the intent to kill flooded its space. Hermione shuddered and Ron looked pale. Moody looked at him speculatively as the entire class quietened in fear. Some were actually shaking. Moody waved his wand, and a faint golden light settled all over the classroom. The class seemed much better, smiling comfortably. Hermione grinned at Harry, who returned the speculative look at Moody. Cheering charm, said Harry quietly, recognizing its positive effects. Moody strode over to Harry purposefully and set his electric blue eyes on him. A word after class, Potter. Harry nodded infinitesimally. The idiotic students here could not know true darkness until they experienced it. He just tried out the basic tenets of illusionary magic, projecting intent. Though what he did could be called a tad dark. Potter got that right. The last curse is the killing curse. No blocking it. No counter curse. He raised his wand and pointed it at the last spider. The class held its breath slowly, as if it knew what was coming. Avada Kedavra, roared Moody. A blinding light of green filled the room as the spider just slumped, lifeless. Harry's face might as well be carved from stone as he observed the spectacle. Hermione just clung tightly to his arm, a horrified look upon her face. Not nice. Not pleasant. No one has ever blocked it, except the one who sits before me. The class stared at Harry, who stared impassively at Moody. Harry just waited patiently, waiting for Moody to give him his after-class reprimand. Moody grabbed Harry's hands and began to drag him violently to Dumbledore's office. Harry just looked at him, feeling his anger rise. Come on, Potter. We go to see Dumbledore. It seems you have been dabbling in things best left alone. Moody was blasted into the wall, his cane clacking away to some distance. Harry did not move from his position, watching grimly as the professor got up groggily and summoned his cane back to him. The few students passing them in the corridor looked at Harry with open-mouthed surprise. Moody snarled incoherently and slashed his wand at Harry. A sickly yellow light flashed towards him rapidly, but Harry saw it coming a mile away with his Sharingan activated. He sent Dumbledore's golden spell at it, and watched as Moody's spell was overcome by it. The professor shielded himself efficiently from that spell, watching Harry as if seeing him in a new light. Attacking professors, Potter? It seems that fame has gone into your head, he mused as he pointed his wand at Harry. Harry held his own wand towards him, and replied coldly. Never manhandle me again, you will regret it if you do. Will I? Time to teach you a little lesson on learning your place, Potter, spat Moody. Harry's Sharingan began glowing, unknown to them. He readied himself for an all-out fight with someone vastly more experienced than him. But he had the Sharingan, after all, and a reasonable array of spells. Hostum Tenebrarum, yelled Moody, and a pointed spear of darkness shot from his wand towards Harry. Sharingan recorded the spell perfectly, and he could see the power of the spell. Octa V Clipium, he whispered, pouring magic into the wide-range deflector. What he had not anticipated was what happened next. Everyone in the corridor was thrown away in the blast of magic, including Moody. The spell, however, was deflected towards the ceiling and just drilled a hole through it, possibly going out into the night sky. Magic filled the corridor as Harry's eyes blazed, threatening to break the illusion that hid them. You wanted to kill me? You shot a lethal spell at me? Whispered Harry. Moody just got up again, glaring at his student. Harry just wanted to kill the man right there. His eyes morphed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as he moved towards Moody, who readied his spell. Enough, came an unwelcome voice behind them. and phoenix fire enveloped the trio as they were whisked away to the headmaster's office. "Headmaster, I tell you, this student knows how to cast the killing curse." He released the intent quite maliciously, using illusionary magic to project himself. "He is a dark wizard. Corrupted him already, have you, Snape?" snarled Moody, going up to stand in front of Snape. Snape looked at him amusedly, as did Harry. "My apprentice only used illusionary magic, which was basically harmless. I consider it a failure of this school that fourth years were unable to throw it off. And Moody, I would advise you to keep quiet about things you know nothing about. Consequences, you know." Dumbledore stood up, looking at Harry inquisitively from behind his half-moon glasses. "Moody, clear out. Severus, I would ask you to as well, but the law forbids me. I would like to speak to Harry alone, Alistair." "Move, now," he said firmly. Moody cleared out, grumbling his disagreement with the entire affair. Dumbledore turned his gaze upon Harry. "You may not be directly answerable to me, Harry, but the fact remains that I am the headmaster of this school. I forbid you from ever using illusionary magic on students again. Breaking this rule will result in your immediate expulsion," he said, much to Harry's amusement. "Really, feel free to expel me," he said with relish. Dumbledore's face firmed, as he looked at Harry. Snape was smirking in the background. This had been a heck of a week. First he had his most hated student becoming his apprentice. Next he had the same student following his own tenets as closely as possible. Snape was reminded of himself as Harry played his cards. "Dumbledore, don't flatter yourself. You need me, but I don't need you. Expel me, and who knows if I might tread a not-so-desirable path," he said softly. Dumbledore's eyes widened at this new threat. Harry was not exactly pulling any punches here. "Would you really join the dark, Harry?" questioned Dumbledore in a sad voice. Harry just snorted. This man's view of the world had been warped completely. "Light and dark, please." "You really are a fool," said Harry. "There is no light and dark. There are only people who want what they want. They will do anything for it. Just like you did, and just like those abominations who call themselves my parents did. There is only the person, and what happiness he can take for himself. Do not think to sway me with pathetic arguments of light and dark," he finished derisively. Dumbledore looked pale and drawn, as he was reminded partially of Tom's philosophy. True, they were the ones who had pushed Harry to this point, but he had trusted in the prophecy. The prophecy had said that Harry was born to kill the dark, so he had to be light, shouldn't he? "Professor Snape, I wish to leave. Dumbledore, I did ask you the names of those who sacrificed themselves for me. You owe me more than you can ever repay, so at least accomplish the small things I ask of you," said Harry as he and Snape exited the headmaster's office disdainfully. Fawkes sang a haunting note, causing Dumbledore to put his hands over his face. "I thought Severus and Harry could heal each other, but they are going in a different direction than anticipated. Lily and James will be in for more heartbreak than ever, I fear. And Isabel will stand no chance against Sharingan. Her strength is not in dueling but in warding and sensing magics. There she is a rare prodigy. But otherwise in raw power, she is as strong as Minerva. But Harry outstrips her in every way in pure mastery and instinct of magic. His instinct has been amplified drastically by Sharingan. I must alert the Potters. I never thought Severus would take a true interest in the boy. I only assumed he would teach Harry to get back at James and Lily. Harry casting dark curses would hurt James more than anything, but Harry would be strong. That is what I thought Severus would do. But now, I miscalculated. Severus will turn Harry into a truly feared mage. With Sharingan, I dare say he will be able to hold off Minerva at full strength by the end of the year. When he reaches full strength in magic and Mangekyo together, it will be a different story altogether." Lily Potter folded the letter in her hands, thinking about its contents. Severus had taken on Harry as an apprentice. A part of her leapt in joy at the prospect of her son landing such a master. But she held nothing but loathing for Severus. He was the one that was responsible for all of this, giving the prophecy to Voldemort. Albus had told her that Severus had loved her all this while, and had been severely broken by her death. Severus had supposedly watched over Harry all these years because Dumbledore used her so-called death to make him. That made her soften slightly, but she still despised her once friend. The man had, according to Albus, bargained with Voldemort to spare her when he attacked the family. How could he even think that she would survive without her husband or children? She looked out of the window, the lush and vast lawn soothing her eyes. That is, her James and Isabel resided in a chateau of the Potter family in France. It was not under the Potter name any longer, though. She could faintly hear the voices of her daughter and husband conversing, and went to join them. Walking directly through the drawing room, she came to the entrance hall of the chateau. She could see her beautiful daughter, and her husband lounging on the sofa. Isabel had inherited her looks from James's mother. Same blonde hair, and the same aristocratic looks. She was a Black, much more than she was a Potter. Doria Black's blood ran strongly in her daughter. "What are you talking about?" she asked curiously. James and Isabel turned to her, and Isabel replied, "Hello, Mother. It is time for me to go to Hogwarts. The tournament delegation from Beauxbatons leaves tonight and Madame Maxime has officially invited me. I am all set." James and Lily's faces fell into ones of despair and longing at this. Their children were going to meet at last, and the meeting was not going to be pleasant. They had put Harry through too much, and they knew he would hold nothing but hatred for his family. Lily had finally given up any and all hope of having her youngest back in the family. Obviously, she realized just how far they had gone in trying to arm Harry for the prophesied struggle. It was abominable, she knew, and it tore at her heart like nothing ever had. But it was essential, she convinced herself. The moment that prophecy was made, their course was set. They had given him to the department, who had assured them that they would awaken Harry's eyes soon enough. They had tried and researched like never before. But Voldemort swooped in early, killing the agents masquerading as the Potters. She felt heartrending sorrow at the fact that some other woman had loved her son enough to die for him, and still the credit went to her, undeserving as she was. After that, the department had been sending yearly reports to the Potters on the status of Harry. Dumbledore had placed him in the home of her sister, Petunia. He had taken some of her own blood, and made a blood ward of great power to protect Harry. The power of love was truly wonderful. Her love for her son had produced wards of such power that Dumbledore was convinced not even Voldemort could penetrate them. "Mother, you seem lost in thought. Are you thinking about Harry?" Lily shook herself out of her thoughts. "Yes, dear. Harry, he is all I think about these days. Somehow I feel you should never have stumbled upon your father's study that day." Isabel nodded, small tears falling down her face. Her research had almost cost her little brother his sanity, and she could not stop it. She remembered the day all too well. She had been 7, and her reasoning and analytical skills were those of a 15-year-old. A 7-year-old Isabel hefted her practice wand, and cast a transfiguration on her dolls, making them come alive. She shouted in joy at her success. She had been trying out that spell for days now. Magic came to her very easily, for some reason. The dolls ran away, without their little mistress to control them. Mainly because she did not know how. Her spell was mainly an animation. She did not know how to do direction. So she ran frantically after her favorite and now alive doll, which ran into the adjoining room. Her father's study. She had been expressly forbidden by her parents to enter the study today. She was an obedient child, so she had played with magic as usual. But now the doll was about to break into the study, and it did. She slowly followed it into the study. It was a Victorian-era kind of room, full of antiques and furniture of that bygone era. She looked around the room for a bit, and spied her happily dancing doll. It was staring at her, and she stared right back. Suddenly she made a lunge for it, and it ran. It ran right through the opposite wall. Frantic with worry, Isabel followed. She was in another room, and she heard faint voices. She looked around and saw that her doll's transfiguration had run out. She picked it up with relief and was about to go, when she heard her mother's voice. "Petunia neglected him. He is all alone. Oh James. How long can I keep doing this? Our son, our youngest," her mother was obviously crying. "Lily, it has to be done. Department researchers are steadily trying to find a method, and our only clue is the subject should be in a state of misery for the eyes to awaken. Don't you want your son to live?" came the voice of Professor Dumbledore. "Of course I do. We know of the Sharingan's power, but Arcturus wrote nothing on how to awaken it, only that it needs misery to do so. My son's entire childhood is gone due to this prophecy of yours," said James's clear voice. "The Sharingan. It has been determined that only once the Sharingan has been awakened will Harry have freedom in life, and a real chance at fulfilling the prophecy. You know he has never been wrong, came Dumbledore's deep voice. Maybe. Elliot never leaves the planet room, and you know he is close to Barmy. You trusted my son's life to that, her mother seemed lost for words. Elliot is never wrong, was never wrong, and will never be wrong. He is a powerful seer, and he is our interpreter. I am only looking towards the long-term safety of your son and our society, Lily. He will be the linchpin of our effort to eradicate the dark, and we will do whatever is required of us to make sure he will be strong enough, came Dumbledore's certain voice. But Isabel was shaking, and tears were streaming down her face. She felt a large jolt of deprivation, and a huge sense of loss. Brother? She had a brother? All this while, and she had not even set eyes on him? She screamed in anguish and confusion, and the lights flickered. She could hear her parents running towards her location. She would have her answers, now. She came out of her trip down the memory lane as James spoke. My heart nearly stopped when you threatened us at one point, Isabel. The magic in the room was palpable, and Perenelle felt its strength. Why did she have to tell you everything? You were a child, just a child, he mused sadly. No, father. Professor Flamel thought she was doing the right thing, making me think I was helping my brother somehow. She did not expect me to find out so much about the Sharingan, finding things even the department had missed. It was my fault. In my childish urge to help Harry, I found out the way to activate Sharingan. I still cannot believe Dumbledore actually did what I theorized. I am damned, father. For helping do that to Harry, I am damned forever, she said tearfully. James and Lily looked shocked at the emotion that their eldest was displaying. Isabel had mastered occlumency 2 years ago, and she was remarkably composed since then. The family of 3 sat together in silence and anguish, suffering in the knowledge that Harry was probably lost to them forever, and even hated them. They had brought it upon themselves. Whatever their reasons had been, they had brought it upon themselves. The dungeon was as depressingly dark as usual as Harry and Snape faced each other. The potions professor silently evaluated as Harry rapidly cast a series of blasting hexes at targets. You must be more efficient, Potter. You have the advantage of wandless magic, and the Sharingan. Do not use your hands for any useless gestures. Channel magic through your entire body, and if the situation demands it, your eyes. Have you ever tried it? Asked Snape. Harry shook his head. It had always been some kind of instinct to use his hands to channel magic. A legacy of using wands for years, probably. Then try it. Unleash the reductor curse upon the table there, using only the Sharingan. Harry stared with his Sharingan at the table, instinctively molding the magic for a reductor. To his satisfaction, the table just dissolved into floating dust. The power is extremely refined, Professor, and much amplified, he said calmly. Snape nodded. It was expected. As Harry's mastery of Sharingan slowly grew, so would his magical power. As expected, your talent is limitless with the Sharingan. My advice to you is to keep it activated constantly, even in sleep if that is possible. I assume that like all magic, familiarity is a cornerstone to its mastery. Now, it is time for you to resume your reading of apparition theory. Try to apply arithmancy to it, and feel free to ask me any questions. I will be brewing a fluxweed agent presently, said Snape. Harry nodded. It was the best decision he had made, apprenticing himself to Snape. The potion's master was truly a master of the mind, and he had seen the rage that was festering in Harry, rage and despair. Thus he had taught him the art of controlling one's emotions, the basics to occlumency and eventually legilimency. Snape said that Sharingan protected him from all forms of mental intrusion, but the mind arts would help culture his thoughts. He removed the scroll Snape himself had authored for his reading, and began reading up on the theory of apparition. Snape was truly a multifaceted man, and Harry cursed himself for not appreciating his knowledge sooner. And what a vast knowledge it was. Harry presumed that Snape's knowledge in the arts of offensive magic even surpassed Dumbledore's. He remembered what Snape had taught him in the 1 month that had passed them by. I note that you expel much unnecessary energy when casting spells. It is not flamboyance that is the hallmark of a true wizard, but conservativeness. Your magic must be subtle, and highly efficient. This is what I will teach you first. That and transfiguration. Use Sharingan and moreover, you will be independently studying illusionary magic. That illusion with the ravens, it was inspired. You have a great talent for that field, apparently. So he had. Harry was amazed by how much more efficient his spell casting had become. Snape had him perform the toughest transfigurations in his knowledge for 2 hours a day continuously. He said it would allow Harry to feel the magic flowing through him, as transfiguration was the most draining and vivid art of magic. He could actually feel it, flowing through him like a river of torrential energy. Like the light of the sun, he could feel it energizing his mind, fortifying his body. But his eyes were the center of his magical flow, of that he was sure. Snape had left the mastery of the Sharingan to Harry, and he had been trying hard. Not without results, certainly. Now he could copy spells a lot easier, and his reflexes were unbelievable. His physical training also paid off. If Voldemort were coming back, he would be prepared. But not just for Voldemort. To become the most powerful wizard ever was his goal, now. But he had a way to go. Magic was very vast, and even with the Sharingan. He had decided to leave the eternal Mangekyo alone for now. Of course he would try and master Tsukuyomi, but he would not further use those eyes till he had absolutely mastered Sharingan. At the rate he was going, he had no doubt that day would come sooner rather than later. Classes were also rather simple, as he simply copied the relatively simple spells and performed it on the first try, using the rest of the time to understand the content of the many books he had photographically memorized. It had driven Hermione mad, and the teachers were extremely impressed. Flitwick had touted him as a charms prodigy, and McGonagall was raving about how much of his father's genes he was showing. But all the students were now avoiding him assiduously after Snape choosing him as an apprentice. That and him being very aloof voluntarily. His forbidding appearance certainly caused them all to back off. He wore traditional black wizarding robes, with his long hair framing his face. His hidden Sharingan were constantly activated, instantly profiling any person they saw. He remained extremely quiet now, talking only when necessary. Only Hermione could even have a full conversation with him. The Weasley family had become distant after his apprentice initiation. To them, Harry thought, it was the ultimate betrayal. They were immature enough to label Snape light or dark without even understanding the terms or the man. Typical of brainwashed people. Though, I have been brainwashed in a way as well. That was something he kept hidden in the deepest recesses of his mind. His rage at being imprisoned unjustly, at the betrayal of Dumbledore and his parents, and most of all, the urge to simply strike back at the cruel world that had made him suffer. He could not let himself feel those emotions, so he kept them buried. But he could feel the anger, the utter cold rage burning in him constantly like a second awareness. Harry recalled what Snape had taught him about anger. During the first week, Snape had challenged him to a duel and he had accepted, and gotten defeated soundly. If all it takes to unbalance you is a few quips about your imprisonment and torture, and insinuations about your parents, then you will be dead sooner than you think. What did I tell you? Do not wear your heart on your sleeve. Do not give away anything. During a duel, you need to focus. Turn your anger into focus. Those words resonated deep within him, and he resumed studying apparition theory with a newfound vigor. His parents were at best his enemies, and Dumbledore as well. It would do him no good to waste his anger on them, or on his sister for his various betrayals. That was futile. And he despised futility, something he had learned really fast with Snape's mindset. The potions master, though deceived so thoroughly by Lily Potter, did not let it affect him for too long. His period of grief had been short and intense, and then he threw himself into his work with a passion. Harry had done the same, using all the anger and despair he felt as fuel for his goals. He had come farther in 1 month's study than he had ever thought possible. Sure, he had an accomplished master to instruct him, and his Sharingan. But even then, he was amazed by his progress. He was even able to give Snape a decent duel now. But of course, he was far from beating Snape. The man used little advanced magic in their duels, as he wished for Harry to fight with just instinct instead of throwing back powerful spells at him. That had developed his instinct and innovation quite a bit. Snape had begun to teach him the utter versatility of all magic. It had dawned on him that it was skill that mattered more than strength. The skill itself was strength, said Snape. Dumbledore was certainly very powerful in terms of raw magical capacity, but Snape said that the old man's mastery of transfiguration and light magic was second to none. It made him realize just how far he was from matching Dumbledore in magical skill. But he had confidence that he could surpass him. The power his eyes possessed was unfathomable, and he was only barely understanding them. He turned another page of his treatise, focusing upon the techniques of apparition. A quarter-hour of their reading went by, and Fawkes appeared in a burst of fire, dropping a note into Snape's hands. The potion's master's expression screamed irritation as he read the note. Harry looked on in interest. "What does Dumbledore say?" "That we are not to miss the welcoming ceremony at any cost. We are to attend the welcome of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, which will occur within an hour." "Let us go," he said with a small grimace. Harry nodded, and put away his scroll. Apparition was an extremely interesting topic, and one which would be very useful. He had to learn it and fast. Sighing, he accompanied Snape to the Hogwarts grounds to welcome the delegations. It began now for him. He had to find a way past any wards that would secure the Goblet of Fire. It was the only way for him to test his Sharingan in a real situation. Half an hour later, Harry stood alongside his housemates, staring at a tranquil black lake lit by the moonlight. Hogwarts had a really haunting and beautiful quality at night, which appealed to him for some reason. His Sharingan could see the magic leaking off the lake, and it was enormous. There had to be something magical at its bed, thought Harry. He only knew of the giant squid's presence, but nothing else. Time to remedy this hole in his knowledge. He turned to Hermione, who stood close beside him. His shallow year mates had obviously cast him out, and Hermione was cast out because she refused to leave his side. They mocked Hermione's loyalty to the house. What do they know of loyalty? Only the betrayed can see the true value of loyalty. I treasure Hermione's loyalty to me, even if I never say so. He had spent hours and hours making sure Hermione was truly loyal, that she was not merely Dumbledore's pawn. The Sharingan told him she was all right, but he needed more. During the second week of term, he had slipped Veritaserum into her drink to make sure. "What is your name?" asked Harry shortly, watching Hermione's eyes glaze over. They were protected by his privacy charm. "Hermione Jane Granger," said Hermione in a blank voice. "Do you intend harm to me?" "Never." "Do you intend to betray me?" "Never." "Have you ever held or do you currently hold any ill feelings towards me?" "Never." Are you my friend of your own will, or has someone asked you to be it?" A flicker of emotion passed across Hermione's face, causing Harry's eyes to widen. Only extremely powerful emotions showed in this state. "I am your friend, Harry. Your best and closest friend, of my own free will." Harry sighed at this memory, causing Hermione to turn to him with concern. He should not have turned to Veritaserum freely, but a part of his mind truly wanted to trust in Hermione like before. There was no way he would set himself up for betrayal again, not like before. So he had snuck the Veritaserum from Snape's stores. Ron was in the background, not shunning them but not standing up for them either. Hermione seemed upset, but it caused Harry to heave a sigh of relief. In the coming years, he would have no time for a deadweight like Ron who would surely drag him down. "Is something the matter, Harry?" asked Hermione lightly. Harry had forced her not to bring up the issue of his unjust incarceration yet, not in public. It was a powerful play, he said. A tool that would make the Ministry back down when he needed it to, and a tool not to be used lightly. She understood. Harry wanted leverage over the Ministry. "Yes. Hermione, what lies beneath the lake besides the squid?" he asked as both of them looked at the lake. The quiet was absolute as the Hogwarts students waited for their guests, only Dumbledore and McGonagall conversing normally. "Many things reside there, Harry. Most well-known are the merpeople, creatures of water and earth. Grindylows also stay there in their hundreds, as do many other magical species not yet documented. The lake is magical, after all, and hides many secrets," she said wistfully, sighing at the thought of not knowing said secrets. Harry's eyes morphed into the eternal Mangekyo as he beheld the lake in all its glory. Dimly he could see the squid resting on the seabed, flanked by many shapes. He observed them quietly. Hogwarts was an extremely magical place, and only with his Sharingan had he come to appreciate the true ingenuity of its magic. What would the founders say if they found out that their successor had cast a child into hell for the greater good? His morbid thoughts were interrupted when Dumbledore raised his hand to point at the lake. Ominously rising was a great mast of a greater ship. The ship rose with a powerful surge, throwing water off its great body while a man shouted to anchor it. The students started muttering excitedly when Dumbledore announced that it was Durmstrang's ship. Hermione rolled her eyes as Ron started going ballistic to Seamus about how he would meet Viktor Krum. The ship made board on the shores, and a posse of students alighted with their headmaster at the front. The headmaster of Durmstrang wore several furs, and a fur cap. The same attire was mimicked by his students, but Harry could see their furs were a lot less opulent. "Dear old Hogwarts," he said in a hearty, unctuous voice. Harry's eyes easily picked out his falsity, knowing him to bear great malice towards Hogwarts and its residents. He watched as he greeted Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, my dear man. How are you, he said heartily. "Blooming thank you, Professor Karkaroff," said Dumbledore, shaking the man's hand. Harry saw his magic and knew it to be strong. Nothing in front of Dumbledore, of course, whose magic outshone everyone in the ground combined. He knew his own magic was somewhat similar. "This, Professor, is my student Viktor Krum," introduced Karkaroff. Dumbledore nodded his head politely at the Quidditch star, who shot him a look of respect. Harry saw to his slight alarm that the Hogwarts population were practically drooling at the mouth, especially Ron. His erstwhile friend was frothing like a mad bull, and Harry feared that the redhead would molest Krum any moment now. He shuddered at the thought. "Honestly, he is just a Quidditch player," said Hermione to Harry. Harry nodded at this, agreeing wholeheartedly. The adulation Krum received was frankly overwhelming, and Harry watched as Karkaroff made his way through the crowds with a smug look on his face. He had chosen to warm up at the castle rather than wait for Bobaddons. They only had to wait for another quarter of an hour when a first year went berserk. "It's a dragon," she shouted wildly. Harry snorted slightly, as did Hermione. Harry's Sharingan could clearly observe what was obviously a carriage drawn by Abraxan horses. Great strength, great endurance and an ability to fly very long distances. "Unless I am much mistaken, the delegation from Bobaddons has arrived," said Dumbledore. Harry's Sharingan began glowing as the horses touched down, revealing a magnificent carriage large enough to comfortably house 20 adults. The students stared as the carriage door opened to let out the students, who stepped out carefully and formed a line on both sides. Dumbledore walked out as the carriage door opened once more to reveal a very tall woman. A woman as tall as Hagrid. The students of all four houses were muttering as Dumbledore kissed the hand of the woman who towered above him. "Greetings, and welcome to Hogwarts, Madame Maxime," he said in a cultured voice. Madame Maxime looked at Dumbledore scrutinizingly, before she nodded. "Thank you, Dumbledore. Our pleasure to be here. Has Karkaroff arrived?" Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, and he is currently warming up at the castle with his students. Shall we join them?" Madame Maxime walked forward regally with a nod, Dumbledore beside her. Everyone fell behind them naturally as they walked towards the castle. "Who is that girl? She seems to know both Madame Maxime and Dumbledore well," asked Hermione, pointing out the girl to Harry. Harry's Sharingan settled on her, evaluating her magic. "Impressive. Very strong for her age, as strong as Minerva McGonagall. He would have some competition, it seemed." He also observed another extremely beautiful girl walking behind Maxime. Avila, obviously, and her magic was also strong. Bobaddons, it seemed, was quite the precocious school. He walked into the entrance hall and plotted ways to get into the tournament. He would not be denied entrance at any cost. Harry sat calmly, sampling each dish on the rather exquisite cuisine of the welcoming feast. The elves had outdone themselves trying to make the guests feel more at home. He watched as Hermione poked at what looked like a black steak. Draco Malfoy was giving everyone superior looks at the fact that Krum sat at their table. Harry met his eyes, and the Malfoy heir cringed and meekly went back to his food. Snorting softly, Harry went back to profiling the students of the other schools. "Excuse me, are you finished with Z's bouillabaisse?" came a soft and melodious voice behind him. Harry turned, and his eyes widened at the sight he saw. They were two girls, One was the Vila girl from Beauxbatons, but she was of no interest to him, though she looked at him interestedly. No, the one who interested him stood at her side. She was tall, a little taller than him. She had blue eyes and blonde hair, and her magic seemed even stronger at this close proximity. Her face bore a small resemblance to Lily Potter, and he knew at whom he was staring. "Excuse me, but can I have these bouillabaisse?" the Vila asked in a more insistent voice. Hermione nodded and handed it to her. The duo then turned their attention to the confrontation building between Harry and the blonde girl. "It's nice to meet you again, Harry," said the blonde girl, looking at Harry emotionally. Harry's Sharingan picked up a great deal of regret in her, not for others but for herself. Her eyes were shining with repressed tears. Hermione looked at both of them in surprise, as was the Vila girl. He could feel Dumbledore's eyes on him, as well as Snape's. He turned his eyes onto her, watching her closely. "Hello, Isabel," he said in a cold voice, and he saw her flinch. "You know this girl, Harry?" asked Hermione in a surprised voice. Harry nodded slightly, and went back to his meal, not paying the slightest attention to his sister. "Harry, do you want to sit at our table? Talk a bit?" asked Isabel uncertainly. Harry turned to her, and lost control of his magic. The dishes started rattling as his magic filled the air. His eyes morphed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as he stared into Isabel's eyes. He stood opposite her in the world of Tsukuyomi, with its racing clouds and endless land. The very world gave off a sense of despair and doom. "I want nothing to do with you, Isabel," he said coldly, facing her across the plain. Isabel just looked him calmly. She seemed to have gained back her composure. "I am afraid you have no such option, brother. Our family will be fighting together in the coming months, whether you want it or not," she said seriously. "Harry, I know what was done to you." Here Harry's mind went blank, and the clouds of Tsukuyomi started churning in response. She was in on it, somehow. She had something to do with his pain. Nothing could escape him in this world, nothing. "You had something to do with it all," he whispered. Isabel looked alarmed at this, shaking her head. Harry could feel her trying to call up her magic and free herself from his illusion. "No use. I am God here, and you were foolish enough to look into my eyes. Are you in any way responsible for my pain?" he asked once more. He could feel her trying to access her occlumency. She was ignoring him completely. One flash of his eternal eyes, and she was shackled to a wall. Harry's eternal Mangekyo blazed red as he looked deep into her eyes, forcing up her chin roughly with his hand. "If you will not tell me, I will rip it out of your mind. Legilimency is nothing compared to this technique. Occlumency is just a minor irritant. I even caught Dumbledore with this, and made him beg for the pain to stop," he said menacingly. "You would torture your own sister?" she asked in a pitiful voice. Harry spat at her, a small part of his rage showing. "Those fools we call parents had no problem abandoning me to worse. I have no problems doing the same." Isabel started screaming as Harry ripped through her occlumency barriers like it was nothing. Information flooded his mind, but it was all irrelevant, he sighed. When would she learn that no one could oppose him in this world? His eyes blazed a frightening red as he prepared to just rip her mind apart and search for information. She would be in a coma for a few days, but she would survive, albeit damaged. "Isabel," she looked at him warily, her face still twisted with pain. "I am afraid both children of the Potters will be irreparably damaged. I need to know what you know, so." Suddenly he felt Tsukuyomi fading into blackness, along with his anger. Isabel's face just faded away. "Welcome to the Triwizard Tournament." Harry's eyes opened, and he sat up with a start as he remembered. How had his illusion been thwarted? He looked to his side, and saw Hermione worriedly glancing at him. "Harry, what happened? You glanced at that girl you called Isabel, and you just fell unconscious. Dumbledore seemed to know something had happened to you, and told us to just leave you alone for a few minutes. Are you all right?" she asked frantically. Harry just nodded and looked at the staff table towards Snape. Snape seemed to know what he was asking, and nodded slightly towards Dumbledore. Harry kept his face calm, but rage shot up in him like a volcano. His encounter with Isabel had been planned, then. He cursed himself for showing his power so soon. That was obviously why Isabel had sought him out so blatantly. "Dumbledore wants more information about Tsukuyomi, and he stunned me the moment he thought Isabel was in danger. You got me again, didn't you, old traitor? His eyes roved over the Ravenclaw table, and saw his sister, looking absolutely tired. She stared at him with an expression of regret, but his Sharingan could see the true regret and awe she concealed. He had been right, the meeting had been a setup. He had to be more careful after this. I will use Eternal Mangekyo only when my life is on the line. It will be my final trump card. What people know nothing of, people cannot counter. It seems like Tsukuyomi can be ended if I am rendered unconscious by an external source. He watched as Dumbledore rambled on about some eternal glory of the tournament, and how they would be selected. He paid close attention to this part. The champions of each school are chosen by an impartial judge. The goblet of fire, the casket opened and the goblet spewed blue fire, igniting gloriously. Harry could observe the thing's magical aura, it was a powerful object. A champion who intends to enter will have to write their name and school upon a piece of parchment, and drop it into the goblet. The names chosen will be out of the goblet in a week's time. Most importantly, I advise you to exercise caution when entering the tournament, as your choosing implies a binding magical contract that is not to be broken till the end of the tournament. Also, I would advise no one under the age of 16 to enter. This is for your own safety, as the tasks are designed for that age or above. I myself will be warding the goblet against those below the age limit, and I would not advise trying an unscrupulous entry, he said in a light voice. Harry just stared at the goblet, his eternal Mangekyo picking out every flux and whorl in the magic of the thing. After a few days' research, he was sure he could enter his name somehow. He would force the goblet to pick him, even if he had to use dark magic to do it. Harry paid little attention to the rest of Dumbledore's rattling about the prize money and other irrelevant things. Money was the least of his concerns. He needed to test himself, and this tournament was the best way to do it. Let us retire for the night. The scraping of benches began, and Harry just proceeded to his dormitory, not looking at the regretful look his sister sent him, or the calculating one Dumbledore did. Another trip to the library is warranted. I need to read up on how to dismantle wards. Too bad I do not have Bill to show me. In an unplottable location in the countryside of France, lay concealed a magnificent manor of white marble. Its size was comparable to Hogwarts, as was its grandeur. But at night, it gave off a beauty and strength seldom found anywhere but at Hogwarts. Its white expanse shone like the skin of the very moon, and its solitary presence stood like a bulwark of the light against all darkness. It turned out that this castle of splendor and prestige was indeed a fortress of the light, for it was at this spot history was made. Upon a tower that stood tall upon the battlements of the castle was carved in great detail the Sharingan. A tall man with long silky white hair and powerfully built body stood upon this very tower, and surveyed the rolling lawns wistfully as if remembering something. His face, though expressing a kind of nostalgic sorrow, was handsome. Fine features, an aquiline nose, and an aristocratic bearing all combined to make the man a rare specimen of the male species. Muggles could not enter within 10 kilometers of this castle. The castle was his, and was protected by extremely powerful concealment charms. Some charms were cast in languages long lost to this world. I am eternal and still I thrive, guiding our society through misery and pain, through pleasure and joy. Arcturus, my friend, you should never have entrusted this responsibility to me. I am so ill-suited for it. Thoughts of past regrets haunting you, beloved? Came the melodious voice of a beautiful lady from behind the man. The lady was, if possible, even more beautiful. Her perfectly proportioned body was flawless, as was her heartbreakingly stunning oval face. A sheet of silvery blonde hair gently shook in the blowing wind as she entered the tower her husband currently inhabited. No, Perenelle. We accepted our role in the eternal turning of the ages when Arcturus asked us to, and I was just wondering. It has been nearly 1,000 years since Arcturus died, and we alone have endured. We alone know of the true sacrifices that have been made to keep humanity from just imploding to destruction. But I cannot expect our maturity from youngsters, I suppose, he said softly. Perenelle Flammel just went to her husband, and kissed him on his cheek. Nicholas, you have guided many mages to greatness, and you will have no problems guiding him. He is Arcturus' descendant, after all. If he is anything like my brother, then he is the one we will need. That is not what worries me, it is Croaker's handling of the entire situation. We leave the department for 10 years, and when we come back, they have taken drastic steps. Croaker may very well have damaged the boy's psyche irreparably. Not to mention Albus, or his own parents. I think we made a mistake in beating the importance of prophecies into their heads all those years. They now take those things at their word. I hear that young Snape has taken charge of Harry Potter. He will be exposed to the dark, now. The two remained quiet, letting the tranquility of the night wash over them. Somewhere in the vast meadows, a bird chirped once. Unfortunately, yes, came a strong voice from behind them. Albus Dumbledore strode into the tower room, his long hair rippling in the fierce wind. Nicholas and Perenelle turned to regard their old student, wearing mixed expressions. Albus, what other young boys have you condemned to Azkaban lately, questioned Perenelle sardonically. Dumbledore sighed, and gestured with his hand, causing the nearly dark location to light up softly. Professors, it was necessary. The signs of divination and planets say that Voldemort will be back very soon, and we need his nemesis to be ready. You both had no information for us, so we went ahead on the best path available to us. Do not mock my conscience. Do you think I enjoyed doing all those things? Harry is like a grandson of mine, said Dumbledore, sorrow and anguish in his voice. Perenelle just quirked an eyebrow, while Nicholas remained silent, not even looking at Dumbledore. Perenelle walked to Nicholas, putting a hand on his shoulder, and turned to Dumbledore. You, Gellert, and Croaker. 3 of our best students. Only one of our disciples was better than the 3 of you, and he is long gone. For nearly 1,000 years, we have watched the world and worked through prophecy. But we never allowed ourselves to forget the sanctity of life, nor did we get JAD. Dumbledore's sorrow was slowly increasing at these accusations. Perenelle continued sadly, ignoring his rising emotion. We took you in, taught you, and recruited you into the department. After your affairs with Gellert ended, we saw your greatness and left the department we had nurtured for 3 centuries in yours and Croaker's hands. But you, Albus, you forgot our teachings. We told you never to take any life for granted while fulfilling prophecy. We told you never to lose your heart and emotion. But you did. All for the greater good, she finished in a monotone. Dumbledore's face was twisted in shame and remorse. Nicholas turned to face Dumbledore at last, his face emotionless. Dumbledore could never get a read on the man, so powerful was his occlumency. You are no longer the Light Lord. You have great power, but we fear that the department is losing its humanity for your greater good. It has moved away from its original ideals. Perenelle spoke. We have to return, Albus. Nicholas will be the Light Lord once more, and we will never again entrust our division to another so long as we are alive. You, who managed to turn parents against children, who stained the purity of our greatest hope, you taught us that. Tell Croaker to step down immediately. The high chairs of the Department of Mysteries will be filled by us forevermore. Dumbledore nodded his head in assent, unable to defy his teachers. Croaker and he would have to step down immediately, then. If Nicholas and Perenelle took active charge, then the magical world would change faster than ever. Maybe I am unfit to lead the Dom. Maybe I have lost my ideals along the way. But the fact remains, I will do anything to save our world from the dark, from destruction. Anything. It was Monday evening, and the Gryffindor room's hearth housed a merry fire that lent warmth and comfort to those that shared it. The common room was crowded mostly by the higher year students, who were busily discussing the upcoming tournament. The tournament seemed to the sole topic of conversation throughout the 4 houses. The novelty of foreign schools coming in only served to increase the students' fervor, introducing a sense of dangerous competition among the populace. Angelina, have you put in your name? Whispered Katie Bell. Harry shook his head slightly, and went back to his arithmancy essay. He had taken very well to that subject. He had taken very well to every subject, really. Credit was due to the Sharingan, which actually allowed him to see magic in all its glory. That granted him a deeper understanding of magic than was possible. Of course, who wouldn't try to enter such a contest? Said Angelina dreamily, obviously thinking of the glory of the tournament. Alicia shook her head silently, as did Katie. Angelina, be serious. Do you actually believe that you can defeat the real competitors from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang? Victor Crumb is high in the dueling circuit, so is Fleur Delacour. Both were said to be trained by their aura parents from a young age. Prodigies, they call them. Harry's ears perked up at this new information. He could see the sixth years all getting drawn into the conversation. He didn't mind really, knowing nothing of wizarding life outside Hogwarts. A serious oversight, he now realized. It is said Krum uses the dark arts, whispered Lee Jordan. Harry scoffed. There they went on again about dark and light. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Hermione coming up to sit beside him. She was paying attention to the conversation as well. She too looked skeptical at the notion of a teenager, however touted and talented, using the true dark arts. Yeah, he does, said Katie quietly. Harry could see the apprehension in her face. She had to have actually seen Krum using dark magic to have that kind of a reaction. Angelina leaned forward curiously. How do you know? Asked Angelina. The others leaned forward eagerly, waiting for the answer. Katie took a deep breath. I saw him. I saw him at last year's dueling finals. He fights brutally. No quarter, no fairness. No etiquette either. He just throws spells at his opponents, and they crumble painfully. And his spells are no joke either. He just keeps throwing cutting curses and reductors, powerful ones. He's just too brutal, shivered Katie. Angelina looked a bit downtrodden. Harry sighed. Of course Krum was brutal. There was no gentle way to defeat an opponent. And did he win? Asked Alicia curiously. Katie shook her head. No he didn't. He was disqualified for using the entrail expelling curse on his opponent. Harry saw Hermione grimace at the sound of that. She was too soft, she was. It seemed Krum was quite the dangerous young man, both with broom and wand. It seemed Hermione could not stand it no longer. Who was the opponent? She asked, looking at the group curiously. Katie smirked at her, but the others leered. Harry was sorely tempted to just send them writhing to the ground with an illusion. Isabel Snyder, answered Katie. She is Beauxbaton's prodigy, her and Fleur Delacour both. She is a nice girl. I met her at last year's ministerial congregation. Supposedly absurdly talented at runes, and equally talented at charms. She could beat Krum as well. She is dangerous. Harry frowned. Renamed themselves Snyder, had they? Good that they did not have the Potter name anymore. The hallowed blood of his ancestors was besmirched enough by their treachery. Why do you answer these filth, Katie? Potter is an embarrassment to our house, as is the buck-toothed little. Consorting with Snape of all people. He shook his head sadly. Harry did not even look at him as he continued on with his work. The fool was not worth his retribution. Livingston, keep quiet, said Angelina warningly. Hermione was wearing a blank face as usual, but Harry's Sharingan could pick up signs of her distress as clear as day. A small spark of anger began to free itself from his barred mind. Livingston seemed annoyed by the lack of response to his taunt. The Slytherins were right for once, you attention-seeking brat. Gryffindor not enough for you. You had to go up to Slytherin to satisfy your urges? You and your whore. Harry's Sharingan started spinning as he saw Hermione's distress at this. Hermione was all he had left, his one true friend. The only one he could possibly trust. Livingston was frothing at his mouth, lost in his fury. The common room had gone quiet at this turn of events. A harmless chat had turned to this. Whore. Mudblood whore. You attention-seeking little, snarled Livingston. Harry saw Hermione's anger erupt, and as if in slow motion, he saw Hermione draw her wand angrily and point at Livingston. Furnunculus, she yelled, a jet of light hurtling towards her opponent as the common room gasped. Livingston easily blocked the curse and flicked his wand at Hermione, who seemed stunned by his reaction time. Protega totalum, said Harry, his eyes still upon his book. Livingston was fast, but not really fast enough to escape Sharingan. His arc of lightning was thrown right back at him, sending him crashing into the common room wall. Harry calmly got up, looking at the now spread-eagled Livingston, who was convulsing like there was no tomorrow. Then he looked around at the common room, projecting his oppressive intent. Everyone in the room shrank back, except for a few seventh years. If you dare attack without provocation, I will destroy you all. If you taunt for no reason, I will teach you pain. Come on, Hermione, he said to the now bewildered girl, leading her away lightly by her elbow. He closely observed his housemates staring at him with a mixture of intimidation, revulsion and fear. Oh, well. The days where I tried to please them are long gone. Too bad Livingston could not do the elemental spell properly. Done right, it would have either punched through my shield or killed him when it rebounded. He walked sedately down the stairs towards the library. He could somewhat understand the solace Hermione found in the place. No one to bother you. No one to irritate you. Here it was you, the books and what you could do with them. "Harry, did Snape teach you that shielding spell?" asked Hermione curiously, her previous encounter's aftermath forgotten at the prospect of gaining new knowledge. Harry nodded as they walked towards their refuge. "Yes. When cast by a strong practitioner of magic, that shield can absorb powerful elemental spells and can even help you avoid wide area detection spells. Very useful indeed." Here Harry paused, and watched Hermione, who was watching him intently. Even without his eyes, he could see what she was thinking. Always the same. "Do you want to learn it? I haven't perfected it myself, you know," he offered. Hermione was a powerful witch, and pretty much the only one he would ever trust. It would not behove her to get lost in the irrelevant knowledge of the Hogwarts curriculum. Hermione's eyes danced with pleasure as she threw herself onto Harry, giving him one of her bone-breaking hugs. Harry's eyes widened comically at this spontaneous gesture. He was still not used to Hermione's affections, even more so after Azkaban. Slowly, he raised his hand and hugged her to himself. Suddenly he could hear a hoarse voice panting in the distance. "She will betray us," said the hoarse voice in his head. Harry's face scrunched up in confusion as he sagged, so penetrating was the voice in his head. Once more it came to him. "She will use us and betray us. The whippings, the tortures, no more, no more, I'll kill her, I'll kill them all." Hermione watched in concern as Harry shook his head slightly. Suddenly his face lifted, and his eyes opened. She could see some kind of wavering around his eyes, as if a heat wave were emanating out of them. She became even more alarmed as Harry's expression turned into one of murderous hate, regret, even more hate, fear, and then it turned back to his usual aloof expression. "Harry, are you all right?" she asked in a concerned voice. She knew he wasn't. She knew all too well. The time at Azkaban had obviously had a deep effect upon Harry. Who knew what that monstrous place had done to him? "I am fine, Hermione," he said, still shaking his head slightly. What was that voice? He was supposed to be in control of his mind. No matter what, he was not to lose it. Never, ever, ever become a slave to your mind. You're its master. Always. But it was futile. He had felt something wrong in himself ever since he came back from Azkaban, and he wondered if this was it. Voices in his head. Was he mad? Am I mad? His face froze as he heard a quiet chuckle in his voice, an insane-sounding chuckle. Apprehension rose in him like bile as he considered many disturbing possibilities, most of which were unaffordable. Hermione could not bear seeing him so confused and hurt, and in an attempt to distract him, asked him to show her how to create the shield he had used. Harry obliged, and the two of them strode off towards the empty classrooms, their library excursion forgotten. "Your visualization is wrong, Hermione. The shield is slightly concave in nature, not convex. Don't you remember the most natural shape of defensive shields? Vector taught us last week," said Harry critically. Hermione ducked her head, looking sheepish. It surprised her how much raw intelligence Harry had. He was as intelligent as her in a way. She had never thought to apply arithmetic theories to defense, not seriously anyway. She had fiddled a bit with spell modification, though it was said to be dangerous. "Well, Harry, I didn't think to apply that here, you know?" Vector said not to think of defense spells in terms of arithmancy till newts. "Said it was dangerous," said Hermione. Harry frowned at this. Snape had him doing the opposite. He was required to understand the spell to its fundamentals before he used it. "Was this in third year, Hermione?" Hermione nodded. "Well, Snape makes me break down every spell he teaches before casting it. He says it is essential to mastering that spell. Thinks he can make me learn the art of spell unraveling if," he finished thoughtfully, watching Hermione as she stopped her practice and sat beside him. "Harry, can I ask you something?" she said, face burning with curiosity. Harry sighed and nodded, knowing what she intended to ask. In fact, he was thoroughly surprised that she had desisted from grilling him thoroughly on the subject. "How did you snapify Snape? He is even less caustic in class, targeting Gryffindors a lot less. I can't believe he took you on as an apprentice," she exclaimed. Harry considered her carefully, wondering if to tell her the truth. He moved to the empty space in the classroom, and beckoned Hermione to join him, which she did. He raised his hand, pointing it at Hermione. Hermione seemed to understand, as she raised her wand in preparation. "Fulmin," said Harry clearly, and a bolt of lightning blasted out of his palm towards Hermione. He saw Hermione wave her wand and incant the spell. Protega Totalum. The room flashed white as the lightning spell was deflected, and ricocheted everywhere, destroying benches and punching holes in the walls. Harry ran forwards, his Sharingan spinning as he saw the bolt headed towards him as if in slow motion. Sweeping his palm gracefully, he caught the errant bolt of lightning in a perfect shield, dispersing it. He then looked at Hermione, who looked really angry with herself. "The first step is to disperse the spell, Hermione. Then deflect. You could have easily harmed yourself with that erroneous shield," he gently reproached her. Hermione looked alarmed for some reason. "I could have hurt you with that," she whispered. Harry shook his head. Always worrying about him she was. How horrified she was at her mistake did not escape his Sharingan. "I was safe. I can cast the shielding spell concavely. You should strive for that as well, Hermione. Let's duel after you can make it properly concave, said Harry, making for the door. "I'll just complete my Dada assignment as I watch you cast the shield, Hermione. You can proceed." Hermione nodded and waved her wand in the prescribed pattern. "Protega Totalum," she said clearly, forcing the magic to take the required shape. Harry watched curiously with his Sharingan, trying to pick out any mistake she might be making. She was as determined and stubborn as he was, and that made his mouth twitch. Not to mention, she had an instinct for magic that rivaled his own. "And to answer your question, Hermione," Hermione looked up at him expectantly. She was still not used to a Harry Potter that kept his secrets close to his chest, not even confiding them to her. She and Harry had no secrets from each other before his imprisonment. "The shattering of illusions is always painful, it changes you. It happened to Snape and to me. It will happen to you as well, but not for a long time," said Harry sadly as he went back to his assignment, leaving Hermione to stare at him with surprise before she went back to perfecting her shield. Isabel Potter, known to the world as Isabel Snyder, walked down the corridor purposefully. She had received Alba's summons a few minutes ago by Phoenix, and it was reportedly urgent. Her beautiful blonde hair shone in the torchlight as she walked through the perfect stone corridors of Hogwarts towards the headmaster's office. The gargoyle stood stationary as always, concealing the entrance to her destination. "Sharingan," she whispered, and the gargoyle granted her entrance. As she stood on the revolving staircase, she pondered. Could she truly stop Harry from going dark? Harry's ability with magic was increasing at an alarming rate, even higher than the rate at which she was growing or even Dumbledore grew in their formative years. Severus Snape was clearly doing his best to turn her brother into. She did not know what her brother was turning into. All she knew was that with those eyes of his, there really was no limit to his potential. The tournament was just around the corner, and she knew her brother would be involved somehow. The major players of the wizarding world would never let such an important piece roam free of them. And she knew that the department wanted to see the Sharingan in action. Those eyes were not used in open battle for centuries. She herself was all too curious about them. Not that her experience with Harry's Tsukuyomi deterred her. Indeed, it more than fascinated her. The feel of that illusion was even more convincing than the real world. It was unbreakable, she was sure of it. She strode into Dumbledore's office as the door opened unassisted. "Thank you for coming, Isabel. Please sit," invited Dumbledore graciously. Isabel looked at him, noting his tired eyes and his general attitude of occupation. "How are things with Harry, Isabel? Have you been watching him?" Isabel nodded. She was sure Harry was not adept enough to distinguish runes drawn on him. Those runes allowed her to eavesdrop upon him. That was another purpose of her meeting him during the opening ceremony of the tournament, to begin keeping tabs on him. It was revolting to have to spy on her own brother, but she would not deal with him until she had a full catalogue of his mental state. It would be disastrous if she unknowingly blundered into Harry's life and threw him into even more confusion. "So, what is Severus teaching him? Is he learning forbidden spells?" questioned Dumbledore curiously. Isabel's eyes narrowed at this question. "No, Albus. He is teaching him nothing forbidden, but fear not. My brother will become powerful, maybe even enough to defeat you, for that matter. And before you ask, I will reveal nothing of what he is actually being taught. Harry obviously wants the content of these sessions to be secret, and I will honor that. As you have asked me, I will alert you if he learns the dark arts too deeply, she finished firmly. Dumbledore sighed, and fished out a letter from one of his many robe pockets. This is for you, Isabel. Professor Flamel sent it to you. The structure of the department is being changed. I am no longer at the top. The Flamels are coming back, and they intend to change the department to what it once was, said Dumbledore, a slight tinge of bitterness to his voice. Isabel said nothing, taking the letter from him. She broke the seal and carefully unfolded the letter to read its precious contents. Isabel, Albus is no longer in charge, nor is Croaker. The two of us will reoccupy the high chairs of the Department of Mysteries, but we will act from the shadows. The dark is moving, and if we act openly, we might accelerate its approach. No, we must get ready for the coming storm clandestinely. To the world, Albus and Croaker will be in charge, but we will head the department in truth. Elliot has divined the future, and he is certain that Voldemort will be back no matter our actions to delay or stop it. Mars is bright, he says, and Mars has always been the harbinger of war. The second war is coming, and its devastation will be even larger than the first. The department will stand against the dark, as it always has. For now, your job will be to help Harry Potter to prepare for what will come. Do not deceive him, do not force him. Any help given or received has to be voluntary and uncoerced. Good luck. Sincerely, Nicholas Flamel. Isabel smiled at this, folding the letter and looking at Albus. She could not say this was unexpected. Sooner or later the founders of the department would notice the flaws in its running. I don't report to you anymore, Albus. Professor Flamel has the right of things this time, you know. I now have the freedom to deal with my brother the way I wish. Do not call me to your office anymore, please, said Isabel as she stood to leave. Dumbledore stood as well, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Isabel Potter. The young woman was too talented to alienate. He would have loved to have her succor in his endeavors. But it was not to be. I could use your help in guiding Harry, Isabel. You would be a great asset in turning him fully back into the light. But go your own way if you must. I cannot stop you. Isabel turned around, slowly drawing her wand in the process. Her face gave away nothing, but her eyes sparkled with anger as she stared at Dumbledore, who sat impassively. Not more than 2 years ago, she was fascinated with the man's powers, and held him in great respect. But no more. She respected his power still, but not his way of accomplishing the goals of the department. He was basically a well-intentioned dictator. I am with the department, not on my own way, and if you think you can keep me away from Harry. Here her wand tip glowed white. Albus only stared at her, not moving an inch. My oaths to you no longer bind me, Dumbledore. I am sworn only to the heads of the Dom, and you are no longer that. I am now given free rein in helping my brother, something you should have done a long time ago. But you used the oaths I had taken and kept me from contacting him. It was for the greater good, murmured Albus. Isabel flicked her wand, and a whip of white fire slashed at Dumbledore, who caught it in a single hand and crushed it into oblivion. A second later, Isabel was disarmed and frozen. I am sorry I made your family into what it is today. It is my fault. But do not attack me again, please. It can be construed into something else entirely. He waved his hand and Isabel was unfrozen with her wand again in her hand. Goodbye, Albus. We have nothing to say to each other anymore. I regret the day I swore allegiance to you, she said, and strode out of the office. Haunting notes of Phoenix song followed her, mourning the loss of a precious bond. Isabel smiled in satisfaction as she strode briskly towards the Beauxbatons' carriage. She was now free to reunite their family with no Albus looming over them. She had no illusions about how easy it would be. She was directly involved in what happened to Harry. One might even say she was the cause. But there was no way she would cut her bonds with her little brother. She would cruciate herself before doing that. I am coming, brother. You won't be alone anymore. Never again will Dumbledore interfere in our family. The Flamels will see to that. Harry. I'm really sorry, but I see no use in learning such a difficult shield for a lightning spell such as this one. I can easily parry it, or perhaps stop it with an elementary conjuration. Livingston's spell was not that powerful after all. It only made him convulse a bit when you threw it back at him," exclaimed Hermione, departing from her usual work ethic of hammering away at a spell till she had it down pat. Harry could well imagine the difficulty she had in learning the spell. It required considerable talent to shape the shield perfectly to catch the bolt. Truth be told, he was quite impressed with her progress. "Do you actually believe that was the true power of lightning, Hermione? It is not something that can be stopped so easily," he said. Hermione shook her head quizzically, not understanding what he was trying to get at. Harry took her hand and walked briskly out of the classroom, not stopping for a second. "Where are we going, Harry?" asked Hermione, alarmed at Harry's urgency. Harry did not answer her till they were quite a few levels below, somewhere near the dungeons. "To Snape. I need to show you something, and it requires a possession of his. It will show you how lightning is to be truly used, what will happen if you let loose the most destructive force on Earth. Brace yourself," he said calmly, and pushed his way into the potions master's office. Hermione involuntarily flinched as she saw the potions master brooding over a desk, his long hair framing his sallow face as he cast magic over a concoction that looked very intricate. "I need your pensieve, Professor," interrupted Harry despite Hermione fearfully elbowing him in his ribs. Without even looking at them, Snape waved his wand, causing a basin to float out of his cupboard, causing Harry to catch it with both hands. Harry inclined his head in thanks, and walked right back out of the dungeons with Hermione in tow. Did that actually happen? Did Snape actually give his possession freely to Harry of all people? God, thought Hermione as she followed Harry out into the grounds, which were curiously empty. But maybe that was because it was a Sunday. Relaxation was so very hard to come by these months. Assignments were hectic, and the complexities of the courses were shooting to the sky. They stopped beneath their favorite tree as Harry raised his hand and cast the privacy charm he had cast in the train, causing the air to grow still. With a smooth move, he set the pensieve on the ground and extracted with 2 fingers a silvery thread from his temple. "What is that?" questioned Hermione, looking inquisitively at the silvery thread that floated gently into the pensieve. "A memory which is given physical form by a spell. A simple one really. The pensieve helps project the memory information captured in the thread directly into our perceptions. Lean over and look into the basin carefully." They leaned to look into the pensieve, beginning to see the stirrings of visions in its depths. They were in a scene of nightmare. It was blood and death everywhere in this memory. A large cliff overlooked a plain, with the setting sun casting shadows of doom upon it. The plain was littered with countless soldiers, living and dead. Soldiers, no knights in silver armor, fought against opponents in black, both yielding no quarter. The sounds of death permeated the air everywhere in the plain, as did the circling of ravens and the clashing of weapons. Right in the middle of the massive battle was a handsome and well-built man in silver armor, fighting multiple opponents at once. His sword rose and fell gracefully, taking the lives of his opponents swiftly. Not a single movement was wasted. He moved like a snake, parrying each strike at him smoothly and dealing swift and deadly blows in return. "For the love of Camelot," he roared, and led the charge of his knights through the opposing army, cleaving through them like a hot knife through butter. But one thing caused Hermione to gasp in surprise, having led her to identify the man who led the charge. The inscription upon his raised sword as he cut through his enemies. Excalibur. King Arthur. This was the Battle of Camlann, most likely. Hermione felt awe run through her in overpowering waves. How in the world was she allowed to see this? How did Harry procure this memory of all things? Harry gestured to her, asking her to watch carefully. Hermione did just that, not wanting to miss a single moment of this legendary battle. Arthur's knights were suddenly overwhelmed on all sides, causing the king to stand alone against Saxons on all sides. There was no escape, no alternative. They watched with trepidation as the once and future king raised Excalibur in defiance and charged with intent of breaking through his encirclement. It seemed as if Arthur had lost, seemingly buried in the endless charge of Saxons, until blinding white light filled the entire plateau, followed by a tremendous explosion all around the king. Hermione stared with awe as she saw what was a huge fork of lightning descending from the cliff, as if spat out by the heavens themselves. The Saxons stood no chance, none at all. They were simply killed, thrown around everywhere in their dozens. King Arthur was safe for now, but the Saxons certainly were not, for upon the cliff Hermione spied a figure in red robes holding up a white staff towards the armies. Absolute amazement bloomed in her heart as she began to deduce the identity of the old man who had unleashed the lightning. "Emrys!" came a woman's yell, filled with raw pain and anger. Filled with rage beyond belief. Hermione's heart gave another lurch as she beheld a woman beautiful beyond compare. But her beauty marred by some undefinable darkness. Morgana. Hermione watched with disbelieving fascination as Merthin Emrys faced Morgana Pendragon calmly and raised his pristine white staff. Lightning roared towards Morgana like the very crack of doom, hurling her forcefully into the rocks behind her, the witch's formidable magic only serving to stop her from being burnt into a crisp. Hermione and Harry watched the memories of ages past. They watched as Merlin unleashed hundreds of forks of lightning towards the Saxon army, each fork killing dozens of the usurpers. There was no stopping him, not after Morgana lay defeated. With lightning alone Merlin routed the Saxon army of thousands single-handedly from the lands of Albion. No one could stand in the face of his power. They were suddenly spat back into the grounds of Hogwarts. Harry watched closely as Hermione slowly began to process the full import of what she had seen. He himself had not believed it when Snape had shown him this memory. Watching Merlin himself unleash lightning was an unreal experience for anyone, but even more so for someone like Hermione who was truly fascinated with the history of magic. Harry waited for a few moments, allowing Hermione to absorb what she had seen and then began to speak. "That is how lightning is to be truly wielded, Hermione. Any force of nature could become absolute in the hands of Merlin. Believe it or not, Snape told me Merlin had not fully tapped into his potential in the Battle of Camlin. But you saw the extent of his power." Harry saw the same desire he felt bloom in Hermione's eyes. It was the desire to excel in the magical arts, to become the best one could possibly be. It was the desire to push the very boundaries of magic's possibilities. It was the desire to know all magic and use all magic. Hermione was very dedicated to knowledge, thought Harry. But she thought little of the consequences of such knowledge. The power that she would have because of such abilities, power that could change the world. Harry smirked as he saw Hermione run towards their classroom without even looking at him. This was the sole purpose for him showing her memories of Merlin's magic. She just needed a little nudge to fall in with his goals and desires. No one as ambitious and intelligent as Hermione could remain unaffected after seeing Emrys himself use magic to tear down his enemies. Not when magic ran strongly in her blood, much more than the frivolous students who wasted their time at Hogwarts. Harry had no doubt that Hermione could appreciate him a lot better now. The same desire to understand ran through their blood strongly. He strode sedately towards the classroom with satisfaction. At the rate he was learning there was really no telling what he would be able to accomplish, and with Hermione by his side through and through. Harry proceeded towards the Great Hall along with Hermione, who seemed to be just as preoccupied as he was, and with good reason. It was time for dinner, and more importantly it was the night when the goblet would decide the champions of each school. He had long since decided that trying to outwit the protective wards around the goblet was well beyond his abilities. Sharingan or no, any tampering had to be done when the goblet was most vulnerable, that is, when it was about to judge. Dumbledore would not dare put up wards then, for it would interfere with the magic of the goblet. He sat calmly in the Gryffindor table, Hermione diligently learning the arithmancy behind the Fulmen spell. Harry's Sharingan roved around the assembled schools, noting the way Durmstrang students involuntarily clustered around Victor Krum. The magic flowing through the overly famous Quidditch player was not inconsiderable. In fact, Harry was sure that Krum would be a very serious opponent. He reluctantly looked at Isabelle, who was chatting animatedly with Fleur Delacour, glancing at him occasionally. The very sight of her stoked his anger, but he managed to control himself. With magic he would do today would be very complex. He did not want stray emotions to mess it up. The Gryffindors seemed to have reached a decision, and were mostly ignoring him and Hermione. They had obviously not forgotten how easily Harry had thrown back the lightning at Livingston. They knew it was unheard of for a fourth year to be able to repel pure elemental spells. That was at least Noog level. Harry was very much fine with the silence. It was better than provocation, which was not conducive for learning. Ravenclaw was neutral as usual. Unlike Hufflepuff, that was totally against Harry. Slytherin was a thorn in his side no matter what. He had stopped concerning himself with the houses, No matter which. They were all insignificant anyway. Hermione, I will be trying to work on a project of mine. Please do not interrupt me for till dinner is over," requested Harry. He watched as Dumbledore, Karkaroff and Maxime seated themselves and signaled their students to begin the feast, but not before Bartemius Crouch was introduced along with Ludo Bagman. They were apparently the representatives of the Ministry of Magic. "Duplicare sway," whispered Harry, casting an illusion. To all the students in the hall, it would appear as if Harry was eating his food normally. People like Dumbledore would not be under the illusion, and would see him staring at the goblet. Slightly suspicious, but it was a risk to be taken. The only reason why he bothered with the illusion was to avoid student interruptions. The anticipation was thick in the air, and no one was really eating very much. Harry ignored his food completely, instead focusing his Sharingan upon the goblet, trying to understand the threads of magic that emanated from it. This will be very hard to accomplish. The goblet itself is a very powerful magical object, and trying to bend its magic requires precision. If it were not for my Sharingan. Harry totally shut out the chattering noises of his housemates and the rest of the school as he channeled magic through the Sharingan, influencing the goblet slowly. He could see the threads of the goblet twisting around as he wanted them to. Beads of sweat began to form on his face as he tried to influence the choice the goblet was to make. "This is hard," thought Harry as he bent another thread of magic. "I had to construct an arithmetic prediction of the goblet's magic, and visualize the desired shape for it to choose me. The timing should be perfect for my final spell." Through the dinner, Harry slowly tried to bend the goblet to his will. It was like trying to capture an eel with oiled hands. He would be lost without the Sharingan. He saw Dumbledore glance towards him periodically, as did Isabelle. Those two might have an inkling of what was happening with him, but no one else. They could not accuse him anyway, not now at this juncture. Dessert was done with, and Harry noticed Dumbledore rise up and dim the lights with a wave of his hand. He worked frantically, trying to tame the goblet. "It is time. It is time for the schools to have their champions. Please proceed to this door," he pointed to a door behind him, "when your name is called, so without further ado." The silence was so thick that you could cut it. Harry's magic roared as he forced each aspect of the goblet's magic into its desired shape, so that he could cast a spell that would force it to choose him. He was not even halfway through the process. This would be a little too close. The goblet shone blue and its fire roared, spitting out a piece of parchment that was caught by Dumbledore. Dumbledore carefully read it, and proclaimed, "The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum." Durmstrang roared with applause, followed by cheering of the other schools. Harry saw Karkaroff bellowing his appreciation. Krum walked to the door Dumbledore indicated and entered it. The hall grew quiet again, waiting for the next name. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour," said Dumbledore happily, to the applause of the Beauxbatons delegation. Harry saw Isabelle applauding calmly. Unlike her mates who were crying tears of jealousy, she had obviously not put in her name. "I am out of time. The magic of the goblet is far stronger than I anticipated. Cersei's power is still strong after so many centuries. I need more." His eyes morphed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the magic of the goblet appearing to him in unbelievable detail. He had to do this fast. The illusion hiding his eyes would crumble under the magic he was radiating. "The Hogwarts champion," said Dumbledore dramatically. Harry wove magic with his eternal eyes, managing to override the goblet's magic for just a few moments. He incanted a non-verbal spell with all his might. "Tal mea essentia mihi sumo." The flames roared out of the goblet and Dumbledore caught it. His eyes widened in alarm as he read the name on the paper. "Harry Potter." Harry smiled tiredly in relief. That was too close for comfort. It irked him that he had to spend so much effort to override a centuries-old spell for just a few moments, that too with the Sharingan. Hermione was staring at him with an absolutely scared face. Everyone else was staring at him with derision and hatred. Isabelle was staring at him with resignation, as if she expected something like this to happen. "Don't worry, Hermione," he muttered, laying a hand on hers. She seemed to collect herself, but he still saw the fear she concealed from everyone else. Sharingan saw it clear as day. Later, he thought, watching as Hermione relaxed by virtue of his mild cheering charm. "Harry, up here if you please," said Dumbledore sternly. Harry slowly walked up to the dais, noting the strong disapproval from all the teachers, especially McGonagall. He looked to Snape and saw his professor smirking faintly. With a last look at the scowling sea of students, he stepped into the antechamber behind the dais. It was quite ornate, and seated upon 2 chairs were the 2 champions so far chosen. Harry walked calmly towards third chair and sat himself, taking in the outraged reactions of his fellow champions. "Do they want us for something?" Fleur asked condescendingly. Crumb shot him a dismissive look and went right back to his brooding. Harry stared at the extraordinarily beautiful Vila, and replied, "Not that I know of." Abruptly they heard a massive roar of outrage in the great hall beyond, and Harry had to assume something major had happened, something more than the turmoil he had caused. He was proved right when the doors opened, letting in the heads of the various schools along with Bagman and Crouch. They were accompanied by a girl whom Harry did not care for in the slightest. Sharingan's eyes registered the absolute surprise she felt as Bagman announced something totally improbable. "Ladies and gentlemen, as impossible as it may seem, I introduce to you Isabel Snyder, the 4th Triwizard Champion. We have no part in Z's aberration. Isabel is not so dishonorable as to enter Z's tournament in such a way. I demand that you withdraw your outrageous accusations against my student," snarled Madame Maxime, glaring at all the assembled teachers and officials. Crumb was also staring hard at Isabel, but the blonde-haired beauty did not look at anyone but Harry. Harry himself stared straight back at his estranged sister, evaluating and considering. There was no reason for her to simply enter the tournament to keep an eye on him. She could do that much better without the constraints of the tournament, really. That could mean one of 2 things. She either had another reason, or she was being forced to enter. Either way, this worked to his advantage. One way or another he would test his Sharingan against the best competition around. "Well, and how do you propose we handle this predicament? Beauxbatons will get 2 bites of the apple, and that is most unfair. This is not to mention an underage wizard of Hogwarts forcing his way into the competition. Dumbledore can't keep his students in line. Durmstrang is truly undermined in this competition. We will not be participating in the next." Harry watched the man in contempt. He was obviously an opportunist of the worst kind. He watched as Bagman stepped up to answer, but his attention was focused solely on Crouch. His magic seemed weaker than before, than when he had seen it in the forest of the World Cup. Sharingan picked up a trace of wrongness in the man's magic. Harry wondered. This anomaly was not something he could identify right away, it was too subtle. "Karkaroff, the goblet does not reignite till the next tournament, so that avenue is closed to us. I am afraid that the rules are clear. Those chosen by the goblet are to compete. No exceptions, right Barty?" asked Ludo. "The rules are clear," said Crouch listlessly, drawing Harry's attention once more. Dumbledore spoke up for the first time, looking at Harry. "Harry, did you enter the tournament despite the rules we have enforced?" Harry snorted. "Yes, I entered the tournament. No one has more right to be there than me. I fooled both the goblet and you lot. That should speak enough about my talent, I believe." "The arrogance of the boy is astounding," exclaimed Maxime. Harry did not even look at her, instead studiously examining his wand. Though Maxime was formidable, she was not worthy of his notice. She was not a force to be reckoned with. He saw Fleur glaring at him, and Isabel staring at him blankly. Crumb was looking at him with a faint hint of respect. "I believe, madam, that you should look to your own faults before you point at my apprentice. Your student is not exactly the paragon of virtuous play here, is she?" asked Snape sarcastically. Maxime's hand slowly inched toward her wand, as did Snape's. Harry knew that would be quite a close duel, but he knew Snape held the slight advantage. Sharingan told him so. "Enough," said Dumbledore firmly, diverting attention towards him. "We will resolve the issues of entry later. It is clear nothing can be done now, not once the contract is initiated. Now, please, let us get to the purpose of this meeting, Barty?" "Ah, yes. The tournament will be comprised of 3 tasks. The first is designed to test your daring and thinking in the face of imminent danger. It will happen in exactly 3 weeks' time from now. Please ready yourselves as necessary. That is all," he said and left the room abruptly. Karkaroff and Crumb followed suit, both of them turning on their heel to storm off towards their ships. "Harry, I want you to stay behind. I wish to speak with you privately," said Dumbledore as Fleur and Isabel left, the latter giving Harry one last searching look before leaving with her friend and headmistress. Harry's eyes immediately morphed to the eternal Mangekyo, ready to take Dumbledore down at a moment's notice. "What is it you want, headmaster? I will guide my apprentice as I deem fit. I am sure you have nothing worthwhile to say to him," said Snape silkily. Dumbledore steeped his fingers, staring right into Harry's eyes. Dumbledore's bright blue eyes that had often made him feel as if he were being X-rayed, made him feel nothing now. "Do you think your legilimency can work against these eyes, Dumbledore? I will drown you if you delve too deep in my mind, old man. It is done. I am in the tournament. There is nothing you can do to change it," said Harry, keeping magic ready. Dumbledore sighed, looking away. "You should not have forced your way in, Harry. I do not see why you failed to see now what you have seen all along. When you faced the basilisk, you sacrificed yourself for us. Same with the Philosopher's Stone. It saddens me to see your nobility lost so easily, Harry." Harry looked at Snape, who nodded. Together the two of them made their way outside the chamber, not caring what Dumbledore said, but Harry heard, "All right. You will learn what a mistake you have made tonight, Harry. I will teach you, be very ready for the tasks." "Well done, Potter. Well done indeed. Your analysis of the goblet's vulnerability was impeccable and what I would expect of an apprentice of mine. But still, you face serious opponents. We will have to intensify your training. Your Sharingan must be your last resort. We cannot have you becoming too dependent on those eyes of yours, now can we?" asked Snape. They walked down the torch-lit corridors of Hogwarts side, master and apprentice. Harry could not help but wonder about Dumbledore. The old man did not really try very hard to keep him out of the tournament. Webs of intrigue everywhere, not caring what or who they ensnare. My Sharingan cannot see through everything, and I must be careful. The Dumbledore, my parents, and if the prophecies are right, Voldemort. "All right, Professor. Do I continue my studies on the apparition theories?" asked Harry, weaving a privacy spell with a single thought. With so many parties interested in him, and not benevolently, he took precautions where he could. Snape's expression turned into one of deep thought. I believe those studies can take a backseat as of now. The Triwizard Tournament is no laughing matter, though you have done a laudable job of getting yourself in. You need instruction for the coming tasks, for you can be sure there will be some sort of conflict involved. The knowledge you have imbibed through the books I recommended should see you through anything else. What do you think is the most powerful type of magic? Harry thought deeply. It was reasonable to assume that the most powerful wizards used such magics, and in this era it was either Dumbledore or Voldemort, the two towering giants of wizardry of the time. Dumbledore was a master of transfiguration, and Voldemort's knowledge of the dark arts was second to none. Which was superior? The answer came to him naturally. It was obvious, the dark arts used dark magic as a weapon, but transfiguration used the world itself as a weapon. Transfiguration. It is fluid in both attack and defense, and is extremely versatile. In my opinion, transfiguration is the superior type. Snape smirked. Yes. Transfiguration is superior, there is no doubt. But in such duels as the Dark Lord against Dumbledore, it comes down to speed and creativity rather than power and potency. They are very near equal when it comes to magical power, with the Dark Lord holding the edge. To fight opponents such as them, you need imagination. You need extremely fast reflexes and perception, and in those areas you can far outstrip anyone. Sharingan, nodded Harry. Snape continued at this. Thus your strength lies in your Sharingan, which you will train with my help from now onwards. That is your advantage in this tournament. The apprentice bond supersedes the goblet contract, thus I will be able to help you in all ways. I trust you won't need it? I won't, but I will continue my training regardless of any tournament, Professor, said Harry. Snape nodded with appreciation, and walked off briskly towards the dungeons after bidding him good night. Harry walked towards Gryffindor Tower, thinking about his studies. Even though it had been barely more than a month, his learning with Snape had been beneficial in the extreme. Even if his fellow champions were excellent wizards, he was sure they were not trained by someone of Snape's caliber. In his regular classes, Harry had to try very little. Charms were easy, as was transfiguration. His Sharingan aided in everything, even reading other people without legilimency. He was slowly improving at interpreting magic that he could see with his eyes, and his enormous magic was growing more flexible and fluid. But he took care to not abandon his wand work. He might need it any day. "Hello, brother. Can we talk for a bit?" Harry stopped dead, turning around slowly. How had she managed to follow him without detection? Isabel slowly walked toward him, looking for all the world like a concerned sister. His Sharingan observed her minutely, recording her details both magical and physical. With a huge effort he managed to restrain himself from throwing spells, very painful spells. "You are surprised because there was no disturbance in the magic around you, right?" she asked. Harry did not answer, instead analyzing how the magic in the school reacted to her presence. It would be very important later as it was something that could be used against her. "There are ways to still the disturbances you create, you know. Snape has not taught you that yet, I suppose? Well, that is for later. But for now," she drew her wand and waved it in half a circle. Harry noticed what were obviously the effects of a disillusionment fall over them. He zeroed in on her wand, and noticed the calmness and an odd kind of solemnity it introduced upon the surrounding magic. The wood was obviously a combination of holly and birch. He could tell that much with a glance. For the first time, he closely examined his sister. She wore the standard Beauxbatons robes, blue and white, and he could admit that she did cut a very striking figure. Isabel had also gone silent and was observing Harry in return. This was the very first time the two of them were able to converse with each other in relative privacy. Harry too drew his wand and layered his own privacy charm over hers. This was one conversation he did not want the entire school to speculate about. "You can dispense with the wand, Harry. I know you are better without it," said Isabel, her eyes shining with emotion as she let her facial control fade to finally reveal her full feelings. Tears slowly ran down her face as she beheld the brother she was separated from for so many years. "I will do as I wish, Snyder. I was relieved to hear that you have renamed yourselves. I was afraid I would have to remove a stain from the Potter line and that would mean killing family. But I have no problems killing Snyders," said Harry with cold amusement. "We are still your family, Harry. Blood is more important than some name, you know. Names are less powerful than blood in the magical arts. Our parents made a terrible mistake with you, Harry, and you can hate them for it if you so wish. But do not endanger our cause with your hatred of us, brother. Lives depend on it," pleaded Isabel. Harry laughed. And it was not filled with the pleasure of reunion. One might say it was filled with quite the opposite. "So, my life still does not matter to you, All the other lives that may be lost if I go against, cause trouble you this much, I see. Always the same, aren't you? Always willing to throw me away for some obscure goal. When the time comes, sister, I will take great pleasure in tearing your lives from your bodies. You and those so-called parents of mine. For now, stay out of my way. You are not a priority anymore for me," snarled Harry as he gazed upon the rapidly whitening visage of his sister. No, Harry, you have it all wrong. I am trying to make the best of a situation both of us had no power to change, our cause." Your cause? Your cause? Are you from the Department of Mysteries, Isabel?" said Harry in an ice-cold voice. "Is this the secret which you hid in your mind? Is this how you were responsible for my pain?" Harry's tightly leashed anger was running free again, and his magic was boiling. Memories of his torture at Azkaban filled his head. The feeling of pain not so long past still made him shiver. "Harry, no, are you all right?" asked Isabel, slowly coming forward. Tear her apart. Fill her head with worms of madness. It was all her fault. Her fault. Our eyes see it all. That traitoress. I will kill her. Harry held his head tightly, sinking down to his knees. The voice only he could hear was yelling again, full of pure rage and straining with madness. He violently gripped Isabel's soft hand upon his forehead and with a maneuver he had learnt during his torture, he broke her arm with a sharp twist and blasted her back with a disarming charm. He stared at the prone form of his sister, her face white with agony and eyes shining with tears she refused to shed. Insane anger gripped him once more and he raised his wand. "Traitor," he hissed. Isabel lay on the ground bereft of her wand, and with her wand arm broken. She slowly raised her face to meet Harry's and whispered words through the pain. Fouet à la force. Though he clearly saw magic twisting into shape, he could do nothing to stop the whip of force that slashed him across his chest and threw him back painfully. Stars bloomed in his vision as the pain overtook everything for a moment. As his vision cleared, he saw Isabel summon her wand back into her hand and heal herself. His chest throbbed painfully as he got up, and cold rage flooded his mind as he looked at Isabel staring back at him sadly. This time, he could understand the essence of the simple spell thrown at him, and he could actually add words to the raw magical manipulation. Sharingan could perceive the simple twists of magic completely, and he could visualize the spell fully. Flagellum V. Isabel easily blocked the spell with a simple swish of her wand. I have been training for years, Harry, and not for dueling. I am a fully qualified department operative, brother, and the youngest in this century. Don't refuse my help because of your pride and our past. I can help you reach your full potential. I am not fast enough. I could see her spell quite clearly, but my body could not react in time. I lack physical conditioning, he thought in frustration. With a great effort, he shelved the boiling emotions and walked away calmly. We will speak again, Harry. I won't give you up so easily, not again. Never again, said Isabel with resolve, watching as Harry walked away from her. She was not here to be a nuisance, only to plant certain thoughts in the mind of her little brother. He has enormous self-control for a tortured 14-year-old, thought Isabel with pride. Indeed, she had expected to force Harry to listen to her by subduing him in a duel. But he had surprised her yet again by not forcing a real fight. This restraint of his surging emotions makes him a lot more dangerous than loose cannon. Hard to be manipulated. I could see it in his eyes, they saw everything I did. Nevertheless, she had achieved what she had come here to do. Harry would now concentrate on the physical aspect as well, strengthening his instincts even more. It was her duty to help her little brother, even if he did not want to be helped by her. James Potter sat in front of his desk, his head in his hands. For all the pretense he made at being a perfect agent of the Department of Mysteries, he was anxious about how his two children got along. Isabel was always a likable little girl. And now she had become a charming and beautiful young woman. Normally he would say Harry would forget and be close with Isabel once again. But their Harry was no longer normal. He still shivered when he remembered the look in his son's eyes after his imprisonment. It was neither empty, nor was it full of vengeance. No, his son had become cold and calculating, with tightly leashed rage driving his actions. He had no doubt everyone was thinking the same thing as him. In creating a wizard to destroy Voldemort, they had possibly created something even worse. It tore his heart that he had to consign his own son to such a fate, but there was no other choice. They were all driven, and not just by prophecy or by superiors. All this thinking doesn't suit you, Jamesy, said Sirius Black, apparating behind his longtime friend. James turned to him, not feeling any better about the situation. Sirius himself had made a very great sacrifice in the scheme of things, much greater than anyone else. God only knew how much the Black Heir had loved Harry. James still remembered how much his best friend had doted upon his son. But he was forced to give it all up and languish in Azkaban. That particular setup by the department had been too cruel. James could not understand for the world why Sirius would agree to such a proposal. But he had agreed, stunning most of the department with his loyalty. Sirius Black might be a hated fugitive to the outside world, but inside the confines of the department his name was celebrated. I don't know what to do, Sirius. How can you make a 14-year-old kid understand what the Potter family was forced to give up during the First War? The wizarding world does not really remember the magnitude of the darkness we were mired in 13 years ago. I fear Harry is. Sirius' face hardened with anger, and his eyes flashed. I never liked Croaker, he and Albus really messed our boy up. Croaker was always about results, wasn't he? That moron, I really want to kill him myself for what he did to Harry, he said coldly. But then he softened. But Harry has no idea of the power he possesses. With those eyes of his he could be, well, he could be the next Emrys. That power does not come without a cost, Siri, and without that power he would die against Voldemort. I don't know what to do, I just don't know, he said wildly. What's Nick doing in all this? That bloke should have stepped in a long time ago, snarled Sirius. James shook his head sadly. Nicholas and Perenelle have their own responsibilities, as you very well know. Now Snape has my son, And you know what that greasy idiot will do. I wouldn't be surprised if Harry simply joined Voldemort to spite us, you know. Not after what we've put him through. Nicholas would be forced to step in if that happens. We cannot let the first bearer of the eternal Mangekyo to fall to the dark. That can't happen. It just can't, said James in tones of soft despair. Jamesy, I can help you out there. We are animagi, after all, and I can help keep an eye on our boy and even little Isabel if you want. I can keep him from becoming too much like dear old Snively, said Sirius cheerfully. James could still not believe the resilience of his closest friend. Even after 13 years in the hell called Azkaban, he still was as close to normal as possible. I can't ask you to do that, Siri, you have gone through enough. You still have a part to play, and you need to be ready. If Albus catches you snooping around, there is no telling what he'd do. Nicholas has already cut Albus off from the high chair. Yes, I will do it, Jamesy, said Sirius firmly. There is nothing I wouldn't do for Harry. The Potters and Blacks have always been kin, and I will honor that bond as best as I can. Albus is not heartless, James. He is just too desensitized to the misery of it all, you know. It is a natural defense of the human psyche against situations such as his. Albus is no immortal, Jamesy. But coming back to the point, yes, I will hide out at Hogwarts to help Harry. Not even you could stop me from doing so. James clasped his friend's arm solemnly. Thank you, my friend. I won't forget this, I promise. A certain rat scarpered through the dank passageways of a remote castle, dexterously slipping through cracks and crevices hardly visible. It came out in a large room, looking here and there frantically, and chittered. It ran to the single chair sitting in the middle of the room, and to the abomination that was seated weakly in the middle of the chair. The abomination was hooded by a cloak, and only glowing red eyes were visible. What news, Wormtail? The rat morphed fluidly into a rat-like man, shabby in the extreme. Peter Pettigrew bowed to his lord, shaking in fear. His master's grasp of magic was frighteningly deep. He still shook in fear at the memory of the ritual his lord had used to gain a tangible body. Then later his lord had gained even more strength for some reason. He had no idea why. One night he was an immobile homunculus, and the next morning he had the strength of a weak human child. Peter could feel echoes of the true power of the dark in his lord, mere fractions of the strength he had commanded at the height of his glory. But still he was nothing compared to Lord Voldemort. He will return soon enough with me by his side, thought Peter. When he returns, not even Albus will be able to stop him. He seems stronger for some reason, I feel it. My lord, events are going as planned. The tournament has begun, and he is able to influence it as you require. The goblet has chosen the one you want, and it will only be a matter of time before the Dark Order rises again, squeaked Wormtail. The figure in the chair let out a sibilant hiss, causing an enormous serpent to slither onto its form. Then it held out a wand, pushing it out from the depths of its cloak. Crucio! Wormtail screamed in pain, feeling the torture of white-hot knives rending his flesh into pieces. His master held the curse for a couple minutes, causing his screams to escalate to high-pitched squealing. Suddenly the curse was lifted, causing Wormtail to slump onto the floor in relief. Do not presume too much, Wormtail. Lord Voldemort does not tolerate presumption on the part of vermin such as you. And do not think I can't sense your thoughts now, you traitor. You wish to abandon me again? Asked Voldemort in a chilling voice. Peter shook like a leaf in the wind at seeing his master's eyes glow a dull red. Voldemort flicked his wand weakly. Cisco Dolguilio. The shadows in the room flickered and vanished, leaving absolutely no shadows in the dimly lit hall. Your wards are weak, Wormtail, just like you are. I can feel a constant stirring in the ambient magic. Something has changed. Something very old has returned to this world, you sniveling rat. I am not yet strong enough scry with my own magic. Do you know what the ritual of scrying entails? I require assistance in arranging the ritual. No master, sniffled Wormtail. A chilling laughter escaped Voldemort as he withdrew his wand. A pity, he said. A pity you had to find me, and not someone like Severus or Lucius. No matter, I still have one faithful lieutenant in my ranks, and I will use him. Send a letter to Hogwarts, Wormtail, conveying to him my orders to attend me at once. Bowing, Wormtail scarpered away in his rat form. The Dark Lord is becoming restless. and his power is growing slowly day by day. When he is resurrected, I will be honored beyond all others. He is angry, Harry. They all are angry at you for cheating. Can you really blame them? Ravenclaw had hopes for a champion of their own house, as did Slytherin. Hufflepuff was absolutely frantic for Cedric Diggory to be chosen. Then someone they detest to the core comes along and grabs their glory. I am afraid it will only get worse, Harry, said Hermione worriedly. Harry strode along unconcernedly, at least on the outside. He could handle students easily enough, no problem. But he was worried by others, the ones who had a real hand in the game. He was sure Voldemort had something to do with the entire affair. He could almost feel it like some sixth sense. When it came to Voldemort, he had no doubt that his instinct was uncanny. And where Voldemort and he were involved, the department was also involved. The heads of the other schools were also wildcards he could not anticipate easily. The allegiance of the moody imposter was also questionable. Who did he work for? So many variables and unpredictables. I must tread extremely carefully. I will be noticed since I have entered the tournament by unlawful means. He ignored the hateful looks every student shot him, heading towards the potions class. The approval or disapproval of these insects meant nothing to him, they were beneath him. He was better than them and he would always be. Hermione strode hurriedly beside him and whispered, "Harry, let us avoid the Gryffindors, go in a little late. The entire house is enraged with you. The Weasleys especially, they might even attack you." Harry looked at her curiously. "Are you scared of them, Hermione? You know we are better than them. You show it every year by outstripping them in class. I show it by enduring things they cannot imagine. If they attack us, we respond likewise." Hermione's face firmed and she nodded, discreetly slipping a palm upon her wand. Harry did the same nonchalantly. A small part of Harry felt happiness at the fact that Hermione was here with him so loyally, with no coercion or force. When everyone and everything was against him, she alone stood by his side. They coolly walked into the potions classroom, just a mite early. Heads turned towards them in a jiffy, with most students wearing looks of hatred at best. Harry watched with secret amusement as Ron faced away from him as if he was deeply hurt. Fool, thought Harry as he occupied a desk with Hermione. He spied Malfoy sitting quietly, not joining in his taunting by the Slytherins. His hidden Sharingan flashed to the door, seeing near it a magical presence. Snape was probably here. The quietness of the forbidding and dank classroom was broken as Theodore Nott stood up and yelled, "Gryffindors are scum. Potter cheated his way into the tournament, and they have the gall to call us treacherous? Pathetic." He spat at the Gryffindor half of the room. Harry did not react, but increased his perception through the Sharingan to be ready for some weak attack by his classmates. Hermione, though, was whispering in his ear to ignore them all. Harry didn't think she noticed him doing exactly that. Sometimes he thought Hermione was even slower to adapt to change than Ron, but she did try. "Potter is no Gryffindor. He is just like you Slytherins, traitorous and useless. You'll pay if you compare Potter to the real Gryffindors, not," snarled Seamus, shooting a nasty look at Harry. Harry stared right back into his eyes, and Seamus thought he saw a flash of red in Harry's pupils. Abruptly he turned around, hearing a threat addressed to him by Nott. "Finnegan, you'll suffer." Seamus saw Nott draw his wand slowly, shouting what was obviously the balding hex. The Gryffindor could not contain his alarm and rage as he drew his wand fast and sent a Confundus charm at Nott. For a moment there was silence as Nott was hit by the charm and moved around like some befuddled calf. Then with a loud roar, the Slytherins pounced upon the Gryffindors with their spells shooting through the air in multicolored lights. Harry watched the unfolding chaos with a faint smirk, satisfied with his work. His illusion spell was flawless in its execution, projecting to Seamus the vision of not trying to attack him. The moment Seamus looked into his Sharingan unwittingly, Harry had owned him. He kept his Sharingan active constantly to pick up any new spells cast by the students. Seamus and Nott were clumsily casting curses at each other, not caring what they were doing to their surroundings. The rest of the Gryffindors had jumped onto the desks like monkeys and were letting loose their own brand of hell. Dean Thomas was letting spell after weak spell leave his wand, damaging nothing significantly. One spell of his hit Parvati Patil, causing her to erupt in warts. And they call themselves noble and chivalrous, snorted Harry to himself. The Slytherins themselves were no angels, and were appending benches and sending spells at Snape's jars to create widespread confusion. The utter pandemonium in the room escalated, and Harry neatly concealed himself and Hermione with disillusionment. Hermione herself watched the scene with her mouth hanging open, having no idea why the fight started in the first place. All she saw was Dean attacking Nott for some small provocation, and then it all went downhill. Harry smirked once more as he saw a particularly strong leg locker curse punch a small hole in the blackboard. Snape will gut them, he thought, absently deflecting another leg locker coming right at his face. He saw Hermione deflecting a disarmer coming at her from a Slytherin, sending it right back at them. "Learnt the Protega Totalum, have we, Hermione?" asked Harry. As expected, Hermione had mastered quite a tough shielding charm in a matter of days. She had the casting method down pat, and the power of her shield would increase gradually. Hermione smiled happily, cancelling the shield. "It was a little difficult, but I found an old book in the library that has exact illustrations of how the shield should look. It really helped in my visualization of its structure. I can make it perfectly concave now, you know," said Hermione. Harry gravely nodded, deflecting another spell with a single glance, and turned back to the class. Several students lay groaning in their chairs, some on the floor and desks. Half-transfigured animals crawled about menacingly, and the combatants seemed to have various unknown skin diseases. "This is what a well-placed illusion can do, Hermione. Misdirection is a powerful tool, as you can see," said Harry calmly as he removed their concealment. Hermione turned to him sharply. "Did you provoke Seamus into casting that spell? I assume you had him see Nott attack?" Harry nodded. "She was right as always." Hermione shook her head and said, "Hogwarts does not teach illusionary magic, Harry. These students will have no hope of countering such exotic magic. They just do not know what to look for." "Do you know what to look for?" "Well," began Hermione, but was interrupted by the door opening quietly to let in their potions professor, who surveyed the devastation with a critical eye. Snape turned to Harry and Hermione, noting their lack of injury. "What happened here?" he asked silkily. "A minor misunderstanding between our houses, sir. Seamus Finnegan attacked Nott with no provocation and kick-started this travesty. Both houses got involved, as you can see," replied Harry with a faint note of smugness in his voice. Hermione remained silent, not knowing what to say. Snape glanced around coolly, and turned once more to Harry. "You're required in the anteroom with the other champions. The weighing of the wands is about to commence." He then turned to Hermione. "Miss Granger, you can return to your dormitory. A class cannot happen with one student. And do not help your housemates, please. Fools will suffer for their foolishness in my class. Leave them be." Harry walked briskly down to the room where the ceremony would be held, absently muttering the spell of cleanliness. Appearances were important, after all. Professor Snape had told him about the traditions of the Triwizard, and the wand weighing was one of them. More than the wands, the ones inspected will be the champions. Wands are a reflection of their owners, so what Ollivander really will be doing is checking your integrity and character. The wand of course will be examined, but he will look at the wand and see you in it. Snape's words came back to him, and he paused for a moment and drew his wand. With a simple spell, he polished the wand to the point of shining and stowed it back in his robes. He was almost at the door of the chamber. "Harry Potter?" came a shrill voice behind him. He turned to find a curly-haired woman with wire-rimmed glasses and an extremely inquisitive and irritating look. He closely inspected her with the Sharingan, making note of the mediocrity of her magic. All he saw in her was pettiness and nastiness. "Yes. What do you want? No need to be so abrupt, Harry. We are all friends here, aren't we?" cooed the reporter and began to drag him by his arm. Harry let her drag him along, knowing that attacking this woman would present unnecessary complications. The badge upon her robes told him that she was a Daily Prophet reporter, called Rita Skeeter. Rita forcefully shoved him in a broom cupboard and turned to him with a beaming smile. "Cozy. Now, Harry, I am Rita Skeeter reporting for the Prophet. Would you be fine with answering a few questions?" "Confundo," said Harry, hitting the rude reporter with a powerful confundus charm. Rita's eyes blanked, and then started rolling around continuously. She slowly started to walk out of the closet but bumped her head on the frame about 3 times before she got out. "Greetings, Rita. And you? Has our dear Rita been hiding you away all along?" Came a strong voice along the hallway. Harry turned to find Albus Dumbledore closely inspecting Skeeter. He moved ahead of Rita and tried to walk into the ceremony room, but found that he couldn't. His arms and legs were frozen in place, and he turned his head to face Dumbledore staring at him with shining eyes. To his Sharingan it seemed as if Dumbledore were aglow with magic, golden threads of it binding Harry in place. "How many times must we play this game?" thought Harry with frustration. He gathered his magic like a great tide, and his Sharingan shone red. At least it would attract attention to them, for he was nowhere near ready to fight Dumbledore. Not without Tsukuyomi, and the headmaster would not fall to that again. As it is, he was assiduously avoiding Harry's eyes. "Expulso," said Harry quietly, but the effect was stunning. The floor and the walls crumbled and blasted out in an expanding circle from the force of the Pel. Dust clouded the entire hallway and he heard the explosion reach Dumbledore. Dumbledore had stopped restraining him, obviously not expecting such a violent response from his student. Through the smoke, he saw something forming into a shape. His Sharingan saw through the smoke, witnessing Dumbledore neatly gathering the debris from the explosion in the shape of a large sphere. The sphere then transformed into a hippogriff, charging violently at him. "Why is the old man attacking me now? Does he want to put me out of commission, or is this some misconceived attempt to train me?" He could not force a transfiguration on the hippogriff, nor could he return it to state. It was time for him to try a spell he was reading up on quite a lot. Ever since he copied it, he had been looking for a situation that justified its use. He raised his hand, pointing it at the hippogriff that was almost upon him. His palm began to shine green as he intoned Avada Kedavra. The hippogriff took the killing curse straight in its chest, and exploded into shards. Harry pointed a palm shining with green light right at Dumbledore. "You fight well, Harry, but not with patience. A duel has to be fought on your terms. Not mine or anyone else's, and do not use the killing curse again. I will be forced to stop you," said Dumbledore firmly, not caring whether Harry was about to fire a lethal curse at him. "Fallen far, haven't you? Ambushing your own champion on his way to a ceremony is a new low even for you," said Harry in a sarcastic voice as he shot stunners at Dumbledore. A multitude of red beams converged upon Dumbledore, who negligently swatted all of them away with a flick of his wand. "This is the weighing of the wands, Harry. Your wand's behavior is being examined even now, as our wandmakers need to observe it in action. This is usually in the form of a duel with the headmasters. Please use your wand, as that is the whole point. The other champions are being tested by their headmasters as of now. And do try to use all your abilities," said Dumbledore pointedly, flicking his wand in the direction of a suit of armor which came alive and began brandishing its sword at Harry. "So, a test. They wish to see my wand in action? Very well." With a smooth draw of his wand, Harry banished Dumbledore's suit of armor right back at him. Dumbledore too responded with a very strong banishing charm that sent the poor suit of armor hurtling back at him at great speeds. His Sharingan spun as he neatly dodged the incoming projectile while simultaneously firing a reductor at his opponent. As he saw Dumbledore parry the spell easily, he knew the key was to get Dumbledore to look into his Sharingan. Then putting him in an illusion would be that much easier. He sent Dumbledore's golden stunning spell right at him, the one he had copied from the old man after the train incident. He already saw what Dumbledore's counter with his Sharingan, and followed up with another couple stunners. Without pause he followed up with another copied spell. Hostum Tenebrarum. A short spear of darkness shot towards Dumbledore, who was gracefully parrying all the spells coming at him, and withered to nothing when Dumbledore simply waved his wand. Harry steadily became frustrated, not letting it show on his face. "Is this how wide the gap is between me and the traitor? Well, then. I hate you for everything you have done to me, Professor. You took everything away from me. Everything, even my parents," sobbed Harry, letting some of his utter anguish show. Dumbledore suddenly appeared in front of Harry and laid a hand on his shoulder. "Duel forgotten. It was for the greater good, Harry, please forgive me. Those things had to happen, you don't understand yet." He paused when Harry looked up abruptly, straight into his eyes. and found himself staring fully into the Sharingan. The legendary eyes shone red as Dumbledore disappeared immediately to break contact. "Well played, Harry," said Dumbledore loudly. Harry just quietly stared at Dumbledore, saying nothing. "Reducto," said Dumbledore, and the spell blasted towards Harry with terrific force. Dumbledore watched as Harry dissolved into a flock of ravens, his spell not catching the boy in the slightest. "You looked into my eyes, fool. This duel is over," said Harry, consciously fighting down the urge to just try and kill Dumbledore. "Impedimenta," said Dumbledore, the spell causing Harry to dissolve into another flock of ravens that reformed slowly behind Dumbledore. "I will end this." Dumbledore fell down as he felt the sensation of the complete vacuum in the place. Harry watched in satisfaction as the headmaster fell down once more, taken down for the second time by his illusory magic. Dumbledore's own perceptions were being used against him. The headmaster was essentially being made to hold his breath even unto death. "Are illusions truly that unused?" mused Harry silently, strangling Dumbledore's efforts to throw off his illusion. "You cannot overcome my illusion, traitor. I will let you go if you yield," said Harry. Dumbledore was now holding his throat, believing that he was choking to death. "How can he submit if he can't speak?" thought Harry smugly. Dumbledore's face slowly turned blue, as he stopped making sounds. He felt an enormous upsurge of magic in Dumbledore, huge like an ocean. He struggled hard to keep him under submission, sweat breaking out on his face and flowing down in rivulets. He had no doubt he would probably be severely injured if Dumbledore actually tried to fight him. So he morphed his eyes to eternal Mangekyo, ruthlessly crushing Dumbledore's troublesome attempts to throw his illusion off. "Dumbledore really underestimates my eyes, doesn't he? This is what they mean when they say that a user of illusory magic is rare. Wizards just don't know much beyond theory on how to counter it. A great advantage for me." Dumbledore finally sank onto the floor, spread-eagled. Harry knew the old man would hardly die so easily, and he was proved right when Phoenix fire surrounded the headmaster in a wide circle. When the fire was gone, he saw Dumbledore standing tall with Fawkes on his shoulder. "Always that bird is around to save a traitor like you. What does the thing see in you anyway? You're as far as you can get from purity, and it is supposed to be the embodiment of purity?" asked Harry. Dumbledore just shook his head, and disappeared in a flash of fire, leaving Harry to stand there amidst the destruction of their duel. "Who fought here?" asked Crumb, surveying the damage in the hallway entrance to the anteroom. The champions were all gathered in the anteroom behind the Great Hall, each of them wearing battered looks. All except Harry and Isabel, who looked as fresh as ever. "It seems they were all tested similar to me. What kind of wand-weighing ceremony is this? A simple spell from each wand would have sufficed for testing functional reliability, I wonder." The door opened quietly, letting in the headmasters of each school. This time Harry saw that Dumbledore had his phoenix sitting on his shoulder. He directly stared into Fawkes' eyes with his Sharingan, and paled slightly. He got images of blazing fire that purified everything in the world. Phoenixes were beyond human understanding. How in the world did Dumbledore manage to make Fawkes, if even that is the thing's real name, his companion? Phoenixes are pure beyond all dispute. Dumbledore is anything but pure. A puzzle. "Greetings and felicitations to all the champions of the schools. As expected, you have passed our preliminary test. You have shown that you are capable of using your magic in ways beyond those expected of you. It seems the goblet chose well," said Dumbledore. Fawkes surveyed all the champions, calming ragged emotions with his soothing song. "What kind of test was this? We were told that our wands would be tested for proper functionality. Instead we were attacked, by our own headmasters?" asked Victor Crumb. "An unfortunate legacy of the Triwizard, I am afraid," sighed Dumbledore. "To test our students' wands, our wandmaker has to see it cast NG spells and not trivial ones. We would trust no one but ourselves in this matter, as this is mostly about the wands. The suspicion between schools has always been high. And for good reason, it seems," said Karkaroff snidely. Bagman stepped up looking unwholesomely happy about the entire situation. Now, Igor. Let the kids have their fun when they can. We still need to have Ollivander's feedback on all this, you know?" Harry clearly saw the disillusionment being lifted from the creepy old wand maker. What surprised him was that none of his opponents seemed surprised either, watching Ollivander warily. The old man stepped up to face the champions, his eyes roving over a parchment that seemed to have detailed notes on it. Arithmetical calculations, thought Harry. Ollivander is a much acclaimed wandmaker, after all. The intricacy of the art is very impressive indeed, said Ollivander, looking at the beautiful Vila gravely. Fleur looked at him with rapt attention, despite her look of fatigue and torn robes. Harry observed that she seemed to have an uncanny connection with her wand, even more than was normal. She almost seemed one with her wand, really. Your wand is fine. It conducts magic exceptionally well. Yours is on the slower side when it comes to spellcasting. But that is your problem. Grigorovich creations are masterpieces, after all. He looked at Isabel and Harry next, seeming to examine them in minute detail. He looked at Isabel steadily and continued. Wand is in excellent condition, but it is yet to be registered with our ministry, is it not, my dear? He asked softly. Isabel nodded at this, while Harry's ears perked up at this information. I have one last piece of advice for you, my dear. The wand chooses the witch or wizard, and both learn from each other. Your wand has learned many things from you, many things indeed. Be sure to know fully what it is that it has learned so well. The information may save your life one day, he said enigmatically. Isabel nodded once more, her eyes wide. To Harry, however, these words made little sense. Thoughts on this matter were driven further away when Ollivander addressed him. It seems you are no longer the innocent child that purchased that wand from me. Your wand also has learned many things from you, but I am afraid you have learned little from it. Any wand will work well for you, but that wand has your spirit burning bright in it. It may yet be of use to you, he said, never taking his eyes off Harry's. Immediately Harry's eyes shifted to Eternal Mangekyo, and he whispered, Tsukuyomi. He faced Ollivander in the bleak red world, its white clouds racing and the skies shining with the color of blood. Ollivander stood opposite him in the desolate plains of Tsukuyomi, examining the world with extreme fascination. Beautiful, it is as if this world is as real as our own. But then again, what is reality? A question wizardkind has pondered for many centuries. He turned to Harry with an unreadable expression on his face. I am afraid I know your secret. Albus filled me in on what happened, and you have my sincerest condolences and apologies. No child should go through what you have gone through, but you must remember what I told you. You are destined for greatness, and that greatness requires terrible sacrifices, much like your own. And I am afraid your journey has only just begun. Harry's eyes shone, and the entire world rippled as he delved effortlessly into Ollivander's mind and searched for any sign of complicity in his sufferings. Ollivander did not even try to block his mind from attack, laying open his thoughts with alacrity. It seems you are innocent of causing me pain, said Harry. But I cannot let you leave with the experience of my world. It is bad enough Dumbledore knows. And your sister, said Ollivander. Albus is a close friend of mine, and trusts me a great deal. But do what you must, even if I wanted to, I could do nothing to stop you here. This place is yours, absolutely. Tsukuyomi rippled once more as Harry gently excised Ollivander's memory of being in his illusion. Then he ejected the old wandmaker smoothly out of his world. In the anteroom of Hogwarts, Ollivander shook himself slightly a second later and continued. The weighing of the wands is over, and the champions are ready with their wand and mind. The tasks can be begun, he said in an official voice to the assembled headmasters and authorities. Harry smirked in the background, feeling Isabel's eyes on him. My skill with Tsukuyomi is growing slowly. Who knows what other powers my eyes hide? Maybe Ollivander was right. Power like mine has the potential to change history, and the magic that comes with my eyes can shake the pillars of wizardry itself. Maybe all such power comes at a price. Then again, what is light without darkness? How can you know sweetness without tasting bitterness? But to be the most powerful, I will pay a price 10 times higher than what I have now. I will stop at nothing until I stand at the very top of the wizarding world, acknowledged as unsurpassed. Albus Dumbledore sat in his beautiful office, sorting through his paperwork calmly. In truth, not much of his attention was focused upon it, instead choosing to dwell on the duel between himself and Harry. The boy had a long way to go before he could challenge him, but Dumbledore was certain that he could make it. When Karkaroff suggested the trial by combat, method of assessing wands. He had not voiced a very strong opposition, mainly because he wanted to see how Harry was developing under Snape. And he had been rather surprised when Harry had thrown a perfect killing curse at one of his transfigurations to return it to base form. Dumbledore had to admire the ingenuity in that plan. Instead of going through a lengthy reverse transfiguration, Harry had simply brought it down with the killing curse. Overall, he could say Harry was progressing very well. The light would have its destined savior one way or another, for Dumbledore was sure that when Tom returned, even he himself would find it difficult to stop the Dark Lord. The last he had dueled Voldemort, it had been a draw. A draw in which Voldemort had held the slight upper hand. The Death Eaters were no trivial matter either, marauding through Great Britain with impunity. He had held the first wave of the dark at bay with difficulty, and for the second assault he would need help. He looked up as he felt a slight distortion in the magic of the room, seeing his mentors standing there hand in hand. "Professors Flamel, thank you for coming. Please have a seat," he said, causing two comfortable chintz chairs to appear for them. The two looked at him for a moment more, and then sat down on the chairs. They were adorned in robes of pristine white, and to his trained senses, they gave off magic like the sun gave off heat. Among the only others he knew with such inherent magic was himself and Voldemort. Harry was another potential who was progressing at an alarming pace. "Why have you called us here, Albus?" questioned Perenelle calmly, fixing her glowing blue eyes upon his own. Even after the endless turning of time, she still kept her ethereal beauty. Albus had always been struck by her beauty ever since he was a little boy learning at their feet. "I need authorization, professors," said Dumbledore plainly, not trying to beat around the bush. He couldn't conceal much from them anyway. Nicholas and Perenelle stared at him unblinkingly, as if they were studying his whole being. Dumbledore continued, taking their attention once more. "I need your authorization to, for the lack of a better word, meddle in the tournament. There are some things I need to do for young Harry, things that will prepare him for the coming onslaught. He is learning well under Severus, and he is also mastering the Sharingan." Nicholas frowned. "So you called for us, knowing that jurisdiction over matters of the Sharingan fall directly under us? What is it you wish to do to Harry Potter now? Not another prison, I hope?" Dumbledore frowned, shaking his head. "Despite what you might believe, I believe that was the only way for Harry to awaken his eyes. You know, I tried literally everything else for 13 years. Nicholas shook his head, motioning for Dumbledore to continue. "I need to interfere in the tasks, make it a little more of a challenge for young Harry. His eyes will grow stronger in only the most stressful circumstances, professors. You know as well as me that instinct is more important than learning." "I'm sure it is," murmured Perenelle. Nicholas looked at his wife, and something passed between them. Dumbledore hid his anxiety, looking at them politely. Nicholas turned to Dumbledore with a firm expression upon his face. "You may make it more challenging, Albus, but not lethal or traumatic. Arcturus would be disgusted if he saw what we were doing to a bearer of the Sharingan. I want him to learn magic, not hate. Do you understand?" Albus sighed. These directives would make things a little tougher, but he could work around them. Perenelle looked coolly at Albus, and said, "Albus, I know what you are thinking. When I mean no harm, I really mean it. I failed to protect Arcturus, my beloved brother. Me and Nicholas waited through the centuries, nurturing the line of my brother becoming one of our many responsibilities. Harry bears my brother's eyes, and I will protect him until he is ready to protect himself. Do not test me with another stunt like the one in Azkaban," she said in a cold voice, blue-gray magic erupting out of her in a storm and making his office shake with its power. Dumbledore watched with round eyes as Perenelle Flamel let her magic loose. Nicholas laid a hand upon hers, and she seemed to calm down considerably. The Flamels got up, but not without a parting word. "Do not harm the boy again, Albus. We trust you a great deal now by giving you this authorization. Do not harm him." "Does anyone here know how to perform a stunning spell?" asked Professor Vector, looking around at her combined class of Gryffindors and Ravenclaw. No one lifted their hands, all of them looking sheepishly at their classmates. Terry Boot lifted his hand, asking curiously, "Why do we need stunners here, Professor? It is relevant to our current topic. What is the meaning of a powerful spell, anyone?" she asked. "A spell that achieves maximum effect?" answered a Ravenclaw. "Wrong," said the young professor, pointing to the next raised hand. A spell that utilizes enormous magic? Wrong, murmured Vector, allowing her eyes to pause on her favorite student. Harry Potter had impressed her with his diligence and deep grasp of magic. He seemed to have an encyclopedic knowledge of arithmancy, an encyclopedic knowledge of all core magical subjects. That, and he did not fool around, focusing on his studies like a man obsessed. He had quickly caught up to Hermione Granger as the top student of the class, seemingly without effort. She asked. Harry looked up calmly, and replied in a clear voice. A powerful spell is one that aligns all components of a derived spell to perfection, and magically pushes them collectively to their exact limit. Vector beamed. Exactly, that was the perfect answer. Severus is doing his job well, huh? She asked enthusiastically. All the other students grimaced at this, but she did not care. The way he was going, she would not be surprised if Harry would not graduate in a few subjects before 7th year. Yes, that is right. A spell is made up of many forces of mind and magic, and to truly utilize its full power you must understand it to the most basic level. So, anyone know a stunner, perhaps? She asked, prompting the girl to draw her wand. Shoot a stunner at me please, your strongest one. Without hesitation, Hermione pointed her wand at her professor and shouted, Stupefy. A thick red beam of light blasted towards the professor, who did not bother with parrying the spell or shielding from it. To Harry's amazed eyes, she actually managed to take Hermione's stunner and unravel it, essentially changing the spell structure itself. It was like catching an arrow mid-flight with a sword and chopping it into its separate parts. Fletching, body, and head. How did she do that? Thought Harry. That is supposed to be an art lost to wizard kind. Only Morgana was supposed to have that ability. I am sure Snape can't do it, nor Dumbledore. That might have looked like a block to these idiots, but my eyes saw the truth. I will confront her later. That was an excellent spell. Now, watch closely as I show you what happens when you use that spell perfectly. She casually flicked her wand and a clear red light slammed into the board, punching a large gaping hole in it. Vector turned happily to the class that had their mouths gaping open. Harry's eyes narrowed as he considered the possibilities. He had seen Vector doing extremely subtle magic. Snape was teaching him magic like a true master, but he had no doubt Vector could help him with the finest nuances. He needed her to teach him. I do not expect you to reach my level of efficiency. That is for masters of arithmancy and above. But I do expect you to understand spell casting better, and strive for excellence. On that note, let us please proceed to Hargrove's theory of spell quality. Harry, aren't you coming? Asked Hermione, looking curiously at her straggling best friend. Harry waved at her to continue, slowly gathering his books and waiting for the classroom to empty itself. He watched as Vector cleaned the board with a single spell, and rearranged the benches with the same. Yes, she smiled at Harry as he approached her warily. Harry knew that he had to give up some of his secrets to this woman for his idea to work. Vector, to his knowledge, was just a prodigy with no known affiliations. He kept his Sharingan turned on as he sat opposite his professor. Professor Vector, I have a question, he asked, Sharingan seeing everything. Shoot, said the beautiful young woman, stowing her wand in her robe pocket. Harry leaned forward, observing her closely. How long would it take for someone to learn to disperse spells the way you do? I mean, take it apart so effortlessly? He asked. Vector looked at him with her face white. Sharingan saw through to her fear. What are you talking about? She asked in a shaking voice. Harry leaned forward so much so that they were almost nose to nose. I am talking about the way you handled Hermione's spell, Professor. Unraveling structured magic like that was one of the powers of Morgana Pendragon. How did you get it? He asked mock curiously. Vector shuddered, then stood up. I have no idea what you are talking about, she said. Besides, even if I did such a thing, how did you see it? Can you see magic itself? She asked sarcastically. Yes. Vector gasped at his answer, her eyes lighting up in recognition. She pointed her wand at his face, and muttered, finite, causing his illusion to dissipate. Harry had to give it to her, she had jumped to that conclusion quite well. Sharingan, she muttered in fascination, staring hard at the glowing red eyes with 3 commas adorning each pupil. So that is what you are up to with Severus? I wondered why you of all people struck that deal with him. You are learning magic from him with those eyes, aren't you? Harry nodded. Yes. And do not ask me how I have these eyes. That is one secret more than I want to reveal, Professor. Now, there is only one reason why I showed you these eyes. And what is that? Asked Vector, still staring in amazedly at the Sharingan. It was not every day one saw a mythic bloodline pop up among their students. Harry folded his hands and spoke. I want to learn the art of unraveling spells from you. My eyes have a chance of taking that art farther than it has ever been taken, you know it. My eyes and magic with your talent, who knows how far we could push the boundaries of that art? He asked wonderingly. Vector seemed entranced as she considered the idea. So true, I am possibly the only person who can unravel spells the way Morgana did, and I can teach you it. I do not have Morgana's connection to AGIC to perform this art on a large scale, but perhaps you can. I always wanted to pass on my ability to someone, but if the Ministry found out whose powers I have been reconstructing, I would be in no little trouble. You will be discreet, I trust? Yes. Oath? Vector nodded firmly. Oath of silence. I will accept nothing else. Harry nodded at this, extending his hand to grasp Vector's right hand. His eyes glowed as he wove a binding of silence over them. This was a powerful binding spell, stopping betrayal by taking away thoughts of the matter. I swear not to betray Septima Vector's secrets in any form to anyone, said Harry, followed by Vector. With a rush of magic, he sealed the oath of silence. Vector too said her oath, sealing the spell on both ends. Vector smiled brightly, looking for all the world like an enthused kid. We start this weekend, I expect you to meet me at 5 in the evening, I want to see for myself what the Sharingan is capable of. Igor Karkaroff ghosted through the corridors of the castle with stealth acquired through years of skulking and spying. The ex-Death Eater's grudge towards Dumbledore was not small at all, and he would take every chance to humiliate the headmaster of Hogwarts. The truth was, he had a point to prove. Dumbledore needed to be brought off his high horse, the disgusting old bastard. Karkaroff absolutely loathed the old man for being such an enemy to the aims of the Dark Order, such an enemy to Lord Voldemort. Not that he himself was any better after serving up his comrades to the Ministry like the traitor he was. Hominum Revelio, he whispered, checking for human presence. He found none. Karkaroff smirked and snuck through the castle doors, sneaking off towards the Forbidden Forest like a child hurrying toward candy. What the esteemed headmaster of Durmstrang was not aware of was the fact that Harry was tailing him discreetly, cloaked by a disillusionment so powerful that it rendered him invisible. Harry could not believe the incompetence of the Durmstrang headmaster when he was satisfied of privacy just with Hominum Revelio. It was not hard to hide from that spell, really. It was just basic illusion magic to fool such simple detections. The night air rustled the forest as he clandestinely trudged through the forest behind the unsuspecting Durmstrang headmaster, staring everywhere with the Sharingan. It seemed they were alone but for the forest and its denizens. Snape picked Karkaroff's thoughts so easily from his mind. Without that tip, I would never have one up over the others, thought Harry, constantly casting silencing charms in his vicinity. Snape proved his mastery at mind arts again when he pilfered Karkaroff's mind cleanly for Triwizard data. He had hinted for Harry to follow Karkaroff today, and that was exactly what he had done. He curiously followed Karkaroff as the man trudged deeper into the forest at an ever-increasing pace, not bothering with any concealment. He noticed that the forest seemed to thin down to a clearing, and carefully followed. Picking up traces of fire being spewed ahead, he hid behind a large tree and gazed into the clearing. And he just gaped at the sight that met his eyes. 4 dragons were being constrained by wizards, about 20 for each beast. They seemed to be struggling to free themselves from their enchanted restraints, making horrible screeches and shooting fire left and right. 4 dragons for 4 champions, he thought, watching the wizards stun their dragon into submission. With Sharingan, he could see the absolutely enormous magic the dragons embodied, and he began to be concerned. What were they to do with these dragons? Would they be asked to battle with them? Harry continued quietly past Karkaroff, recognizing Charlie Weasley amongst the wizards subduing the dragons. He could make out Charlie's lip movements, allowing him to catch his speech. Too bad they have to retrieve eggs from a nesting mother, Lester. They'll get fried like one of Mum's chicken recipes, I'm afraid. 20 minutes later, Harry sat in the common room watching Hermione talk animatedly with one of the third years who was apparently interested in charms. Her name was Demelza, Something. Harry shook his head. Some third year did not matter. All that filled his mind was the revelation in the Forbidden Forest, causing him to frown deeply. He couldn't have agreed more with Charlie's last comments. Dragonfire was extremely hard to contain, being infused with enormous magic. His thoughts went to one of the titles in Transfiguration that he had memorized to perfection. The bounds of Transfiguration are far from limitless, at least the known bounds of Transfiguration. Certain magical creatures are completely resistant to Transfiguration, a prominent example being dragons. The extremely large pool of magic in a dragon's body and its complex anatomy makes its transfiguration nigh impossible. Dragonfire is a product of the unique magic of these fascinating creatures. Shields that can contain this particular fire require either extremely advanced transfiguration, for the fire is not natural in any way. It is infused with a great amount of magic that destroys much faster than normal fire. It is possible to counter the fire without really stopping it, but this too requires exquisite instinct of magic. This method was demonstrated by Albus Dumbledore when he transfigured the fire thrown at him by two dragons. To be precise, he wrested control of the dragonfire from its creators and used it against them. For full details of the relevant duel, refer. Harry had no time to learn such extremely complex spells and theories, as the first task was just around the corner. No, his answer, he was sure, lay in something much simpler. Thinking thoughts of how to defeat a massive creature of fire and magic, he walked towards the library. He doubted that details of any spell that would help him fight a dragon would be left in a part of the library accessible to students, but he would look anyways. He sighed as he saw an unruly first-year boy throw around a fanged frisbee, obviously discovering the joy of breaking Filch's petty rules. Neatly evading the hissing frisbee by leaning slightly to the side, Harry shot a stream of fire at it with a wave of his wand. His eyes widened as the frisbee flew out of the way, giving him a realization that was incredible. With a smirk he changed route, dashing up to his dormitory to get his firebolt. I wonder what Crumb will say when I fly as well as him, he thought with pride in his Sharingan. Isabel, I am afraid that matters have changed. Albus will interfere this time as well, but with our approval. The Sharingan cannot evolve with no stress, thus we are providing the stressful circumstances. To avoid ire, we will be making the task of every champion equally hard. Do not worry, is under the personal protection of Perenelle during the task. If Albus messes around too much, he will regret it. The dragons will be there, but with a twist. You could use some conditioning as well, so we will not tell you much beyond that. I think I don't need to tell you how much you need to protect Harry Potter. That is your sole purpose at Hogwarts, do not fail us. Nicholas and Perenelle. Isabel folded the letter, stowing it into her robes. The first task was only 3 days away and this had to come up. She had prepared carefully for the dragons, now she had to make other plans. She was sure that Dumbledore would make the challenge as hard as possible if it were to test Harry on the next level. Reading hard, Isabel? Came a melodious voice behind her, causing her to turn. Fleur was one of her very best friends since she was a little girl, the two of them having stuck together through thick and thin. Fleur was very popular in the school for her beauty and ability, and many were sure she would rise high in the French magical hierarchy. Isabel herself was considered potentially one of the greatest witches to have ever passed through Beauxbatons. Not really, Fleur. We can handle anything they throw at us, can't we? We have been training for this tournament for a long time now, Isabel said. Fleur nodded at this, sitting down daintily opposite Isabel in her chair. Isabel shook her head slightly, easily throwing off the effects of the Vila allure from Fleur. You read too much, Isabel. Let's go out to fly, said Fleur abruptly, summoning their brooms smoothly. Isabel tried to get in a word edgewise, but was hushed by the stunningly beautiful French witch as she was dragged out forcibly. Isabel was a decent flyer, really, not as good as her dad or Harry, of course, but she got by. But she really loved the freedom that came with flying. The death-defying stunts her dad sometimes performed were not really for her, though. She much preferred simply drifting through the air, high and dry. Extracting her arm from her best friend's grasp, she marched towards the Quidditch pitch. It is so beautiful to fly here, is it not? Beauxbatons is better, though. Much better, said Fleur proudly. Isabel nodded noncommittally, of course it is. Fleur walked in silence after that, both of them enjoying the tranquility the silent castle provided in the night. Students here followed the rules for the most part and did not come out at the night. As they neared the Quidditch pitch, they saw someone else standing in the middle of it. Fleur made forward to talk with him, but Isabelle knew better. She could recognize her brother even by his silhouette. "Wait and watch," said Isabelle briskly, pulling on Fleur's sleeve to make her stop. Fleur looked at her curiously. "What?" "That is Harry Potter. Don't you want to see how he flies? It might be valuable information for the tasks, Fleur. We might not get this chance again. You can also take time to analyze his reactions and reflexes," asserted Isabelle calmly. Then they went and seated themselves on the furthest seats and observed the young Potter, who stood dead center of the pitch with his firebolt held in his hands. Isabelle could see clearly his form illuminated by the moonlight, and faintly feel his magic growing. "How is he so strong?" asked Fleur in a wondering voice. The young Frenchwoman felt the extent of the magic the young boy contained. It was sinister beyond belief. "Not dark exactly, but more like deadly. I did not feel this much magic from the boy before. Was he consciously controlling himself?" "Maybe," said Isabelle, and turned back to her brother, who raised his wand. "I cannot tell her about the Sharingan." Isabelle felt the gathering of magic in Harry as he whirled his wand and thrust it into the air. With growing alarm, she saw the shining red eyes of her brother with its 3 tomos. "Silencio!" roared Harry, slashing his wand through the air. With growing wonder, Isabelle felt the silencing charm encompass the entire stadium in its scope. Fleur gasped loudly, but the silencing charm was so dense that she could not hear herself. The entire stadium was silenced completely, much more efficient than some privacy charm. Simpler and easier cast, huh? Then Harry flew off into the air smoothly, and Isabelle observed his ease on a broom. Fleur's eyes became round as Harry began to perform maneuvers that were worthy of Victor Crumb, flying like a demon. "How can you fly this well, brother? This is your talent and not the Sharingan, though it helps. It's just like looking at Dad fly," she thought wistfully, imagining how it would be if all the Potters were together. The resulting image brought unbidden tears to her eyes, and she cried at last for the brother who would never love her. She cried as she saw the grace of Harry's flying remind her so much of their father. They were so alike yet so different. She wiped her tears away, steeling her heart. Before long, she would have to be iron hard with Harry, for her brother would be in no mood for reunion or forgiveness. Harry was maturing rapidly, and his magic even more so. When he awoke the second and third powers of the Mangekyo, she shuddered. This went unnoticed by Fleur, who watched Harry's graceful flight with an enraptured expression. He looked so free and focused. "I will watch you during the task, little brother. Someday you will understand our reasons and at least not hate us anymore. A very thin hope, but it is all I have." Owls flew in great numbers into the great hall, dropping in the customary morning post from various sources to the students. Harry seemed to notice a large number of students getting the daily prophet. In fact, Hermione herself got a prophet, eagerly unfurling it to read the contents. For some reason, after a few minutes of reading the paper, everyone in the hall seemed to direct looks of uncertainty and malice at him. Hermione herself seemed to wither slowly as she read the contents of the paper. She turned to Harry with a sad look on her face. Harry just grabbed the newspaper and started reading the front page. The boy WHO lived violent and unchecked by Rita Skeeter. The wizarding world has had its share of messiahs and saviors who changed it irrevocably. Be it Circe, Merlin, or the founders, they have become symbols of hope and brightness for our community. But not all. For our very own savior, Harry Potter, shows dangerous signs of violence and instability. He in fact attacked this reporter with a confundus charm for asking a few simple questions. In fact, seems to closely follow the policy of shoot first and ask questions later. The trigger-happy young Gryffindor has always been thus, reveals Pansy Parkinson, a top student at Hogwarts. In fact, if sources are to be believed, Potter set a snake on a student in his second year at Hogwarts. A Parseltongue speaker? They were always considered dark. The Dark Force Defense League has in fact. Harry laid the paper aside and resumed eating calmly. Today was the day of the first task and his preparations were all complete. Today he would test Sharingan against real opponents who would want to kill him. The entire hall now seemed to be alternately murmuring and glaring at him. But he didn't bother with the fools. Hermione prodded him hard, causing him to look up with a slightly annoyed expression. "Did you attack Rita Skeeter?" she hissed with alarm. Harry waved her away unconcernedly. "Don't worry too much about her, Hermione. It doesn't really matter at this point what she publishes in that paper, you know, mainly because I don't care. I have bigger fish to fry," he said calmly, cutting up his toast. Hermione seemed uncertain as she picked up her own toast. "Be careful with her, Harry, she has a bad reputation," cautioned Hermione worriedly. Harry just nodded, watching as the champions of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived for their breakfast. Isabel was all dressed up for combat, as were Krum and Delacour. Harry could see Isabel gathering her magic even now and found it to be quite strong. Not really as much as his, but not inconsiderable. He kept his wand easily accessible, Snape's warnings from the previous night coming to mind. "Do not let the world know about your wandless magic. Always use a wand, and do not use the dark arts unless your life is threatened. We do not want public disapproval on you above everything else. You have a plan for the dragons, I believe?" he asked briskly. Harry nodded, still thinking of his plan. "I do. Not what you will be expecting, though. That is good, for being predictable is as close as you can get to being useless. Surprise me. Show me how to take on a full-grown dragon," said Snape. Harry nodded tightly, a small smirk upon his face. Harry watched as Dumbledore stood up at the staff table, followed by Karkaroff, Maxime and the other tournament officials. The tournament appeared to be getting maximum coverage from the media, as Harry could see many reporters from the Prophet clicking pictures of the event. "Greetings all. Today you will be witnessing the first task of the Triwizard Tournament," said Dumbledore in a ringing voice. The great hall fell silent, listening to Albus Dumbledore. The chattering stopped. "So with no further delay, let us adjourn to the arena," said the Hogwarts headmaster, sweeping out to said arena with the other dignitaries. With a great scraping of benches, the students from the three schools followed eagerly as the legendary tournament began at last. "Follow me, Potter. You will be joining the other champions in the waiting tent," said Minerva McGonagall's brisk voice to Harry. Harry nodded at Hermione, who seemed at the brink of tears from her worry. He totally ignored the other Gryffindors giving him looks of pure loathing and followed McGonagall out of the hall. He walked by her in silence, not attempting to break the silence. His Sharingan could observe her distress even though she did not show it at all. "Something about me entering the tournament, I'd say," thought Harry as he saw the professor's lips tighten into a thin line, a sure indicator of her displeasure. Well, he was not really concerned about McGonagall's happiness at the moment. "Here we are, the other champions are waiting here," she said, and strode out with no wish of luck. Harry didn't even look at her, and entered the tent. The sight that met him was quite hilarious as he saw the acclaimed wizards of his generation pace about as if they were facing an execution. Even Isabel, self-acclaimed trained assassin, was pacing about like some child. Harry didn't even look at them, choosing to seat himself as far away as possible from the other three. The fools just weren't worth his time. The next moment he was confronted by his sister, who stopped her pacing in front of him. "Harry, are you prepared?" she asked anxiously. Harry did not even answer her, instead choosing to rearrange his socks. Each time Isabel spoke to him, ice-cold anger would rear in his heart, demanding him to strike her down painfully. "Not yet, not yet. Not strong enough," panted the voice in his mind. Harry winced slightly at the return of the insane voice. It had first bloomed immediately after his release from Azkaban. It had alarmed him a little, but he would not act until it caused him harm. "Harry, are you all right?" questioned Isabel, raising a hand to his cheek. Harry stiffened at the contact as if he were burnt, and immediately stared at Isabel, showing her his Sharingan for just a moment. Recoiling as if she were struck, she slowly went back to Fleur, who was glaring at him angrily. "Filthy English pigs. Weak and impolite at the same time," she sneered at him. Krum was still pacing about, murmuring words under his breath. Harry froze. "She calls us weak?" He stared right into her eyes and showed her a small part of the madness festering within him. The hatred that nearly drove him mad. Fleur could not look away from his eyes as she saw visions of herself being cut to pieces, rent asunder and burnt to shreds by Harry. The pure hatred crushed her, and never having had such malice directed at her before, she screamed. "Arrghh, Isabelle was at Fleur's side at an instant, trying to break Harry's illusion by injecting magic into Fleur. Harry still stared right into Fleur's eyes, not letting her go. Vila are beneath us. Everyone is beneath us. The world itself is beneath us, snarled the voice in his mind. Harry, stop, screamed Isabelle, as Fleur began to convulse terribly. With a final vision of terror, Harry let Fleur go. Walking up calmly to her, he knelt down at her side and whispered, "I will kill you if you speak to me that way, Vila. I will make you beg for death if you call me weak." "No you won't, Harry," said Isabelle in a firm voice. Harry looked at her, wanting no more than to tear her apart right there. But he was interrupted as Krum walked up with a stony look. "You attack Voman, Potter? You have no honor?" he asked in his gruff voice with disapproval coloring his voice. Harry just got up without replying and went back to his corner. Fleur was just getting up with Isabelle's help and healing magic, seemingly back to normal. But Harry saw the fear he had etched in her and knew that she would be wary of him from now. The tent flap opened, allowing an overly cheerful Ludo Bagman to bounce into the tent like a moron. Bagman looked at the champions as if they were his meal, and shouted, "Are we ready?" The tense atmosphere in the tent was increased as three of the champions shifted their glares from Harry to the maypole in front of them. But the enthusiastic head of sports did not notice the mood, instead busily choosing to explain the task. First task is designed to test your daring and magical quick thinking at the highest level. You will be asked to pick up objects from this bag. Ladies first, he proffered the bag to Fleur excitedly. Fleur reached in a hand to the bag and pulled out a miniature model of a dragon with number 1. Swedish short snout. Excellent. Isabelle drew out a dragon with number 3 which Bagman identified as a Chinese fireball. Krum drew out a Nordish iron talon with number 2, and the bag finally reached Harry. With barely held excitement, Harry drew out a miniature of a deadly-looking dragon with the number 4 on it. Bagman was nearly skipping at this point. Hungarian horntail. That dragon there is no pushover, he said, walking up to the tent flap and looking at the champions before he exited. You are expected to retrieve a golden egg from the dragons, he said. The champions' eyes grew round at this. It was not a good idea to attack a dragon which was also a nesting mother. But, the golden egg may or may not be with the other eggs, in which case it will be somewhere on the body of the dragon. It will be stuck with a permanent sticking charm to its surface anyway. So, that's it, come out when your name is called, said Bagman and skipped out of the tent. Harry saw the other 3 champions look at each other and gulp. Fleur and Krum seemed to be terribly surprised, same as him, though he was not showing it. Isabelle, though, was not, he could tell. The department was obviously interfering again. They had changed the tasks from what he thought they would be, but still his plan held. Disgusting Department of Mysteries. I will take care to wipe out that place personally and kill every single operative there with my own hands. When I have the power, I will make sure to torture every one of them 10 times worse than they did me, he promised himself coldly. And it is done. Isabelle Snyder gets her egg in a spectacular fashion. The use of runes was unbelievable. Excellent, came the roaring voice of Bagman. Harry grimaced as he heard the approving roar of the massive crowd. He had felt the powerful magic utilized by his fellow champions. Too bad he could not copy magic from them. It was his turn, finally. Allowing his eyes to shift to Eternal Mangekyo, he strode out of the tent with his wand held at his side. His magic was swelling like the ocean itself and he could feel the illusion hiding his Sharingan straining. Scores from the judges, please, said Bagman in his magnified voice, but did not shout out the score. Harry stood at the edge of the champion's entrance to the arena, and entered the moment Bagman roared. And now, the youngest champion of the 4, Harry Potter facing the Hungarian horntail. He yelled. Harry stepped out into the huge arena, feeling the wind wash over him and causing his now long hair to ripple. The hundreds of students and spectators were booing him, and the cameras emitted flashes in a blinding sequence as they clicked pictures of him. At last, he laid eyes upon the horntail. He could not stop a cold shiver riding up his spine as he observed the sheer magic the creature contained, and its size. As formidable an opponent as any he had faced, he decided. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Hermione biting her nails in fear as he strode fearlessly towards the dragon which had just noticed him. He could see the attention of the dragon shifting completely toward him as it focused slitted eyes upon his own, and he could see its surprise as he met its terrible eyes squarely. He felt no fear, for even fear was tortured out of him in Azkaban, along with love. He dimly heard Bagman shouting something as the crowd yelled, but all his attention was upon the dragon. Without even hesitating, he flicked his wand and summoned his firebolt non-verbally. He did not have to wait long as the powerful charm brought the firebolt soaring into his hands in a matter of seconds. He noticed that the crowd was now shouting excitedly along with Bagman. Shutting himself off to them, he flew into the air at alarming speeds, quickly flying above the dragon. It was time for him to search for the golden egg. A single glance revealed to him that it was not with the other eggs. This had to be difficult. Dumbledore would not settle for anything else, he thought. He circled the dragon once and flew in front of its snout. As I thought, the egg is right upon its head, thought Harry as his Sharingan picked up a glint of gold upon the Horntail's head. His Sharingan widened as the dragon opened its snout and released white-hot flame right at him. But upon a broom he had the speed and the Sharingan, not much could catch him here. Avoiding the flames neatly, he spiraled upwards, rapidly thinking of how to get the egg off the dragon's head of all places. The firebolt moved gracefully under Harry's direction, avoiding the Horntail's tail slashes and claw swipes effortlessly. It was almost too easy. The eternal Mangekyo helped him predict the dragon's movements well in advance, and the firebolt moved almost in sync. The dragon can't touch me, thought Harry to himself as he almost lazily avoided a gout of fire and the dragon's jaws simultaneously. He could hear the crowd going nuts. It was not often someone outflew a dragon of all things. But for Harry, he could read the Horntail's movements all too well now. He diverted his attention to making a plan to get the egg off the dragon's head. Absently dropping low to avoid a sweeping claw, he could conclude only one thing. The counter charm to get the egg off would work best when he was closest. Confident he had read the dragon's patterns well, he shot up like a bullet to the left of the dragon. As he knew it would, the beast turned its snout to face him. He hovered in front of its snout and looked right into the dragon's eyes with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, trying to force his illusory magic on the beast through his eternal eyes. The fire building in the dragon's open mouth died down as its magic fought against Harry's in a battle of control. Harry couldn't believe how hard it fought against his magic. It was like trying to hold back the very tides. With sweat breaking out on his face, he broke through the enormous magic of the beast with the power of his eyes. Harry touched the ground as the thing sank down, its snout almost at ground level. The fools will think I am a Legilimencer, all except Dumbledore and her. He got off his firebolt and walked to stand dangerously close to the dragon's snout, all the while looking into its eyes. His muscles slowly began to hurt, and his body was surrounded with an aura of red and gold as it embodied power that kept the dragon's unbelievable violence and magic under submission. He couldn't hear a single voice from the crowd. It was stunned into silence. Not even Bagman shouted his nonsense anymore. They all seemed to be waiting. The thing's snout was conveniently as high as he was, so he laid the tip of his wand upon the egg he could barely reach and murmured, "Finite." The egg came off smoothly and he safely tucked it into his robe pockets with a feeling of rising triumph. The crowd started shouting its thunderous approval, and Bagman was yelling, "By Merlin's most baggy Y-fronts, what on earth was that? That stuff with Legilimencyr illusion far outstrips even Snyder's work. He actually made a bloody dragon submit to." Harry, however, did not return to the tent. He felt drawn to the dragon somehow. It was still violently fighting his hold. He cast his broom aside, banishing it to Hermione, who caught it with a disbelieving expression. The crowd began to murmur as Harry did not move from his spot, instead facing down the dragon still staring into his eyes. Power flowed through him in torrents as ruthlessly crushed the dragon's will with his own, and enslaved its mind with an enormous effort. "Beautiful, beautiful," crowed the insane voice in his head, and Harry had to agree. For he could completely feel the dragon's mind and magic. It was as if the beast was his plaything. As he stood before the beast, power rushed through his veins as he commanded the beast with images and feelings. "Bow down to me." With wonder and pride, he saw the dragon's eyes morph into a Sharingan that mirrored his own. Then, the beast stood up and bowed to Harry almost like a trained horse. "My eyes can control dragons," he thought with exultation. The crowd was now as silent as the grave, not moving an inch. Bagman was murmuring listlessly, and Harry could see the judges standing up and looking towards him with fear and anger. He was tempted to just turn the dragon on the fools and let them burn in fire and blood. As he began to end his control over the dragon, he heard the voice in his mind exclaim in rage. No. A moment later, blood erupted from his side as a spell hit him from behind, causing him to fall down to his knees. His tenuous control over the beast faded as he turned to face the section of the crowd from where the spell originated, and his sheer rage began to increase. For seated in the front row with a serenely smiling face was Fleur Delacour as she stowed her wand in her robes safely. Seamus Finnegan was pointing at Harry and laughing like a madman. Rage erupted in Harry as he saw the dragon shoot fire high into the air in its anger and roar, stoked all the more after being made to submit. Harry's anger increased tenfold as he saw the Slytherin section of the crowd join in the laughter, followed by the Hufflepuffs. And all the voices of the students began to chant one thing only, a chant started by Delacour. Weak, weak, weak. Harry's rage boiled over as he heard the one thing he hated beyond anything. He could see Dumbledore looking at him with pity and traces of pride as he signaled to the dragon holders to subdue the raging dragon, and he saw the scorn of the other committee members. Weak, 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 was he? That Delacour, he should never have let her off that easy. He would make her beg for death. Images of his torture came to his mind in a flood, and he was once again under the Cruciatus screaming in pain. Once again shivering under Dementors, having his bones broken by cruel men. That was the price of weakness. No more, wailed the crazy voice. With a staggering effort, he got himself under control and raised his head to face the crowd of students that was adding further expletives to their chant. Potter, to your right, came the magnified voice of Ludo Bagman, causing him to turn. His blood ran cold as he saw two other dragons descending down on him. He was surrounded on all sides by bloodthirsty dragons that regarded him balefully. He could smell their lust for his death. How dare that Vila spill my blood? How dare they call Emmy weak? Thought Harry as all the three dragons opened their mouths and bathed him in fire. The crowd screamed, broken from their juvenile chants. Hermione had long since fainted from the anxiety. Someone stop this! Bagman was yelling as fire seemed to bury Harry completely. But neither the judges nor the crowd were moving, as if caught up in the terribly out-of-control task. As the fire faded, they could not see Harry Potter anywhere. The ground upon which he stood was completely glass, testifying to the power of the dragonfire. For the third time, the crowd was silenced. But suddenly they heard a voice yell out a spell, a voice whose owner must be dead by all rights. Harry Potter stood out of the encirclement of the dragons, making signs with both hand and wand. His face was twisted with unholy anger as he glared at the dragons. The air rippled around Harry as magic literally poured off him like lava from a volcano, and blood drenched his left side completely. He apparatted? Questioned Bagman with disbelief as the crowd gasped. Dumbledore could see that his young student would do something quite drastic, and was proved rig as Harry whirled his wand in a circle and pointed it to the heavens, yelling. Fiendfire! Karkaroff could not believe what he was seeing. No, he could not. A boy of 14 years using that spell. Dark magic only the Dark Lord and a few others used so easily. For some unknown reason Potter had been truly angered and had cast a forbidden spell. Snape could not have taught him that spell, reflected Karkaroff as Potter's wand tip began to glow red, and the sky directly above the arena began spinning into a vortex, the clouds a menacing red. The color of fire. Dumbledore and Maxime had stood up and were casting wards all over the stadium. Karkaroff could see the young Potter's face shining with sweat and anger, and was amazed to see him perform one of the most spectacular feats of dark magic. Dumbledore had begun an ancient Greek incantation, and Karkaroff recognized what the headmaster was doing. A glassy surface spread over all the stands, but not over the arena. Karkaroff couldn't help but feel respect for the headmaster even if he hated the man beyond anything. Illyrian incantation. Old man, who taught you that spell? Thought Karkaroff in interest as Dumbledore performed one of the very few magics capable of containing the fiendfire. Even then such wards directly sapped the caster's magic. As Fudge often said, no matter what Dumbledore's faults were, the man was a prodigious wizard indeed. Such talent and power wasted on the light side, thought Karkaroff wistfully. But the young Potter was turning out to be a real enigma. He saw Harry Potter's hair whipping around in the fierce wind caused by the hot sky, and with a roar a vast pillar of fiendfire connected the earth and sky for a moment. Beautiful. Powerful, he thought. What prodigy had been unearthed here? If the young Potter were in Durmstrang, he could have molded him into a wizard second only to Lord Voldemort. He could hear the dragons screeching and flying away, eager to fly away from the scorching, nay, melting heat of the fire. Basilisks and chimeras of fire raged around the arena, burning everything in sight effortlessly. Karkaroff felt a smug sense of satisfaction as he saw Potter standing in the middle of the stadium with his wand held aloft, surrounded by his creatures of fire. Dumbledore would be in trouble for this. Though the champions were legally allowed to use any magic, dark spells were often frowned upon. If he capitalized on this properly, he had no doubt he could pull Dumbledore down a few notches. Hermione cowered, watching with wide eyes as Harry stood in the middle of the arena with the fire raging all about him. The ground was no longer visible, only the white-hot fire was. Occasionally, a basilisk or a chimera floated upwards but dissipated. When they did, Hermione could not help but notice that Harry's eyes glowed a bright red. What is this spell? The dragons are afraid of this fire, thought Hermione in fear as the dragons roared, staying clear of the fire that raged on the ground. They tried to come onto the stands but were repelled by wards of great power. Then she saw two of the beasts roar and dive towards Harry, and she screamed for him to look out. Harry slashed his wand through the air, and the two huge basilisks of fire formed in the fire that blanketed the arena. Then they shot out high into the air from the fires that had birthed them and wrapped themselves around the dragons. The shrieks of pain from the beasts nearly deafened her, and she saw the many spectators watch with numb fascination. 3 more fire basilisks were born out of the white-hot fire and shot out at the remaining dragon and captured it. The fire was hurting the dragons. The dragons were trying to fly away but were tightly restrained by the monstrous fire basilisks whose burning tails were still connected to the burning arena. She saw Harry shout out another spell, the ambient magic around him thrusting even fiendfire away. The basilisks that were simultaneously restraining and burning the dragons grew larger, and pulled their captives back onto the ground with deafening impact. Fire exploded everywhere and nearly blinded them, but they were safe. She saw Dumbledore muttering complex incantations as the dust from the explosion cleared, and saw an amazing sight. The dragons lay on the ground in front of Harry, surrounded by the 3 basilisks almost as large as themselves circling around them rapidly. The crowd gasped as they saw the state of the dragons. They were actually burnt. Alive but burnt. Harry had actually managed to burn a creature of fire. With another spell, Harry sent his 3 dragon-sized basilisks high into the air along with the remaining fire, and caused them to fuse into a single burning ball of fire. Hermione could see the ball trying to spout out shapes, and the shapes being suppressed immediately. As the huge ball of fire shone in the sky like a second sun, Hermione saw what Harry was about to do. "Don't do it, Harry," she thought desperately to herself. But Harry smirked faintly as he felt power and magic flow through his veins in a torrent. He would show them just who the most powerful wizard was. "That's right, burn those filthy dragons. They are our slaves. They should bow and grovel in front of our eyes. Instead they attack us," snarled the voice in his head. Harry completely agreed with the voice for once as he exerted all his magic to suppress the massive ball of fiendfire he had created. "This is power," he thought to himself with a heady feeling as he mastered the fiendfire with a final effort. The huge sphere of fire was now burning smoothly. He saw Dumbledore shake his head, saw the impostor look at him with enraged eyes. With his left hand, he wiped the sweat that poured down his face. He looked to the side and saw Fleur Delacour staring at him with absolute fear in her eyes. He liked that, soon enough, she would learn the cost of attacking him like some sneak thief. With an enormous effort he brought down the massive ball of fiendfire from its position in the sky, consciously controlling its volatile flames. It took every bit of his magic to keep it on its trajectory, and keep it from going out of his control. The dragons moaned piteously as they saw the fiendfire sphere hurtling at them like a meteor. The sound was deafening. "Those who try to harm me will not be spared," he thought coldly. The dragon he had controlled stopped its moaning and resigned itself to its fate. Harry smiled. With a deafening circular explosion that blasted outwards, the fire meteor struck one dragon with lethal force. Harry could only see fire everywhere, but it did not harm him. He could smell burning dragon. The irony was too sweet. He could see the explosive fiendfire crush itself against Dumbledore's wards. With the raging magic of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he banished the fiendfire into oblivion with a flick of his wand. Abruptly, the fires that consumed almost the entire arena vanished with a whisper. The devastation that met his Sharingan eyes brought a wide grin to his face. 3 dragons lay unconscious or dead. He did not know or care. All that mattered was he could fight 3 dragons head-on. The entire arena smelt of molten glass and dragon, testifying to the consequences of his wrath. As he walked back to the tent calmly, he saw the crowd look away in abject fear of his power. No one met his eyes as silence reigned supreme in the stadium, except Dumbledore and Karkaroff. The dragon keepers rushed into the stadium to attend to their beasts, all of them giving him a wide berth. First I find out why I faced 3 dragons, and then I make Delacour pay. The students will get theirs soon enough. Resolved Harry, with his spirits raised enormously from the task. He had proved his strength today. With a single glance, the curtains of the tent parted for him, and still he heard not a sound from the arena, not even Bagman's so-called commentary. The fools would think before they opposed him again. He held all the cards now. Leverage against the ministry, impression of overwhelming power, he had it all. From now it is a matter of forging his potential into something legendary, something for the next generations to recount in awe. As he entered the tent, he felt the world was spinning, literally spinning. An exhaustion the likes of which he had never known stole over him in moments and ushered him into the unconscious. Dumbledore cancelled the wards with a sigh as the danger was now past. The repercussions of this day would be many, both for him and for Harry. But as the young of this generation like to say, he did not think Harry would give a damn. If he got his hands on the one who had released those dragons on Harry today, Dumbledore took a breath to consciously control his anger. The wizarding world would recognize the spell Harry had used, and the boy would be hated because of it. "Ah, Dumbledore," murmured Maxime, bringing him out of his musings. Dumbledore looked up to find the crowd still unable to come out of its throes of amazement. Bagman seemed to shake himself out of his stupor, and quietly said, "Ladies and gentlemen," the crowd seemed to focus its complete attention upon the erratic sports head. "I am afraid that all 3 dragons are out of commission, and gravely injured. There is no doubt that they will require great care and attention if they are to recuperate once more." Dumbledore almost snorted at this. Dragons were all well and good, but he was concerned more about Harry. Using fiendfire in such a manner would be taxing for the young man, for his body was not yet developed enough to channel such powerful magic. Despite his eternal Mangekyo, such magic would take its toll. Such control over magic, such power and command, continued Bagman in his uncharacteristically solemn voice, comes only once or twice in a generation. To control such flames so expertly is a feat expected of wizards such as Bartemius Crouch or Anatoly Rostov, not a 14-year-old boy. I cannot fault for his actions, for he was only defending himself from the onset of 3 dragons, and did so admirably. He also got his egg in a most spectacular fashion. So, I call for the judges to mark for this extraordinary performance. It was bright, so very bright. The light stung his eyes and forced him to return to reality. Harry opened his eyes, and saw himself in an all-too-familiar setting, the hospital wing. He winced slightly as his body ached, and his eyes too. He closed his eyes as the light hit him once more. After a few tries he adjusted to the brightness, and fully opened his eyes to see the vision that awaited him. It was obviously morning, and with a single glance he cast the Tempest spell to know the date. It was only 1 day since he took care of those dragons. As the memories came rushing back, the door to the empty wing opened, letting in Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore and 2 other people in black hooded cloaks, they were all there. He looked to the side and saw Snape staring at him with an unreadable expression. Harry sighed, feeling once more satisfaction at his use of advanced magic. "A delight to see you awake, especially after your performance in the task," said Dumbledore cheerfully. Harry did not even blink, instead trying to connect with his magic, which seemed to slip out of his grasp like an eel. No way was he going to face Dumbledore in so vulnerable a position. Headmaster, my apprentice needs rest. Can you not postpone your talk for a little later? Your retinue is also an unnecessary addition to this entire affair? Queried Snape in a sharp voice. The voice in Harry's head laughed aloud, causing Harry to grimace. I am afraid not, Severus, said Dumbledore seriously. The department handles cases like these and I am well within my authority to bring in operatives. You will be questioned now, Severus, and I am sure you can guess why. Bernstein, Lexington, please, said Dumbledore, gesturing to Snape. I hope you will leave my apprentice unharmed, stated Snape. It was not a question, but Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Snape just got up and strode towards the door with a flurry of his black robes with the department wizards behind him. Harry managed to find enough magic in himself to shift his eyes to Eternal Mangekyo as he stared at Dumbledore blankly. Harry made no attempt to speak. He felt a strange calmness in his mind. Calming potion. Sharingan could counteract magic, not actual changes in brain chemicals that were induced by these potions. I must find a way to counteract potions, he noted absently to himself. That was a dangerous thing you did in the arena, Harry, sighed Dumbledore. I am sure it was, Dumbledore. Now, I am sure that in your long life you have caused enough misery for 100 dark wizards. What I do not understand is why you are focusing all that experience on me, he said in a cool voice. His Sharingan saw a slight tremor of guilt in the old man's body, and he smiled and sighed. Their last duel had taught Dumbledore nothing, it seemed. I did nothing, Harry. Now, can you please tell me what possessed you to use that spell in such an open area? Asked Dumbledore in a stern voice. Harry closed his eyes, relaxing himself with a sigh. None of your business, Headmaster. I was within my rights to use the spell, for it is allowed by the contract of the goblet. Thus, I do not have to answer to you. Now, what I demand to know is this. Why was I attacked by 3 dragons? He asked curiously. Dumbledore stared at him sternly for a moment longer and spoke softly. An old man's mistake, Harry. I admit to a lack of watchfulness in this task, for which wizard would try to disrupt the task with all headmasters present? I was neglectful, and I deeply apologize for the potential harm in the situation, finished Dumbledore. I'm sure, murmured Harry, summoning his wand to himself. You're using this occurrence to bring Snape under scrutiny. Dumbledore nodded sadly. But Harry's eternal eyes saw all too well the satisfaction the man exuded. Yes. I am afraid you are learning truly dark magic if you can control the fiendfire at so young an age, Dumbledore said firmly. Professor Snape will no doubt be warned strictly. No more dark arts for you, Harry Potter. All right, said Harry. Dumbledore was wasting his time, and Harry wanted him out of his sight as soon as possible. Good thing he was in the hospital wing for now. I am tired. Leave me, he said to Dumbledore, as he closed his eyes. The fiasco with the dragons had taught him more about his eyes. But he would not reveal anything about this power to Dumbledore, not ever. He smirked mentally as Dumbledore actually got up, and departed with a threat. Recover well, Harry. You will be facing a review board of the ministry after a week for what you did yesterday, he said, and left calmly. Harry frowned as he turned to find Hermione in the bed next to his. His eyes told him that she was fine, but there was a certain chaos to the flow of her magic. That spell was a little too much, Potter, came Snape's silky voice. Harry looked at the man and saw pride and frustration warring within him, though his face was as blank as Lockhart's mind. Apparently, I am being considered for trial. They believe I taught you dark magic. Harry smiled faintly, looking at Hermione. He was very sure she was out due to shock and stress more than anything else, really. They won't do anything, Professor, he said grimly. There is much I can do to undermine them, facts I can release to destroy them. This is exactly why I did not go crying to the prophet when they released me from Azkaban. As long as Fudge rules the ministry, I can control them to an extent. Snape too smiled, well as much as he could. Appearances. I must congratulate you on your completion of the task, but I must ask you 2 things. Firstly, he said, creating a privacy curtain effortlessly. How did you manage to even ignite fiendfire? Harry thought back to that moment. He had literally forced the sentient fire to do his bidding. The power, the magic, the ecstasy of wielding that spell. Harry shivered with pleasure. The dark arts were really something he would like to learn in depth. I had read about it, I knew the theory well, but to make it manifest itself was a chore. But later I could subdue it, he said. That fire is something I could get used to casting. Snape was deep in thought as he looked at him. Then, I will teach you how to cast it properly. I cannot have you expending that much magic just to control it, nor have you collapse at the end. This spell Lord Voldemort himself taught me, and I will teach it to you. Voldemort, snorted Harry, shaking his head. Thank you, Professor. It is appreciated. Now what was the other thing? How did you escape from the dragon fire from 3 dragons, Potter? The anti-apparition wards there were a lot stronger than those here at Hogwarts, he asked with curiosity burning in his eyes. Harry laughed in pure delight at this question, causing Snape to look at him in askance. His eternal Mangekyo shone a bright red as he drew upon its power and whispered the second word that had been revealed to him. He knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg when it came to his eyes. Kamui. Harry bent reality around them, distorting it and shaping it towards his destination. He could feel Snape's utter amazement as they appeared in a pure black void. Harry knew he had taken them not to an illusion, but to a very real place. This is another reality. My reality, said Harry with his Sharingan burning like living flames. Unlike Tsukuyomi. This place is true reality independent of the observer's mind. Distances in our real world mean nothing here, he said. Snape walked around in the endless void, not containing his surprise and awe. Beautiful. So this is how you escaped the dragons. Much more versatile than simple apparition, he stated. Harry nodded. Yes. The dragons, I am afraid, were too strong for me. It appears that my power surfaces during times of near death or suffering. I learned this word, Kamui, he said, twisting his reality as he wished. His world spiraled as Snape's office came into view. Those eyes of yours, they are too powerful, said Snape with a whisper. To travel through another reality itself. Even the Dark Lord cannot conceive of such a thing. What other powers do those eyes hide? I wonder the same thing, said Harry, his desire to discover more increasing 100-fold. I even bent fiendfire to my will with these eyes. Fiendfire, he said with an upturned palm. A small ball of the cursed fire took shape in his hand, trying consistently to explode out of control. But he held them fast with his will, subduing them completely. No mere boy can perform that spell and survive. I am fortunate you are my apprentice, and not some pure-blooded Ponce, said Snape with wonder and satisfaction. Let it go, Potter. Harry let the fire dissipate with a flick of his wrist. Snape began to search around his office for something. Finally frustrated, he summoned a small diary of black to his hand. Research on fiendfire, he said, handing the book to Harry. Harry greedily opened it, and was delighted and stunned. This was a work of great effort and insight. The equations, the description, the methods, the pure and utter power. Snape had given him something that would help him master this spell rapidly and completely. Be careful with that book, Potter. I do not think Dumbledore or anyone else for that matter will be too pleased when they find some of my research on dark magic, said Snape wryly. With a small grin, Harry nodded, knowing the worth of what he had been given. Good day, Professor, he said, inclining his head as Kamui swallowed him up. The hospital wing would have no disturbance compared to the common room, and that is what he wished for. He had a book to read. I told you to be wary, said Nicholas as he stared Dumbledore down. I told you to watch out for him. Those dragons were too dangerous. If Perenelle was not suppressing their bloodlust and power, things would have been different. I had to contain the fiendfire, said Dumbledore morosely. Illyrian incantations are hard enough to maintain just by myself, you know. I certainly did not expect for him to cast that spell, Professor Flammel. Nicholas nodded in recognition. Yes, that is the Sharingan at work. Arcturus' ability with fire was unnatural as well. Harry Potter's talent is being continuously increased by the Sharingan, Albus. He will surpass Arcturus within a few years if he keeps going as he is. He is unbalanced, said a voice behind them, and Albus looked to see Perenelle Flammel staring regretfully at Nicholas. He is broken, Nicholas. The one illusion the Sharingan cannot break is the one the bearer casts upon himself, the illusion of madness. Harry is not mad. Perenelle just glanced at Dumbledore, and he was thrown forcefully into the wall. I told you your actions over the summer would have a compounded effect. You succeeded in breaking the mind of a child, an innocent. You turned him into something potentially dark. That is as good as killing a unicorn. She thrust her palm towards Dumbledore, and the headmaster was picked up and slammed back into the wall with incredible force. Her eyes were blazing, and her face showed pure disgust. Enough, Perenelle, said Nicholas softly. Perenelle didn't even look at him, but made directly towards Dumbledore with cold rage. The spell that blasted towards the headmaster from her upraised hand literally ripped up the stone floor, causing Dumbledore to grip his wand tightly. The resulting explosion ripped up the entire office, and debris obscured its occupants from sight. Flout, came a deep voice, and the dust settled, leaving the air clean. Dumbledore was standing with his wand outstretched and his eyes wary. I could have defended myself, he said, as he stared at Perenelle's now calm face. Nicholas faced him with serious eyes, his hand too raised. You will pay your price for your actions, Albus. But that will not be by my wife's hand or mine, said Nicholas Flamel as he took Perenelle's hand. Albus, one day you will regret what you have done for your greater good. You will feel the pain of many before you pass on, and you will suffer. For what you have done to my young descendant, I shall not forgive you, said Perenelle in a hard voice. Her lustrous hair seemed to shine as she disappeared in a flash of silver. Neither will I, but you are needed. No more missteps, said Nicholas. Dumbledore just stared with a blank face as Nicholas too disappeared, and his mind churned. There was truly little he could do if Harry's mind were damaged enough to send Perenelle into such a rage. The mournful song that came from Fawkes managed to move even his heart as he felt unutterable regret at the light he had stolen from the young boy. A boy he was meant to protect. But he steeled himself as Fawkes' song faded into oblivion. Some people had to live and die for the greater good. They just had to. What did you say? Asked Isabel with a whitened face. Perenelle nodded, only her eyes showing the pure misery and regret she felt. Nicholas was sitting solemnly as his heartbreakingly beautiful wife spoke with Isabel. I had taken over the dragons, and I saw traces of his thought in it. He managed to subdue the dragon's mind with his own. Your little brother is broken and shattered. He is unpredictable no matter what face he puts on for the world, she said in a voice that dripped with sadness. You had intervened? So that is why they only shot fire at him? Said Isabel with shivering hands. They have much more at their disposal. I wonder why they simply did not attack him bodily. Thank you, Professor, she said with a voice that shook slightly. He is of my brother's line, my dear. I would not let anything happen to him now that I am back. In this we can act. The oaths we bound ourselves with so long ago allow us to protect family. But he is skilled and powerful, and it seems he has Arcturus abilities as well, she said softly. Isabel whipped her head towards Perenelle. He made the dragon submit to his will completely. I don't think I can do that, Professor, said Isabel. Nicholas came to sit beside Perenelle, both of them looking solemnly at Isabel. He is suffering and it does not need aggravation. We have new orders for you. Speak with him only if he speaks with you. Help only if asked. And always protect him. If anything threatens to interfere with his recovery, deal with it immediately. If Severus Snape interferes with his mental health, he must be stopped. More than anything you must be vigilant, for I feel darkness at Hogwarts, said Nicholas. I will. Is there any hope that my brother will find peace? Asked Isabel in a small voice, causing Perenelle to hold her hand warmly. There is always hope, Isabel. Those eyes of his will make it difficult, but there is always hope, she said, looking into her eyes. I have already shown Albus some of my displeasure at his actions. I am sure he will not interfere with young Harry, well, not more than is required. He is so much like Mother, she said softly, looking down at her hands. So much like her. I cannot help but wonder what he would be like if he was with us. I know the future is what matters, but it's all right, Isabel. We wizards have long lives, and you are all still very young. Perhaps your family will find a measure of peace as time passes, said Nicholas. Isabel nodded, discreetly wiping her moist eyes. I will protect him, professors, you can be sure of that. He will be undisturbed as long as I am here, she said, making her way outside the room and disapparating. Nicholas and Perenelle looked at each other, and Perenelle spoke. It will be soon, Nicholas. By the turn of the year the dark will rise again one way or another. Young Harry will need more help than what Severus Snape can provide him, said Perenelle seriously. I agree. Students scurried to the side as Harry walked purposefully towards Flitwick's charms class. He had been declared to be in perfect health by Pomfrey, and was allowed to attend classes from the noon. He could not wait to delve into the book Snape had given him. It was just tempting for him to disappear into the void, and start reading. Are you sure you are all right, Harry? Came Hermione's worried voice from his right. Harry just nodded shortly and replied, I am fine, Hermione. And yourself? Hermione blushed faintly. Me, I was afraid for you. I saw you deal with them. That was some very advanced magic, Harry. When you fainted I was so very afraid. I thought you died from the exhaustion. Understandable, said Harry as they walked into the classroom and seated themselves in the front row. This class they had with the Ravenclaws, people Harry could tolerate to a certain extent. Hermione was about to reply, when a tearing sound interrupted. Oh no, said Hermione in frustration as her bag split open, spilling forth books and stationery. Harry flicked his wand and the books flew back to place, and the book stitched itself back. Thanks, said Hermione, and hefted her bag with difficulty. Harry sighed, and tapped her bag once more. Hermione smiled brightly at Harry when her bag became as light as a feather. Was that a weight remover charm, Potter? That is owl level, said Terry Boot in a surprised voice. Hermione wore a proud face as the Ravenclaws began to crowd around him enthusiastically. Harry's knowledge of magic made hers look absolutely minute in comparison. It was something that drove her every day, the challenge to keep up with her rapidly developing friend. Yes. Now please leave me alone, said Harry as Padma Patil bombarded him with questions. No, I will not teach you. Go, he repeated slowly. When they did not relent he gripped his wand and intoned, Expulso. 7 Ravenclaws went flying into the desks as the spell hit them violently, but their impact was softened considerably as Flitwick walked in. Harry could not help but be impressed by the charms master's effortless spellwork. He looked at Harry reproachfully. Ravenclaws are eager to learn. That was not necessary, he said. Harry just shook his head. I value my personal space, Professor. We will discuss this later. You are required in the headmaster's office. I believe has something to say to all the champions. Something you missed on account of your indisposition, I believe, said Flitwick. Harry inclined his head to the professor, and exited with a nod to Hermione. The moment he got out of the room, he whispered, Gamui, drifting into the void and smoothly appearing next to the gargoyle in front of Dumbledore's office. Pure happiness bubbled inside him at his ability to defy the wards of Hogwarts so blatantly. Let me in, Dumbledore, said Harry to the stone gargoyle. He sighed as the gargoyle remained as impassive as ever. He found Dumbledore's passwords disgusting, and refused to utter nonsense such as, cockroach cluster, or, Bertie Bott's every flavored beans. He raised his hand, deciding to use a password of his own, something that would no doubt guarantee him entry. Fiendfire, he said, holding up white-hot fire in his hand as he stared balefully at the thing. He still had to funnel enormous magic to control the spell. Let me in, or your gargoyle becomes a pool of slag. The gargoyle moved aside, and Harry got up on the revolving staircase coming up to Dumbledore's front door. He tried to open the door by the knob, but it refused to open. He held up the fiendfire again, and the door seemed to open automatically. He let the fire dissipate as he walked into Dumbledore's beautiful office. Dumbledore was sitting solemnly, his long white beard shining. Gathered around his office were Victor Crumb, Isabel Snyder and Fleur Delacour. Harry's anger soared as he saw Delacour. He whipped out his wand and shot a cutting spell directly at her face. She blanched, but was unharmed as the spell was deflected onto the ceiling with no visible effect. Harry, stop, said Isabel firmly as he slashed his wand again. Hostum tenebrarum, he snarled, shooting a spear of darkness directly at Delacour's heart. Isabel waved her wand and caused it to dissipate into wisps. Petrificus totalis, said Dumbledore, and they were all frozen in place. Harry's eyes burned as his Sharingan analyzed the magic holding them and searched for weaknesses in Dumbledore's spell. His rage at Delacour cooled down considerably as he considered just what he was doing. He was attacking openly, a foolish mistake. Damn calming potions, Their aftereffects were unpredictable and frustrating. He hated having his mind manipulated like this. Finite incatatem, he thought as he smoothly widened the weakness in Dumbledore's spell and slipped out of his hold. Dumbledore watched with amazed eyes as Harry flexed his arms calmly and raised his wand. "Harry, stop. I know and understand the reasons for your anger, but was not responsible. I promise you," said Dumbledore urgently. Harry turned his head and saw Fleur looking at him with wide and horrified eyes and knew that Dumbledore told him the truth. "I will tell you later what you experienced in the arena," he continued gently. Harry controlled himself with an enormous effort and faced Dumbledore. "Why am I here?" Dumbledore relaxed and let go of his petrification. Isabel immediately went to Fleur's side, stroking her arm soothingly. Krum just looked assessing at Harry. The door opened once more, letting in Bagman. "Shall we begin?" shouted Bagman as he skipped on towards them. He shook Harry's hand enthusiastically, making Harry itch to set him on fire. "Your spell was one for the history books, Potter. No one expected you to even survive after that. That was stunning," he said enthusiastically. Harry just looked disinterestedly at the floor. "Ah, Ludo," said Dumbledore delicately. Yes. Was indisposed, so he postponed this meeting," said Bagman. "This is about the second task. Listen carefully, the eggs you retrieved are the clues to the next task. Using them you can deduce the nature of the second task." "And what was my score?" asked Harry shortly. Bagman glanced at Dumbledore and then replied. "You are 4 marks short of full. Here tops the score with full marks, I believe?" "Yes," said Isabel. Harry clenched his hand into fists. He had to accelerate his training. He could not have his traitorous sister ahead of him any longer than he could help it. "And," here Bagman looked regretful, "I am afraid the Triwizard Committee has banned you from participating in future tournaments on account of your use of dangerous dark magic." "I don't care," said Harry. "I wish for the minister to be told something. Tell him that his hospitality over the summer will be returned to him if he gets too enthusiastic," said Harry calmly. Bagman just looked confused, but nodded. "I have become an admirer of your talent. I will make sure that your message reaches," he said. "See you, Dumbledore," he said and exited the office with a flourish. Dumbledore sighed and turned to the 4 champions. "All of you can go. Harry must remain, for I have important things to discuss with him," said Dumbledore. Isabel seemed to linger for a moment, but she too left with Fleur and Krum. Harry turned to Dumbledore and snarled. "Explain." Dumbledore just steepled his fingers, choosing his words carefully. It appears as if this summer's activities have had more effect on you than intended," he said sorrowfully. Harry's hands began to shake and his Sharingan began spinning. "How dare he? I do not know what you saw in the arena. Well, not entirely. But it was not real. Whatever caused you to use such a dark spell as Fiendfire did not happen, Harry," said Dumbledore. Harry leant forward menacingly, staring Dumbledore right in the eyes. Oh, how he itched to just set Dumbledore's very soul ablaze. "My Sharingan cannot be put under any illusion. Voldemort himself could not do it," ground out Harry. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "Yes. You are immune to all illusions. All but the ones you put upon yourself. I am sorry, Harry. More than I can begin to say." "So, the students laughing at me. Delacour's behavior, are you saying they are all figments of my imagination? What about the spell that hid me?" asked Harry in a softly dangerous voice. Dumbledore's eyes had widened, but then narrowed in great pity and sorrow. "The one who set the dragons upon you no doubt hit you with that spell. But about the students, I can confirm none of it happened. I will even swear by oath if you find it necessary," said Dumbledore with downcast eyes. Harry did not know how he was keeping his emotions under check. He truly did not. He could feel anger, hatred and rage surging inside him like never before. "Do it," said Harry. 20 minutes later, the voice inside his mind was as silent as ever. He would kill Dumbledore and Voldemort both, if it was the last thing he did. Dumbledore was calling him insane, and the voice that cackled in his head supported the claim. And, for Delacour to make such a move was just foolish, as was the laughing of the students. Dumbledore actually had the gall to torture him and to tell him to his face that he was losing his sanity. The hate reared up inside him like the fiendfire he had released a short while ago. No fate would be horrible enough for Dumbledore and his band of followers. "You old traitor," churned out Harry. "I will make you know suffering, true suffering. One day, you will die for all that you have done to me. I swear it," said Harry, sealing himself with the unbreakable oath. Dumbledore's eyes widened as a tongue of oath flame settled across Harry's arms, dissipating into them. Dumbledore looked extremely old as he questioned with a horrified voice, "What have you done?" Harry smiled grimly and made it to the door. "I just swore to kill you, Dumbledore. I was intending to do it anyway. The oath just makes it official. The game has truly begun, and I will not be merciful to anyone who stands in my way. Tell that to your friends, Albus." With his oath grounding his rage and giving him pure focus, Harry exited Dumbledore's office and disappeared into his void and appeared in the Forbidden Forest. The distorting spiral swallowed him once more, and he appeared upon a tree. As he saw the vast forest in its entirety, resolve filled him. His learning was becoming too sluggish, too bookish. He was a warrior, a wielder of the legendary Sharingan. Not a flea-bitten librarian who pored over volumes. He needed powerful opponents, and this forest would give him those. "Kamui, you can come out now, Isabel," said Dumbledore after a few long moments. Never had he expected for Harry to make such an oath, never. After this he would have no option but to treat Harry as a liability. The notion sorrowed him beyond measure, but there was no other choice. "I did not think that anger had taken such a deep root in him," said Dumbledore as Isabel appeared in front of him. "He has become dark, I fear. The blame lies with me this time. I made him into what he is now. Thus he is my responsibility." Isabel stared incredulously at him. "Has become dark, are you all right, Professor? He is rightfully retaliating against you for your unwarranted torture of him. And you call him dark? Are you the light, then?" Dumbledore sighed. "I cannot explain it to you. Harry is, for the lack of words, a threat. I cannot stand by and make my old mistake. I could not stop Tom, but I will stop Harry if he causes any true damage," said the headmaster with deep sadness. A flash of light blinded them temporarily, before resolving itself into a tall figure of a man. Sirius stared at the two of them, his expensive black robes fluttering with his arrival. "Hello, Sirius. It has been a long time. On behalf of the department, I wish to thank you for what you have done for us," said Dumbledore, seemingly undisturbed by the arrival of a highly wanted fugitive. Sirius, however, was looking at Isabel with a totally comical expression. "Little Isa?" he asked in an amazed tone, causing Isabel to break out of her surprise and barrel into him, hugging him tightly. Sirius hugged her back with equal force and shining eyes. "You have become a real head-turner, my dear," he said suavely, causing Isabel to blush lightly and disengage. "For a moment there, I thought I saw Aunt Doria come back to life." Dumbledore coughed lightly, interrupting the reunion. "I am truly happy that Sirius is back for all intents and purposes, but is this really a risk you should take, my boy? Coming here is an unnecessary dimension of danger to your situation?" "Stuff it, old man," said Sirius carelessly. "Ah, and I heard Harry's oath there in the end. I cannot say I disagree with that. After what you have put him through I would kill you myself," he said in an emotionless tone. "But with Penny and Nick unable to intervene directly, we need you in the future. Else, I would not bother with an oath. When you want to kill someone, do not bother with telling him you will." Albus shook his head sadly. "If I must bear the hatred of our world so that it can be saved, so be it. Do not castigate me, Sirius. Nor must you contact Harry directly, that is a complication not needed at the moment." Isabel just shrugged resignedly at this when Sirius looked at her as if he could not believe what Dumbledore was saying. "I believe that is a simplification we do need, Dumbledore. He is my godson and not your personal Azkaban experiment material. You will get yours soon enough, Harry will see to that. And I will be there right next to him to help him." "And I," chimed in Isabel. Dumbledore just put his head in his hands, showing himself in an unnaturally vulnerable moment. Fawkes flashed out of the room, for once lending no comfort to his partner. "This discussion is moot anyway," he said after a while, his face regaining its resolve. "I will abide as long as our enemies threaten us. This is something Harry or anyone else cannot change. I can only hope he will not make any move against me at this point of time. Even the centaurs hint at something tumultuous about to occur." Elliot, said Sirius, shaking his head. That old relic causes more problems than he solves. Well, Albus, I will be roaming your school at my leisure. I swore to James that I would watch over Harry for him, and that is exactly what I will do. Really? Asked Isabel happily. Maybe with Sirius here, things would take a turn for he better. Sirius nodded, now face to face with Dumbledore. There are two alternatives, Dumbledore. 1. You give me a post here at Hogwarts, and I stay on as a different person. 2. I will regain my freedom tomorrow. You know how easy it is for me. Then I watch over Harry officially. Which do you choose? Sirius watched as the old man clasped his hands together solemnly, thinking deeply. Then Dumbledore looked up at Sirius, and spoke. Welcome to Hogwarts staff, Dominic Westmarch, Professor of Dueling. Wise choice, said Sirius. I will see you again, Isabel. I need to go become a certain Dominic Westmarch, I believe, he said, disappearing with another flash of light. Isabel just looked disdainfully at Dumbledore and made her way out. I know, Fox. I hope is able to correct the consequences of my appalling actions over the summer. I would hate to act against one of my own students to correct my mistakes, said Dumbledore somberly as Fox sang an ethereal song. He ran and ran and ran. The sensation of blood pumping through his veins, the smooth sinew working in tandem with bones to propel him forward. These were sensations that he had come to cherish during the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, he had rather foolishly declared to Dumbledore that he would kill him. Made an unbreakable oath, in fact, he remembered how appalled Snape had been at his actions. But he could not help it, truly, he could not. The only reason he could give to himself for acting the way he did was that he wanted to beat Dumbledore, might against might. He wanted that old traitor to know and regret his actions when Harry was strong enough, more importantly, was in a strong enough position to kill him and get away with it. As he skipped over a tree root, he increased his pace even more and disregarded the exhaustion that stole over him. Snape had managed to procure some old hit wizard training manuals which had been integrated seamlessly into his training routine. It amazed Harry how much those wizards relied upon physical conditioning, much more than what he was previously doing. In fact, their training was nothing short of brutal. In addition to high-level offensive and defensive magics, hit wizards were taught tactics and strategy, weapons and close combat, things that were absolutely essential to Harry. To accomplish what he wished to, personal strength was paramount, of this he had no doubt. Studies at Hogwarts had become all too easy now. With his Sharingan, he was able to pick up practical aspects all too easily. The theory was also child play with a master such as Snape instructing him. Thus, he chose to devote his time to other pursuits so that he could hold his own with people such as Dumbledore as soon as possible. His Sharingan had become his greatest weapon. He was training with it to absurd lengths of time. Constantly activated, the Sharingan let him see through all magic. Running full pelt towards the Hogwarts grounds, he threw himself into the air and drifted into void space with a small distortion of air. Smoothly appearing in the boys' showers, he rinsed the sweat off himself hastily and donned his customary black robes with his hair falling to his shoulders. He walked off briskly towards Moody's class. The lunatic had told them he had a surprise for the class. Truly he did not care for any class at Hogwarts, but for now it was essential. After the chaos of the first task, he felt the need of some time to ground him, to center himself. Nodding to Neville, who stammered a hello, he made his way to the classroom. His Sharingan picked up the slightest ripple of air to his right. He knew all too well Isabel followed him at times. But she did so at public places like these where he could not really retaliate with deadly force. With a muttered wandless spell, he forced the classroom's door open and, ignoring Moody's glare, he sat down on the front row seat. His classmates watched him fearfully as he drew his wand, making him smile grimly. "Harry, where have you been?" hissed Hermione from behind him. "Studying," said Harry genuinely, watching Hermione soften considerably. Hermione too had been drifting away slowly, caught up in her own studies. The memory he had shown her was a motivator too strong, it seemed. Still, he would need all the allies he could get, and he knew with preparation Hermione would be a very great help. "So, Potter," said Moody, looking at him with pure anger. Harry ignored him completely, instead idly reading the book on Fiendfire. The thoughts there were so ingenious, so clever. He knew Snape also knew the Fiendfire intimately. "Potter," shouted Moody, causing the class to flinch. Malfoy, however, looked gleeful, causing Harry to frown. How had the idiot thrown off the effects of his eternal Mangekyo, no less? "Harry, answer him," said Hermione urgently in his ear. Harry just sighed and looked up at Moody. "Yes." An evil smile lit up Moody's face as he beckoned Harry forward. "Today, we will be having a little demonstration," he said with fervor. The class seemed afraid as Moody raised his wand, pointing it directly at an unconcerned Harry. "The Imperious Curse, a fine piece of dark magic. I will now see how you stand up to this unforgivable. And before you argue," he said, looking harshly at Hermione, "Dumbledore has authorized this exercise. If you are cowardly enough to hide behind rules, then leave," he shouted. No one left, but Harry thought that was probably fear of being on the wrong end of Moody's wrath. He knew the Imperious Curse stood no chance with him, but he was curious as to how the curse would feel. "So, Potter the Dark Wizard," sneered Moody with contempt lacing his tone. Harry just rolled his eyes at this new epithet given to him by the Daily Prophet after he used Fiendfire in the first task. Azkaban had changed him too much, and he no longer held to such feeble beliefs as dark and light. "I will make no protest to the name. I will embrace it and make them stand in fear and awe of it," he promised himself as Moody berated Lavender Brown for doing the divination homework. He held his wand leisurely as Moody turned back to him. "You seem to be overly sure of yourself after your exhibition of the dark arts," spat Moody at him. Harry nodded seriously, causing small smiles to break out in the classroom, which were immediately quelled by Moody's scathing look. "Let us see how you hold up against the imperious, dark scum," said Moody, nearly frothing at the mouth. Harry just stood there unconcernedly watching how Moody shaped the magic around with the unforgivable. Harry saw Hermione's face twisting with worry. Imperio? Harry felt a happy sensation, a euphoria he could not begin to describe steal over his mind and try to put him in a haze. He did not let it, of course. In the area of illusions he doubted if even Dumbledore could surpass him. He did not know why, but illusions came to him with alarming ease, like breathing did. The Imperious was a good illusion, thought Harry critically as he kept it at bay with little effort. Moody's eyes widened with sheer disbelief as he saw a mere boy of 14 resist an unforgivable as if it were nothing. Harry smiled. There was something he wanted to try. Something that required great power and finesse. He doubted it had ever been done with an unforgivable before, as they were so powerful. Shifting his eyes into Eternal Mangekyo for just an instant, he followed the trail of the Imperious back to Moody and studied the connection deeply for a few moments. And then he wove magic. Moody's eyes glazed over as a happy expression came onto his face. Harry smiled with utter satisfaction as his technique worked. He was probably the very first wizard who had successfully used an illusion counter to an unforgivable. He held Moody's mind in his grasp with his own Imperious, and he subdued its struggles with just a thought. Once they were under his illusions, it was very hard to break out. He hated Moody, he truly did. Well, not really Moody, but the one impersonating him. At this fact, realization bloomed across his face as he turned to Moody, who just stood there blankly like an idiot. He had Moody exactly where he wanted him and he would not pass up this opportunity. "Tell me who you are, quietly. Come up to me and tell me who you are and what your purpose is. Whisper it to me." The entire class watched dumbfounded as Moody slowly walked towards Harry and whispered something in his ear, all the while grinning like an idiot. Utter shock crossed Harry's face at what he heard. He could not believe it. He quickly mastered himself as the man continued and stopped after a few seconds. He released Moody from his counter, watching as the man shook himself out of his own Imperious. Pure rage contorted the man's face as he slashed his wand through the air, but he had already looked into Harry's Sharingan, though he did not know it. His dark blue light met with Harry, who promptly dissolved into a murder of crows and reformed behind him. "I know who you are," echoed Harry's voice in his mind. "Finite Incantatem," roared Moody, letting out a large pulse of magic. Harry let him dissipate the illusion, knowing that there was little the man could do to harm him now. He held all the cards, and information was strength always. "You pass," said Moody shortly, directing rage-filled eyes at him. Harry smiled dangerously and nodded, sitting back in his chair quietly. Hermione looked confused, as did the rest of the class. Ron looked as if his brain was unraveling right there. "So Professor, did he resist the curse?" questioned Daphne Greengrass smoothly. Moody ignored her, instead choosing to beckon the next student onto the stage. Harry watched and waited, his Sharingan glinting softly behind the illusion that hid it. But he slowly gathered his magic, readying himself for the impending confrontation. It would not be pretty. It was a trying half-hour for Harry as Moody insisted on putting everyone under the Imperius. As Neville finished the routine with a spectacular round of gymnastics, he bent towards Hermione. "I seem to be doing this a lot lately, but I must remain to speak with Moody. Can you go on to herbology without me? Tell Sprout I might be late?" he whispered. Hermione looked at him suspiciously for a few moments. "Sure, Harry. Make sure you are not too late," she said as she got up with the class when Moody ended the session. The class seemed to be eager to leave, the rapid footfalls and scraping of benches making it all too obvious. The moment the last person exited, Harry rushed towards the imposter with a raised wand, simultaneously sealing the room with a spell. With a graceful twist to the side, he evaded the entrail-expelling curse and leapt over the stunner. Moody was shooting spells at him continuously, and Harry saw them come at him clear as day. It was as if time itself slowed down as 3 stunners hurtled at him rapidly. With a twist of his body he avoided all 3. He could see exactly what the imposter was doing, and recognized the spell immediately. Without hesitation he smoothly mimicked the imposter, both of them slashing their wands and yelling, "Fiendfire!" The empty classroom was lit to the point of blindness by the blast of liquid fire that drenched it, issuing incessantly from the wands of the 2 wizards. Harry met fire with fire, literally, and knew he had met his match when he was forced backwards. This man had great magical power, no matter. He pushed the mass of fiendfire towards his opponent with a great effort, only for it to be pushed back with even more force. The fire was too close to burning him. He gathered his strength and shouted, "Octa V Clipium!" With a resounding blast, the wave of magic threw Moody away into the wall. No one expected a kid to divide the flow of magic into 2. Harry cancelled the fiendfire with some effort, just before it went out of control. "Animatus!" came the voice of the imposter, and Harry recorded the spell neatly as it activated the suit of armor behind him. As it brandished its sword menacingly, Harry slashed it with a whip of air, a spell he had copied from Isabel. The thing was sent crashing into the wall, but his Sharingan saw Moody drawing his wand back for another bout of dueling. With a flash of his Sharingan, he threw Moody back into the wall with a powerful banishing charm, so hard that it rendered him dazed for the moment. With another thought, he bound him with ropes, tight ropes, and levitated him into the air. "You little scum, if I was not stuck in this useless body for now," snarled the imposter from within his bounds. Harry tilted his head curiously. "Polyjuice? I know much about that concoction. Let us wait for another hour, shall we, Barty? Till then we can talk, I suppose," he said. "Die, Potter. I will tell you nothing," he ground out ferociously, Harry glimpsing the madness that the man contained. Lucky that Severus Snape was his tutor, he thought as he fished out Veritaserum. It was the first potion Snape had given him, told him to be discreet with its use. "I will make you," said Harry softly with relish. "Open your mouth, scum," he said. Crouch Jr. remained stubbornly close-mouthed. Harry sighed, pointing his hand at the man and intoning, "Crucio," as the man screamed his heart out at the pain. Harry calmly put 2 drops of the potion in his screaming mouth. "Yes, yes," shouted the voice in his head in obvious enjoyment. Harry sighed once more as he watched the man scream. Crouch had to ingest the potion. Regretfully he lifted off the curse and the imposter sagged with relief within his bounds. Within moments his face turned blank and his eyes glassy. Harry waved his wand, layering the room with multiple layers of privacy, his strongest ones. It was time for the interrogation to begin. No longer would he let Dumbledore hold the upper hand through knowledge alone, no longer. "What is your name, Barty Crouch Jr.? Tell me all about yourself, Barty." "You see, began Barty Crouch Jr. as Harry listened raptly, not wanting to miss a single instant of this confession. Crouch Jr. was the one variable he could truly manipulate, and there was no way in hell he would pass this chance up. An hour later, Harry sat opposite the bound and unconscious Barty Crouch Jr., who was in his true form. Moody's eye had rolled off and his leg was replaced with a healthy human one. The man did look surprisingly young. Harry really was impressed with the scam he ran for so long. The Veritaserum had worn off, and his captive had gone back to sleep after telling a most unlikely story that even had him amazed. Little Crouch was here on a single task: to turn the Triwizard Cup into a portkey. For one of the champions, no doubt. But the man had no idea for whom he was making the portkey. He believed that Voldemort would tell him before the task commenced. Harry, however, had little doubt Voldemort was after him. The Dark Lord's aims were all too obvious. It was what he would do in that position. The symmetry of the revenge would almost be too good to pass up. Now he stared at Barty pensively, wondering how he could use the spy. He had options, he thought as he fiddled with his wand absently. He could not kill him, of course, that was a very troublesome option. He could put him under Imperius and direct him. But Barty had proved that he could throw off that curse quite well given time. That left only one option: he had to break Barty's willpower so he could not cast off the Imperius so easily. Tsukuyomi was more than equal to the task, he thought as he readied himself. Releasing the real Alistair Moody was no option, for he did not play a real role in the game. No, it was better for him to simply rot in Barty's trunk. He did not matter anyway, and would only cause an undesirable uproar when Voldemort found out. A chill passed through him as he realized he was now playing directly against Voldemort and Dumbledore both, not to mention the Department of Mysteries and the Ministry of Magic. He had to be in control this time. His eyes turned into his eternal Mangekyo as he spoke softly. "Enervate." The bound Barty's eyes fluttered open and he stared at Harry with eyes that promised only murder and pain. Harry stared straight back into his eyes, not revealing his eternal Mangekyo to Junior. "It was quite the story, Barty," he said calmly. "Now, I need you to do a favor for me. Several of them, in fact. To begin with, I need you to, well, how do they say it? I need you to be my," said Harry, his lips curving at the effect his turn of phrase had on the imposter. "The Dark Lord will rise again, Potter. He will rip your soul and body to shreds. Mark my words. You will then understand what it means to oppose the true power of the dark," snarled the bound man as he spat at Harry. Harry just smirked. He had enough time to spare for this bloke, he would enjoy breaking the Death Eater. "Tsukuyomi," he said softly and smiled widely as they stood in his racing world of red sky and white clouds. Barty Crouch Jr. was bound as usual on a cross in front of him, looking absolutely helpless. "What is this?" whispered Crouch Jr. in surprise as he saw Potter standing in front of him smugly. Harry appeared in front of him, whispering, "Are you sure you will not reconsider?" "Go to hell, Potter. On the contrary, this is my heaven, Barty." "And your hell," said Harry. "Enjoy your stay here." Barty began to convulse violently as Harry ripped into his mind via Tsukuyomi, and began to show him the meaning of horror. "I hope he doesn't take too long," thought Harry grimly. "I can break him soon enough." Crouch screamed himself hoarse, but Harry pressed on relentlessly. He knew how pain felt, but the dark scum in front of him deserved it all. Viciously, he caused Barty Crouch to slowly disintegrate into pieces with the versatility and power of his illusion. He would have the Death Eater under his thumb, or he would have him dead. Harry had to resist cursing the species of tentacula they were supposedly studying, with a good dose of fiendfire. The thing was snapping at him with those barbed tentacles a little too enthusiastically. His inattention contributed to him acquiring several ugly wounds, but he did not care. "It would be prudent to look at the lethal plant you are currently handling," Professor Sprout suggested acerbically. Harry only nodded to her briefly, and turned his Sharingan on the plant with a sigh. "Do your worst," he challenged it. Fast as a viper, the tentacles of the thing shot out at him from all directions. By now, his body was somewhat attuned to the preternatural reactions of his eyes. Dodging with some effort two tentacles that sought to harm his arms, he caught the fleshy part of another and yanked it out of the main body. He watched with a sort of wry amusement as the plant seemed to convulse in pain and go limp, somewhat like what had happened to Barty earlier. His mood darkened at that. He had been a mite too enthusiastic with the Death Eater. "Harry, why did you kill the poor thing?" hissed Neville as the tentacula seemed to lie still with a few final convulsions. Harry shrugged, and turned to Hermione, who was looking at him with a baffled expression. "Hermione, shoot the useless plant with lightning," he said, and to his slight surprise Hermione drew out her wand and spied Sprout, who was rather busy teaching one of her Hufflepuffs the uses of those godforsaken pods. "Harry," protested Neville, but Harry silenced him with a flick of his wand, causing the boy to stare at him with a shocked look. Hermione pointed her wand at the seemingly dead plant, and whispered, "Fulmin." A stream of narrow but jarring lightning shot out of her wand for a second, and Harry simultaneously cast an illusion over the room to make it seem innocent. The lightning literally kicked the plant alive, and Harry left Neville to wrestle the resurrected plant into submission. The chaos of students fighting their plants did not bother him as he thought of what had become of Barty. The Tsukuyomi was a little too excessive for his curse-ravaged mind, and the Death Eater had lost his spirit completely. If Harry could not appreciate the power of his eyes, he could certainly do so now. He was able to literally meld the man to his wishes. He glanced at Neville, who wiped perspiration from his face as he jotted down notes. What would the Longbottom say if Harry told him the man who caused his parents to lose their sanity was made mad by the same method, possibly even worse? "Harry, are you fine?" asked Hermione tentatively from her table. Harry nodded to her expressionlessly as he waited for the class to end. Classes held little interest for him now, for his potential was finally awakening with his eyes. He got up as the bell rang announcing the end of the class. "I have runes, Harry," said Hermione as she dashed off towards her classroom hurriedly. Harry watched her for a moment and then made off briskly towards the dungeons. Snape would have just finished instructing dunderheads of third year, and would have the rest of the day off. The void swallowed him in a distorting spiral, and he smoothly appeared in front of Snape's table. Acknowledged Snape shortly, his sallow face twisted with anger. Harry cocked his head, wondering why the man was so angry. When he asked, the potion's master seemed to try to control himself visibly. For a few moments Harry thought Snape would attack him once more, but the professor seated himself behind his desk to look at Harry with rage-filled eyes. "Did you actually believe," whispered Snape, "that Dumbledore would be so lax in his own school? The moment I saw Moody, I knew something was wrong with him. He clearly shows signs of being under the Imperious Curse, and if I can see that Dumbledore certainly can." "I certainly hope he can," said Harry quietly as he seated himself opposite Snape. "And that is an imposter, by the way. Moody is not who you think he is." "What are you talking about?" asked Snape with raised eyebrows. "Moody is clean. If he were not, Dumbledore would have definitely taken action. As I said, the man is hardly so lax in his own school." Harry shook his head. "Professor, I have no intention of opposing Voldemort and Dumbledore both head-on. Either one could crush me easily as I am now. I was the one who broke Moody, who you must know is actually Bartemius Crouch Jr." Snape's eyes had gone round with surprise. "What are you talking about?" he whispered. Harry sat himself on the chintz chair without asking, and suddenly stiffened. The chair looked far too familiar. Its style of conjuration had little to do with Snape. This was Dumbledore's work. Without pausing a single second, he took Snape's arm and let the void swallow them up. Snape wrenched his arm out of his apprentice's grasp angrily and looked around with a wild face. "Crouch is dead," he snarled. Harry shook his head, and caught Snape with the Sharingan. He could save time by simply showing Snape what had happened. A moment later, they stood opposite each other in the endless void, thinking their own thoughts. "Why did you bring us here?" Snape asked finally. "Dumbledore was there in your office. I would not put it past him to rig your office with spells of espionage," said Harry shortly. After a few more moments of silence he spoke. "As I was saying before, I do not intend to fight them directly for now. Which is why I broke Crouch into pieces, and I will let him fall into Dumbledore's lap like a gift box," he said intently. Snape looked incensed, and cut in coldly. "And what will you do if Dumbledore senses your handiwork? He will have something on you." "He cannot sense it," said Harry with certainty. "His weakness is illusions, and Barty's mind is absolutely destroyed by my illusion. All he will see is the Cruciatus curse I used on Barty, and he will dismiss that to be of Voldemort's doing." Snape had calmed down, and looked incredulously at Harry for a few moments. "That is really a worthy plan, Potter. Playing Dumbledore off against Voldemort." He shook his head dryly. The boy had exceeded his expectations thoroughly and proved himself more Slytherin in character than Gryffindor. "It is the best I can do," said Harry in a distant voice, as he looked around at his void. Oh, and I also figured out what the second task was. Well, Barty told me what it was and how to GE past it. Can I trouble you for some gillyweed, Professor Snape? He asked in a polite voice. Snape smirked. I could arrange that, he said with his smirk not leaving his face. Harry flexed his magic, and the void dissipated as they appeared once again in his damp office. Out of pure reflex, Harry snatched an object Snape had thrown at him the moment they had materialized in his office. It looked like an unwholesome kind of jelly, something that was unpalatable. Snape pointed to it and explained. That is gillyweed. You must chew it, of course, as you step into the water. It will have some rather interesting effects I am sure you can infer from the name. Gillyweed, murmured Harry, looking at the gooey substance. Will it give me attributes of the aquatic species? He asked as he tucked the thing into his robe pocket. Snape nodded, and Harry turned towards the door after a slight bow. Yes, it would be for the best, said Snape, if you tone down your displays of genius in Flitwick's and McGonagall's classes. They are faithful to Albus and will always remain so, you know. Anything you do in their class, Albus will know immediately. Point accepted, said Harry quietly. I plan to do so anyway, Professor. I have my own training to pursue and Hogwarts is at best an annoyance to one with my eyes. When I seem to lag in their classes, they will remember what I am capable of and will not pester me. That was the intention, said Harry as he let Kamui swallow him up. But he did not step out of the void as he gathered his magic. No matter the time, he would definitely learn to cast that spell properly. With the aid of his eyes, anything was possible. Massive and blinding torrents of fire bloomed in the endless void as he unleashed the full force of his magic, erupting into the shapes of chimeras and basilisks. Fiend fire! You felt it as well, I presume, Headmaster, came the severe voice of Minerva McGonagall. 4 of the 7 staff had gathered in Albus Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore looked quite considering, peering with his twinkling eyes at nothing. Sprout waved her wand, causing a tray of tea to appear and float over to each professor who took it absently. My diagnostic charms told me just one thing, Headmaster, squeaked out Flitwick. There is very little that can be done to save the wretch. I do not believe him to be Alistair Moody. In truth, I have suspected his identity ever since he set foot in Hogwarts. A mournful trill filled the air as Fawkes fixed Dumbledore with a fiery gaze. The old headmaster sighed, and turned to his staff. As have I, he replied. There was something quite different about him, something that did not ring true. Now he is completely broken. I assume it was a cruciatus of an intensity higher than was cast on the Longbottoms. But it has been done in a very clever way, said the headmaster distantly. If he is who you think he is, started McGonagall, he must be immediately put in chains and carted off to Azkaban. I am afraid not, Minerva, said Dumbledore quietly. He is an important piece in the game, if only because of one thing. He is Lord Voldemort's direct pawn. As long as we do not alarm him unduly, I assure you it will turn out for the best. Voldemort thinks his spy is incompromised and therein our advantage will lie. The Transfiguration Mistress looked at Dumbledore incredulously, with a dash of anger showing openly upon her face. You would put our students in danger because of one madman's value only you can perceive? Is it worth that much? My dear Minerva, I know nothing else but this will satisfy you. So this is all I can give you in return for your surveillance of Crouch Jr., said Dumbledore regretfully. He raised his wand and the professor's eyes widened as the headmaster began to glow with bright golden fire. I swear, upon my life, that if the slightest harm befalls even a single student due to this venture, I will defeat Crouch Jr. with no hesitation, swore Dumbledore, and winced as the unbreakable oath settled into his skin. They stared at him with utter surprise, and McGonagall held his gaze scrutinizingly. They did not speak for a long moment, but Flitwick cut in. Well, I did not expect that, Albus, he said in a faint voice. It certainly proves your commitment to the school, though that has never been in much doubt. I for one will participate in this venture of yours. Sprout assented as well, but McGonagall remained silent. What say you, Minerva? I will do this, Albus, said McGonagall slowly, if only to keep the students safe. I cannot have them as collateral for your visions of the greater good. She spat and stormed out of the beautiful circular office. Dumbledore flinched slightly at the allusion to his ideals. he could not fault her. "I have a class," said Flitwick, also moving to the door with a slight bow to the headmaster. "We will keep you updated, Albus," he said as he and Sprout closed the door and descended by the revolving staircase. "Something is amiss, Fawkes," said Dumbledore musingly as he examined one of his odd instruments, pressing various dials and buttons on it that made it shake alarmingly. "Crouch feels artificial. He does not seem real to me. I knew of his subterfuge, of course, but this situation seems not right. I must be careful." A series of musical trills greeted his statement, Fawkes glaring at him steadily. Dumbledore nodded, popping a drop into his mouth as he thought deeply. A rustle to the right made him turn, and he smiled as he saw a certain Sirius Black seal the room with a simple wave of his wand. "Sirius," he greeted amiably. "Nice to see you, as usual. How did your spying go?" "It went well, you white-bearded old bastard," snarled Sirius fiercely. "What did you do to Harry? All the kid does is abuse you with Severus, or study magic all day long, or train with those eyes of his. He is a tortured war veteran in the body of a 14-year-old boy." Dumbledore sighed. "I have been castigated enough for my mistakes, Sirius. Do not think I do not regret the horrible things I did to awaken the Sharingan in the boy. But I do not apologize for my actions, it had to be done. Voldemort must be defeated." "You old fuck," spat Sirius, and the profanities only seemed to put a wryly amused smile on Dumbledore's face. "What will you do if we have another Dark Lord on our hands, you heartless fucker? You will stop him?" sneered Sirius. "You fucking old poof. You could only just stop that gay sweetheart of yours. Just barely. Now you have gone and torn my friend's son apart, along with their family. If I did not know what I do about you, I would think you to be a real Dark Lord." "How dare you?" whispered Dumbledore, cold rage in every line of his ancient face. Sirius grinned maliciously at him. "You are a tyrant, Dumbledore. A well-meaning tyrant, but a tyrant nevertheless," said Sirius malevolently. "My house would have never associated itself with hypocrites such as yourself, but I made that mistake." "Keep quiet," Sirius warned Dumbledore in a low voice. Sirius seemed to continue uncaringly, but he spoke with a calculated amount of barb in his voice. The head of the House of Black seemed intent on hurting him with words, and he was succeeding admirably. "The Hallows will never unite under your call, just like they never did under that scum Grindelwald's," said Sirius with relish. Dumbledore's wand seemed to reverberate with force, and Fawkes had long ago flashed out of the room. "You disgusting old fuck, you will never be able to reunite with your retarded sister," said Sirius in a tone of dark satisfaction. "After what you did to Harry. You do not deserve to. Even her half-fried mind would recognize you for the wicked old fuck that you are, and would spurn you the moment you took up the resurrection stone." I saw my godson, and in his eyes I could only see a cold and controlled insanity. Dumbledore's tall form seemed to trembling with rage as Sirius continued obliviously. "He will oppose Voldemort all right, but what will you do when he turns his rage on the rest of us?" "I would definitely do the same in his shoes. Arian would spit on you, Dumbledore. Even your retarded sister would not have gone so far for the greater good," he shouted. "Gellert, your fucked up friend," he snarled. "Even he would not be cold enough to consign a boy to the tortures as you have done. You disgust me. You have dishonored your retarded." Raw magic exploded everywhere from Dumbledore's slightly glowing form, throwing Sirius violently to the walls. The numerous artifacts were crushed to pieces and the entire room was thrown into absolute disarray in the face of Dumbledore's anger. Somewhere in the dust-filled room, a flash of fire occurred. Fawkes materialized above an unconscious and bleeding Sirius, bringing with him a horrified Isabel Snyder. She glanced once at Dumbledore, whose look of wild rage was settling down rapidly to its usual composure. "Don't," whispered Isabel as she ran healing magic over Sirius. Dumbledore stopped dead in his tracks as Isabel turned an enraged look upon him. "Don't come near us ever again. First my brother, then my family and then him? You and Voldemort have something in common." "He provoked me," said Dumbledore in a rare tone of shame. "He was just a ranting child. Why did I lose my temper?" he asked himself more than anyone else. Isabel glanced at him as she slumped in relief. "He is safe," she said, and nodded to Fawkes. A flash of fire took them both away from a confused and introspective headmaster who was examining the devastation left in the wake of his uncharacteristic rage. With a sigh, Dumbledore waved his wand and melded his magic to begin the restoration of his office. He only wished that magic could fix his greater mistakes with Harry just as easily as it fixed this room. He wished that more than anything. But then again, he remained firm about his convictions as well. Anything could be sacrificed for the larger well-being of the wizarding population. Rita Skeeter. Some people in the world need no introduction. They have left a lasting mark on our world whether we wish for them or not. The eccentric headmaster of our prestigious school Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, is up to his old ways once more. Apparently he has decided that ex-Auror and trigger-happy wizard Alistair Moody is unfit for the post of Dada teacher, and has sacked his old comrade in arms. Professor Moody was observed shouting angrily at the headmaster, but was kindly but firmly told to vacate the castle. Moody was insane. He is brilliant at being an Auror, but bollocks at teaching, stated Dominic Westmarch, the new professor of dueling. Yes, you read right. The old dingbat has decided all of a sudden that the school is in need of a dueling professor. Such a subject has not been taught formally for a century now, but customs and laws obviously mean very little to Albus Dumbledore. Westmarch seems to have good credentials, a certified dueling champion for 3 years straight. We must thank the stars that the eccentric old headmaster did not choose a giant or manticore for the post of dueling. Sneaked into the position of Dada teacher is Professor Severus Snape. Dumbledore insists that Professor Snape is the man for the job. Perhaps he is of the opinion that only a suspected Death Eater knows the dark arts best. Leaving speculation aside, we can only look at the facts. Not content with disturbing the carefully balanced staff of Hogwarts, Dumbledore has also seen fit to appoint to the post of potions professor an old friend of his. Celeste Snyder was chosen to the prestigious post amidst great controversy, as usual, despite great protest by Professor Snape. Mrs. Snyder is interestingly the mother of the Beauxbatons champion, Isabel Snyder. Dumbledore is clearly bent upon ruining the ancient school, and is spitting upon the great legacies of the founders. His dictatorial behavior has angered many, including the great philanthropist Lucius Malfoy. Dumbledore is tainting our great heritage. He must be deposed from all his posts and given time to reflect on the damage he has caused. Hogwarts has traditionally been open only to British wizards. Celeste Snyder is, I would go as far as to say, an unwelcome addition to the hallowed school of the founders, stated. This opinion was corroborated by several readers and is also the personal opinion of this reporter. Only time will tell of the far-reaching effects of Albus Dumbledore's so-called wisdom. The quiet bustle of the Great Hall did not disturb Harry as he took in the article. A single glance at the staff table showed him Dumbledore and McGonagall engaged in a heated discussion, with Flitwick trying to get in a word edgewise. He gripped the paper tightly, almost tearing it. Though he was quite amused at the tone of the article, he was less than happy with what it conveyed. He glanced at Snape, who looked back at him with no expression, but his Sharingan could see the sheer frustration on the ex-potions professor's face. Glancing next to Snape, he activated his eternal Mangekyo, and saw through the multiple layers of glamour that hid his mother Lily Potter. "Hello, Lily," he mouthed to her softly, causing her eyes to widen. A sudden noise on the Gryffindor table caused him to look to the side, easily ignoring his mother. Ron had spilled his goblet of pumpkin juice as he read the day's paper with a horrified face. "Do you think Professor Snyder is good?" asked Hermione eagerly, seemingly appearing out of nowhere at his side. Harry turned to face the overenthusiastic girl with a cold face. "I do not particularly care," he said with finality. As Hermione's expression fell, he conceded. "She is said to be good with potions. A class or two will reveal what she is like," he stated. Hermione continued speaking, lathering her crumpet with a surprising amount of butter. "Snape is the best for Dada, no matter what Skeeter says. Thank God Moody is gone. What he would have done in the future I have no idea. I wonder what Dumbledore is playing at," she said, looking at the now calm old man with narrowed eyes. "He wants Snape gone," said Harry casually. "The job is jinxed, so Snape will be gone by the end of the year. He is hoping to break the apprentice bond by taking away his professorship. I must say, he is quite the cunning old schemer. he finished. A crystal-clear mind was one of the advantages of occlumency, and as he mastered it further he could not help but notice its benefits. To remain defended always from mental attacks, the mind always needed to be clear. Hermione looked at the headmaster with pure anger in her eyes, but was calmed down by a glance from Harry. "No need to get too excited," he said, and leaned forward intently. For the whole of the last night he had thought about this, and had come to a conclusion. He could not have a one-track attack, he had to have multiple contingencies to ensure his success. "I need you, Hermione, to research something for me," he said calmly. Hermione's eyes lighted up in curiosity at this statement, and she leaned forward even more. "I need you to research and break the jinx on the dot opposition by the end of the year. It will be hard, but you must do it. It will help me greatly if I can continue my arrangement with Professor Snape," he concluded. Hermione remained silent for a moment, turning over the possibilities. "Fine," she said, as Dumbledore got up and walked around the dais with a great show of formality. All the schools were assembled and Harry snorted as he saw Professor Westmarch seat himself at the staff table along with Maxime and Karkaroff. Sirius was plainly visible to his eyes, and he knew that the old dog had struck a deal with Dumbledore. He would kill Sirius if he was a traitor, even after all Harry had gone through for his sake. There was far too much going on to keep track of at once, but all he intended to focus on was magic. The other things could wait. "Ladies and gentlemen, the new changes in our staff are not yet officially inducted, but they are confirmed. But we have before us a matter of greater importance," he said grandly, and Hermione looked at him with a quizzical expression. The full hall seemed to be waiting for the headmaster's announcement, and they were not disappointed. "Today is the day of the second task of the Triwizard Tournament," he announced in a strong voice. Hermione looked at him with askance, and Harry could not help but smirk at her surprise. Evidently she had been so caught up in her studies that she had failed to keep track of the tournament. The Gryffindors were staring solemnly at him, but he calmly ate his toast. The task was hardly important at this point of time, it was just an unnecessary chore he had to accomplish. Hermione elbowed him hard, whispering intently. "Are you prepared?" she asked him urgently. Harry nodded with an unconcerned expression. He wondered who Dumbledore thought was his most precious person. Dumbledore walked down the stage with the staff trailing behind him and the other judges. "If the champions will join us?" he asked courteously, and Harry saw Isabelle, Krum and Delacour file out of their respective tables towards Dumbledore. The clamor in the hall was great as the champions strode out towards their task, and Harry nodded discreetly to Hermione's encouraging look. They walked out of the great hall at a stately pace, and he could see Fleur being advised by Maxime and Karkaroff advising Krum. He snorted, before his eyes, their pathetic magic was as nothing. Isabelle shuffled closer to him, undeterred by his expressionless face. "Don't take your anger out on Mother, Harry," she whispered in his ear as they approached the Black Lake. The Hogwarts students filed into the stadium erected on its shores, occupying the remaining chairs in the already partially filled stadium. He simply strode forwards, glancing at the cartoonish bagman prancing around like a fool. "Harry, are you even listening to me?" came the voice of his sister, and he turned to stare at her coldly. Isabelle froze as he used magic to project his anger and hate to her, the burning hate he kept hidden deep within himself. He could feel Dumbledore and Celeste Snyder watching them, along with Dominic Westmarch, but he did not care. "I have no mother. I have no family. I have only enemies and obstacles," he said in a quietly menacing voice. "Get out of my way, Snyder," he snarled and pushed past her to join the other champions who had assembled on the shore of the Black Lake. The stands were now full with people, and they were cheering inanely as usual. Snape met his eyes from the stands and he could see the anger the professor held as he sat beside the woman who had betrayed him so deeply. Celeste Snyder did resemble Lily Potter, but the changes were in the details. His mother flinched violently as Harry met her eyes as well, showing her for an instant his eternal Mangekyo. The air was bitterly cold, and the Black Lake seemed like a shimmering surface of onyx. His eyes could see warming charms woven all around the place, regulating the temperature for the spectators. Delacour glanced at him, and then began disrobing openly, causing even Harry to stare in surprise. Each and every eye in the stadium was focused upon the painfully beautiful Vila girl as she divested herself of her robes. showing off a perfect and flawless body. She wore a standard bathing suit and stood unconcerned with the amount of skin she had bared to the now lecherous crowd. Harry shook off the allure easily. His eyes could create much better illusions. Crumb too seemed rather undisturbed by the Vila's actions, but did shoot her an appreciative glance. He could feel Isabel observing him closely, and glanced at her to see that she had done the same as Fleur. The crowd was especially silent now, and Harry nearly spat as he saw omnioculars and photo lenses flashing and trying to capture the scantily clad girls. Isabel was beautiful in her own way, with a body as perfect and lithe as her fellow champions. The crowd was going nuts now, and it took a few bangs from Maxime's upraised wand to get their attention. He barely heard as Bagman pranced towards them and stood frozen as he observed Isabel and Fleur with a single glance. Crumb coughed to get his attention, and the mercurial sportshead began to describe the task. "Have to retrieve the hostage we have set for you at the bottom of." He barely heard Bagman as turned his attention towards the lake, glancing deep into it with his Sharingan. He could feel no enchantment upon its waters and turned once again as he felt a soft hand on his shoulders. "Good luck, brother," said Isabel as Bagman finished his explanation. He gave no acknowledgement as he stared around casually to see that the task had begun. Sharingan glowed hidden behind its illusion as Harry watched Crumb turn himself sloppily into a kind of half-shark as he dived into the water. "Has used an incomplete form of human transfiguration to give himself aquatic attributes," roared Bagman, and the din of the spectators began. Harry did not move as he snorted at Fleur's bubblehead charm. The Vila arched her body in a graceful swan dive and penetrated the depths of the water. He could see Isabel conjure a kind of blue sphere and step into it calmly. Now he was impressed slightly, that was good magic. But there was nothing that his eyes could not learn. He recorded the spell easily as Isabel seemed to sink into the water, protected by her blue sphere. The noise of the crowd was so much that it now irritated him. He could see the teachers and judges staring at him with surprise at his inaction, and saw Snape smirk knowingly. "That, ladies and gentlemen, is a perfect conveyor bubble charm. Our accidental champion seems to be the most talented in this posse. That charm was invented by Professor Flitwick himself as a journeyman in advanced charms. It is a notoriously difficult spell to." Harry paid no attention to the dithering of Bagman as he stood alone on the shores of the lake. Calmly swallowing the gillyweed, he strode into the lake, ignoring the pointed laughter and jeers of the crowds. The cold waters made no difference to him as he waded deeper and swam farther into the lake. "The lake show," he murmured softly, and dropped through the lake effortlessly as his weight was increased several times. He had no intention of wasting too much time swimming through various annoying obstacles. The Khmer spell was an old one, often used as a punishment or torture in the old days of that empire. As he sank swiftly through the now green and dull waters, he could catch a glimpse of Fleur struggling with Grindylows. He almost averted his head in embarrassment. She was putting a pathetic show, unworthy of a witch. Before he could crash into the soft lake bed, he murmured, "Krobkri and hey," and sank down lightly into the moist surface of the lake. His Sharingan could pick up a large amount of magic coming from far to his left, and inferred that the merpeople must be there. Before he could make any move, he felt a spear pierce his shoulder from behind and grunted in pain. He smoothly turned his wand backwards, and shot a spear of darkness in retaliation. Blood spread around him as the merman was torn in two from the force of his spell. Healing his wound as best as he could, he swam rapidly towards the merpeople settlement. His eyes could see a considerable amount of the merpeople surround him from all sides, all of them staring at him with the intent to kill. "Kill them! Kill them all! Those useless dregs! Let them burn in our fire, let them!" Harry tuned out the voice, stowing his wand back in his robes. He raised both hands as the mermen converged on him from all sides with their spears pointed towards him. The gillyweed was a clever thing, he thought as he readied himself for the coming slaughter. It provided him great mobility in water, perhaps even as much as the merpeople themselves. His Sharingan glinted with an unholy light as he held up both hands and intoned, "Aphis Thanato." Both his palms shimmered as if there was an unbearable heat pouring off them, and he grinned. The first wave of mermen threw themselves at him, but he evaded them effortlessly. His hands shot out and touched two merpeople lightly, and they dropped motionless to the lake floor. He bent backwards to avoid 3 spear thrusts and gripped the hands of those merpeople. Their breathing stopped and their eyes lost their light. Harry's face was full of cold exhilaration as he used the Sharingan to evade every attack with incredible speed. And his very touch caused the attacking merpeople to drop dead like flies. He simply rushed through the horde as if they were gnats, their futile attacks not bothering him in the least. Dozens of mer bodies coated the lake floor, and dozens more died as their ineffectual spear attacks were avoided contemptuously and were dealt back with death. Tilting his head to the side casually, he avoided another spear and tapped the merman on his head. His contempt increased as he saw the rest fleeing from him, not even glancing at the dozens of their dead comrades. Death Touch was an exquisite spell indeed, very dark magic. But he was not dark enough to make it work on humans, that would require him to immerse himself in blackness even he knew to be evil. He pointed a hand at the fleeing merpeople and shouted, "Fiendfire!" A huge serpent of the cursed flames encircled them, burning unbearably bright despite the fact that they were deep underneath the lake. The merpeople screamed in pain and despair as Harry closed his hand into a fist and caused the fire serpent close in on them, incinerating them immediately. With a single thought, he dissipated the fiendfire. As his Sharingan adjusted to the contrast, he swam fast towards his destination, paying little attention to the carnage he had caused. These useless little beasts were not worth his attention, after all. As he approached the crude little settlement in the lake bottom, the merpeople swam away from him fearfully. He ignored them as he spied a few tall poles in the center of the village. Tied to the poles were the hostages, and Harry immediately discounted as his hostage a Durmstrang girl, a Bobadden's girl, and a little girl who greatly resembled Fleur. What did catch his interest was the shining silver sword that was sitting innocuously, embedded in a rock beside the so-called hostages. His Sharingan could see the inscription upon the sword, and the powerful magics that seemed to be woven into its very metal. Godric Gryffindor. The old traitor knows me well, he thought as he analyzed the magics surrounding the precious weapon for any trace of malice. A smirk adorned his face as he inferred that Dumbledore was possibly making him a peace offering, thinking to pacify him by giving him what was rightfully his. He floated towards the sword, and grasped its ruby-encrusted hilt. Gritting his teeth, he pulled it out with a great effort. A merman appeared in front of him, and Harry could see the fear in the thing's bearing. "Your task is complete. You may go," said the little beast in a terse voice. Harry shook his head smilingly as the voice in his head urged him to bury the sword of Gryffindor in the thing. His smile grew as he observed the thing's fidgeting and in a blurring motion, slashed the legendary sword through its chest. The waters were stained red, but the blade itself remained as pristine as ever as he held it to his side. There was absolutely no trace of the merpeople in the crude little village, as it should be. A faint displacement of water had caught his attention, and he saw Isabelle appear beside him smoothly. The sphere of magic encapsulating her pulsed in reaction to her surprise. Harry smiled chillingly at her, as he hefted the Gryffindor sword. Isabelle frowned at him, glancing at the merman he had cut down in cold blood. "Was all the slaughter really necessary?" she asked him in a sad voice. Harry raised his hand, and wove magic easily. Some of the water in the lake was displaced as it was transfigured into a plain black scabbard, in which Harry nonchalantly sheathed the sword. "They tried to kill me. It was my pleasure to kill them," he replied viciously, slinging the sword across his shoulder. Isabelle flinched at the cold in his voice and swam away towards her hostage. Harry watched her with an interested look as she cut away the bindings with an advanced cutting charm. Glancing to the side, he saw another merman approach him furiously. Before the thing could get any further, his eyes pulsed with magic. The water rippled as the cutting charm he had just copied slashed through it, and through the foolish opponent. As the two separate halves fell to the bottom, he saw Isabelle shake her head at him, and include her hostage in her sphere of protection. "Good spell," said Harry in satisfaction. His arsenal was growing considerably, and before long he would have thousands upon thousands of spells at his fingertips. That alone was making him believe that the Sharingan was worth the suffering he had gone through. "Can we talk?" asked Isabelle, looking directly into his eyes. Harry nodded, deciding to humor her. Today was turning out to be an excellent day. He was at least able to let his power loose a little. He wanted to hear the words of his traitorous elder sister. Hurting her with words held a different appeal to him. He would go out of his way any day to make them suffer. The two champions rose smoothly through the depths of the Black Lake, and every Grindylow and merman fled the moment he was in their sights. "You know, we could do the same to the others on the surface," whispered the insane voice in his head. "Just like these fools, we could sweep them out of our way. Our eyes, those weaklings are really nothing before us. Oh, my Sharingan, why can't I use it? I cannot see, why? Harry frowned as the voice began to sob in his head like a grief-struck child. "What do you know about the Sharingan?" he questioned the voice sternly, but only got sobbing in return. He cursed the thing and turned his head to Isabel as he heard her voice. "Harry, Mother wants to meet with you today in the room of requirement," said Isabel quickly. They were nearing the surface now and Harry turned towards his sister, his curiosity aroused. "What room?" Isabel's face brightened at this. "The room of requirement, Harry. It is a room in Hogwarts that has the power to grant anything he needs. It is a curious place, and very useful." "I see," said Harry. "Is this an ambush? I have just gotten out of torture, despair and confinement, you know. Do you both plan to take away what remaining joy I have in this world?" he asked her, injecting a note of tortured suffering in his tone. His efforts were rewarded as he saw silent tears stream down Isabel's face and her eyes fill with a deep pain. We just want to talk, Harry. Mother is going mad with everything that has happened. Please, Harry, I beg you. Meet with her just this once." She pleaded with him, and Harry stared at her with surprise. "What will I get in return?" he asked her coldly. "If you have nothing of value to offer me, then I have nothing to say to that woman either. My time is far too valuable to spend consoling enemies." Isabel considered the question, her tear tracks drying on her beautiful face. "What would you want?" she asked him softly. Harry held her gaze, and stated firmly, "I want to know everything you know about the Department of Mysteries." They broke out of the water's surface and Isabel's protective sphere floated next to him as he swam effortlessly towards the shores. The mad cheering of the crowds and the unnecessarily loud voice of Bagman drowned out Isabel's words, but he saw the utter surprise on her face. As they came to shore, Pomfrey wrapped them in towels and dragged them towards the champion's area. Isabel flicked her wand to enclose them in a bubble of silence, and said, "Harry, I owe them my loyalty. Even if I wanted to, I could never betray them. My oaths prevent me from revealing anything I know to a civilian." "I see," said Harry as they were ushered into seats and given potions that made their ears steam. Isabel had clothed herself with a wave of her wand, and had plopped herself on the seat beside his. He could see Dumbledore look at him disapprovingly, and Karkaroff look at him with a faint hint of respect. "Is there anything else you would want?" asked Isabel as the warmth from the potion stole over them. Apparently, they were awaiting Crumb and Fleur's completion of the task. He could see Snape and Lily make their way towards them from the stands, and sighed. Frankly, he did not wish for any distractions at the moment. He would deal with his family when the time came, but he would not let the hatred consume him. Power was something that could be attained with a crystal-clear focus, not by blundering around in a tumult of anger. Snape had driven that point home in their duels several number of times. "To gain power over others," said Snape to him more than once over these months, "you must first gain power over yourself. Lord Voldemort is so powerful because of not his prodigious talent, it is because his convictions are clear, evil though they may be. His self-control is unbelievably supreme. He is calm under the most stressful of situations. The same is true for Dumbledore, and any other wizard of notable power." "I want many things," he said calmly as the surface of the water broke to reveal Fleur Delacour swimming frantically towards the shore chased by Grindylows. Weak, like he used to be. "There is something else I can offer you," said Isabel quietly. "I can demonstrate several spells I know, spells that have never seen the light of the day. You can copy them as you wish. There is nothing else I can give, Harry, that will be useful to you now." "Well done," said Snape in his low voice. "That sword seems fitting for you, somehow." Lily had glanced at him once, apparently wanting to say something, but his complete ignorance of her seemed to change her mind and she began a quiet conversation with Isabel. Victor the Sharkman swam out at last, making towards the shore frantically. "Pathetic, aren't they?" whispered Snape, causing Harry to smirk. He couldn't agree more as he saw the fools dote around the villa and the Quidditch star. He saw Crumb shoot him a slightly scared look, and that satisfied him more than anything. "She tried her best, Severus," said Lily Potter, and Snape froze. He slowly turned to her and Harry could see how much loathing he held for the woman. It was almost as much as his own. "I would prefer it," he said in an icy voice, "if you never addressed me again." Lily stared back with a hard look, and nodded stiffly. Her eyes softened considerably as she looked at Harry, who was ignoring her completely. "Harry," she said in a shaky voice. "Will you come to speak with us, then?" she asked quickly. Harry glanced at Snape, who nodded slightly. Hiding his surprise at the unexpected opinion, he turned to the new potions professor. It was time to put his plan into action, and there was no other better place to start. "Very well. And I accept your offer," he said to Isabel. Isabel nodded, her eyes showing joy and enthusiasm. On some level, he detested what he was doing, but he knew this was necessary. The plans that were running through his mind would have disgusted him in second or third year, but now it seemed perfectly natural. They had betrayed him, and consigned him to unimaginable pain, so he would make sure they experienced the same, and he would start where it would hurt the most. It was not enough that they undergo bodily pain. No. He smiled at Isabel, but only Snape could understand the truly deadly nature of his revenge. Illusions, he thought as Isabel smiled back at him uncertainly. People see what they want to see. What is one person's reality is another's illusion. He looked at Bagman, who had begun his monologue, and saw Dumbledore and the other judges looking at him with highly disturbed faces. It was understandable, he had slaughtered a few dozen merpeople after all. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Bagman solemnly, "Chieftainess Mercus has spoken with Albus Dumbledore as to the happenings in the bottom of the Black Lake, and we have discussed intensively as to what must be our response. This is what we have decided in the end." For excellent charm work, Isabel Snyder tops the chart once more with 47 points. She was among the first to return, and well within the time limit, said Bagman, and the crowd cheered appreciatively. Harry shot her a contemptuous look at the announcement. "It was not my decision," she murmured contritely, and he snorted. Bagman continued, shooting an apprehensive look at Harry. "And the merpeople had an unfortunate encounter, where several of the lake dwellers were killed," he said to a shocked audience. Is therefore ranked second with a score of 44. His skill at handling a completely hostile situation is to be appreciated. Some of the audience began to shout out that epithet he had been given. "Potter the Dark Wizard," they said, looking at him with fear and outrage. Lily looked at him with pity and apology, whereas Snape said to him in a quiet voice, "Make them stand in awe of the name." Harry nodded, saying nothing as Fleur came to sit down behind them. Bagman continued his speech, now starting on the Delacour, and are tied at 30 points for the following main reason: was overwhelmed by Grindylows and failed at her task, and risked killing his hostage by his incomplete transfiguration. "I deserved 0, said Fleur shamefully, and Harry agreed with that sentiment. The girl's weakness was really sickening to someone like him who prized strength above everything else. Isabel squeezed her friend's arm tightly in reassurance, making him sneer. "Ladies and gentlemen, the second task is complete," said Bagman almost sadly. Harry got up and began to make his way towards the castle with Snape. He paused as Isabel called out his name. "You will keep your word, unlike your family." "I always do," he said shortly, and resumed walking. Rita Skeeter came running up to him eagerly, but he pointed his wand at her lazily and banished her painfully into the ground. He would have to ready himself for the night's lies and platitudes, and consider how to proceed properly. The common room was boisterous in its party mode, as Dean Thomas liked to call it, but Harry found all the celebration absolutely ridiculous. He had made it perfectly clear that he wanted very little to do with his housemates, but they had of course gotten their way. Fred and George Weasley were creating an incredibly annoying racket as they passed around butterbeers and food aplenty. "Hey, Harry, good job on offing those nutters," shouted a curiously inebriated voice, and Harry turned to find a very drunk Ron Weasley. The partygoers laughed raucously at Ron's state, and he barely suppressed a wince. Hermione made her way to him, bearing 2 bottles of butterbeer. "Expulso," he said, and casually threw away a few drunk housemates from their table. Hermione frowned at his actions, but Harry paid it no mind. As far as he was concerned, the Gryffindors, and pretty much every other house really, were sheep. I don't like them either, Harry, but you could stop throwing them around like that, she said pointedly. Harry took the bottle of butterbeer and cast half a dozen diagnostic spells, and scanned it thoroughly with his Sharingan. Finding no fault, he sipped it carefully. They don't matter, he said carelessly, and stared around at his mindless housemates. They lacked talent, skill, power or anything else that would be worthy. In other words, they were not worth his time. He was far too different from them to associate with. They were just useless children to him. No, they were just useless. Then why don't you just leave Hogwarts? Asked Hermione in a puzzled voice. I mean, she waved her wand to create quite an impressive silencing field. I would flee from Dumbledore and Britain as far as I could if something like your experiences happened to me, she said with an earnest sadness. And that would be the prudent thing to do, agreed Harry. It was easier to talk to Hermione than anyone else. Perhaps it was her lack of deception that made him latch onto her so desperately. Perhaps it was the fact that she had stayed by his side from the beginning, just for him. Not for his status, prophecy or the Shirinen. For him. Some part of him still craved that person, small though it admittedly was. His eyes were far too perceptive to be deceived. No one could manipulate him anymore. He could see everyone's true nature through the minute changes in their body language, and that gave him power over their minds. But Hermione leaked no deception. And that was the one thing that made him willing to consider her as an ally. Hermione shook him out of his reverie by asking, I thought you were prudent, Harry? It is still not late. You can transfer before you have gotten your owls. I would even come with you, she said with conviction blazing in her eyes. Harry smiled sadly. I was considering such a move, he confessed. In truth, he was far too powerful to be constrained by Hogwarts, but there was one fact to be considered. He continued, looking down at his butterbeer. But Snape took me on as an apprentice, he said softly. He is a wizard of such skill that I freely admit I cannot find his like anywhere in Britain. That, and we have a few common goals which have made me able to work with him. The token fortune his parents had left for him was not really much, and he was not yet old enough to earn money lawfully. His eyes were his secret, and he could not use them openly. You can count on my help, Harry. Always, she said quietly. Harry nodded, simultaneously glancing at the clock. It was time for that meeting with Isabel, and it was time for him to begin weaving his illusory personality. His plans would take some time to ripen, but the efforts would be worth it in the end. I have an appointment with Snape, Hermione, he lied casually. Hermione nodded to him, hugging him briefly and seeming terribly surprised as he hugged her back. Disengaging, he walked swiftly away from her with a cold smile on his face. First, you show them what they expect to see, whispered the insane voice fervently. Then, you show them what they want to see. At the end, when they lie defeated, then you show them the truth. His Sharingan glowed malevolently behind its illusion as he stalked through the torch-lit corridors. As several students scurried out of his path, he adjusted the sword of Gryffindor at his back. At least he had something that felt like a true part of him. He quickly made towards the boys' restroom, and locked himself within a cubicle. Kamui, with a small distortion of air, he stepped into the void space only to open it easily to step out in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Powerful magic was coming off the wall, and he could sense something odd. The magic here was somehow bent, twisted in a way he was very familiar with. It was just like how he bent space to enter the void. Carefully he studied the wall, fascinated despite himself. After the imprisonment he found joy in very few things. Main of them was learning and exploring magic. That and the rush of the battle. His 3 eyes were glowing as he analyzed the sophisticated and ancient magics that seeped out of the wall and wondered if he could test it somehow. Before he could do anything, a polished wooden door appeared for him. Frowning, he grasped the brass handle and heaved it open irritably. And had to control the surprise consciously when he saw a station that looked suspiciously like the King's Cross. Sharingan could see magic running through the entire structure, and he could not help but stand in awe of the power of the transfiguration. My eyes can see this, he murmured slowly, but it is far too complicated for me to copy. Far too large. He said in wonder. He felt the air stir behind him, and saw 3 all too familiar people appear silently. It was his traitorous family, and he kept up his stoic look despite the fact that James Potter had arrived in the room. They were wearing casual robes of gray, all three of them. His eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the Potter's sigil embossed upon their chests and shoulders, but contained his irritation. The raging hate reared up in him like a storm, and he let a small portion of it show in his face. "I did not realize you were bringing father," he said in an impassive voice, with an edge of spitefulness. "But then again, you were not exactly the most forthcoming family, were you?" "Don't blame her," said James Potter with a frown. Isabel closed her mouth, watching as father and son spoke civilly for the very first time. James seemed to have an unutterably sad look in his eyes, but he spoke firmly. "I realize that you do not wish to speak with us, but we are here to fulfill a request of yours. It seemed fitting that we were the ones to tell you," he said, his voice shaking at the end. He drew a deep breath and bound himself with the unbreakable oath along with a grief-torn Lily, to assure him that what he would say next would only be the truth. "My eyes can see through every deception you commit, Snyder," said Harry coldly. "You will never be able to hurt me again." James's face broke at that and Lily seemed to gasp lightly. Isabel was simply staring between them carefully, saying nothing. His hand went over to the sword of Gryffindor strapped to his shoulder, caressing the hilt gently. To him, it hummed with a magic that screamed indestructibility. "There had to be no doubt," said James, and looked him in the eye reluctantly. Harry felt a thrill. How easy it would be to trap the traitor in his Tsukuyomi and snap his mind like a twig. But no, he had a far deeper plan for his traitorous family. They would pay one way or another. Mercy was something he would deny them. "The operatives who looked after you when you were a baby, Harry, we got their names," began James softly, pausing as Harry seemed to freeze. Harry motioned for him to continue. "They were Jared and Kate Lexington. We did not know who it would be. They were acquaintances to both of us, in our training." "Jared and Kate," he said slowly. The names were important to him. "I see. Ironic, isn't it? Traitors like you get the credit for their heroics. Kate Lexington's love runs through my blood this very moment, instead of my own mother's." He began to laugh hysterically, and the voice laughed with him as well. He did not stop until tears ran down his eyes. The odd thing was, he felt very calm even as he laughed relentlessly. His so-called parents looked at him with alarm written all over their faces, and Isabel's anxiety was evident. "What a joke," he chuckled. "What irony, can't you see it?" he asked them. "They think you were the one who saved me, while you were the one who broke me," he said in a light voice. Then his eyes morphed, openly shifting into its eternal state. "And for this?" he whispered, pointing to his eyes. They were looking at his eternal Sharingan with awe and fear, and he spat at them disdainfully. "I am tempted so much, you know. All I have to do is go to the prophet and show them my memories, and then watch the sheep crucify all of you." In truth, he was greatly tempted, but he knew Dumbledore would be able to contain it. Snape had told him Dumbledore was extremely influential with the media. It indeed came down to his word against the old traitors, and he did not want to test that particular fact unless truly necessary. Not until he was well above Dumbledore's standing. The two elder Potters looked at him with hollowed and grief-filled faces, and he resisted the urge to start his revenge then and there. "No, no, no," came the crazy voice. "Not yet, not now. Later. I told you in the cold and painful place, you must not show them your heart until the end." Memories of Azkaban assaulted him. The beatings, the cruciatus, it nearly sent him to the ground. "Do you remember now?" the voice crooned to him. "Do you understand? They broke us, and we will shatter every one of them into pieces." "Yes," agreed Harry. The throbbing in his head lessened and his eyes felt stronger than ever. A slight disturbance to the right alerted him, and he called out coldly. "I can see you, Croaker, as plain as day. Come out or feel 10 times the pain you cast me into," he said. The Snyders' eyes widened as the air solidified into a human FRM a few yards from them, revealing a tall old man staring at Harry with a hard expression. "Potter, we have a lot to talk about. Oh, and stop staring at your parents like that. They had no clue I was following them today." Harry took his gaze off his parents' faces, and fixed Croaker with it. "Their incompetence in regard to me is hardly surprising," he said disdainfully. "But I did notice the loophole in your sentence. Did my traitorous sister tell you, then?" "No, she didn't. Now shut up and listen. You may think you know the true meaning of pain, but I assure you, Each and every one of us in this room besides you have tasted betrayal and pain at the same level or worse than you have. Get off your high horse, boy. You would not worthy to wield those eternal eyes if you could not bear a few cruciatus and broken bones, said Croaker in a stern voice. Don't lie, you scum, said Harry disdainfully. I told you, you cannot lie to me. I know you are testing my insight. I can see through an old fool like you easily enough. Croaker chuckled. Interesting, as expected. Your insight is extremely developed. Even approaching what Arcturus Potter could perceive, and not even close to your full potential. He put his hands into his robe pocket, withdrawing a book bound with leather. He held it up for Harry's sight, and the three Snyders gasped. Harry glanced stoically at the book title, successfully concealing his enormous surprise. Conjectures of Arcturus Potter. We have been watching you, Potter. We did vow never to manipulate you again, but we never said we would stop helping you. So here, he said, tossing the book to Harry, who caught it. Harry's eyes effortlessly tracked the book in its flight, and flashed its merciless red. A flash of fire consumed the book, leaving ashes to fall upon the floor slowly. Harry looked on emotionlessly as outrage filled Croaker's face, and despair and anger took over Lily Potter's visage. Do you know, whispered Lily, her eyes red with her anger, what we have gone through to compile the information in that book for you? You, Harry, might have tasted nothing but suffering from us. It is true. But do you have any idea? I don't care, said Harry, taking some small pleasure in his mother's helpless rage. And then he turned to Croaker. Oh, and drop the act, Croaker. I know you have another copy somewhere. I did tell you it was impossible to lie to me. Croaker returned to calmness abruptly, looking faintly abashed. James sighed, his face not really resembling Harry's anymore. It simply did not have his son's inhuman drive, resolve and history of suffering. He looped an arm around Lily's waist, stilling her shaking body. There is one last thing we would like to offer you, said James in a voice that clearly suggested that he was trying to pick up his courage for something. I have enormous influence in the French ministry. You have heard of the Dueling League Championships, I assume? Harry nodded infinitesimally. I can enter you as a competitor. You know they need glowing recommendations to allow competitors, Harry. If you want, I can. He could see Croaker's eagerness for him to accept. No doubt the ministry wanted to hone their weapon now that he was ready. I do not know why they seem so eager to train me, he thought morbidly. But they will definitely regret it. Snape told me they would eventually pull a stunt like this. No, I don't want it, he said shortly. James sighed deeply and looked down regretfully as Croaker stepped forward. Harry waited for the ultimatum. He knew it would eventually come down to this. Better that he enter the dueling competition with no seeming debts to his so-called family. I am afraid you have no choice, Potter. From Hogwarts you have already been selected as a champion and the news will be out tomorrow. That is why Dumbledore even has Sirius as a dueling master here, to train the students for that trophy. It will be the Triwizard here and the dueling tournament in France next summer. Internally, he smiled. He could read their intentions like a book and he was beginning to enjoy the insight his eyes provided him. He turned an angry face to his parents and sister for a minute. Fine, he snarled. Be sure you will regret this, Croaker. And you traitorous vermin will regret it as well. He spat furiously at his parents. They flinched visibly, but Isabel was looking at him with a slight suspicion on her face. Shooting a venomous look at them all, he stormed out of the room of requirement with his murderous expression dissolving back into its usual stoic expression far too quickly. Pushing the door open, he closed it and drifted into the void with a small distortion of the air. Isabel suspects something, however small it may be, he thought to himself as he walked calmly through his endless black space. They still think me an ordinary survivor of torture and wrongful imprisonment. The fools. They still do not understand that magic is not what makes illusions work, not really, it is the mind of the observer. He knew they had already made up their minds that he was a broken young boy who stopped at nothing to cause his captors the same suffering he had undergone. It was a convenient belief for them to have certainly. It would make anticipating his actions impossible. So he fed their beliefs with his actions actively, making them secure in their closed minds' tendencies. And magic is not the only thing that can cast illusions, he chuckled deeply as he sat down in his void. It made sense that this was the only place in the world he felt safe. It was his, after all. Idly, he began twisting the fiendfire into the oddest shapes and forms, watching as it took incredible shapes and lit up the bottomless blackness. He was rapidly learning to control the cursed fire, alarmingly fast, according to Snape. Words and actions, he thought to himself with satisfaction. Words and actions are makers of far subtler illusions, more beautiful ones. What is one man's reality, he said to himself solemnly, it being his favorite quote, is another man's illusion. If there was one thing Harry could attest to, it was that Septima Vector was a genius. Her spells were so precise and perfect that he had enormous trouble dismantling them, even if they were simple disarmers. It was like she could eke out everything a spell had to offer. See the threads, Harry, she said softly, as she threw another disarmer at him. His Sharingan focused as he tried to make out individual components of the spell as it was just a few inches from striking him. When it was just a hair's breadth away from him, he channeled magic through his eyes and took apart the spell in that instant. A bright flash of light later, he got up groggily from his position on the floor. His robes were still pristine as was his hair, but his face was frustrated as he stared at Vector. The woman was truly a prodigy, just around 17 years of age at the moment. The more he learned with her, the more he began to believe that Hermione's enthusiasm about her genius was not that far off. They were in her office, which was quite torn up by their practice. Vector flicked her wand to repair the office within moments, and sighed at him. Harry, you're pushing too hard. This is not something that can be done by focus or sight alone. It is an art, she said to him slowly. I apologize, said Harry quietly. He respected strength and intelligence, and Vector had spades of both. She was the youngest ever to pass Newts. She had done so with ease in all subjects except arithmancy where she got an O+. It was all done at the age of 15. Even with his legendary Sharingan, it would be a feat that would press him hard to match. 2 years of traveling around the world and learning had gained her mastery in arithmancy, a feat matched only by Severus Snape, who had gained potions mastery at 18. Despite what had happened to him, he could understand how lucky he was to have such stalwarts impart their secrets to him. Vector shook her waist-length dark hair out of her face, fixing him with her bright blue eyes. Harry, do not apologize. This is Morna Pendragon's technique we are talking about. Please do not expect to reach her ability in so short a while. Even I took a year to master this, she said soothingly, and Harry actually felt a modicum of calm listening to her voice. Vector was one of 2 people who could command respect from him, and it only increased as his time under her tutelage continued. Professor, I know nothing about art, he said hesitantly. Vector looked at him with surprise and Harry felt a very distant stir in his emotions. For some reason, he did not like admitting his shortcomings to her, did not want her to see him flawed. But flawed you are, said the sing-song voice. I can see that, and that means, the voice began to giggle insanely. Harry was hearing the voice a lot more now, but he shoved it away whenever it manifested. He had one goal in mind and that did not require any introspection about sanity. To him sanity was doing everything necessary to achieve his aims. Why are you even learning this? Asked the voice curiously, but Harry felt the undercurrents of insanity in its question. We can bring forth the divine mirror. What spell can touch you then? Shut up, you insane fool. He snarled coldly to it. The voice seemed to gibber madly, and then began to sob as usual. This irritated him more than anything, these days. Especially after the second task, it had increased its sobbing. I can't use my eyes, I am blind within a madman's head, it cried in misery, laughing at odd intervals. Harry shook his head, not even occlumency could banish the disgusting thing. Vector laid a hand on his cheek uncertainly, and he flinched violently. Touch meant pain and he had more than a lifetime of pain. He could see Vector making deductions fast. He cursed himself for losing control even so briefly. Vector was looking at him with a fierce resolve and he could not look away. Harry, what was that? I know only of 2 kinds of people who react that way to touch, she said softly, contrasting with her expression. Harry cursed himself again. He was not some stupid teenager to let himself go here. He had set himself lofty goals and he would achieve them alone, making sure to crush everyone who stood in his path. Nothing, Professor, he said, reverting back to his usual stoic manner. His face became serene and calm once more, and he saw Vector sigh sadly. She seemed to have made some sort of a decision, and her actions did not lie. She truly meant him no harm. "Well, Harry," she said as she waved her wand to mutter an incantation. "We will leave Morgana's technique for now, and we will learn another technique she was famous for in her younger days. It will help you much in what I am teaching you," she said brightly, her eyes shining with merriment. "And what technique is that?" he asked, looking at her. She conjured 2 sets of cloths and needles, and thrust one upon him. Her next pronouncement startled even him, and not much could do that these days. "I will teach you embroidery, Harry Potter," she said in an amused tone. "I have no doubt you can make a fortune with your Sharingan if you choose to become an embroideress. Handcrafted items are valued in our world, you know." For the first time in months Harry gaped openly at her, all impassiveness forgotten. She threw her head back and laughed a clear, tinkling laugh as she saw his befuddled expression. Harry closed his mouth quickly, firmly shoving aside the voice's shouts to kill her immediately. "Shut up," he told it as he watched her laugh. A small smile tugged at his lips for an instant, a genuine smile. He stopped it from appearing with an effort, instead choosing to ask her calmly. "I assume this will help me see patterns in the weavings of spells?" "Not exactly," smiled Vector. "But it will help you see the art from the proper perspective." She held up the cloth and needle and began teaching him. "Let us start with." Wormtail was literally shivering like the sewer rat he was as he scurried through the abandoned house. The Dark Lord would hate hearing this news, and he would have to bear the brunt of Lord Voldemort's wrath. He slowly pushed open the door to his lord's resting place and stepped inside carefully. The room was as dimly lit as possible, but he nearly wet himself as he saw red eyes glowing malevolently. A slithering sound and hiss split the air as the snake Nagini coiled slowly around Voldemort, spitting furiously at Wormtail. He got down to his knees and muttered in a shaking voice. "My lord, Wormtail," said Voldemort in a whisper. "I can sense your fear, it fills the air all around you. Have you news for me?" "Barty Crouch's tea taken, my lord," said Wormtail in a faint voice, resigning himself to a world of pain. He gasped in surprise as a high chuckle filled the dim room, watching with wide eyes as Voldemort displayed his amusement openly. Nagini began coiling faster as the Dark Lord's amusement increased considerably with each passing minute. My lord," he stuttered slowly, and Voldemort stopped his laughter slowly. Pettigrew shook as he met his lord's eyes square, and was shocked by the words that came next from his dark master. "Wormtail, Lord Voldemort is pleased. You will not be punished for this, rat. It is all going according to plan," said Voldemort quietly, and the joy in it made Wormtail shiver once more in fright. He did not understand, and said the same in a frightened voice. "Of course you do not," said Voldemort silkily. "You have no idea what is truly going on, do you? But then if you did, you would realize the true magnificence of Lord Voldemort. Crouch is placed perfectly right where he is. They will not kill him. No, they will torture him to get information on me, a futile task, but the unspeakables do seem to like futility." "Department of Mysteries?" asked Wormtail in a small voice. "I don't understand." "Very well, Wormtail," said the thing that was Voldemort, "I will humor you for now, you have brought me good tidings." "Thank you, my lord," whispered Wormtail. "Barty Crouch was bait," said Voldemort simply. "I knew Dumbledore would take him, one way or another. I sent him for the blood of my foe, to take it forcibly in my stead so we did not have to go through the hassle of capturing Harry Potter. I could kill the foolish boy easily after my rise." "What?" exclaimed the treacherous rat, unable to contain his surprise. "Yes," hissed Voldemort. "Imagine what I found when I examined the blood of my foe for contamination or deficiencies." He reminisced distantly. His eyes glowed even more and dimmed slightly. He turned his abominable face to Wormtail and whispered. "The plan will proceed as before, Wormtail. But Harry Potter will no longer be the target, I am afraid. Dumbledore underestimates my knowledge of magic if he thinks I can fall to his manipulations. I did not spend decades learning hundreds of arcane arts in this world to be trounced by ill-concealed feats of blood magic." "My lord," choked out Wormtail, now well and truly lost. Voldemort seemed to calm down considerably and spoke after a few moments' silence. "Wormtail, I am afraid I need a new pawn at Hogwarts. "Find me such a person immediately, or I will send you under an imperious to carry out my will," said Voldemort in a deadly voice, causing Wormtail to scamper away. Voldemort's high laughter filled the room, making it slightly dimmer as the Dark Lord marveled at his own genius. He had evaded making a subtle mistake that would definitely have unforeseeable and possibly fatal consequences. He had avoided taking Harry Potter's blood, and therefore he had avoided a cross-binding of a nature he still did not understand. Harry Potter would not be his undoing again. He was the master of the dark, and the dark was anything but predictable. Lord Voldemort was the heart of the dark, and Albus Dumbledore and the Unspeakables had made a grave mistake in thinking that they knew his mind. They would regret that mistake soon enough. The Great Hall was buzzing excitedly. Said buzzing was confined to students above 4th year of each house, but not without reason. Hermione sat next to Har as usual as they sedately ate their toast, reading the Prophet. "They seem to think you are some sort of mass murderer," said Hermione in a terse voice, looking discreetly at Harry. Harry did not look in the least bit concerned at the paper's portrayal of him. Dumbledore was far too sly to let Harry's reputation be dragged through the dirt for too long. He had no doubt that as the fulfiller of their so-called prophecy he would be brought back to the positive side of fame soon enough. "I killed those who tried to kill me, Hermione," he said calmly. Snape had healed that wound later with a short incantation, mocking him for being wounded by inferior things such as the merpeople. To say he was ashamed of his own weakness was an understatement. With a flick of his fingers, he enclosed them in a privacy charm. "Westmarch is serious in disguise, Hermione," he told her quietly, observing the excitement of his year mates. It was the first dueling class they would be having ever since Lockhart got soundly beaten by Snape. Hermione stared at him for several moments, and gasped so loudly that Harry was sure his charm was useless. With wide eyes, she gripped his hand tightly. "Harry, are you sure?" she asked urgently, and he nodded. Her face cycled through several turbulent emotions, settling on a baffled kind of anger. She shot a glance at the dueling professor, who was speaking animatedly with Professor Sinistra. He did not resemble Sirius too much, but Hermione knew all too well how easy it was to conceal oneself magically. As if sensing her gaze, Westmarch returned her stare for a moment and then winked at her. Hermione stared hard at him, and then turned back to Harry. "How did you know?" she asked him in alarm. "Sirius is not safe here. We must persuade him to leave the castle." "He obviously has an arrangement with Dumbledore," bit out Harry coldly. "He is as safe here as he can be, I am afraid. But he will not be safe if he had anything to do with my imprisonment this summer." "Harry, don't act rashly," said Hermione anxiously. "We are outnumbered everywhere, and even if Snape stands with you it will be an impossible task to take them all on directly. Perhaps you should talk to Sirius?" "An excellent idea, Hermione," said Harry smoothly as he looked up intently at the staff table, trying to catch Sirius' gaze. The tumult of the hall increased as Dumbledore stood up and spoke. "All except the 4th years and above are to go to their classes. Today, Dominic Westmarch will begin the education of the 4th years in the art of dueling. Please officially welcome Professor Westmarch." Amidst the applause and the scraping of benches as the 1st, 2nd and 3rd years made away from the Great Hall, Sirius stood up exuberantly and bowed. Dumbledore himself led the other teachers away from the hall, saying loudly before he exited, "Dueling classes will happen 3 times a week in the mornings, on days of Professor Westmarch's choosing. Even though we do not have owls for this subject, I would ask you all to persevere here. Those of you who impress will be chosen for a tournament that is as prestigious as the Triwizard itself," said the headmaster as his staff exited to begin the day. "The International Dueling Tournament at France, next year," finished Dumbledore, chuckling with amusement as silence fell over the population of students. As Dumbledore let himself out, Sirius leapt over the staff table enthusiastically, causing the students to stare at him with confused looks. With a wave of his wand he cleared a huge space in the midst of the Great Hall. The students stood loosely with their friends, sprinkled around the hall liberally. Harry snorted as he heard bragging and excitement amongst his fellow Gryffindors about their dueling prowess. The ex-convict then strode carelessly to the middle of the enormous hall, and magnified his voice with the sonorous charm. "All right, boys and girls," echoed his strong voice throughout the room. I am Dominic Westmarch, and I am here as a special favor to Dumbledore to turn you seedy schoolchildren into real duelists," he proclaimed grandly. The murmuring began, and the Gryffindors were looking at the man as if he were an alien with feelers and tentacles. "I do not believe in procrastination," declared Sirius, and walked briskly back to the dais and announced loudly, "So let us get started. Muggleborns, please raise your hands." A good percentage of the congregated students raised their hands uncertainly, including Hermione. "Excellent," said Sirius, walking around the dais slowly. "Are any of you familiar with the term, Battle Royale?" he asked, with gleaming eyes. Hermione gasped in surprise, and the Muggle-born students gasped as well. Sirius chuckled with anticipation as he took in the large crowd of students, and continued. "It is a Muggle term, so most wizards will be unfamiliar with it. When a group of fighters battle it out until the last man is standing, it is called a battle royale. I have no idea of how any of you fight," he said distantly, and then a distasteful expression came over his face, "or if you even know how to fight. So that is what we will be doing. I am going to throw you all in the boiler, and see how you avoid getting steamed." "We are all going to fight?" asked Cedric Diggory incredulously, and Sirius clapped sarcastically. "Well deduced, genius. So, no fatal spells in the Great Melee. You're allowed to disarm, stun or otherwise harmlessly jinx or incapacitate your opponents. Be warned. Lasting harm on your opponents will be punished quite severely," he declared in a menacing voice that left no doubt of the veracity of his claim. Hermione stared at him with a face of absolute disbelief, and then turned to Harry. "Is he insane?" "Possibly," admitted Harry as he drew his wand slowly. All around the Great Hall, students of the 4 houses above 4th year were drawing their wands. Some were scared, some were resigned, but most were excited. "Remember, I will be watching. Anything illegal and you will regret it. Ready yourselves," he called out, and the students stiffened, looking around tensely and holding their wands tightly. Hermione drew close to Harry, who nodded at her. "Show them what you have learned, Hermione," he murmured challengingly to her. Hermione's eyes gleamed at the challenge and she smiled fiercely at him. Harry's mind cleared completely as his Sharingan slowly began spinning, unknown to the sea of students who were getting into various stances of readiness. His eyes drifted to the Slytherin students who were staring balefully at the Gryffindors, and were being stared at in return. "He begins a war in his first class. Snape was right, he has no subtlety," thought Harry to himself, as the quiet and tension in the hall grew to unbearable levels. He could see the magic stirring in the Great Hall, and began profiling every student with his eyes. "War? This is no war," said the voice derisively. "You're mad to call this a war? You are mad, mad, mad," shouted the voice, gibbering as usual. Harry shunted it aside with an effort, watching as Sirius began the countdown. 1, 2, 3, the Slytherins had finished their whispered consultations and had spread out to face the Gryffindors. The Hufflepuffs were in a tight and large circle filled with students and were glaring at everyone. The Ravenclaws were standing in a loose distribution, and were assessing the other 3 houses. His Sharingan caught a few of their members glancing at him now and then, and he knew they understood. Always deal first with the strongest opponent in a fight. This was the first rule they had learned in defensive arts in their 3rd year. Lupin had emphasized it thoroughly. It seemed only the Ravenclaws remembered that teaching. Not that it will do them any good, thought Harry derisively. Harry and Hermione stood a ways away from the Gryffindors who had all bunched up to face the Slytherins. As his Sharingan roved across the hordes of students, he could spot several elementary mistakes in their stance that could get them killed immediately. "Well, all the better for me," he thought as he stood facing the Ravenclaws with his wand held loosely in his hand. Hermione was facing the Hufflepuffs at his direction. He could see from the bearing of the Slytherins and Gryffindors that they would be far too focused on each other. Picking them off when they were fighting each other would be no real challenge. "Now," shouted Sirius, causing the painfully silent hall to be split by a sound like a gunshot. The hall was literally filled with jets of light issuing from the wands of every student, and their desperate shouts. The Ravenclaws had split into 2 groups smoothly, and one half began to assault both Slytherins and Gryffindors with disarmers and jinxes. The Gryffindors split into 2 as well, as did the Slytherins, and the fight turned into a 3-way struggle. Harry saw 3 different hexes heading his direction from the Ravenclaws, and hefted his wand. He flowed into movement gracefully, and caught each spell upon the tip of his wand only to send it back to their owners. His reaction was far too fast for them, and they lay unconscious upon the floor hit by their own spells. It was utter pandemonium. Spells flew everywhere he could see, and jinxed students fell down by the dozen. Their shields were poor. Their reactions were slower than he could imagine. He saw Hermione taking on 2 Hufflepuffs at once, and he turned to watch. It was Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott who had attacked her, and they were shooting every spell they could think of at her. It was actually what all the others were doing, and he saw serious disdain as he observed the inept students. Hermione had shielded herself from a leg locker, and had taken down Hannah with a strong stunner that had thrown her back a few paces. The rest of Hufflepuff House seemed incensed as no one had attacked them yet, and the fall of their housemate had given them a target. Hermione looked on as a dozen members of Hufflepuff House raised their wands and turned them on Hermione. Harry did nothing but watch. He could observe Hermione's confidence as she stepped forward with a raised wand, and he could see the magic that ran powerfully through her veins. "House is very fair indeed," thought Harry disdainfully as they all shouted a single word at Diggory's signal. Stupefy. The hall was lit bright as a dozen jets of red light rushed towards Hermione, who had finished tracing her wand in a complex pattern, and yelled, "Protega totalum." Harry watched fascinated as Hermione's shield, visible only to his eyes, came into being at her command. The barrage of spells clashed with the shield in a bright display of color and were thrown right back at their casters. 4 of them went down, but the remaining had managed to dodge their own returned spells. "That was risky," said Harry quietly to Hermione even as the Gryffindor Slytherin Ravenclaw melee raged on behind them, now joined by most of the Hufflepuffs. Nobody paid attention to the 2 of them standing by themselves and watching the fight from near the dais. Hermione casually deflected a spell aside. "I knew they wouldn't be that strong. I know my limits, Harry." Sirius had been watching and had come over near them. "Lack of participation is unacceptable," he said sternly. Harry shook his head as Hermione glared at Sirius. "These fools are not worth my time," said Harry shortly. "I know it is you, Sirius. I have no idea what it is you are up to, but if you are culpable in my incarceration—" He trailed off, his eyes glowing red for a moment, visible to the professor. Sirius flinched ever so slightly as he saw the Sharingan openly for the first time, but gathered himself. "I knew you would recognize me. We'll talk later, Harry. Tonight at the astronomy tower, if you are fine with it." "I will explain what I can," assured Sirius. Harry nodded. Astronomy tower was an excellent place, if he needed to dispose of Sirius. He turned back to the fight, and saw the numbers whittled down considerably. There were about 60 students standing, and most of them were panting heavily. Harry could see Ron groaning on the ground with some antlers growing out of his head, and most of his year mates were unconscious. Most of who were standing were 6th and 7th years of all houses. "Why don't you fight?" asked Sirius curiously, only to receive a look of absolute disregard from Harry. Hermione sighed, and replied, "Harry is changed, Sirius. Just like you have after your imprisonment. For him it was torture and dementors, as you might know." Sirius's eyes darkened with sorrow and anger for a moment, and then cleared as enthusiasm lit up his face. "Harry, let me make a wager. Have you heard of the Black Library?" Hermione's face lit up, and Harry showed none of his excitement. "It is the one single collection of the rarest books of magical knowledge." "You have access to it?" he asked with his voice betraying only the slightest amount of eagerness he felt. "I will allow you access, unlimited access if you do something today," declared Sirius. "Show me what you are capable of. I want to see the Sharingan in action. Not for the ministry," he said hastily. "Just for myself. I really want to see it in action, Harry. I went to prison for it. Well, for you actually. I will tell you later," he finished lamely. Harry met Sirius' eyes, and searched him hard for even a hint of deception. Sirius watched him with excited and curious eyes, and he saw that Hermione was nearly fainting at the revelation. "You didn't tell her?" asked Sirius with amusement. Harry shook his head, watching Hermione catch a table for support. He had meant to tell her one of these days, for he did trust her, but he had always forgotten in favor of other matters. He glanced to the far corner of the hall, and observed a beetle that was trying its best to look like a beetle. He smirked. The beetle stank of Rita Skeeter's magic, and to his eyes her animagus form was all too apparent. A plan began forming in his head rapidly. He could use this situation to his advantage. I will have to make a spectacle of this. Dumbledore will have a hard time dealing with the repercussions, he thought as he took his gaze off from the seemingly innocent beetle. I will explain later, Hermione, he said to her calmly and watched her for a moment as she steadied herself, and stared at him with an expression of absolute awe. It seemed she was lost for words, but Harry turned back to the horde of students who had finished recuperating and were getting ready for another bout of chaos. Show us the ability of your eyes, Harry, said Sirius in a steady but excited voice, and Hermione simply stared at Harry, her mouth opening and closing like that of a fish. Harry strode forward slowly, and a few of the combatants looked at him walking from the opposite side. Fine, said Harry as he kept closing the distance between him and the remaining students. With a flick of his wand, he sent all the unconscious students to the dais with a powerful levitation charm, and with another flick caused a deafening sound to grab their attention. The 60 students on the other side of the hall flinched at the violent sound, and turned to watch Harry Potter slowly closing the distance between them, walking towards them nonchalantly. Diggory looked at the coolly approaching Gryffindor with an incredulous expression, as did all the others. What do you think you're doing, Potter? He exclaimed. They all turned towards him with surprise and condescension upon their faces, and Montague spat. I think he means to fight us, stupid half-blood. Harry quickened his pace, breaking into a run that had him hurtling towards the posse of students rapidly. Despite their advantage in numbers, they were slightly apprehensive. They had seen what Potter had done during the tasks, and it was burned into their minds forever. As one, they raised their wands and shot a huge volley of spells towards the Gryffindor who was almost upon them. As the dozens of jets of light converged upon him, Harry brought his wand to his chest and pushed out in an outward motion. Weak spells. These are weak spells. Octa Viclipium, he shouted, and a blast of red magic threw away all the oncoming spells in an explosion of light. The Sharingan was spinning as Harry perceived the world in all its magic and detail, and threw himself into the horde of higher-year students. His wand rose and fell faster than they could react, and he used illusions like a mirage. His perception was far too clear for him to be hit by their spells, and his counters rippled through the air and crashed through the defenses of the hapless students. Sharingan spun wildly as it copied and predicted the movements of every student who surrounded Harry, and none of their spells even came close to striking him. Quick as lightning, he parried 5 spells so fast that it was like one parry and slashed his wand at the 5 offenders. The force whip he had copied from Isabel slashed at them, sending them flying away unconscious. Simultaneously he bent to evade 3 leg lockers and looked right into the eyes of those 3. Sharingan, he whispered, and the 3 were frozen in place by his paralyzing illusion. Rushing towards them he shot 3 stunners in quick succession, causing them to fall like trees rotten at the center. He's too fast, cried a Slytherin 6th year, and the others applied caution at this shout. 2 stunning spells shot at him from behind, but he let them connect. Startled exclamations arose as he dissolved into a murder of crows that flew away everywhere. And a Ravenclaw 6th year boy shouted, "Illusory magic. Finite incantatem on the count of 3. It spoke of their alarm that all 4 houses were working together in a very long time. The Ravenclaw began. 1, 2, 3. Finite incantatem, roared 40 voices, and a distinct rippling in the air was visible. Hermione watched wide-eyed as the illusion did not even shake. She could not believe this. This was what had changed Harry so much. Harry reformed behind them, whirled his wand in the air and pointed it at the ground. Expulso, he said quietly, and a wave of concussive force blasted in all directions, throwing a few slow students away to slam into the walls. Cedric Diggory rushed forward from the flabbergasted crowd of 6th and 7th years to duel the prodigious Potter. Harry watched calmly, shaking a few strands of his shoulder-length hair from his eyes. Hermione watched dumbstruck, as did everyone else, as every spell Cedric threw was dodged or parried with seeming effortlessness. With flicks of his wand, Harry sent the offending jinxes and curses away in all directions, all the while looking quite disappointed. "He is a prodigy," whispered Sirius. "A genius of the likes of Antioch Peverell. I never expected him to be this strong, not this fast. He is learning at an unprecedented rate." "Fight back, Potter!" snarled Diggory as he threw curses as fast as possible at Harry, who deflected or dodged them lazily. Harry raised a brow, and slashed his wand so fast that they almost did not follow. "Tremor impulent," he called out, and a ripple-like force split the air and threw Diggory hard into the horde of students, knocking a Slytherin and Ravenclaw unconscious. Amazed and fearful stares fell upon Harry, and no one came forward to fight. "Is that it?" asked Harry disdainfully. "Is that all you are capable of?" he asked, and felt disappointed at the silence from his so-called seniors. It appeared Hogwarts was less than useless to him in learning new things. It was becoming all the more clear to him that classes were mostly a waste of time to someone like him. Murmurs of the dark arts came from the crowd facing him, and he resisted the urge to throw fiend fire at them. Instead, he raised his wand towards the ceiling and smiled sinisterly. He would give these weaklings just a glimpse of his skill. The great hall shook violently, and everyone looked up at the enchanted ceiling to gasp in fear. Many students tried to flee from the great hall as the ceiling that usually displayed a clear blue sky turned dark and tempestuous. Harry's eyes flashed, hidden within illusions, and the doors locked themselves securely. The now dark skies in the ceiling churned ominously, and he raised both hands towards it as if in benediction. The hall grew dark as the night, though it was morning, and Harry alone was illuminated by flashes of lightning in the ceiling sky. "Is this real?" whispered a fascinated and awed Hermione. She had no idea Harry was this accomplished. Waves of amazement ran through her like pure electricity as Harry cast magic she did not even know could be done. "He is not using his real strength," commented Sirius quietly. "This is a powerful illusion cast with the Sharingan. The wand is just for show. He is not actually changing the charms of the ceiling, but making them believe that he has. The lightning will be real, though," he said as they both watched. "Blossom 'tis Atropos!" shouted Harry, and the hall was lit up to the point of blindness as forks of lightning descended from the ceiling in their wrathful dozens. They could hear the thud of several bodies falling to the ground as the hall turned a blinding white. The air seemed charged with electricity and magic as lightning slashed around the hall balefully. "Harry, stop!" shouted Hermione in alarm as the lightning tore apart everything in search of their targets. She could see that the spell was not even close to fatal, just much more intense than the stunner. Sirius looked at the otherworldly spectacle with a fascinated expression, seemingly not caring as lightning rushed around the room and knocked out the students effortlessly. After what seemed like an eternity of blinding light and falling bodies, the lightning ceased slowly and the chaotic skies in the ceiling returned to its original state. As her vision cleared, Hermione opened her eyes slowly to see Harry standing alone amidst the strewn bodies of every unconscious student. "We'll meet as we discussed. Do not forget," warned Harry coldly as he stalked away towards the doors that seemed to open of their own accord. He saw the remaining students congregated outside the doors along with all the professors at their head, and they gave him a wide berth. Harry smirked faintly as he saw a certain beetle rush away from the Great Hall and away from the castle. Rita Skeeter did not even know she was being used, but that was what Harry was doing. A quick glance backward showed him McGonagall shouting angrily at Sirius, and Celeste and Dumbledore reviving the students in large groups. "No matter how Dumbledore plays off this little incident, I win. It was really fortunate I saw Skeeter skulking around, else I might have sat out that entire skirmish with illusions," he thought with satisfaction. He could hear Hermione running to catch up with him, and sighed. He was going to tell her eventually, anyways. With a widening smirk, he walked away towards the grounds as the tumult in the Great Hall increased. The teachers were hard at work, all of them except Sirius, who was watching the work being done with a musing expression. The students were being revived slowly, at least those of them that had fallen to stunners and jinxes. But those who had fallen to Harry's final spell were left alone, needing Madame Pomfrey's attention. Snively, waved Sirius as he saw the newly minted Dada professor watching to the side. Snape looked at him as if he were nothing more than an insect, and went right back to his brooding. Celeste Snyder finished reviving a group of Ravenclaws, who were just getting up groggily. The other teachers had levitated the remaining students in droves and were marching off towards the hospital wing. Dumbledore and Lily converged upon Sirius after the last of the students were vacated from the Great Hall, and Snape looked on with a slightly interested expression. Dumbledore's expression was like a thundercloud as he bore down upon Sirius, and Lily also looked quite infuriated. "Why so serious, Albus?" he asked lightly. Dumbledore concealed them with a privacy charm, and looked gravely at the dueling professor. "What were you thinking?" "Just doing my job, you child torturer," said Sirius happily, but his eyes were hard and cold. Dumbledore flinched at the epithet. But Snape let a very faint smirk show upon his face. "What you saw right now was the result of the ineptitude of your students. I shuddered to think of the thankless job ahead of me. They can't even use disarmers properly. And you expect this generation to stand up against what is coming?" "Don't avoid the question, Sirius," said Lily furiously. She was a right spitfire through her teenage years, and Sirius could see through the advanced glamour that concealed her to people she did not want to reveal herself. "What were you thinking? Making Harry fight in this pitched battle? He could have gotten hurt." Two sets of laughter filled the air, and it was quickly reduced to one as the three professors incredulously watched Snape laughing heartily at Lily Potter's statement. "Snively, are you actually laughing?" asked Sirius, amazed. Snape controlled his laughter and shot a murderous look at Lily. Dumbledore interrupted the byplay, looking at Sirius steadily. "I assume he did well." Yeah, he did," agreed Sirius with amusement. "He single-handedly defeated 40 students consisting of both 6th and 7th years, and walked out without a scratch. I really hate to admit this, but you taught him well, Snivellus. He fights quite a bit like you do, clinical and efficient always, but not afraid to unleash strength when necessary. I am more than impressed by my godson," he said in a wondering voice. "Are you teaching him the dark arts?" snarled Lily fiercely, rounding on Snape. Snape seemed cool as ever, brushing off a little dust from his immaculate attire. "What I teach my apprentice is my affair, you filthy mudblood," said Snape coldly. "You should be thankful that your son has not inherited your mudblood ways and has potential you could never dream of." "Severus," said Dumbledore in a warning tone, and Lily seemed to be an instant away from drawing her wand and attacking. Sirius said nothing. This was between Lily and Snape. He would no longer interfere in such personal affairs with the brashness of his youth, not until asked to. "You betrayed him so easily, and you have the gall to call me dark?" went on Snape, seemingly taking a perverse pleasure in his hurtful words. "You are not a mother. You are not a witch. You are simply a mudblood sow who was fortunate enough to have such a powerful child, but useless enough to be a traitor to." Lily's eyes were red with anger, and she pointed her wand at Snape in a flash. "Interminatum dolor," she shouted, and a silver light shot forth towards the Dada professor. Snape raised his wand high and struck the incoming curse, sending it back towards Lily. "Enough!" shouted Dumbledore, flicking the offending magic away with his own shield charm. "Severus, please stop with your comments. It does not serve any purpose," he said firmly. Lily was breathing heavily, trying to purge her anger. Snape was looking contemptuously at Lily, but Sirius intervened fast. "Snivellus, that parry you just used, Harry learnt it from you, did he not?" Snape shot him a disdainful look. "Azkaban must have turned you insane, you cur. I taught him several things, but not this. He was the one who taught it to me. If this little impromptu conference is done with, I need to go speak with my apprentice. Later, headmaster. Later, filthy mudblood," he said casually and made his way towards the exit. Lily turned to Dumbledore with a look of despair and grief, tears falling down her face. "Albus, you told me Harry would understand. When I begged you on my knees not to send Harry to Azkaban, you told me the Sharingan would help him see things from an understanding perspective. You swore it," she shouted angrily. Sirius sighed as he thought of the Department of Mystery's unbending policies. Unspeakables were sworn to the department in the most binding of ways. When a wizard was identified as a person of interest, then all laws were suspended regarding their future. So, in fact, the ministry did not break any laws in their treatment of Harry. But the law itself was secret, much like the Dom. Its existence would be viewed with great outrage by the general public, and lead to unnecessary complications. Perhaps it lead to tragic and horrible situations. But Sirius recalled a part of the conditioning every unspeakable went through. It tended to alter their view of things, alter perceptions of bonds and love significantly. "Lily, I know I will burn in hell for what I have done," said Dumbledore tiredly. "But I am who I am. I must look towards the survival of the thousands, not the happiness of a single boy, precious though he is. You and James saw this unfortunate truth clearly when you entrusted your son to our care. You have not seen everything of what Voldemort is capable of, said Dumbledore in a voice of pure sorrow. He is not normal evil, you must understand that. And you may scoff, but I have always been the general of the war. These decisions are not easy for me, despite what you may think. Lily had gone rigid, looking at Dumbledore with cold eyes. My son is as precious to me as life itself, Albus. Did you ever understand why I and James let you take Harry? Don't think it is because of your greater good. Do you have any idea? I never got that part, admitted Sirius. He never did. James and Lily had assured him when they had surrendered Harry that they wanted this, but he had seen the breakdown in their eyes. It was one of the reasons why he had gone to Azkaban. Voldemort killed Doria in front of Charles Potter after torturing her to insanity, as you well know, she said scathingly. Dumbledore hung his head in shame. He felt responsible for their deaths. He had ignored their alarms completely because he was busy hearing Sybil Trelawney's prophecy. He had lost 2 dear friends then, and it cut him to the core that he was not able to save them. I know, he said softly. Before Voldemort killed him, Charles made an oath upon the Potter line. He bound our entire family to the destruction of Voldemort, and vowed to the Dark Lord that he would die by the hand of a Potter. We have begun to suspect that his oath, coupled with our conditioning, could have influenced our judgment in regards to Harry. But there is no excuse, said Lily sadly. I see, said Dumbledore quietly. My old friend helps even from the grave, it seems. This heartens me. Despite what I have inflicted upon Harry, he will at least work against Voldemort. All this is really interesting, said Sirius suddenly. It was. But he found that he still could not forgive them for their actions. True, their friendship was extremely precious to him, but his unswerving loyalty to them had been shaken terribly. But then, he had long ago learned to reserve judgment till he had the entire picture. But I intend to tell Harry the truth about my imprisonment, said Sirius seriously. He is my godson, and I will not have him roaming around without support just because his real parents abandoned him for the greater good, he said without acid. He understood, he truly did. People might deride the greater good concept, but someone had to make sacrifices for it. That was what the department stood for in truth. It stood for the ability to sacrifice anything to keep the wizarding nations safe. That was why Nicholas and Perenelle had endured throughout the centuries, suffering losses no one could imagine. But for him, family and friends were more important. He was no general or watcher, and his personal beliefs were simple: family first. That was why he hated Dumbledore. The old man had used Harry despicably to move a ratty old prophecy along. You may tell him everything, including what were classified as the highest secrets, said Dumbledore sadly. Just don't fill him with even more hate and suffering. I already did a good enough job there, he finished. Sirius nodded, and Lily questioned listlessly. He is becoming too powerful, too fast. Apparently, Isabel offered to teach him more magic. Do you think he will harm her? He won't, said Sirius confidently. My eye of insight is as refined as the eternal Mangekyo, and I have had years under department guidance to develop my ocular technique. He will harm no one who he deems to be of great use to him. I must speak with James, said Lily suddenly. Will you join me? She asked of Sirius. Professor Westmarch shook his head. I meet with Harry tonight. I must clear my mind and order my thoughts and observations. Also, I have to speak to Snivellus, said Sirius, nodding to them and making towards the door. Tonight was far too important to him to take any chances. Muffaliato, thought Harry as he surrounded himself with Snape's spell of silence as he hurried towards the astronomy tower. He had stoked a nice little fire to spite Dumbledore, and Rita Skeeter would no doubt do a good job in continuing to smear Dumbledore's name. He passed through the myriad hallways of Hogwarts School, avoiding ghosts and curfew-breaking students alike with little effort. Snape had told him that Dumbledore had taken Barty Crouch Jr. for questioning, and that had gone as expected. No doubt they would find that the Death Eater was already broken, and was nothing but an image of what Harry wanted him to be. By breaking my own mind once, thought Harry as he reached the base of the stairs to said tower, they have ensured that I have the means to break other minds as well. Such acts would have been inconceivable for me as a naive third year. You murderer! Shouted the voice. You killed that poor professor at 11 years of age. At 11 years. He was a good person, and you turned him to ash, you monster. Enough. Go back to your dark corner, you gibbering idiot, snarled Harry angrily. Snape had often been confused at Harry's mental clarity, even after the unbelievable pain and betrayals the boy had undergone. He was of the opinion that the Sharingan was actively suppressing the grief and pain within him so as to help him survive. He began climbing the stairs calmly, anticipating his meeting with Sirius. It interested him as to how the old dog would justify his role in the entire affair. It truly did. Climbing the last few steps at a run, he emerged out on the tallest tower in Hogwarts. The cold air blew mercilessly, and he absently cast a non-verbal warming charm. The surrounding forest was quite dark, lit only by the several lights of the castle. Harry looked around with a single glance, stopping at the edge of the tower. I can see you, Sirius. Enough with your theatrics, he said firmly. The air at the spot he was staring seemed to sigh at being discovered, before Sirius Black cast off his disillusionment. Harry could see that Sirius was in remarkable health for a man who was imprisoned for such a long time, and a once over with the Sharingan told him that his magic was as strong as ever. Damn. Busted, complained Sirius wistfully. His expression turned grave as he saw the stone-cold look on Harry's face. You fought well in my class, Harry. I did not expect for your eyes to evolve so quickly, but then again, you do possess the most advanced version of Arcturus eyes. I hate to state the obvious, but I am afraid you are no longer the naive, clueless boy who rescued me from this very tower, he said in a nostalgic voice. Harry remained silent for a while, basking in the quiet of the tower. He had several questions that needed answering, and he would start with the most important ones. Some things were more important than the beginning. Your breakout was all a nice little setup to get me to Azkaban, wasn't it? Asked Harry casually, but his Sharingan remained fixed on Sirius and his reactions. Sirius sighed at the question, and waved his hand carelessly. An ornate table of teak appeared between them with two comfortable chintz chairs, bearing choice delicacies of British cuisine. Harry raised his brows in surprise. Wandless magic, Sirius? I did not realize you were that skilled. I am not. I was given these skills just like you have acquired yours. Let's get comfortable, said Sirius as he seated himself and began pouring tea for both himself and his godson. Harry stared at him for a moment, and then seated himself as well. Sirius was not acting like the over-emotional, betrayed godfather he had shown himself as at the end of the last year. This more than anything put Harry on guard. He had more than a significant suspicion that Sirius Black was trained by the Dom. And that place, just like Voldemort, was his enemy. To answer your question, Harry, yes. It was all a setup, confessed Sirius. Harry's expression grew cold as winter and the wind began to blow slightly fiercer. Sirius raised his hand and continued, it was all a setup for Peter Pettigrew. Not everything you know about me is a lie. I did break out of Azkaban before my time, and I broke out only to keep you safe from Peter. I even went in to keep you safe, Harry. It will take time and will intersect with several stories I cannot reveal without permission, but I will tell you everything I can of my life. Fine, said Harry as his eyes discreetly morphed to eternal Mangekyo behind the illusion that concealed it. If Sirius lied to him, then he would pay the price. Speak, Sirius. Tell me why it was that you abandoned me just like my parents did. I didn't abandon you, said Sirius in a tired voice. I tried to save you from exactly what you have suffered at the hands of Croaker and Dumbledore. But it was not to be, I fear. After a few moments of silence, Sirius asked him, do you know of the history of the Potter and Black lines, Harry? Is this relevant? Asked Harry shortly. Sirius nodded solemnly. It is very relevant, Harry. I will start from the beginning, then, he said and took a deep breath to gather himself. Gently laying his conjured teacup back on the table, he began. What happened before and during Arcturus Potter's life is not well known, but studied extensively by scholars everywhere. Arcturus Potter is the first known bearer of the Sharingan, and he immortalized the name of the Potters. His prowess was said to be legendary and anyone who glimpsed him use his eyes did not live to tell the tale. The fact that he had evolved his eyes into Mangekyo Sharingan is a fact known only to certain exclusive circles, said Sirius, pausing for breath. Harry listened intently, not wanting to interrupt the tale of his great ancestor. To understand the genealogy of Arcturus Potter's line, you must know that his family consisted of just his wife, mother and sister at the time he manifested Sharingan. In those days, we wizards did not live in separate colonies as we do now. A certain malady inflicted the European subcontinent during that period, and I believe it was caused by a dark lord, thus the epithet Black Death was given to it. This magical epidemic was somehow contained, and that is another story all by itself. But Arcturus, just like all wizards and muggles, bore the brunt of its misery. He saw his mother waste away and die, and all his magic could not save her. His sister was also at the throes of death, and it is widely believed in scholarly circles that the desperation and misery of Arcturus' situation caused his magic to condense in unknown ways, giving birth to the Sharingan. With it, he was able to save his sister in time. This is all of what we have been able to reconstruct about the history of Arcturus. I see, murmured Harry, and knew that Sirius said the truth. Perhaps not the absolute truth, but he certainly believed what he was saying. In time and through various events, Arcturus and his sister became the most renowned mages of the land. A son, Maximus, and a daughter named Eveled were his children, and they too are believed to have inherited the eyes of their father. The son killed his closest friend, and achieved the Mangekyo Sharingan just like his father. Eveled did no such thing and, as was the custom in those days, was given in marriage to the son of Arcturus' sister, her cousin. But Arcturus' son Maximus was slain in a battle despite his prodigious powers, and Arcturus himself was dead by then. But Maximus' son was secretly smuggled to his aunt's keep to avoid the extinction of the line, and was touted as an adopted son. Only after several years did Maximus' son reveal himself for who he was, but his grandsons were born without the legendary eyes of their ancestor. The bloodline had faded from both Maximus and Evelet's families for reasons unknown. Harry sighed. He could see where this was going. So, Maximus' line were called Potters and Evelet's line were the Blacks, weren't they? Sirius smirked. Good intuition. But it is actually the other way round, you know. Evelet married a man surnamed Potter, and Maximus took on the name Black. Despite our differing names, our origins are intimately intertwined. Both of our lines share a potential to awaken the bloodline of our common forefather, but only a potential. Whether or not it is awakened is an issue determined by several as yet indeterminate things. Wait, said Harry. Wait. Did you just say that Evelet's descendants were called Potters? Then what was Arcturus' original surname? Well observed, said Sirius with a small smile. I read in the department genealogy reports that he was called Arcturus Peverell, before being called Potter. It was a fairly important line back in those days, he said casually. The Peverell line went extinct on the male side, and the Potters and Blacks are their descendants today. The history of houses is actually very intriguing, Harry, and one can unearth some really fascinating facts if one puts in the focus, he said distantly. That history is irrelevant now, said Harry shortly. Tell me how this all relates to the now, Sirius, he said in an irritated voice. Very well then. To recent history, said Sirius. James and Lily surrendered you to that old creep Croaker and ran to France, but I wanted to fulfill the prophecies in a different way. A pain-free way for you. Even then we knew that pain was a trigger to many magical awakenings, pain and sacrifice. So I offered myself as a subject. In keeping you safe, I have failed miserably, said Sirius, and his eyes filled with unutterable regret at the fact. What did you do? Asked Harry curiously. Sirius' emotions were actually real, and his interest was piqued. I wanted to see if I could awaken the Sharingan under misery, and if I did I wanted to transplant those eyes to you. When I approached my superiors with this plan, they were all too eager to try. At the time I believed even they wanted to spare an innocent child undue pain, but I suspect Croaker would be just as happy with 2 weapons instead of 1. That old retard, spat Sirius derisively, but Harry was staring at him with absolute surprise. Swear on your soul that this is the truth, snarled Harry. Sirius unhesitatingly swore the unbreakable oath, and Harry nodded slightly, not showing the turmoil in his mind. One man's reality is another man's illusion, gibbered the insane voice gleefully, throwing his favorite quote back at him as his assumptions broke slightly. Harry cast it away angrily. He had to learn more before self-introspection. Why didn't James take your place? Wasn't he my father? One would think children are more important to their parents than this, asked Harry derisively. Confront them yourself, Harry. I will not give you the halves of facts I currently know and muddle your understanding, said Sirius firmly. Harry nodded. The only confrontation he would want with his so-called parents was his revenge, nothing else. So, for 2 years I was experimented upon in different ways, some methods very much like what you underwent in Azkaban this summer, confessed Sirius, a pained grimace upon his face. Harry flinched slightly. The fact that he buried those memories deep within his soul with occlumency did not mean that they were always dormant. They remained silent for a few moments, and Harry drank his tea after warming it with a thought. Any results? He asked casually. Sirius stared at him discerningly, fixing him with his gaze. He tapped his fingers on his lap for a few more moments and said suddenly, "Show me yours and I will show you mine." Harry simply deactivated the illusion that hid his eyes, openly displaying the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to Sirius, who stared with unrestrained awe at the pattern in the shining red eyes. 3 small black circles connected to the circumference of the pupils by straight lines, and connected to each other by circular arcs. "Wow," said Sirius, not taking his gaze off the mythical bloodline. "Wow," he said again and was cut off by Harry, who said briskly, "Your turn." "Of course," said Sirius, still somewhat out of sorts. Harry watched closely as Sirius closed his eyes and opened them after a moment. "Intriguing," said Harry, and it was. "Your eyes are just a pure white, no pupils and patterns. Just a marble white." "What are they called?" he asked curiously, but with a seed of an uncomfortable feeling. Apparently, the Dom had its hand in more pies than Harry had ever eaten in his life. "Byakugan," said Sirius with a hint of pride. "The result of 2 years of pain and experimentation in Azkaban. Croker thinks that Maximus' blood has diluted too much with the blacks, leading to a change in the original bloodline. With these eyes I have extreme senses and perception, and great control over my magic along with a few other abilities," said Sirius with the pride still on his face. "Can you see through illusions?" asked Harry, hiding his mixed feelings. He had begun to think himself as unique because of his Sharingan, but Sirius was also extremely similar. "Fool! You mad fool! Byakugan is nothing compared to what we can do. Can it bend space and time? Can it cast an illusion so powerful that it can blend fantasy and reality? Can it create flames that can consume anything in this universe?" roared the voice with an insane anger that literally seared his mind, and he clutched his head in pain. "Go away! Can it go away?" roared Harry within his mind as he locked up the voice within the depths of his soul. He was breathing heavily and Sirius was looking at him with deep concern. Waving the potential questions away, he calmed his mind with a few more breaths. That voice in his head was becoming a real annoyance, but he had no intention of going to a healer. Which meant it was his problem to deal with. "I am fine," he said before Sirius could ask. "You were about to say?" Sirius looked at him for a bit, before continuing. "Yes. Illusions do not work on me, not even the strongest ones. When I have activated these eyes I am immune from the illusory arts," he said softly. "Impressive," admitted Harry. Somehow he knew that Sirius could see through manipulative behavior just like he could. He would have to be straight with his godfather, it seemed. "Are you with me or against me?" he asked simply. Sirius sighed. "I have never truly betrayed you, but the choice is not that simple, Harry. I owe my allegiance to many people, but I can assure you that I consider none of them family like I do you. If it comes down to it, I will choose family above all else," said Sirius quietly. Harry's eyes glowed, and the table was untransfigured as he stood up. He could accept Sirius' offer for now. He saw no deception in Sirius' manner, and something told him that his godfather was being genuine. Even if he was not, he could always deal with him later. "Very well," said Harry coldly. Then he forced whatever little gratitude he could still feel into his face. "Thank you for what you tried to do for me, Sirius. You tried and failed where my parents cast me away. I owe you, I guess." "You don't owe me a thing for my failure, Harry," said Sirius thickly as he saw Harry trying to force some sort of emotion onto his face. "Snape taught you well. You control your emotions so well that even I have to try hard to see what you truly feel. It is a compliment." Harry smirked. "Thank you. Now, can you tell me what you were even doing here?" The next morning, the great hall looked much emptier than it ever had. The cause for said emptiness sat in the Gryffindor table coolly, reading the day's prophet and delicately consuming his breakfast. Every student in the hall shot him snide and dark glances, but he seemed not to care about their facial expressions. Every professor except Snape was shooting insidious frustrated looks at Harry Potter, and was likewise ignored. Hermione was absent from the table, claiming the need to do research on some topic. Harry knew all too well that she was probably burrowing through the library to dig up everything that existed about Sharingan. He did not press her too much, who knew, she might be able to get something even he did not know before. At the staff table, he could see Snape smirk at him and Sirius wink slyly. Shooting a cold glance at Dumbledore, he once again reread the fruits of his actions the previous day. Harry Potter attacks students brutally, by Rita Skeeter. An enormous outcry has risen amongst the concerned wizarding population as several students of Hogwarts School were put in the hospital wing single-handedly by a clearly maniacal Harry Potter. About 40 students were reportedly struck by a highly charged lightning, and are in a state of magical stasis to help them recuperate. Several others reported broken bones and other maladies as a result of Harry Potter's actions. Cedric Diggory had to consume a half bottle of Skelligro. His ribs were shattered by the concussion spell sent at him. Readers need not have any doubt that this was potentially fatal. Shards of the breaking bone could have stilled the boy's heart. Is clearly a dangerous student, and must be ejected no matter the smooth talk of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The circumstances were innocent enough, said Diggory on waking up. Professor Westmarch wished to see our performance at Real Dueling, and I know that this is an approved method of doing so. But I did not expect Potter to be so vicious as to almost kill several of his friends. Clearly, something is wrong with him. Something is indeed wrong with you, Harry Potter. Lucius Malfoy, Cyrus Greengrass and other highly respected authorities have expressed great alarm at the fact that no action has been taken on the young Potter. We all appreciate his dueling skills, said, but harming other children with it is unforgivable. I wept at the pathetic state the poor students were in, and have commissioned my personal healers to lend support to the sufferers of this brutal farce of a dueling class. Yes, you speak for all of us, when you say that Albus Dumbledore's inaction will make all of us weep one day. It is not the first time that, Harry Potter, came a screeching shout from the entrance of the Great Hall, causing a total silence to fall on the entire hall. Harry turned to see Molly Weasley bearing down upon him, red-faced with rage. He glanced at Ron and Ginny who were staring at him vindictively, and at Dumbledore who was staring curiously at the confrontation. He began eating his food again, ignoring the fussy matriarch who seemed to draw anger from being thoroughly ignored. Celeste Snyder got up fast, and tried to usher Molly out of the hall. "Don't you tell us what to do, you foreign wench," snarled Molly. "My son is lying hurt and twitching in the hospital wing because of he wanted to show off," she yelled, pointing at the very calm Harry. Harry finished his food and laid the cutlery cleanly on the table. Then he got up and dusted off the non-existent specks of dust on his immaculate black robes. They could not defend themselves. "Fools," he said derisively and began to walk towards the room of requirement. He had no intentions of attending class today. He was exempt from them anyway thanks to the tournament. But before he could make it to the entrance hall, he heard Celeste Snyder shout, suspiciously with no accent. "No, Molly. Leave him alone." Before he could react, he felt himself being tugged around forcefully. An instant later his head lolled to the side as he felt a burning sensation on his cheek. The hall was as silent as the grave, with everyone staring with absolute disbelief at Molly Weasley's handprint on Harry Potter's face. Harry did not even hesitate as the second slap came hurtling towards his face. He did not even need the Sharingan when he caught her wrist in his grasp. The hall stared with popping eyes as Harry slapped her right back with such force that she was sent tumbling to the ground, groaning in pain. The only sound in the hall was the cheering of Slytherin House as it saw the unfolding drama, and Harry simply went on his way. The hall erupted in a tumult as he exited, growing slowly dimmer as he began to head towards the 7th floor. Without hesitation he drifted into a void space when he saw no one was following him, and appeared in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. The door appeared the moment he did, and he saw Isabel standing opposite him in a large room of black marble. It was lit just enough by a blue light that seemed to permeate the entire place, and Isabel turned to see him enter. "Hello, Harry. I have been waiting for half an hour for you to show up," she said to him. Harry shrugged. "So what?" She glanced at him expressionlessly for a few moments and then said, "How do you want to do this? I can simply perform whatever spell you ask of me, and you can copy it. Remember, you can ask me anything, and I will show you the spell completely. Anything within my knowledge. Nothing is off limits, not even the dark arts." "Your magnanimity humbles me," said Harry sardonically. Suddenly the door to the room of requirement banged open, and Sirius came hurtling inside the place. "I left it open to him as well," said Isabel informatively to Harry, who watched as Sirius took in the scene and focused on Harry. "Don't go back to Gryffindor Tower," said Sirius seriously. "Ah, Isa. Hello," he said brightly to Isabel, who waved back. Then he gathered himself and turned to Harry once more. "The Gryffindors hate you more than anything after you mercilessly attacked them, and now you've gone and slapped Molly," he said in a rush. Harry looked at him coldly. "Please, Sirius. The woman is a useless dump," he stated. "As you can see, I have more important things to do, such as learning spells from Isabel. Thank you for coming," he said coolly. Sirius waved it away, and his eyes turned a pure marble white as he stood away from both of them. "What are you doing?" asked Isabel, looking to both of them curiously. "We will be fighting each other. Do not hold back and use every spell you can think of. Do not hold back because of some sense of sibling affection you feel for me. I assure you there is none from me," said Harry simply. He saw Isabel's minuscule flinch, and sighed. His sister's eyes widened considerably, and she folded her hands in resolve. "No," she said firmly. "I could actually kill you. Just see the spells performed and copy them." "Isa, no, Sirius," she shouted. "Harry, do you know what they teach us there? Do you want to be mutilated beyond recognition? That is what you are asking?" "Yes," said Harry simply. "I want the kid gloves off. Hit me with everything you have in your arsenal. I am learning the finer aspects of magic and theory, but I need a real opponent to learn how to fight. A strong opponent," he finished. "Do not hold back," he warned again. "If you do, I will know it. You cannot deceive these eyes of mine," he finished, and the 3 Sharingan glowed menacingly. "Nor mine," concurred Sirius sadly. "You owe him, Isa. We all do. This is what he wants, so give it to him." "No, very well," said Harry silkily. He would have to force her, it seemed. "I did ask you politely, sister. And it was not much I asked. Just to continue what you have been doing all along. Just to continue to hurt me," he said in a dead voice. Isabel's hands shook at this statement and her eyes filled with tears. "But you refuse," he whispered. "So, if you don't want to teach me dueling, will you teach me healing?" he asked coldly. Sirius looked at him with surprise, and Isabel frowned through her tears at him. "Harry, what, Kamui?" With a distortion of reality, Harry disappeared only to reappear in the next instant with a breathtakingly beautiful Vila held tightly by her throat in his hand. Fleur Delacour struggled in his grasp and Isabel looked at him with horror. Sirius seemed to be frozen in surprise as Harry slid the sword of Gryffindor out of its sheath with a steely rasp. Before Isabel could do a single thing, Harry plunged the sword through the Vila's abdomen and twisted it a bit. Fleur Delacour's scream nearly deafened them as Harry withdrew the bloodied sword and threw her at Isabel's feet. "Heal her, and I will watch," said Harry as he watched attentively with the Sharingan. "I'll make you regret that," snarled Isabel with hate as she started casting complex spells over the prone and convulsing Delacour. Sirius watched him as if seeing him in a new light, and slowly walked to him. "I notice you did not pierce a vital point," he said softly in his godson's ear. That had been the only reason he had not stopped Harry. He knew the girl would hurt horribly, but not fatally. "I am not a murderer," Harry replied as Isabel murmured several strings of spells. He watched as the strands of magic knit flesh, regenerated organs and closed the wound within a minute. His Sharingan had recorded the spell properly and all he needed was practice. "Perhaps I will get the opportunity soon," he thought absently as Isabel finished healing her friend and put her in an enchanted sleep. Isabel turned to him with a stony expression as she hefted her wand menacingly. "That's right, my traitorous sister. Come at me holding nothing back," thought Harry with satisfaction. It was so easy to manipulate people now, especially when they knew they were being manipulated. All he had to do was use their most basic instincts and they would bend to his will one way or another. Sirius went and gathered up the sleeping Fleur Delacour rapidly, and moved a safe distance away from the incensed Isabel. Harry's ruthlessness saddened him beyond words, but he understood. He had gone through the same kind of pain as his Godon, after all, and he had had a choice. All we do is for survival, he thought sadly as Isabel began to wave her wand in a complicated pattern full of jabs and slashes. His Byakugan shone ready to stop the duel if things got too out of hand. And Harry has become hard and sharp as a sword only so that nothing will ever cut him again, he concluded. The room provided a bed for Fleur and Sirius dropped her in it and turned back to the duel of the siblings, who under normal circumstances would have been loving brother and sister. He watched regretfully as Isabella lashed out at a carefully observing Harry. Nervous Ignis. The leaky cauldron was as seedy and dim as ever, with its ever-fascinating magical clientele drifting around the gloomy bar. 2 men wearing long cloaks of black sat at the corner table, sipping the exquisite wines of Rothschild. Croaker. What news? Asked Albus Dumbledore as he admired the rich texture and fragrance of the wine. It was not often that he partook of the lesser pleasures these days, and simply sat back to watch life go by. Croaker too sighed in pleasure as he relaxed in his seat, and answered after several moments of silence. Not good, Albus. Crouch's mind was wiped out in a way we cannot identify. Before we could get Perenelle, the strain of our methods had already rendered him incapacitated. I am sorry, we are back to square one as the younger ones say, said Croaker apologetically and sipped his wine again. Dumbledore sighed sadly and Croaker looked at him with an amused expression. Are you going to say he could have been brought back to the light, or some such thing? No, Croaker, he said. I just hoped I would have more clues as to what is going on. These days I am far too involved with the tournament and Harry, it is hard to look at the larger scheme of things as it is my wont to do. Croaker chuckled his gravelly chuckle, and called for more wine. As Tom the bartender shuffled around for the order, Croaker leaned forward. Albus, the boy must be ready. Our faith in Elliot has never done us harm, which brings me to something I am sure even you have noticed. He leaned forward even more, his gray eyes shining seriously in the candlelight. The dark is drawing back, and at its center lies Voldemort. Lucius Malfoy has visited Bellatrix Black. Our spy there could get only one word from their whispered conversations, said Croaker with clenching hands. Dumbledore watched his old friend seriously. Alistair. Prophet of the Dark, said Croaker tensely. I have no doubt Malfoy will form a secret coalition to find him. No doubt for his own purposes. That fellow never did give a damn about Voldemort. When Augustus Rookwood stole Alistair's prophecy from my keep, we were yet to make a copy of its contents. This is the weak link, hissed Croaker. We do not know what Alistair's prophecy says, and Elliot cannot determine it, concurred Dumbledore. I have searched long for Alistair, but he hides himself well. Even Nicholas has been unable to find him, and I think Voldemort hid him under extremely powerful wards before his fall. If Lucius finds Alistair. A tense silence fell between the 2 old men as they ignored the morning tumult of the leaky cauldron. The true scale of the conflict with the dark has been hidden from the larger wizarding world, said Croaker musingly. They saw only chaos and horrors falling to Death Eaters, Albus. We could control the outcome just barely the last time. Nicholas and Perenelle will abstain from the conflict, at least won't intervene directly. You're the only one strong enough to face him, and he will not face you directly. He is far too clever and cunning, and we are getting predictable in our old age. We need the boy to be ready, he emphasized fervently to Dumbledore, who nodded tiredly. I know. But he is a boy and will need time to even conceal the darkness festering within him, said Dumbledore. We made him undergo truly despicable things, Croaker. Croaker banged his fist on the table angrily, concealed by charms of privacy. Albus, just show the boy the Battle of Devonshire County, or the massacre at Suffolk, or perhaps the execution of his own relatives at the hands of the Death Eaters. Why can't he understand the brutality of Voldemort? I only wanted him to have the strength and power to stare the darkness in the eye and crush it as it should be crushed, said Croaker with frustration. It is best not to interfere with him for the moment, Croaker. We did swear oaths if you remember, asked Dumbledore politely. Croaker snorted derisively. Really, oaths? Albus, are you getting soft? Not likely. But he needs time to stabilize on his own? Desperation slid across Croaker's lined face as he fixed his gaze on Dumbledore. Albus, if I am a monster, I am such a thing only to save this nation. 13 years we waited thinking that a lack of love from parents and that horrible Dursley place would awaken the Sharingan. Get him ready, Albus. Elliot is certain Voldemort will return within a few months. When he starts gathering his army, you can be sure that the fight will be worse than before. Dumbledore glowed slightly, and Croaker fell silent. I know the situation, Croaker, he said firmly, and I will not push Harry. He is doing that all by himself, really. From what I know, he might be able to defeat an unspeakable in a duel by now. He is learning at an extremely prodigious rate since he got the Sharingan. The professors tell me he is nearly beyond Newt level in transfiguration, charms and Dada, finished Dumbledore with a touch of pride. Well, that's good, Albus, said Croaker as he stood up solemnly. Faster he learns, better it is. Both for us and for the boy. I will keep an eye out for Lucius and his activities. The search for the Prophet of the Dark is a sign according to many prophecies in my keeping, especially the prophecy of Cassandra. Dumbledore stood up as well. Then the event is close, very close. Can it be prevented? You can try, I suppose, shrugged Croaker. From what I understand, Voldemort will most likely make his move during the third task. All the signs point to that possibility, he said and inclined his head to Albus in a see now legement, disappearing with a small crack. Excellent wine as always, Tom, said Dumbledore genially and disappeared as well. He had a student to warn, it would not hurt for Harry to remain on guard, especially if Voldemort were after him. Harry panted in exhaustion as he went to retrieve the sword of Gryffindor from where he had thrust it through the ground. The Room of Requirement repaired itself to its original state, healing the near-absolute devastation they had caused in their duel. The villa is fine, he said abruptly to Isabel, who was panting as hard as he was. They were far too well matched today, and Harry could see just how surprised they had been when he had met her spell for spell, casting complicated illusions with a little more than a single thought. He had added several more spells to his arsenal today, and that thought sent satisfaction running wildly through his veins. It was almost as if it were his purpose to learn everything about magic, and it was a purpose he took great pleasure in trying to achieve. That was despicable, spat Isabel angrily as she stared at her now composed brother. How could you simply use someone and throw her away so easily? Harry raised an eyebrow at this, and immediately her face whitened in horror at what she had just said. I am so sorry, she said in a shaking voice. Harry grunted and turned away to Sirius, who was sitting by the calmly sleeping Delacour. One glance at her told Harry she was healed completely, only resting from the strain of the event. Renervate, he said carelessly as he looked at her, and the beautiful Vila opened her eyes slowly and blinked a few times. Isabel hovered over her anxiously, and Sirius had drifted off to the corner with a considering look. Before Harry could join him, Fleur got up from the bed urgently and looked at him with wild and scared eyes. Harry frowned slightly as she drew away from him, and he could see how much she feared him. As he approached her calmly, the wild look in her eyes only increased. Stop, Harry, said Sirius, but Harry approached the girl anyways. Isabel stood with her wand pointed at him, but he ignored it as he lowered his face to stare at Fleur's face of unearthly beauty. I am sorry for this, he said unapologetically. But these events cannot be allowed in your memory. Tsukuyomi, he said calmly, and the world shimmered to morph into his most powerful illusion. The red world rippled sinisterly as the white clouds in the air raced through the bloody skies at unnatural speeds. He stood opposite Fleur Delacour, who was looking at the terrible reality with fear and a small amount of fascination. There was no pleasure in these situations for him, but he could not leave loose ends for anyone. What is this place? Whispered Fleur in a small voice as she walked around timidly. She started as Harry appeared in front of her again, and spoke. 3 options. 1. You bind yourself not to reveal anything you have learned today. 2. I force you to forget it through fear of pain. 3. I wipe your memories. Choose, he said coldly, and the Vila flinched. Fouet, she began a spell but was cut short as she found herself bound to a cross and words stopped forcibly in her mouth. Harry shook his head. Here, you cannot beat me, Delacour. Here I am supreme. We can spend around a month here, and it will only be an instant in the real world. You cannot imagine what I can do here," said Harry ominously as Fleur gasped as her voice returned. "What do you have against me?" she gasped out. "You stabbed me for no fault of mine. I will make sure you will pay for it, I swear," she said in a cold voice. Harry laughed as the world morphed and turned into massive mountain ranges of a scale beyond those of the real world. "Look at their immensity," he said amusedly. And then the scene changed to show ants crawling around, carrying aphids. "Look at these," he said, pointing at the insects. "You are like these ants," continued Harry as he coolly watched Fleur. "The mountain cares not for the ants. One small shake of its structure and the ants will die. My potential is not something you can understand, Fleur," he said coldly. The Vila looked extremely unnerved by his absolute illusions. Harry sighed. "You are simply collateral to my goal. I do not want to inflict pain on you, but I will if I have to. Do not argue, I did not hit any vital points when I stabbed you. But that will change if you don't choose soon," said Harry in a clipped voice as several swords seemed to materialize all around them. There were literally thousands of them swarming around. "I have no choice," said Fleur in a defeated tone. "Very well, release me. I will make the oath in the real world. I will not have a rank amateur like you mess with my precious memories," she ground out. Harry sighed once more and Fleur screamed in terrible pain as the swords flying through the air stabbed her everywhere on her body. "Remember," he said, appearing next to Fleur as the swords continued their assault on the screaming Vila. "I can do much, much worse if you do not keep your word." Tsukuyomi dissolved suddenly and they were back in the room of requirement. "Are you all right?" exclaimed Isabelle, pushing Harry out of the way. Fleur looked at Isabelle briefly, and turned to Harry with a downcast face. "She learns fast," thought Harry as the Vila murmured the oath in a low voice and sealed it with magic. "Satisfied?" asked Fleur in the same low voice and he nodded slightly. Isabelle ignored him completely as she ran several tests over Fleur, which Harry ignored. He needed no lens if he did not know what he was looking for, after all. He turned to Sirius who was scribbling something in a notebook he had scrounged up from the room of requirement. "You saw everything properly? You have the analyses?" "I do. Take this to Snively," he said, handing out his newly filled notebook to Harry. "He will understand exactly what mistakes you are making, and will be able to correct you. I filled in everything I could see with my ocular technique, each and every flaw in your actions." "Very well," said Harry as he saw Isabelle gingerly support Fleur to a walking position. Same time after the third task. "Isabelle. Last time you wiped the floor with me. Today I fought you to a stalemate. Next time, you will understand the bitterness of defeat. I suggest you fight as hard as possible or I may offer you better motivation," said Harry silkily. "To hell with you and your motivation," snarled Isabelle as she and Fleur made towards the door. Isabelle turned back and gave him a flat stare. "I will be placing her under wards keyed to a location you cannot breach. You won't be able to pull such a stunt again." "There is always your mudblood mother," taunted Harry and Fleur looked at him with revulsion. Sirius only looked down at the ground with a regretful and faintly disgusted expression. Isabelle looked at him with a revolted and sad expression. "Ask Snape about wards of blood and love, Harry. Harming mother would only make you more vulnerable than ever," she said and finally exited the room. Harry nodded to Sirius. "Thank you, Sirius. I only wish you could help me with my dueling. It would have been interesting to fight a user of another ocular technique similar to mine," said Harry. Sirius inclined his head. "It would have been. But I am a little too far out of your league now, Harry. You're a true genius of the Sharingan with exceptional magic, but even you need time to develop," said Sirius. "And I would ask you to just do something for me." "And what is that?" asked Harry carefully. "Don't kill them, Harry. Don't kill your own parents. It will do things to your soul I am very sure will lessen the power of your eyes," said Sirius seriously. Harry stared at him interestedly, and leant forward. "What things?" "The eternal Mangekyo is an expression of the soul and blood combined. If you commit murder it will split your soul, this I know for sure. And that will dilute the strength of your eyes. The power of a complete soul is incomparable, Harry. I swear on my life this is the truth." Harry's Sharingan seemed to see through Sirius for several moments as Harry assimilated the new information. Perhaps that was why Snape had warned him not to kill in cold blood as well. Intriguing, This topic warranted more research. I never planned to kill them, Sirius. But Dumbledore is right with one thing, there are fates worse than death. He said in an almost sad voice as he let himself out, leaving Sirius alone in the room of requirement. He had come a very long way from the helpless idiot who had been incarcerated and tortured so easily, now he was becoming different. Soon, whispered his mad passenger as he descended through the silent castle towards Snape's dungeons, it will happen soon, my insane companion. Let us see what they will do when the flames of heaven erases them, or when the eternal warrior towers over them bearing burning weapons of legend. And that is only a fraction of what these eyes can do. A fraction. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.